Super Devouring System Chapter 2401 to Chapter 2488. Chaos Apocalypse Formation. Following the Divine Master's orders, the soldiers and experts of the Kunlun and Monster God domains quickly gathered. Only now did people understand what it meant to be small and insignificant. From the sky to the ground, there were people everywhere. For the first time, Mi Yan appeared on the battlefield of the sovereigns. No one knew whether this battle would determine the final outcome, but everyone knew that countless people would fall in this battle. Yi Xian stood in front of his army as a Jidushi. Behind him was a phalanx. The start of an all-out war meant that the number of soldiers was no longer in the tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of millions. Although Yi Xian was leading more than 1 billion soldiers, there were only a dozen square formations. At the same time, the all-out war began. Powerful treasures appeared on the battlefield one after another. These were all treasures of the battlefield, treasures that only appeared on the battlefield. Charge! Mi Yan waved her hand. In an instant, tens of billions of soldiers rushed out. Tens of billions of soldiers, what a terrifying number, but this was just the vanguard testing the waters. At the same time, tens of billions of soldiers rushed out to meet the enemy. This kind of battle was simply terrifying. Even the strong seemed so fragile. Yi Xian saw a mid-level divine emperor rush into the enemy formation with his own eyes. In the beginning, there was still some movement. But in a short while, that divine emperor fell silent and was drowned by the sea of people. Divine Domain Law Enforcer, Yi Xian, heed my orders. Just as Yi Xian was observing the battle ahead, a divine palace guard came to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian, heed my orders. Yi Xian didn't dare to hesitate and answered immediately. The guard obviously recognized Yi Xian. He first nodded slightly at Yi Xian, then said, "By the Divine Master's orders, Divine Domain Law Enforcer Yi Xian, quickly select 5,000 soldiers and send them to the Divine Domain Law Enforcer." Divine Domain Law Enforcer? The person in charge of the entire army? Why did Mi Yan want him to find him, but Yi Xian naturally wouldn't ask? Yes, Yi Xian, heed my orders. After passing down the order, the guard smiled at Yi Xian and said, "Lord Law Enforcer, you must cherish this opportunity. The Divine Master thinks highly of you." Although Yi Xian was puzzled, he still smiled at the guard and said, "Brother, thank you for the reminder. To serve the Divine Master is my duty." "But brother, do you know what mission the Divine Master has for me?" "Haha, you'll know once you get there. I guarantee it's a good thing." The Divine Palace Guard didn't say anything. After sending off the Divine Palace Guards, Yi Xian discovered that everyone around him was incomparably excited. Yi Xian asked, Yi Xian. Is there a need to be so excited?" A Divine Emperor walked up to Yi Xian and said, "Lord Provincial Governor, you haven't participated in the Divine Domain War before, so it's not strange that you don't know. The Divine Master has given you a fat job. Didn't you notice that the other provincial governors are envious?" Needless to say, Yi Xian released his spiritual will and quickly saw the surrounding regional commanders. As expected, they were looking at Yi Xian with envious gazes. Yi Xian was still puzzled, but he quickly selected 5,000 soldiers and walked toward the direction of the Divine Master. It was obvious that the people chosen by Yi Xian were all very excited. Perhaps he was the only provincial governor who didn't know what was going on. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the location of the Divine Master. However, when Yi Xian saw the Divine Master, he was slightly surprised. That was because the dispatcher was a divine beast. Of course, the Divine Master's status was higher than Yi Xian's, so Yi Xian didn't dare show any disrespect. "The provincial governor of the Divine Domain and the provincial governor of the Jiufeng 60,000 territories greets the Divine Master," Yi Xian said to the Divine Master in an offensive manner. The Divine Master glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Well, you're here. Go on. You've been assigned to the 5th district of the Chaotic World Annihilation Array. You'll be in charge there." Yi Xian arrived at the so-called 5th district of the Chaotic World Annihilation Array. However, when Yi Xian saw the thing in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was a giant sword. To be precise, the entire Chaotic World Annihilation Array was an array made up of 49 giant swords. Each of the giant swords was over 10,000 meters tall and constantly emitted powerful waves of energy. Although Yi Xian had never seen them before, He now understood that these giant swords were super strategic treasures. Of the 49 giant swords, 30 were directly controlled by the Divine Palace Guards, while 19 were assigned to the various provincial governors. The powerhouses around Yixian were all very excited. A high-grade Divine Emperor actually knelt on the ground and worshipped the giant sword. System, what is this thing? Ding. System notification, the specified target is too powerful for the system to detect. Impossible to detect. Just as Yixian was wondering how to control the Divine Master, he saw his subordinates running to their respective positions impatiently. The high-grade Divine Emperor also came to Yixian's side and said to Yixian, "Provincial Governor, the control of this chaotic world annihilation giant sword is very simple. Please go up to the main altar. There, you will decide the target position of the attack. We will be in groups of 500 and continuously inject divine power and the power of law into the chaotic world annihilation giant sword. This time, we will be able to earn enough military merits." After hearing that, Yixian finally understood how to use this thing. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and walked directly to the main altar. After Yixian went up to the main altar, the altar quickly rose into the air. Ding. System notification, the host has been strengthened by an unknown power. Divine sense has been increased by 10,000 times. Ding. System notification, the host has been strengthened by an unknown power. Divine sense has been increased by 10,000 times. Ding. System notification, the host has been strengthened by an unknown power. Divine power has been increased by 10,000 times. The 3 notifications made Yixian's heart tremble violently, an increase of 10,000 times. At this time, Yixian directly released his divine sense. In an instant, Yixian felt as if the entire battlefield was in his eyes. Yixian could actually see the movements of the soldiers in front of him. Of course, he couldn't sense the entire battlefield, but he could sense about half of it. At the same time, 3 shadows of short swords appeared in front of Yixian. A divine sense was transmitted to Yixian's divine sense. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 10,000 times amplification. As it turned out, the 3 daggers represented the number of times Yixian could attack. The experts below were constantly pouring in divine power in order to form these daggers. Of course, as for the power of these daggers, only Yixian would know after using them. The order to attack had yet to arrive, so Yixian could only silently observe the battle in front of him. A battle of 20 billion people, but it was just a probing attack. There was not even the support of a strategic treasure. This was probably something that would only appear in the Battle of the Sovereigns. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Yixian's ears. Zone 5, free attack once. Yixian was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that he would be allowed to attack once before the rest of the battle began. He did not know if Mi Yan was deliberately giving him a chance to practice. However, Yixian naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately searched for a target with his divine sense. Yixian knew that such a strategic treasure had a large area of effect. Hence, he did not dare to use it carelessly. If he was not careful, he might end up hurting his own people. Very soon, Yixian locked onto a position. Then, he directly activated his divine power. Yixian's divine power quickly fused into the Chaos Armageddon Greatsword. Suddenly, Yixian felt his divine sense begin to automatically lock onto the enemy. It could be said that this sudden change caught Yixian off guard. It was only now that Yixian realized that the Chaos Armageddon Greatsword actually had a weapon spirit. Yixian had only locked onto a single area. Clearly, this was not a suitable attack method. Hence, the Chaos Armageddon Greatsword automatically helped Yixian to properly lock onto the enemy. Yixian's divine sense quickly swept across the battlefield. Wherever his divine sense passed, countless enemies were immediately marked. Yixian could clearly sense these markings, but the others could not see or sense them. Yixian didn't even have time to count how many enemies he had locked onto. Because the time was too short, the small sword in front of Yixian disappeared in an instant. The Chaos Armageddon sword emitted a huge light, and then a sword shadow rushed into the sky. That sword shadow rapidly rushed towards the battlefield. However, when it reached the battlefield, it rapidly split apart. Countless sword raindrops were emitted from that chaos apocalyptic sword shadow. Their numbers were terrifying beyond compare. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with smoke. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, whether it was ordinary soldiers or experts, the enemies of the demon god domain were dealt an unprecedented blow. This was a real rain of swords. Countless sword shadows fell down like rain. The entire battlefield was filled with dazzling light. At this moment, life seemed so insignificant. Countless enemies tried to defend themselves, and all kinds of treasures, divine shields, and law shields appeared one after another. Unfortunately, it was useless. That was because the primal chaos apocalyptic greatsword's attack contained a special power of law. Enemies were penetrated one by one, and their divine personas shattered on the spot. All of this happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye. However, Xian was able to clearly see all of this, because at the same time he launched his attack, he also received the support of the time laws. Xian's current speed of thought was increased by 100 times. At this moment, Xian was really busy. The rain of swords couldn't be ignored after it was released. In order to cause the most damage, Xian had to constantly lock onto his enemies. After all, if Xian didn't lock onto a new target after killing an enemy, then these sword shadows would be wasted. Even with a 10,000-fold increase in divine sense and a 100,000-fold increase in law of time, Xian was still flustered. He was even feeling powerless. Many of the attacks were actually wasted. But this couldn't be helped. After all, there were just too many swords in the rain. The power of this rain of swords was definitely not small. An ordinary true God Realm soldier would be able to instantly kill him with a single sword strike. Even if they were a little stronger, as long as they were locked onto by Xian's divine sense, they would endlessly attack. After a while, the attacks stopped. But in the enemy camp, hundreds of millions of people had died in an instant, terrifying numbers, terrifying attacks. Was this the so-called strategic treasure, such a powerful attack? I'm afraid that no one can withstand it. Of course, it was also quite a challenge to control. Xian's control over his divine sense was already pretty good, but it also caused a lot of wastage. This was just Xian's attack, and it was already so powerful. Then, what would happen if all 49 swords of the primal chaos apocalyptic greatsword attacked at the same time? However, Xian also knew that once the enemy activated their strategic treasure, it would probably be impossible to cause such terrifying damage. Because of this attack, the Kunlun god domain quickly gained the upper hand. But also because of Xian's attack, the enemy directly launched a full-scale attack. Perhaps in Xian's eyes, the attack of the primal chaos apocalyptic greatsword was already extremely powerful. But when the battle broke out, Xian truly understood what a true strategic treasure was. In front of the enemy camp, tens of thousands of huge mythical beasts were charging at the forefront. Their size was definitely something Xian had never seen before. Most importantly, these mythical beasts could actually use the power of the law of space at will. As long as they were willing, they could summon a teleportation portal in front of them at any time. Then, their huge bodies would enter the teleportation portal. But as for where they would appear from, no one knew. They might even appear directly in the Kunlun god domain's array. And there were many buildings built on the bodies of these mythical beasts. Countless people from the demon god domain launched attacks from these buildings. Of course, the most important thing was that each of these mythical beasts was equipped with a strategic treasure. Xian did not know the name of these strategic treasures of the demon god domain. For the time being, he would just call them the law divine cannons. This kind of law divine cannon, the interval between each attack was not too long, but the power was quite formidable. Although they were slightly weaker than the primal chaos apocalyptic greatsword that Xian was controlling, the key was that they could move. Every time the Kunlun god domain's army was struck, tens of thousands to thousands of soldiers would perish on the spot. In fact, most of them would not even leave behind a corpse. And there were tens of thousands of law divine cannons like this, to be able to use the law of space at will to move to any corner of the battlefield and launch powerful attacks. These mythical beasts were extremely powerful. However, it was not as if the Kunlun god domain had no way to deal with them. A million totem beasts rushed out from the Kunlun god domain. The war was over. The moment the totem beasts appeared, they rushed out. Each time the demon god domain's colossal beast disappeared, countless totem beasts would follow suit. It could be said that the totem beasts were extremely small in size compared to the colossal beast. They were like ants in front of it. However, the totem beasts were perfect for dealing with the colossal beast. It was common to see the colossal beasts that appeared on the battlefield wailing and struggling. That was because the totem beasts had already dug into their bodies and were wreaking havoc. After that, the Kunlun god domain also introduced their own mobile strategic treasures. However, unlike the demon god domain, these mobile strategic treasures of the Kunlun god domain were all of a combined type. Countless powerful beings gathered together quickly. From their hands, they tossed out all sorts of treasures. These single treasures quickly gathered together in the air. Soon, they formed a combined strategic treasure. After that, these powerful beings immediately infused their divine powers into it. At the same time, these strategic treasures began to activate their functions. They were either strong defenses or powerful attacks. In an instant, the initiative of the battle returned to the Kunlun god domain's side. Mysterious and powerful strategic treasures appeared one after another. It was only at this moment that the people finally understood what kind of treasures could be called true treasures. It could be said that these strategic treasures could not be controlled by a single person. That was because the amount of divine power required to control them was simply too great. Even the Lord God, Meili, might not be able to control a single large-scale strategic treasure. Of course, other than the large-scale strategic treasures, it was also time for the individual treasures to be put to use. An all-out war had begun. Similarly, it was also the strong against the strong, and the soldiers against the soldiers. After all, most of the powerful beings did not bother to find trouble with those ordinary soldiers. In their hearts, only by fighting with someone of the same cultivation level as them could they ignite their fighting spirit. Most of the time, if these powerful beings did not have an opponent, they would rather not make a move than slaughter those low-level soldiers. As for the ordinary soldiers, they did not have the right to challenge the powerful beings. Of course, if the powerful beings were to court death and run into the midst of the soldiers, then these soldiers would fight with all their might for the sake of survival. Battle cries filled Xian's ears. Soon, blood flowed into a river and then converged into a lake. Every moment, countless people were dying. However, Xian was not in the mood to care about this at this moment. This was because he was fully focused on controlling the chaotic world annihilation array. It could be said that these 49 gigantic swords of the Great Chaos Armageddon formation were the Kunlun god domain's greatest trump card, their strongest killing move. Of course, the demon god domain also had its own trump cards. However, he did not use the divine sword to attack. Instead, he used the Dharma idol phantom. Because they were too far away, Xian could not see how the demon god's domain attacked, but he could see the effects. Every once in a while, 10,000 beams of light would shoot out from the back of the demon god domain's army. These beams of light rapidly condensed into the form of numerous terrifying demon gods. The moment they appeared, they would slaughter in all directions. One could say that there was no way to destroy these demon gods, they could only wait for them to die on their own. This was because these Fey god phantoms were immune to all physical damage, all law damage, and all divine power damage. It was almost equivalent to being invincible. However, compared to the chaotic world annihilation gigantic sword on the Kunlun god domain's side, the demon god domain's ultimate move was obviously weaker. Xian's entire focus was on controlling his chaotic world annihilation gigantic sword. Below him, 5,000 powerful beings took turns to gather divine power for Xian. Then, Xian launched the attack. The battle was endless. Groups of soldiers rushed up, but they were quickly wiped out. In the middle of the two sides, there seemed to be a blood-red blockade. No one could do anything to the other. Corpses kept piling up, from 100 meters high to 10,000 meters high. No one could count how many people had died. After all, countless people were dying at every moment. After all, every time they were mobilized, there would be hundreds of millions of soldiers. What was a meat grinder? This was the real meat grinder, and it was a god of slaughter. In such an environment, even the strongest mind could be driven mad. This was the main reason why the killing chi pill was needed. Xian watched the battle silently. In fact, he also saw his subordinates being sent out one by one. He watched as the soldiers and experts he had brought with him fell just like that. Unfortunately, this was war. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns. There was no room for choice. No one. From God Master Meili to a common soldier, none of them actually had the right to choose. The battle continued. Yi Xian didn't know who started it, but one thing was for sure, the battle would only end when one side gave in. However, once one side gave in, they would have to pay an extremely high price. So, until the very last moment, no one would give in. Day after day, year after year. Yi Xian controlled his primal chaos annihilation greatsword and killed countless enemies. Meili had issued 3 conscription orders, and in just 9 directions, 60,000 realms, she had sent out nearly 30 billion people to participate in the battle. Finally, the battle was over. When news of the temporary end of the war came, everyone felt numb. Even Yi Xian felt the same. There was no joy, only numbness. However, the war wasn't truly over. It was just another local war. One day, Meili sent someone to find Yi Xian. When Yi Xian arrived at Mida's side, he found out that after several negotiations, Mida had finally gotten the demon god's divine realm's divine lord to agree not to engage in such a fearless war, but to hold a treasure-snatching competition. For this treasure hunt, each side would send 1 divine venerable, 100 divine emperors, 1,000 divine kings, and 10,000 divine sovereigns. These people would enter a secret realm. That secret realm produced a special white stone. In fact, it was completely useless, but it was very rare. Moreover, it was incomparably dangerous. There were countless divine beasts, and there were also some strange things. This time, their goal was to see which side would be able to obtain more of these white stones within 3 days. This would determine the outcome of the war. This secret realm had a total of 86 entrances, with each side occupying 43. It was clear that this wasn't the first time the secret realm had been used for such a thing. White Jadestone. Logically speaking, Yi Xian was a law enforcer and provincial governor. He shouldn't have been chosen to participate in this treasure hunt. However, it was obvious that Mi Yan had high hopes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't refuse and followed the group into the secret territory. The secret territory was huge and the teleportation was random. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and hid himself as soon as he entered the secret territory. Based on his current cultivation of first-grade Divine King realm, he would not be able to defeat a Divine Emperor realm expert. The random teleportation made it impossible for anyone who appeared in it to know whether they were friends or foes. Perhaps only the 2 Hierarch realm super experts were able to do whatever they wanted. Of course, even if they were besieged, they wouldn't have an easy time. Since they were chosen, how could the Divine Master not prepare any treasures for them? This was a treasure hunt that would determine the outcome of the war. For example, Yi Xian was given an interspatial ring by Mi Yan before he entered the secret territory. Only now did Yi Xian open his universe ring to see what was inside. When Yi Xian checked the spatial ring, he was slightly surprised. This was because there were actually 3 treasures within the spatial ring. A jade pendant, a token, and an ancient map. Yi Xian knew about the jade pendant. Although it looked like a jade pendant on the surface, it wasn't. It was a special treasure that stored a law attack. Yi Xian's jade pendant was a defensive treasure that Mi Yan personally prepared for him. In other words, it could save Yi Xian's life in a critical moment. As for the token, Yi Xian also knew that it was a special token that was used to seal totem beasts. Similarly, this token must have been prepared for him by Mi Yan. Therefore, the totem beasts sealed within it must be something special, one for offense and one for defense, 2 treasures that were personally prepared by Mi Yan. It could be seen how important Yi Xian was to Mi Yan. As for the ancient map, Yi Xian didn't know what it was. Helpless, he could only call the system. System, what kind of treasure is this ancient map? Ding. System notification, analyzing data, analysis complete. Ding. The 9 Transformations Godly Annihilation Scroll is a super magic treasure that has been specially forged and then imbued with 9 types of unique laws. Not only is this magic treasure extremely powerful, it also has a unique godly annihilation domain. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the last ancient map to be the most special one. The only thing that puzzled Yi Xian was why Mi Yu would prepare such an ancient map for him. It was obvious that this treasure was extremely difficult to obtain, yet Miyu had given it to Yi Xian, but no matter what Mi Xiao thought, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that Yi Xian had an additional layer of protection. With these 3 items, it could be said that Yi Xian's ability to protect himself had increased by a lot. Naturally, his confidence in this treasure hunt had also increased. Yi Xian carefully released his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. Releasing his divine sense allowed Yi Xian to sense his surroundings while also allowing others to detect him. Thus, Yi Xian had to be careful. Of course, releasing his divine sense was also to search for the white jade stones that had a specific target. Not long after, Yi Xian found a white jade stone. As expected, it was completely useless to Yi Xian. It could be said that if this jade stone hadn't been given the mission of seizing the treasure, it would have been completely worthless. White jade stones were very widely distributed. Moreover, it seemed that as long as one was in this secret realm, no matter what kind of terrain one was in, it was possible to find this white jade stone. There was no pattern to its growth, but it was very rare. This forced those participating in the treasure hunt to constantly expand their search area. Of course, there were also those who weren't willing to search for the white jade stones. They were more willing to reap without sowing and were more willing to wait and rob others. At this moment, Yi Xian was carefully searching every corner. These white jade stones were very well hidden. Although they looked like white jade stones on the surface, it was possible to find them even among the trees. Yi Xian had been on high alert all this time. However, after continuous searching, he didn't find any enemies or divine beasts. Thus, he subconsciously focused more of his attention on searching. Another one. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly walked towards a small mound. This was because Yi Xian had found a white jade stone in that mound. However, just as Yi Xian approached the white jade stone, something strange happened. Boom! Without warning, a fierce attack exploded directly beside Yi Xian. If Yi Xian's divine sense hadn't been on high alert all this time, it was very likely that he would have fallen for it this time. Yi Xian moved his body and dodged the attack. However, when he looked around, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that it wasn't a human or divine beast that attacked me at all? Was this just a coincidence? Yi Xian looked doubtfully at the pillar of fire that soared into the sky. Just a moment ago, this pillar of fire appeared suddenly and almost caught Yi Xian in it. Yi Xian felt the power of the pillar of fire but didn't find it very threatening. Thus, Yi Xian couldn't help but think that this was just a natural occurrence and not a sneak attack by an enemy. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking this, the entire ground suddenly began to tremble. Then, pillars of fire appeared one after another. Yi Xian didn't dare hesitate and immediately dodged in all directions. What was going on? Yi Xian frowned. As he dodged, he was extremely puzzled. This was because he couldn't find the source of the attack. These pillars of fire were like volcanoes that suddenly erupted. They appeared on a whim without warning and their power seemed very ordinary. However, these pillars of fire had a certain pattern to them. It was as if they were setting up some kind of array. Oh no! It's an array. Suddenly, Yi Xian came to a realization. Before entering, no one had told Yi Xian what was inside. Thus, Yi Xian knew nothing about this place. However, Yi Xian believed that it was impossible for there to be no danger in this mystic realm. After all, this was the mystic realm that determined the outcome of the battle in the divine territory. There was no reason for the sovereigns on both sides to choose a mystic realm that they could enter peacefully and leave after a casual stroll. Therefore, there was only one thing that could be confirmed. This mystic realm that didn't seem special on the surface was actually filled with traps. Countless unknowns and dangers could erupt at any time. Fire pillar attack. Yi Xian's figure quickly flashed. As time passed, more and more fire pillars appeared from the ground in this area, becoming denser and denser. Moreover, the locations where they appeared didn't have any pattern at all. Often, when Yi Xian dodged a fire pillar, another one would soar into the air in a moment. Of course, these fire pillars were anything but ordinary. The Samadhi primordial fire, ninth heaven arcane fire, netherworld earth fire, stellar fire, six-realm demon fire, and many other types of flames appeared continuously. Perhaps Yi Xian would be able to withstand ordinary flames like the three true flames, the 6 realms demonic flames, and the like. However, when it came to heavenly flames like the star universe fire and the netherworld earth fire, even the slightest touch would be enough to cause Xian to die without a burial ground. Therefore, Xian didn't have the time to think about it. He could only continuously dodge. Xian tried to rush out of this area a few times, but these fire pillars seemed to be controlled by some kind of power. Every time Xian chose a direction to break out of, the fire pillars would become denser in an instant. Therefore, Xian's current dodging was also irregular. Using irregularity to deal with irregularity was Xian's only countermeasure. Of course, in reality, every time he dodged, it could be said to be extremely risky. Xian's dodges were all done subconsciously. There was no target or pattern to them. However, it was the same for dodging or chasing. Therefore, it was very likely that they would overlap with each other if he was not careful. Boom! Another fire pillar shot up into the sky. However, it was less than a meter away from Xian. This meant that if Xian had teleported a little further, he would have died in the sea of fire. Deep Abyss Divine Fire. Xian's eyes widened in shock. Even the Deep Abyss Divine Fire had appeared. Flames had different strengths. If it was just a flame with elemental energy, Xian would not be worried at all. However, if it was a flame with the power of laws, Xian could not help but worry. This Nether Abyss Divine Flame was a special flame that possessed the power of the laws. If they weren't in this place and were in the outside world, then the Nether Abyss Divine Flame would be able to ignite all things, even the laws. Who would have thought that such a flame would exist in this secret realm? Xian was extremely surprised and nervous at the same time. Looking at the pillars of fire, it was as if they wanted to completely trap Xian here. Xian knew that he couldn't just keep dodging like this. One had to know that the space he could live in was getting smaller and smaller. Once the fire pillar appeared, it wouldn't disappear. At this moment, Xian was already surrounded by countless flames. If this goes on, I'll be compressed by these flames to the point where I won't even have the space to dodge. I can't keep dodging like this. I have to think of a way. Xian's mind raced. Then, as he dodged in all directions, he began to think quickly. Flying into the air? No, this method wouldn't work at all. Looking at the endless flames that rose into the sky, Xian knew that there was no way out in the sky. Then what about the 4 sides? That wouldn't work either. Xian had already tried. He couldn't go in any direction. Suddenly, Xian looked at his feet and had an idea. Since the sky and the ground didn't work, why not just penetrate the ground? He wanted to see what was causing trouble underground. With so many flames, Xian wanted to know what kind of power was controlling these flames. Clearly, the thing that controlled the flames to attack him had a certain level of intelligence. This also meant that these pillars of fire were not coincidental. Thinking of this, Xian didn't hesitate at all. Megatron, Dharma treasure form. Dig underground. Xian ordered loudly. A moment later, the 2 god-slaying swords moved quickly and explored the ground. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew and a tunnel appeared rapidly. Of course, Xian was still very worried. This was because Xian knew that if a strong pillar of fire appeared now, even Megatron and the god-slaying swords could be melted. However, Xian had no other choice. If he couldn't think of a solution, he would be trapped here until he died. The speed at which the 2 god-slaying swords worked together wasn't slow. Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly followed along the tunnel. This tunnel was very difficult to dig because not only did they have to avoid the pillars of fire that had already appeared, but they also had to be wary of the pillars of fire that could appear at any time. Everything depended on luck because Xian couldn't predict where the next pillar of fire would appear. Boom, another pillar of fire appeared. In an instant, it completely enveloped the 2 god-slaying swords controlled by Megatron. This time, it actually hit them right in the middle. Xian was shocked, but he heaved a sigh of relief after a moment. Fortunately, this time, it was only a mystical heavenly fire. It could be said that this was a blessing in disguise. Although the mystical heavenly fire was powerful, it didn't pose much of a threat to the 2 god-slaying swords. Down, down. Down, the tunnel didn't follow any pattern, but it continued to extend into the ground. Time and time again, they narrowly avoided it. There was even one time when a pillar of fire brushed past Xian's body, causing his god-slaying armor to turn red and almost melt. However, it was always just a moment, because the power of the pillar of fire was not enough. Moreover, as time passed, Xian could only deliberately hide in the weaker pillars of fire, because at least the pillars of fire that appeared wouldn't take Xian's life. However, Xian couldn't possibly know what kind of flames those pillars of fire that didn't appear would be. The feeling of being roasted by all kinds of flames was something that only one could understand after experiencing it for themselves. It wasn't just hot, there were all kinds of flames, and some flames were extremely cold, some flames didn't have any temperature, but could corrode everything, some flames could make Xian's blood boil, and even make Xian's blood combust. All kinds of flames. Xian seemed to be going through endless trials, but in the end, Xian succeeded. Xian successfully dug a tunnel and pierced through the surface. Yes, it was through the ground. If Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this mystic realm was so miraculous. At this moment, Xian was in a space filled with colorful lights. Above his head was the original sky, but below his feet was an endless void. However, the strange thing was that countless pillars of fire were surging upwards from the void. Ancient law fire tree sapling. This place, for the time being, could be called a forest, or an incomparably strange forest. That was because those trees were growing in two different directions at the same time. It was as if this place was a mirror, and those trees were merely reflections. But Xian knew very well that it was not a reflection, but a real existence. Because Xian was here, there was no reflection at all. Each of these strange trees was emitting countless pillars of fire. Those pillars of fire soared into the sky, but after breaking through the sky, they strangely returned to the reflection, forming a cycle. In this way, the energy of these fire pillars was not wasted at all. Xian looked at the space in front of him in astonishment. Everything in this space had overturned everything he knew. Xian could not help but wonder, if he had chosen to fly towards the sky from the start, would he have gone to the other side of the reflection like the flames? In addition, Xian also wanted to know if he could go to the reflection through that virtual existence. The moment this idea popped into his head, Xian could not hold back any longer. He immediately summoned his withered bone sword servant. In reality, the withered bone sword servants weren't very useful to Xian, but they were perfect for scouting. Go there for me. The place that Xian was referring to was under his feet. It was like the surface of a lake. At the very least, when he looked at it with his eyes, it seemed that as long as he passed through that barrier, he would be able to see the reflection. Of course, the withered bone sword servant didn't hesitate at all, and directly charged towards the face of nothingness. Xian watched the withered bone sword servant with rapt attention. It was getting closer. Suddenly, the withered bone sword servant seemed to have charged halfway into the lake and directly plunged into the face of nothingness. There was no reaction. Xian did not see his reflection on the other side. Instead, the system notification rang in his ears. Ding! System notification, please take note, host. The withered bone sword servant has received a destructive attack and is now completely dead. It cannot be revived. What? Complete destruction. And he couldn't be resurrected. Xian was shocked. What happened just now? Xian couldn't help but want to ask, but unfortunately, no one asked. It could be said that Xian had seen everything that had happened, even the slightest bit of change. However, the withered bone sword attendant had disappeared so easily. In fact, Xian didn't even know what had happened when it disappeared. Clearly, it was as if the withered bone sword attendants had entered a lake. They had simply assimilated into the lake. However, at the moment when they completely assimilated into the lake, they were completely destroyed. Xian looked up at the sky, then looked down at his feet. He knew that although it looked like a reflection, it was definitely not a reflection. It was an unknown existence that Xian did not know about. Xian did not dare to recklessly try exploring under his feet. He stood up and walked forward. Xian was a flexible person. Since he didn't have the ability to explore the faceless void, then there was no need for Xian to continue wasting his time there. He might as well continue exploring the forest in front of him. Looking at the various flames, Xian knew that he had struck gold this time. At first, Xian thought that there would be something like a mythical beast. However, all he saw was a treasure trove for him to collect. Yi Xian didn't know what this forest was, but Yi Xian knew what was inside each tree. System, what are these trees? Can you detect them? Ding. System notification, collecting data. Ding. System notification, this analysis requires 500,000 conviction points. Host, do you wish to continue? 500,000 conviction points. If it was in the past, there would be quite a few of them. But now, Yi Xian didn't care too much, because during this period of time, he had 9 directions and 60,000 realms. Under Yi Xian's deliberate arrangements, Fian had actually been rebuilding her faith. Therefore, many people in the Jiufeng 60,000 realms had begun to believe in Yi Xian. The Jiufeng 60,000 realms was so big that even if only a small portion of them believed in Yi Xian, it would be a huge accumulation for Yi Xian. Moreover, he had been in the battlefield of the gods for so many years, therefore, Yi Xian already had some faith points in stock. Okay, use allowed. Yi Xian agreed to the system notification. Ding. System notification, using faith points to analyze. Analysis successful. Target set, Ancient Law Fire Tree Sapling. Primordial Law Fire Tree, a special plant from the Primordial Era. The Primordial Era was an era even more ancient than the Primordial Era. People still had some records of the Primordial Era, but people only had legends about the Primordial Era. Of course, the Ancient Era, which was even older than the Ancient Era, was only a guess. Yi Xian never expected that he would accidentally discover something from the Ancient Era. The Ancient Era had always existed in legends. Even the Ancient Era had no understanding of people, let alone the Ancient Era. However, the system had already said that this was the Ancient Law Fire Tree Sapling. How could Yi Xian not be excited? Looking at the endless forest, Yi Xian was not greedy. In Yi Xian's heart, he would be satisfied if he could get one of these saplings. System, I want to get one of these Ancient Law Fire Tree Saplings. Is there a way? Ding. System notification, host, please take note. All the trees in front of the host are actually Ancient Law Fire Tree Saplings. What? This time, Yi Xian could not hold back. The system said, this boundless forest is actually just a sapling? Of course, although Yi Xian was surprised, he did not doubt it. After all, it was something from the Ancient Era. Who would know so much? There were not many records of the Ancient Era. It could be said that even Meili did not know about the Ancient Era. In fact, Meili might not even know about the Ancient Law Fire Tree Sapling. After all, if she knew about it, countless strong people would have entered to search for it. However, it seemed that Meili and the demon god's domain's divine master only knew that this place was extraordinary. They did not know that there was something from the Ancient Era here. System, how do I get this Ancient Law Fire Tree Sapling? Ding. System notification, host's level is not high enough to provide information. System, how much do you know about the Ancient Era? Ding. System notification, host's level is not high enough to provide information. Unknown influence. Yes, all of this seemed too distant. Even in ancient times, to Yi Xian, it was just a legend. Who would have thought that something from ancient times would appear now? Yi Xian looked at the forest. He really wanted to take it, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian knew that this time, he could only take a gamble. The sapling of the ancient laws of fire tree was an existence that could only be found by chance. If Yi Xian missed this chance, he might not get a second chance in his life. Therefore, Yi Xian did not want to let it go, even if he knew that it was extremely dangerous. However, Yi Xian was willing to take the gamble. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian extended his hand towards one of the tree trunks and infused it with all his might in an attempt to communicate. Suddenly, it was as if time had stopped. Yi Xian seemed to have been transported to a mysterious space. In front of Yi Xian was a small sapling, and there was nothing around Yi Xian and the sapling, only silence and darkness. Everything had disappeared, be it the laws or anything else. Everything seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. System, what's going on? There was no response. It was as if even the system had disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. For the first time, Yi Xian had completely lost contact with the system. Yi Xian looked around, not knowing what to do. But after a moment, he walked towards the sapling. One step at a time, there was no fluctuation of power, nor was there any law. It was as if he was an ordinary person walking towards a sapling. However, it was a little different from the others. The sapling only had 2 leaves, and it looked so malnourished, as if it could wither and die at any time. Xian gently stroked the sapling, but his heart was incomparably calm. He subconsciously said to the sapling, "How pitiful. I don't know what you need to continue growing, but you have existed since ancient times, so I can be sure that you have been around for countless years, but you still can't grow. Little sapling, what are you?" The ancient laws of fire. Tree sapling, do you possess the laws of fire? It could be said that Xian was a little silly, actually talking to a sapling. However, Xian did not know why he was doing this. He was just doing it subconsciously. In Xian's heart, this ancient law fire tree sapling had experienced countless years. It was already an extremely strange thing for it to be able to survive. Not only did he survive, but he also didn't grow in the slightest, so one could tell how lonely he was. It was unknown whether this loneliness affected Xian, or whether it was for some other reason, but at this moment, Xian actually began to recall his past, recalling everything that had happened on his path of cultivation. Furthermore, he subconsciously spoke to the little sapling. In the outside world, the 2 people from the divine domain finally began to fight each other because of their exploration. They were constantly fighting over the white jade stones. After all, their main mission was to bring the stones out. However, no matter how much they fought, there was a place that no one dared to go. That was because there were countless flames that soared into the sky. There were also experts who tried to enter to investigate if there were any treasures. Unfortunately, they were swallowed up by the flames before they could even enter. However, if they did not go near the flames would not affect them at all. Therefore, as time passed, people chose to forget about that place. No one paid any attention to that place, because they could not enter at all. Furthermore, it seemed that there were no treasures there. The killing continued, and countless experts fell. The white jade stones were constantly snatched away by others. Then, they were taken away by others. A bloody massacre unfolded in this mystic realm. After all, for the sake of the mission, for the sake of their own divine domain, people had already killed until their eyes turned red. Only within the flames, there was peace. Little sapling, do you know? Actually, when I think about it, it has not been easy for me to come this far. Sometimes, I even doubt my own future. I don't know how far I can go. Little sapling, I feel that I might be much younger than you. However, I feel that you are more pitiful than me. You are only 2 leaves now. Then, according to the words of us humans, perhaps you are just a baby. Pitiful you, but you don't know how long you have been here. It seems that you are more pitiful than me. Little sapling, do you understand what I'm saying? Sigh, I am really stupid. You are just a little sapling, how could you understand what I am saying? It was as if Xian had just reacted and laughed self-deprecatingly. He even felt that he was no longer the same person he used to be. This was because at this moment, Xian had actually given up all his defenses. What divine consciousness? What precept power? What divine power? It was as if these had nothing to do with Xian. He was just an ordinary person who had lost himself, an ordinary person who did not know his own future. However, the moment Xian stood up, the entire mystic realm, no, not just the mystic realm, but the entire divine domain, was undergoing an unbelievable change. Especially those who had mastered the precept of fire, they could clearly feel it. At this moment, in the mystic realm, an upper grade 6 divine king from the Kunlun divine domain, who had mastered the precept of 9 heavens arcane flame, was covered in blood. Beside him, several fire dragons were protecting him. However, it was obvious that he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Around him, more than 10 experts from the demon god domain were looking at him mockingly. Among them, there was even a lower grade divine emperor. It seemed that this person from the Kunlun divine domain was definitely going to die. Indeed, there was no way for him to escape. Haha, human, let's see how you are going to escape this time. Leave your life. The divine emperor from the demon god domain said proudly. In his eyes, this person from the Kunlun divine domain had no chance of escaping. However, all of a sudden, the flames controlled by the Kunlun divine domain expert broke free from his control. The 9 fire dragons danced freely in the air, completely unaffected by the Kunlun divine domain expert's control. Humph, how dare you try to resist? Kill him. Unfortunately, the divine emperor from the demon god domain could not finish his sentence because the 9 fire dragons attacked on their own. Translator, Nioibo Studio Permanent Supremacy. It was also the law of fire, but it was divided into countless types. However, at this moment, the entire God realm's law of fire seemed to be overjoyed. The power of the laws? Feelings, perhaps no one would believe this because this was already something that no one would believe. However, everyone in the divine realm was able to sense this. It wasn't just the divine world. Even the other worlds could feel it. That was because as long as it was the power of fire, it would be incomparably joyful. The flames in the furnace danced, and the heavenly flames cheered. It was as if all flames had lost control at this moment. Brother! A voice entered Yixian's mind, waking him up in an instant. At the same time, the sapling in front of Yixian disappeared. To be more precise, the forest in front of Yixian had completely disappeared. Yixian clearly remembered the word brother, but he didn't hear it again. In the blink of an eye, all of the changes stopped. As for Yixian, he was also dumbfounded by what was happening. He had no idea what was going on. Yixian released his spiritual force continuously in an attempt to find the ancient law fire tree sapling. However, it had already disappeared. Of course, this change didn't last long, so no matter who it was, they didn't notice it in the slightest. They were only puzzled as to why the law of fire had become active, but they didn't know what had happened. Yixian stood on the spot as he puzzledly rubbed his head. What exactly happened just now? Where did the sapling of the ancient law fire tree go? Ding. System notification: the host is in an unknown space and has completely lost contact with the host. Confirmed to be dead, the system will initiate the self-destruct sequence. The system's voice came back, but Yixian did not hear what the system said clearly, so he subconsciously asked, "System, what did you just say?" Ding. System notification: cancel execution. After that, the system's voice did not continue. Yixian didn't think too much about it. After all, the system often gave him hints, but they were all ignored by Yixian. This time, Yixian also subconsciously ignored it. As soon as his voice sounded, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords to fly beside Yixian. Yixian lowered his head to look at the void mirror and said somewhat disappointedly, "It's a pity that my withered bone sword servant disappeared just like that. Sigh, this is a loss. I wonder where the ancient fire tree sapling went," Yixian said as he flew up. However, if Yixian were to take a look at his godhead, he would discover the imprint of a sapling on it. Of course, no one, not even Yixian himself, would be able to see through that imprint. In the outside world, the slaughter was still ongoing. Because the time of departure was approaching, the competition this time was about to end. In other words, the curtains had been drawn on the war between the 2 divine domains. As for who would emerge victorious, that would depend on this final battle. Everyone was already in a frenzy. Not long after Yixian advanced, he saw a battle. This was a battle between 2 experts from the Kunlun divine realm and 2 experts from the demon god realm. Both sides wanted to kill each other and snatch the white jade from each other's hands. Yixian suddenly appeared and heard a Kunlun divine domain elite shout, "Kill them quickly. They have the white jade stone on them." These words were clearly directed at Yixian. Yixian naturally did not hesitate. He still remembered his mission. "Wei Zhentian, go." The 2 god-slaying swords moved quickly. At the same time, Yixian also drew his rule bow. "Die for me." Boom, 1 arrow. With just 1 arrow, Yixian killed an enemy. Ding. System notification: host has killed a superior grade 3 divine king. A superior grade 3 divine king, what was going on? Yixian was confused. This was because Yixian did not seem to have the ability to kill a superior grade 3 divine king in one hit. One should know that he had only shot out a space rule divine arrow. He had only hoped to restrain the enemy so that he could use the devouring rule divine arrow to kill the enemy. But why was the enemy killed by Yixian in one hit? Yixian was confused. He pulled open the rule divine palace again and shot another arrow at the other enemy. Boom, a huge devouring vortex appeared. The enemy did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly devoured. This enemy was also a superior grade 3 Divine King Realm expert. Wei Zhentian took the 2 Qianquan rings and handed them to Yi Xian. At this moment, the 2 Kunlun Divine Domain elites were looking at Yi Xian in shock. Yi Xian's attack power was too domineering. He had killed 2 enemies with just 2 arrows. More importantly, they could see that Yi Xian was only a superior grade 1 Divine King. Ding! System notification: host has obtained a special opportunity. From now on, host will permanently possess the title of supremacy. Permanently, this meant that no matter how Yi Xian leveled up, he would not remove the title of supremacy. A special opportunity. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What kind of special opportunity did he obtain? It seemed that Yi Xian did not think that he had obtained any inheritance. Of course, this was definitely good news for Yi Xian. It was just that Yi Xian did not understand why this was the case. Are you the law enforcer, Lord Yi Xian? At this time, one of the Kunlun Divine Domain elites came in front of Yi Xian and asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at that person and nodded. Yes, I am Yi Xian. Greetings, Lord Law Enforcer. The 2 quickly bowed. After all, perhaps Yi Xian's status as the Jiufeng 60,000 territories provincial governor was only effective in the Jiufeng 60,000 territories. However, this status as a law enforcer allowed him to move freely in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. Rise. Yi Xian waved his hand and signaled for the 2 to stand up. After one of them stood up, he said to Yi Xian, Lord Law Enforcer, we shall not waste any more time. There are only 4 hours before we leave the secret realm. We must kill as many enemies as we can and obtain as many white jade stones as possible. Only then can we guarantee our victory. Yi Xian nodded and let the 2 leave. However, Yi Xian fell into a daze again. He realized that he had actually blacked out. He clearly remembered that he had just entered the secret realm and said a few words to the ancient law fire tree sapling. He did not expect that so much time had passed and the battle for the secret realm was about to end. Of course, regardless of the reason, Yi Xian's most important task now was to find enemies and snatch the white jade stones. Yi Xian's figure flashed as he quickly charged towards his surroundings. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios trying to rob. Suddenly, a voice sounded from Yi Xian's judgment. In the blink of an eye, 3 experts from the monster god realm appeared in front of Yi Xian. System, detect the target's strength. Ding. System notification, target level 5 Superior Divine King Realm, level 7 Superior Divine King Realm, and level 8 Superior Divine King Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. 3 upper-grade Divine King experts. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. Other than the 8th grade King Stage Divine King, Yi Xian wouldn't even put the other 2 fellows who didn't even have the title of crown in his eyes. After all, Yi Xian had a revered title, even if he was just a first-grade upper-grade Divine King. However, with a revered title, Yi Xian would not be afraid of an enemy of the same grade. Even if the other party was an 8th grade King expert, Yi Xian still had the ability to fight. Yi Xian slowly pulled out the Godslayer and looked at the 3 in silence. Haha, a mere first-grade upper-grade Divine King expert dares to pull out his sword against us? Haha, do you want to die? Kill him. The 8th grade Divine King expert from the monster god realm waved his hand casually. In his eyes, Yi Xian was not a threat at all. After all, from what he saw, Yi Xian's strength was only so. Haha, little child of the human clan, you can't blame us today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for coming here. How about it? Hand over your white divine stone now, and perhaps we can consider sparing your life. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What a nice way to put it. However, they probably did not believe it themselves. Where was this? This was the battlefield of the Overgod realm, and the secret territory that would decide the final outcome. There was no other choice but to fight to the death. Yi Xian did not hesitate. Against a 3rd grade Divine King who did not even have a title, Yi Xian did not even bother to use other means. Deity slaying slash. All of a sudden, 7 rays of sword light shot towards the demon god realm cultivator. That person smiled faintly. With this little bit of strength, you want to. Unfortunately, his words were meaningless because Yi Xian's deity vanquishing slash wasn't something he could take head-on. A shield of law rose up from that person's body, but when the seven sword lights pounced over, it actually didn't obstruct them at all. The shield was broken, and he was dead. Damn it, human brat, don't be so arrogant. When the 7th grade divine king saw his comrade being killed by Xian, he immediately took action. A phantom of a divine beast condensed in his hand and threw it at Xian. A strange-looking phantom of a divine beast kept galloping towards Xian. Xian raised his eyebrows in disdain. Was that all he had? However, it was far from enough. Boom, the Godslayer struck the phantom directly. In an instant, the phantom was destroyed. Demonic transformation. Suddenly, the demon god realm cultivator reverted to his original form. Generally speaking, whether it was a person from the god realm, demon god realm, or an ordinary divine beast, if they wanted to use the power of law, their power would be greatly increased by transforming into their human form. Therefore, in battle, it could be said that even if they were from the demon god realm, they would rarely revert to their original form. However, this person did not hesitate to revert to his original form. Obviously, his original form had a special function. Little human brat, die. A divine beast covered in black scales spoke in human language. Xian did not sense a strong power of law from him, but he did sense a mysterious power. An extremely dangerous power. Following this sentence, that person suddenly exhaled a cloud of fog. The fog instantly surrounded Xian. Oh no, this fog has corrosive properties. Xian was slightly alarmed. Xian's corrosive properties did not only corrode Xian's body. He did not know what kind of power this demon god realm cultivator had cultivated. The fog he exhaled could not only corrode Xian's body, magic treasures, but also his power of law, divine spark, and soul. Haha, human brat, enjoy this. I'll let you experience the unique soul-devouring fog of our race. The superior grade 7 divine king realm expert said proudly. At this moment, Xian realized that his divine consciousness could not penetrate the fog at all. This was because Xian's divine consciousness could not travel far before it was devoured by the fog. At the same time, Xian's body was also being devoured rapidly. Fortunately, Xian had the eternal bloodline and could quickly recover himself. What kind of power of law was this? Xian was slightly alarmed. He had been too careless. He had originally thought that Xian would be invincible in the same realm as he had the title of supremacy. However, Xian had forgotten that the power of law was ever-changing. Every person would have their own unique techniques and magic treasures. Xian had personally experienced the Battle of the Sovereigns and had personally witnessed the terrifying power of strategic magic treasures. A casual attack could cause the death of hundreds of millions of living beings. Such terrifying power was not something that a single person could fight against. However, Xian had been careless recently. He had underestimated his enemy and overestimated himself. At the same time, Xian activated his infinite teleportation in an attempt to escape the fog. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Don't prick me anymore, human brat. You can't escape from my soul-devouring fog domain. The demon god realm cultivator said proudly. Xian had never imagined that the fog was actually a domain power. Of course, how could Xian have ever imagined that someone would use their mouth to create a domain? This kind of technique was simply unimaginable. Xian did not attempt to escape using teleportation, because Xian knew that if it was a domain power, Xian would not be able to escape even if he used infinite teleportation. Wei Zhentian! Xian roared. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 Godslayer swords and rapidly spun them around Xian. What Xian wanted was actually very simple. He just wanted to use Wei Zhentian's rapid rotation to create an isolation zone around him. Wei Zhentian had done just that. The 2 Godslayer swords' rapid rotation created an isolation zone around Xian, isolating the fog from Xian. Xian quickly thought of a way to get rid of the fog. Perhaps I can dispel this fog with the use of flame law. Unfortunately, I have yet to master flame law. Xian said faintly. He had just said this subconsciously. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 5 imperial families. Xian blinked his eyes in astonishment. He could not help but wonder if there was an expert from the Kunlun god domain nearby helping him. Regardless of the reason, since the mist had disappeared, it was time for Xian to make his move. What's going on? How could my soul-devouring mist be devoured? Human brat, what did you do? The superior grade 7 divine king from the demon god domain looked at Xian in astonishment. He clearly had the upper hand just now, but the strange flame that appeared out of nowhere had devoured his mist. He could not understand it at all. However, regardless of whether he could figure it out or not, Xian's attack had already arrived. Boom! A punch. Due to time constraints, Xian did not draw his divine bow of law. Instead, he threw a punch at the superior grade 7 divine king. The superior grade 7 divine king was still in doubt, so he did not put up any effective resistance. He was sent flying by Xian's punch. Suddenly, a figure appeared. With a casual wave of his hand, he caught the high-rank 7 divine king. It was the 8th grade king grade divine king who had finally made his move. Wei Zhentian quickly returned to Xian's side. Xian looked at the superior grade 7 divine king cautiously. Just now, that 7th grade divine king realm expert from the demon god realm had already let Xian know that he should never underestimate his enemies. Don't think that just because he had the title of venerable, he would be invincible in the same realm. One should know that Xian did not know what trump cards his enemy had. At this moment, the superior grade 8 divine king from the demon god domain looked at Xian indifferently and said, "My name is Ci Hao. Human brat, you're not bad. You're just a superior grade divine king, but you possess such combat strength. I have to say that your combat strength is not bad. However, it is also because of this that I must kill you today. Geniuses of the human race should not live in this world." What an arrogant tone. Xian looked at the expert from the demon god's domain. This person seemed to think too highly of himself. He was only a mere 8th grade divine king, so what if he had the cultivation of an 8th grade divine king? He actually dared to say that the geniuses of the human race shouldn't live in this world. Who did he think he was? However, at this moment, several figures appeared in the surroundings. Surprisingly, there was a human clan expert in the divine emperor realm. Law enforcers, be careful. That's the Beast Monarch clan from the demon god realm. The Beast Monarch clan was a special kind of bloodline. There were many kinds of bloodlines in the demon god domain, but the Beast Monarch clan was the strongest. The Beast Monarch clan wasn't just one clan. There were 5 clans in total. However, almost all of the Beast Monarch clan's divine lords came from these 5 clans. That was why they were called the Imperial Beast clan. From this, it could be seen that those who possessed the bloodline of the Beast Monarch clan all possessed special means. It could even be said that they were the strongest symbol of the demon god domain. Of course, the Beast Monarch clan was just a derogatory name given by the people of the Kunlun divine domain. However, from the word monarch, it could be seen that even as enemies, the people of the Kunlun divine domain were wary of the 5 clans. System, examine that guy in detail. Ding. System notification, data detection successful. Ding. Target specified, Divine Phoenix Clan of Annihilation. Special bloodline talent, mastery of the law of fire. Once this person attacks, he can control multiple law of fire. Moreover, his cultivation speed of the law of fire is much faster than others. Divine Phoenix Clan of Annihilation. Xian had never heard of this clan before. However, no matter what clan he was from, it had nothing to do with Xian. Xian only needed to know that he was an enemy. That was enough. Xian held the Law Divine Bow in his hand while the Godslayer floated up under Wei Zhentian's control. The battle was about to begin. It was unknown whether it was because Xian's battle had alarmed the surrounding people or because it was a coincidence. In any case, more than 50 people had gathered here. However, no matter whether they were from the demon god domain or the Kunlun divine domain, no one made a move. Instead, they quietly watched Xian and the Divine Phoenix Clan of Annihilation. This was because these 2 people had high statuses in their respective divine domains. Xian was the law enforcer of the Kunlun divine domain. At the same time, he was also the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 territories. As for the guy from the demon god domain, he was also one of the 5 beast monarch clans in the demon god domain. Therefore, although the battle between these 2 people had attracted the attention of the crowd, no one came to help. Human brat, remember this. you will die at my hands. At this moment, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. This was because he realized that the person he was blocking was actually a high-ranking official of the Kunlun divine domain. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to obtain more benefits by killing Yixian? Moreover, he was certain that he would definitely be able to kill Yixian. That was why he was so confident. Yixian looked at Xianxia indifferently and said without backing down, "A mere divine beast dares to be so presumptuous. Then, you will also remember this. After all, you will die at my hands today." Yixian naturally sensed the abnormality in the surroundings. At this moment, not only were there many people gathered around the two of them, but they also seemed to not be optimistic about Yixian's chances. Even though the people from the Kunlun divine domain did not say it out loud, Yixian could see the worry in their eyes from their expressions. Yixian naturally understood why they were worried. After all, Yixian's opponent this time was not only a powerful being who was 7 grades higher than Yixian, but also a divine beast with a special bloodline. However, Yixian was not worried in the slightest. "System, save the special resources that I have collected during this period of time and devour the rest," Yixian said indifferently. During this period of time, he had accumulated a large amount of resources. Although Yixian was in control of the chaotic Armageddon greatsword on the battlefield of the Lords of Gods, he would occasionally participate in the cleanup of the battlefield. At the same time, Yixian had actually been storing the items from the ancient zither space and the spoils from killing enemies on the battlefield. However, because this was the battlefield of the Lords of Gods, Yixian chose to suppress his leveling up. This was because Yixian knew that on the battlefield of the Lords of Gods, having a higher cultivation base was not necessarily a good thing. This was because the higher one's cultivation base was, the greater the responsibility. At the same time, it also meant that the chances of dying were higher. One should not think that having a higher cultivation base on the battlefield of the Lords of Gods would save one's life. If one thought that way, they would be gravely mistaken. This was because the higher one's cultivation base was, the easier it was for one to be attacked by the enemy's strategic treasures. Yixian had accumulated a large amount of resources but had not leveled up. Now, it was time to level up. With Yixian's order, the resources he had accumulated were devoured directly. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Divine Phoenix Ancestor Dharma Idola Superior Grade 6 Divine King. That was more than enough, although there was still a gap of 2 grades between him and the enemy. One should not forget that Yixian was a supremacy while the enemy was only a king. It could be said that Yixian was confident that he could kill this person. Of course, since Yixian knew that the enemy was one of the 5 imperial clans of the demon god realm, he would not kill him so easily. After all, doing so could attract the attention of the enemy experts. There were less than 4 hours before they left the secret territory. Yixian did not want any accidents to happen in these last 4 hours. The battlefield of the overgods was not a place for one to show off. If one wanted to show off, one would not even know how they died. For example, a person who thought that he was an expert and rushed into the enemy's army. So what if he was strong? Ordinary soldiers could even use their treasures to overwhelm him with numbers. Therefore, even though Yixian had clearly increased his cultivation level, he was still only emitting the aura of a superior grade 1 divine king. Humph, human brat, die. A strong aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body. That aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized and surrounded Yixian in an instant. On the other hand, Yixian's performance seemed to be so powerless that he could only rely on his own pressure to defend himself. However, no matter how much Xianxia increased his strength, Yixian was able to defend himself. Just a little bit more and he could break through Yixian's aura defense. Unfortunately, Xianxia could not do it. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. After a while, he actually laughed. Human brat, it seems that I have underestimated you. You are not bad. You can actually resist my aura suppression. It seems that I will have to stretch my limbs a little before I can kill you. What an arrogant tone. He actually said that killing Yixian was just a simple stretch of his limbs. And indeed, when that fella said something like that, even the masses of the Kunlun god domain felt the same way. Even those in the Kunlun god realm did not think highly of Yixian. However, no one stepped forward to help. because Yixian and Xiao's statuses were far superior to theirs. Even if they were slightly stronger, it wasn't appropriate for them to interfere in a one-on-one battle like this. This duel was like a battle between two armies, soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. Yixian was now the king of the Kunlun god domain, while Xiao was the king of the demon god domain. This was because one of them was a law enforcer of the Kunlun god domain, while the other was one of the 5 imperial clans of the demon god domain. Therefore, it was not appropriate for these ordinary powerhouses to interfere in the battle between the two of them. Unless Yixian or Xiao gave the order to attack. Yixian smiled but said nothing. The more arrogant this guy was, the more silent Yixian became. This was because Yixian really wanted to see the expression on his face when he was defeated. Along with Xiao's roar, Xiao's figure suddenly moved and rushed toward Yixian. Xiao's original form was the divine phoenix of destruction. Therefore, his control over the power of the law of fire was extremely strong. At the same time he moved, thousands of divine phoenixes appeared in the sky without warning. These divine phoenixes were actually made up of different flame powers. As soon as they appeared, they rushed toward Yixian. Yixian naturally could not sit still and wait for death. He instantly activated infinite teleportation. However, the divine phoenixes were not slow either. In a moment, they had already caught up with Yixian. Boom, a divine phoenix collided directly with Yixian. A scorching heat wave suddenly erupted, turning the entire area into lava in an instant. However, Yixian was slightly stunned. This divine phoenix's attack did not seem to be very strong at all. Originally, Yixian was prepared to be injured because he could not dodge this attack. However, when the divine phoenix collided with him, Yixian realized that these divine phoenixes were just for show. In that case, Yixian had nothing to be afraid of. With the Godslayer in hand, Yixian's figure moved. In an instant, countless figures of Yixian appeared in the sky. These were afterimages left behind because Yixian's infinite teleportation was too fast. Yixian was either slashing, stabbing, or slanting. The Godslayer in his hand rapidly launched attacks, boom, 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 one by one, the divine phoenixes were all slashed in an instant. This move made the onlookers widen their eyes. Lord Law Envoy, what kind of technique is this? He can actually directly slash through the divine phoenixes that are supported by the law power. This is too amazing. Why can't I see what kind of law power Lord Law Envoy is using? Why does it seem to me that Lord Law Envoy is using his sword to directly kill those divine phoenixes? This does not make sense. Those divine phoenixes are supported by the law power. How can they be killed by ordinary attacks? Damn it, how did that human do it? Although Lord Xiao's myriad phoenix cry is not very powerful, it should not be something that a mere first-grade divine king can break through. Most importantly, that human did not use any law power. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? The crowd discussed animatedly. They were filled with disbelief that Yixian could kill those divine phoenixes so easily. Even Thornhair was extremely surprised. He originally thought that just this move of the myriad phoenix cry would be enough to injure Yixian. But now, it actually didn't injure Yixian in the slightest. Therefore, he was naturally very puzzled. However, Yixian was not surprised at all. This was because Yixian did not even feel any law power from those divine phoenixes. In Yixian's eyes, these divine phoenixes were just condensed from divine power. Even if they had different attributes, they did not have the support of the law power after all. Was there anything surprising about defeating divine phoenixes that did not have the support of the law power? However, in fact, other than Yixian, who could not see that those divine phoenixes had the support of the law power, everyone else could see that those divine phoenixes not only had the support of the law power, but also many of them had very powerful law power of fire. It could be said that Xiao's control of the law of fire was very high. Xiao's movements suddenly stopped. Looking at Yixian, Xiao was also puzzled. Could it be that this guy had a special treasure? However, Xiao soon understood. Since this guy was a law envoy of the Kunlun divine realm, it was reasonable that their divine master had given him some special treasures. Therefore, Xiao did not suspect anything. Instead, he continued to attack. Humph, human brat, I don't have time to waste. Now, you can die. Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol. How can actually summon the primogenitor Dharma Idol? How is this possible? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Little Bird, the primogenitor Dharma Idol was the strongest ability of the demon god domain. No matter which clan the demon god domain expert belonged to, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the opportunity to summon the primogenitor Dharma Idol of their clan. Of course, there were some differences in the strength of the ancestor Dharma Idol that they summoned. However, generally speaking, only those in the Divine Emperor realm could summon the ancestor Dharma Idol. Unexpectedly, How could summon the ancestor Dharma Idol before he reached the Divine Emperor realm. No wonder he was one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol suddenly appeared behind How. The Divine Phoenix was completely black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the Divine Phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be burning. Even the soil on the ground was burning. In an instant, it turned into lava. It was the same in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the color of the sky within 10,000 miles had changed. What was even more domineering was that the appearance of the Divine Phoenix actually made the surrounding nomological powers retreat. However, Xian was surprised to find that he could actually ignore the power of the fire element Dharma Idol. At this moment, although Xian could feel some heat, he did not feel uncomfortable or oppressed at all. This time, even Xian himself found it unbelievable. System, what's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol? Xian had no choice but to ask the system because Xian realized that even the Divine Emperor from the Kunlun God domain could not help but retreat a distance. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground made Xian realize that the enemy had launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it? Could it be that the enemy deliberately made it? Ding. System notification, insufficient data. The system cannot provide an answer. Ding. System notification, detecting the host. Detection successful. The host has been affected by an unknown power and is immune to all Dharma Idol attacks. The system suddenly notified. Xian was slightly stunned. What was going on? Why was he immune to all fire element Dharma Idol powers? Xian quickly thought about it, but he couldn't remember what he had done. However, he was immune to all the power of the law of fire. What was going on? This time, even Xian was confused. Xian couldn't help but wonder if there was some expert secretly helping him. After all, Xian could not think of any other reason other than this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Xian. While Xian was puzzled, How had already launched his attack. How suddenly launched an attack. The Divine Phoenix instantly flew above Xian's head and circled around him. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out flames at Xian. Of course, this ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol could not exist forever. Moreover, the ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol that How had summoned only knew one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until he exhausted all of his energy. How smiled slightly. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol's full-powered attack. One had to know that the flames that were spat out continuously had a powerful suppressive ability and would continue to increase. How still did not believe that anyone could withstand it. Even if they did not immediately turn into ashes, they would definitely be swallowed up by the ever-increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment, Xian was not affected at all. At this moment, Xian actually only felt a little warm. Yes, that was it. Xian actually only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or harm at all. Those so-called powerful flames were actually just equivalent to baking the sun for Xian. They were no threat at all. Xian looked up at the ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol that was hovering above his head in confusion. He was a little puzzled as to why How would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Xian still could not understand, so he turned around and took a step towards How. One step, it was just one step, but in an instant, everyone's expression changed, including How's. The people of the Kunlun God domain were in disbelief and ecstasy. And the people of the Demon God domain were in panic and shock. At this moment, Xianxia was the most shocked. After all, he was the one who summoned the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol. He knew best that such a powerful ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol did not affect that person at all. How was this possible? How did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Xianxia actually stuttered a little. Xian glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said indifferently, "Did you release this little bird to barbecue meat for me?" Little bird, he actually called the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma idol a little bird, not to mention Xianxia and the others from the demon god domain. Even the people from the Kunlun god domain looked at each other. Wasn't their domain law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma idol like this? What was an ancestor Divine Phoenix Dharma idol? In the case of the human clan, this was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Xian's words were used on the human clan, it would be like calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was so arrogant and domineering. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He was infuriated by Xian. However, the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol in the sky was still locked onto Xian and kept spewing flames. Xian took a step forward, and the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol's flame attack followed suit. Xian could ignore it, but it did not mean that others could. Even Xianxia could not ignore it. In the hearts of the people from the demon god domain, the ancestor's power was unparalleled. It was also a power that absolutely could not be resisted. It was just like how Xian had used that mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestor's return. He could kill countless people from the demon god domain and scare the remaining people away. The ancestor's power was something that no one from the demon god domain could resist. At this moment, Xian was actually walking towards him with the ancestor divine phoenix Dharma idol's attack. Xianxia actually screamed instinctively, "You, don't come over." Xianxia was not afraid of Xian. Instead, he was afraid of the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Xian's head. Of course, it was more or less the same thing. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol followed behind Xian. Every step Xian took, it would follow. Xian raised an eyebrow slightly, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 5 million Jade Stone. Xian suddenly swung the god-slaying sword and 7 sword lights shot towards Xianxia. Most importantly, the 7 sword lights actually carried a portion of the power of the godly phoenix law towards Xianxia. No. Xianxia screamed in horror, but his body could not move at all. This was because when facing the primogenitor Dharma idol, no one from the demon god's domain could resist it. In Xian's eyes, Xianxia was like a fool who had given up all defense and allowed the 7 sword lights to hit him. Boom! In a defenseless situation, Xian's deity vanquishing slash actually smashed Xianxia into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Even Xian did not expect such an attack. He originally thought that no matter what, this move would not be able to kill Xianxia so easily. However, things went beyond his expectations. Xianxia actually gave up on defense. Of course, Xian did not know that this was all because Xian's deity vanquishing slash already carried a portion of the primogenitor Dharma idol's attack. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia's yin and yang ring fell into Xian's hand. As for the rest of the demon god's domain people, they quickly fled without looking back. At this time, because Xianxia was already dead, the primogenitor Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he did not want to return empty-handed. Therefore, he immediately teleported and the rest of the Kunlun god's domain people chased after him. When they had killed all the demon god's domain people, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body and directly teleported all the people who were still alive out. At this time, Miyun and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out consciously walked in front of their divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had obtained. Although the white jade stones looked like they could be found everywhere, it was not that easy to collect them. At this time, the people who had handed over the white jade stones were similar to those from the demon god's domain and Kunlun god's domain. Some had tens of thousands of stones, while some had only a few hundred. It could be said that this was related to the final result of the war. Therefore, even Miyun and the divine masters of demon god's domain were carefully watching. Of course, no one would lie. After all, this was something that had been negotiated from the beginning. Since it was a decision, both parties would follow the agreement. Whichever side obtained the least amount of white jade would be the loser. At the same time, both sides also sent a person to each other's camp. This person was the supervisor. They would accurately report the number of white jade stones each side had. Kunlun God Domain, 1,863,200 pieces. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123 pills. Is Jade Xian's domain? Atlas Studios is Studios MNLN Miluana Studios? Is Studios is Chaz domain? How was under Palace Milan license? It could be said that the demon god's domain was starting to lose. Finally, the only godly venerable from the demon god's domain walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade stone the size of a small mountain appeared. Demon God's Domain, Demon God's Domain, Demon God's Domain. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable from the other side had not handed over the white jade stones. However, they were still quite excited because this godly venerable alone could take out more than 5 million stones. At this time, the godly venerable from the demon god's domain finally walked up. With a wave of his hand, a small mountain appeared as well. Demon God's Domain, Demon God's Domain, Demon God's Domain, Demon God's Domain. It was a difference of almost 2 million stones. At this time, the Demon God's Domain Divine Master was smiling because he felt that victory was in his hands. After all, there were less than 10 people from the Demon God's Domain who had not handed over their white jade stones, including Yi Xian. Yi Xian lifted his foot and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade stone. However, the Demon God's Domain Divine Master's voice rang out, "Haha, Divine Master Mimi, it seems that our Demon God's Domain has won this battle. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item." Was the Demon God's Domain Divine Master celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 godly kings from the Demon God's Domain left. Under normal circumstances, a godly king would only be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones at most. Therefore, even if these people all took out their jade stones, they would only have slightly more than 1 million pieces. Indeed, it seemed that the Demon God's Domain had won. After all, there were also more than 10 people from the Demon God's Domain who had not handed over their white jade stones. Mimi frowned slightly. In fact, even she felt that this battle was hopeless. However, at this time, Yi Xian had already walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade stone the size of a mountain appeared. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian. The Demon God's Domain Divine Master subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The Demon God's Domain Divine Master's meaning could not be more obvious. He did not believe that Yi Xian, a mere godly king, could take out so many white jade stones. In fact, they had to thank Xi Hao. Because of the bloodline of the Xi Hao Emperor, many of the white jade stones were in his possession. Since Yi Xian had killed Xi Hao Xin and Yang Ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more, no less. Yi Xian had obtained 5 million. In other words, Yi Xian was not much better than the 2 godly venerables. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a mere godly king. Yet, he had taken out as many white jade stones as a godly venerate. In an instant, everyone's face changed color. Kunlun God's Domain, 24,640,000 pieces. The overseer of the demon celestial divine realm said in a trembling voice. As an overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out, "Quick, take out all your white jade stones." The demon god domain's god lord turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people didn't hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade stones. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had a few tens of thousands of pieces at most. Even if there were a dozen of them, how could they compete with Yi Xian's 5 million pieces? In fact, the rest of the Kunlun God's Domain people did not even need to take out their white jade stones because the result was already out. Demon God's Domain Divine Master, it seems that you are celebrating too early. That thing is destined to be mine. Mei smiled as she glanced at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with admiration. 12 seeds, but who would have thought that Yi Xian would bring him such a pleasant surprise? The Demon God Domain's Lord God looked at Mei. He knew that the outcome was already decided. Unless he started another war, the outcome would be sealed. But he was not willing to start a war here. It could be said that if he started another war, the two god domains would not rest until one of them was dead. It could even lead to an all-out war. The demon god domain was not ready for an all-out war, so he could only give up. Useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the demon god domain's lord god domain killed all the demon god domain elites who had participated in the treasure hunt. Even the godly venerable realm expert could not resist. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Was this the power of a demon god? Not even a divine venerable expert could put up a struggle. Of course, this was an internal matter of the demon god domain. Even if the demon god domain's lord god killed all his subordinates, it had nothing to do with the Kunlun god domain. Retreat. The demon god domain's lord god domain roared and disappeared. Clearly, he had left the place. Hearing the order, the demon god domain people quickly retreated from the battlefield. In an instant, the Kunlun god domain people roared with excitement. They had won this battle. At the cost of tens of billions of lives, they had finally won. Meili looked at Yi Xian with a rare smile on her face. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. With that, Meili disappeared. Yi Xian took the yin and yang ring. Although he did not know what Meili gave him, Yi Xian knew that it was not something simple. After all, this was a reward from Meili. How could it be simple? Of course, Yi Xian was not in the mood to care about this. He quickly returned to his army and began to retreat with his men. The god domain war that had lasted for hundreds of years finally came to an end. The entire Kunlun god domain was in jubilation. In the following time, the divine palace guards would distribute the rewards to the various regional commanders according to their battle merits. And these rewards would be given to the people in the god domain by the regional commanders. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yi Xian naturally needed to rest for a few days. Fian had been waiting in Yizhong for a long time. During this time, Yi Xian had been fighting in the Overgod battlefield, while Fian had basically been managing the entire Jiufeng 60,000 realms. Clearly, Fian took care of it very well. Young master, you're back. Fian looked at Yi Xian and said excitedly. At this time, everyone from the Jiufeng 60,000 territories had already gathered at the Yi sect. The current Jiufeng 60,000 realms was no longer the Jiufeng 60,000 realms that Yi Xian had left. As good news spread throughout the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realms dared to be dissatisfied with Yi Xian anymore. It could be said that Yi Xian had become the true master of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Commander. Loud cheers rang out like a tsunami. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and said, let's call it a day. I'm a little tired. We'll give out rewards in a few days. Yes, Lord Regional Commander. Naturally, no one dared to object. Actually, for the Jiufeng 60,000 realms, there wasn't much of a need to give out rewards based on merit. After all, the complete offensive system allowed every soldier to roughly know how many rewards they would receive. Sure enough, after a few days, under Fian's arrangement, the rewards began to be given out without any objections. After all, due to the military merit system, everyone had a rough idea of how many rewards they would receive. Kuan Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Yi Xian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kuan Buyu was Yi Xian's earliest friend. While the Jiufeng 60,000 realms celebrated, Yi Xian opened the reward that Mi Yan gave him. Yi Xian knew very well that Mi Yan's reward wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, when he saw the contents of the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were countless resources. It could be said that if Yi Xian was an ordinary cultivator, it would be enough for him to advance to the godly venerable realm. Even if Yi Xian devoured it now, it would be enough for him to advance to the superior divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Yi Xian not to notice that divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained a boundless aura of life, causing Yi Xian to notice it the moment he opened his universe ring. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and took it out. However, when Yi Xian opened the wooden box, he was a little surprised. The reason for that was because there were 12 seeds in the wooden box. Seeds? What kind of seeds are these? Xian was a little puzzled. System, what are these things? Xian asked the system directly. Ding. System notification, host, please be aware that this detection will consume 5 million faith points. Do you accept? It would consume 5 million faith points. Xian was a little surprised. System, how many faith points do I have now? Ding. System notification, host currently has 513 faith points, 513,000 faith points, however, it would cost 5 million faith points just to detect a few seeds. Xian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be obtained easily. However, when he thought that this thing's origin was definitely not simple, Xian decided to take the risk. Alright, confirm. Ding. System notification, the target is the 12 trees of law. Ding. System notification, the trees of law contain a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, but it can also improve the divine power structure of the secret zone, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc. It was the seed of the trees of law. Xian took the sapling of the ancient fire tree of law. It was just a sapling, but it already had such a strong power. Although these trees of law might be far from comparable to the sapling of the ancient fire tree of law. After all, these were trees of law. He had struck gold. Xian was overjoyed because he had already found a good place for these trees of law. That was Xian's own devouring space. It could be said that Xian had always been worried about the devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the law energy, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat lacking. The most direct manifestation of this was that it was not as easy for the people living inside to advance as compared to the outside. Moreover, due to the lack of law energy in the devouring space, it was rarely used in actual combat. However, if Xian cultivated the devouring space to the same level as the outside, or even surpassing the outside, what would the result be? Planting trees. Xian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him excitedly. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the Tree of Laws, Xian's devouring space would definitely undergo a huge change. Without any hesitation, Xian's consciousness moved and entered the devouring space. In a previous battle, Xian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power and damaged it. The pitiful devouring space had never been at peace during this period of time. It had been damaged time and time again, and Xian had taken its power. When Xian entered the devouring space, all he saw was desolation. Withered trees, collapsed mountains, a dusky sky, a gray earth, and an unbearable lack of nomological laws. Xian couldn't help but think that he had really taken too much from the devouring space. However, Xian was going to make up for it today. He was going to change the devouring space. Even if it was just a small change, Xian believed that with continuous accumulation, the devouring space would continue to grow. System, gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Xian said calmly to the system. However, deep down, he was very excited. Xian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather all the resources. After all, what he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees. He wanted to plant the 12 sacred trees of laws. Following Xian's command, the system gathered all of Xian's resources together. These resources would become nutrients for the sacred trees of laws. At the same time, they would also be used to change the devouring space. Xian didn't want the sacred trees of laws to be seen by the people in the devouring space. Although Xian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived there, it was inevitable that people would have selfish desires. Xian didn't want to see the sacred trees of laws cause a fight between the people in the devouring space. He was more willing to see the 12 sacred trees of laws silently contribute their nomological powers to change the entire devouring space. Rise. Xian's consciousness enveloped the entire engulfing space. As soon as he gave the order, 12 different locations in the engulfing space changed dramatically. In a place that was originally just a barren desert, countless sand and stones were rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was this palace? Other than Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was an enormous maze that only had one path to the center. Moreover, Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. But in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree, the divine tree of law. There were a total of 3 such palaces, each with a strange and unique design. In the sky, one restriction after another continuously condensed, then one floating island after another quickly appeared. On these floating islands, all of them were filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Moreover, Xian used the power of the formation to link the hundreds of large lakes on the ground with the floating island in the sky. Therefore, there should not be a waterfall on the floating islands, but there was one. Furthermore, it flowed endlessly from the floating islands. The waterfall flew for thousands of miles, and silver ribbons covered the sky. The rainbow seemed to never disappear, making this place seem like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 sections, each protecting the 3 divine tree of law seeds. There were flowers, grass, and naturally, beasts. Powerful divine beasts appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission, to protect the saplings of the divine tree of law. Furthermore, Xian even made a new decision. He would arrange for his retired sword servants to stay around the saplings of the divine tree of law. He would let them enjoy the rest of their lives here and protect the divine tree of law on behalf of Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that by the side of these divine trees, the pets and sword attendants that were unable to keep up with Xian's footsteps because of their aptitude would have the possibility of advancing once again. The sky and the desert had changed, so naturally, the sea would change as well. The power of law still had different attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, life, and death, these were the 12 main law attributes. The 3 main laws in the sky, time, and space, were the 3 main laws. In the desert, Xian had arranged for the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine trees of law, water and wood. Xian used his divine sense to construct 2 underwater dragon palaces at the bottom of the sea. They were dazzling and magnificent. If the one in the desert was a maze and the one in the sky was a paradise, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the seeds of the 8 divine trees of law, Xian paused for a moment. Because what he was going to arrange next was life, death, light, and darkness. Life law, death law, light law, darkness law. It could be said that the power of these 4 laws was the power of the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on the devouring space and even Xian himself. Therefore, Xian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Xian did not want others to know about the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too common and too important. However, at the same time, they were the most easily understood laws. Therefore, Xian hid them. Just the power they emitted was enough for the people in the space devourer to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the law of the plane. If someone wanted to obtain it, would he use the law of the plane to challenge Xian's authority? Xian did not know, but he did not want his space devourer to be disturbed in the slightest. Therefore, Xian hid them as well. However, Xian was more willing to let people come into contact with the 4 laws of life, death, light, and darkness. The life and death laws were especially important to Xian. Needless to say, these 2 laws could extend the lifespan of the people in the space devourer. After all, the flow of time in the space devourer was different from the outside world. Xian did not want to see the people in the space devourer perish one by one because their cultivation was not high enough. Therefore, Xian wanted to let people come into contact with this power so that they could use it properly. Boom! Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that 2 incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain, there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of law power. Reign of divine power. Xian did not deliberately arrange for anyone to guard the 4 palaces, nor did he interfere too much with the operations of the 4 palaces. Other than informing everyone in the devouring space that they could approach the tree of laws to gain power, Xian did not do anything else. This was because Xian wanted to let nature take its course. The power of law was an opportunity. Even in the devouring space, even if Xian was the master of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of law. After all, even Xian himself could only borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Xian only left opportunities in the four palaces. Whoever obtained what would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the four palaces naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Furthermore, the first batch of people had already started to challenge them. Xian did not care too much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the Tree of Laws. That was a place where Xian used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space to create an infinite loop. Once there, you could see the Tree of Laws, but you would never be able to touch it. This was because Xian used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and walk out of it with your own power, you would never be able to enter it. No matter how powerful the person who devoured the space was, they would be marked with the mark of the devouring space. In fact, no matter how powerful one was, without Xian's approval, they would never be able to walk out of the devouring space. Therefore, that place was an unsolvable place. Xian looked at the four palaces that were called sacred grounds by the people who devoured the space and smiled. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were more important things to deal with next. Even though the 12 Tree of Law seeds had been planted, it would take some time for them to take effect. Therefore, Xian needed to catalyze the growth of the Tree of Laws. At the same time, he needed to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you are, let's begin. Xian said to the system. At this moment, the system had already mobilized almost all of Xian's resources, spiritual stones, and so on. Xian wanted to make it rain in the devouring space. A rain of divine power. Ding. The transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding. The resources have been decomposed successfully. The divine power has been dispersed successfully. The rain of divine power has begun to fall. It was raining, it began to drizzle in the devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, beasts, and plants were pleasantly surprised to find that it was a rain of divine power falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants swayed, greedily absorbing the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with laughter. And in Xian's eyes, the entire devouring space was also undergoing tremendous changes. The sky was beginning to clear up, and the flowers and trees were beginning to recover and even evolve. One by one, the beasts that were originally ignorant slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space was slowly beginning to take shape. It was an isolated island, an incomparably huge isolated island that hung high in the devouring space. In fact, that was the mainland of the devouring space. Around it was infinite chaos. Those chaotic areas were the places that Xian needed to unlock in the future. This mainland was the entire devouring space that Xian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to show clearly. The power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire mainland was slowly expanding towards the chaotic areas. Of course, this was extremely slow. However, Xian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Xian realized that something was still missing. After a moment, he realized that the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars were much better made from special resources or things that contained the power of the laws. However, Xian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the mystic moon, or the mystic sun. Therefore, Xian could only wave his hand helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose. Only then did the entire devouring space take on its true form. Of course, the devouring space was like a pot with a lid on it. There was only a front and no back. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, this was all that Xian could do now. The sun, moon, and stars were actually just things that Xian had created using ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was already enough. Xian also knew that he couldn't make the entire devouring space so perfect in one go. After all, he still didn't have the strength and foundation to do so. Just like the saying, if you want to eat, you have to eat one bite at a time. And the devouring space also had to be perfected step by step. Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while, to see if he could still make some adjustments. One moment, he was moving mountains, the next moment, he was modifying rivers. Sometimes, he was relocating entire species, building pavilions, towers, and palaces in beautiful places out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and boldly carried out the modifications. Of course, it was still necessary to divide the devouring space. After all, if different powers suddenly merged together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. However, this time, Xian created a special area at the edge of the devouring space. The prison area. This was a place that Xian prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially designed to defeat the enemies that were lured into the devouring space. Here, Xian meticulously constructed one great formation after another, one magical restriction after another. This place was the complete opposite of the bright and beautiful outside. There was only darkness and the aura of death. Poisonous gas filled the air, and exotic beasts ran rampant. This was because this was a place that Xian prepared for his enemies. As long as anyone entered this place, even if Xian didn't kill them, he would make them suffer all the hardships in the world. After doing all this, Xian withdrew his divine sense from the devouring space. Exploring Nine Secrets City again for the past 3 days, Xian had remained in his palace. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were all silently waiting for Xian to come out. After all, the Kunlun god domain had won the battle of the overgods this time, and the overgods had also bestowed countless rewards. Under the leadership of Xian, the Kunlun god domain had made great contributions. Even if the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were able to receive their own rewards because of the military contribution system, they still hoped to see Xian. To see their honorable provincial governor. The people raised their heads in anticipation, silently looking at the tightly shut palace door. They all knew that it was because of their provincial governor's wise leadership that they were able to receive such generous rewards in this battle. It could be said that their rewards this time were so great that even those ancient great factions would not be able to find a second time. Therefore, the people of the 9 directions and 60,000 territories were all waiting for their provincial governor to appear. "Look, the palace door is open," someone shouted. In an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the palace door. After a while, a young man slowly walked out. Step by step, however, every step he took seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation base was, no matter what your background was, at this moment, the moment you saw that young man, there was only one action. And that was to kneel down and worship him. Xian came out. He walked out of the palace. But the moment he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions and 60,000 territories. Some of them had participated in this battle, and some of them had not. But regardless of whether they had participated in this battle of the overgods this time, they could only worship Xian. "Greetings, provincial governor." A voice shook the entire space. It was the voice of 10 billion people shouting in unison. It was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, column after column, 10 billion people lined up in neat square formations from the ground all the way to the clouds. Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. He never thought that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. "Get up." With a wave of his hand, Xian signaled everyone to rise. "Thank you, Lord Military Governor." 10 billion people stepped forward at the same time. However, such a small action was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from here. This was 10 billion people, and among them, there was no lack of powerhouses, How could the power of 10 billion gods be so simple? Yi Xian knew why these people were here, but Yi Xian didn't care too much. Whether it was the regional commanders or the law enforcers, in truth, Yi Xian did not care too much about them. Especially now that the battle of the gods was over, Yi Xian had actually made a new decision. Yi Xian would not be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the worship of these billions of people. After all, Yi Xian still had his own matters to attend to. The Jiufeng 60,000 realms had already been prepared to leave after Yi Xian completed the battle of the gods. Yi Xian looked around, looked at the excited people, and lightly smiled. I know what you are all here for, but I don't like this kind of unnecessary formality. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally take note of it and reward you. Yi Xian's words were very calm. There was no generous or inspiring speech, and he didn't even say a single word. However, it was this kind of plain language that truly made people believe in him. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Therefore, no matter how many words they said, they would not be as effective as Yi Xian's one sentence. Cultivate well. What you deserve will be given to you. This was Yi Xian's promise and Yi Xian's encouragement. Just this simple sentence was enough for the powerhouses of the Jiufeng 60,000 realms to understand Yi Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand again, ending this meeting. This was the first time Yi Xian had faced his own people since becoming the regional commander of the Jiufeng 60,000 realms. Obviously, the results were very good. Upon receiving Yi Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Countless powerhouses were leaving this place. Yi Xian waited until everyone had left before he smiled and walked forward. There were still many things waiting for Yi Xian to do. However, Yi Xian now had to go to Nine Secret City again. Most of the Annihilation Organization's strength had been eliminated, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with. That was the fragment of the ancient Annihilation Organization's headquarters in the secret realm of the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably did not even have a way to enter it. After all, it was protected by the primal chaos law. However, Yi Xian could not enter now, but that did not mean that he had forgotten where it was. Yi Xian was waiting for an opportunity, or rather, an opportunity. The realm of the gods was so big that even the seed of the tree of laws could be used. Therefore, it was not surprising that a treasure that could break through the seal of the primal chaos law and enter that space would appear. Of course, being able to enter that space and killing the members of the ancient Annihilation Organization were two different things. Yi Xian was very clear on this point. Therefore, this time, he did not explore the first secret realm, which he clearly knew what it contained. Instead, he explored the second one, Nine Secret City, the 9 great secret realms. Previously, Yi Xian had not had time to deal with them because he had been constantly fighting. Now, Yi Xian had a lot of time and could explore them one by one. Yi Xian was confident that the Dharma Laksana he had obtained previously had been integrated into the bloodline of Wanzun. This time, Yi Xian did not bring anyone. He walked towards the second secret realm alone. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At least the first secret realm had given him something. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 death realms, had no clues. It was not that no one had entered it before, but all of them had died. Yi Xian did not have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision that he had made after thinking for a long time. This was because the second secret realm was the only secret realm where people had come out alive. However, those who had come out seemed to have been greatly affected by something. They were either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian did not have full confidence in entering the second secret realm as a first-grade divine king, but that did not mean that he would give up. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to just sit at home and be a regional commander? No, Yi Xian's goal was power, because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, finding Luoluo. However, after being in the immortal realm for so long, other than knowing that Luoluo was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian had no other clues. After living a peaceful life for so long, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to gain power, he had to fight for it himself. A war in the divine domain was indeed a place where one could improve quickly. However, a war in the divine domain only happened once every few 100,000 years. Was Xian going to sit here and wait for another few 100,000 years? Step by step, Xian stepped into the second secret realm. In the beginning, there wasn't anything noteworthy in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Xian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Besides Xian's footsteps, there seemed to be nothing else. However, there was something strange that made Xian raise his guard. That was, in this place, Xian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious force. In other words, Xian's divine will could only detect the wall, but couldn't penetrate it. More importantly, he couldn't even figure out what the wall was. Another thing was the pressure. In this cave, every step Xian took increased the pressure. It felt as if the second secret realm was a place that didn't want to be disturbed. Therefore, it was using its pressure to force away anyone who entered. However, was that really the case? Was the so-called death realm really that simple? Did it just want to force Xian back? Xian walked forward step by step. Beads of sweat had appeared on Xian's forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. To be honest, this feeling of increasing pressure was very unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the endless feeling. Even Xian couldn't help but want to turn back. It was as if there was a voice constantly hinting at Xian. Turn back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure this strong pressure. In fact, Xian did turn his body. When he stopped moving towards the second secret realm, all the pressure seemed to disappear in an instant. It was a very comfortable feeling. However, Xian was Xian. Regardless of the obstacles in the second secret realm, Xian would not give up since he had already decided to enter it. I want to see what secrets is hidden inside this secret realm. Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, this sentence seemed to spread infinitely. His voice, it echoed throughout the cave. His voice echoed again and again, getting softer and softer. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Xian frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. He continued to take a step forward. Boom, a strong pressure instantly descended on Xian. As he moved further and further, the pressure on Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Xian would not be able to withstand it. However, things were not that simple. Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent murderous intent burst out. The killing intent was wrapped in the pressure. In that instant, countless illusions appeared in front of Xian. They were all people who had been killed by Xian, headless enemies, severed arms, split-housed enemies, and even enemies that had been reduced to minced meat. Countless voices echoed around Xian. Give me back my life. You deserve to die. We are so lonely. Come and keep us company. Countless voices erupted in an instant, accompanied by an extremely strong killing intent. It could be said that Xian broke out in cold sweat in an instant. Ding. Detected that the host is affected by the illusion. Automatically removing it. Ding. Successfully removing the illusion. Illusion, it was just an illusion. Xian was sweating profusely. Although it had only been a blink of an eye, Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, apart from the voices, the illusions, and the strong pressure and killing intent, this place could actually increase the fear of those who entered. Xian finally understood why people could successfully walk out of here. Furthermore, once they got out, they either went crazy or became stupid. They were simply scared out of their wits on this road. Even Xian, who had such a strong mind and the protection of the system, had almost fallen into this trap, let alone others. This was not a problem of realm or cultivation level at all. On this path, what those who entered had to overcome the most was not the pressure or the illusions, but themselves, their own inner demons, which strong person did not kill. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, it would inevitably leave a shadow in their hearts. These shadows usually did not affect them in the slightest. Even Xian did not feel that he had killed the innocent. However, in this second secret realm cave, there was a strange power that constantly affected the judgment of those who entered. When those who entered were fully focused on resisting the pressure, there would suddenly be an explosion of strong killing intent and illusions. It was likely that not many people could withstand it. And there was only one consequence for not being able to withstand it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions and even have their consciousness taken over, not to mention having their consciousness taken over, even if it was just a little bit, it would be expanded again and again due to the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be swallowed up by the negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's inner demons. To pass, one either had to have an extremely strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to wipe out those who entered the 9th level and above, regardless of their cultivation level. Fortunately, the system had notified them of coming into contact with the illusions. Otherwise, even Xian would have fallen here. Xian furrowed his brows tightly. However, he did not hesitate and continued to walk forward. The test the first time, it was someone that Xian had killed. The second time, it was someone who had died unjustly by Xian's side. And the third time, it was someone familiar to Xian. Fortunately, no matter what they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would come into contact with them immediately. This place is very interesting. The first time, it will scare you to death. The second time, it will make you die of guilt. The third time, it will plunge you into grief and longing. It seems that this second mystic realm is man-made and not naturally formed. Xian smiled faintly as he spoke. It seemed that he had grasped some of the special changes in the second mystic realm. Onward. And once Xian thought this through, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. Perhaps it was because Xian had comprehended the second mystic realm, or because there were no obstacles in the first place, but Xian's progress was unusually smooth. Until Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Xian turned back and looked at the dark cave. He felt rather emotional. In fact, this kind of test was the most difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, the existence of negative emotions was more threatening. After all, this test was for the person who entered to conquer their own inner demons. It even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Xian stepped out of the cave, only to find that the light behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Xian were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost identical. On the left side, there were either treasures, array formations, restrictions, talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. But on the right side, there were piles of materials and refining tools. The second test was actually this. Xian was very surprised. One had to know that this was the first time that Xian had encountered such a test. Most importantly, it was so comprehensive. The second stage was basically testing the participant's secondary profession. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he had to refine the item on the platform he was standing on. Xian's lips curled slightly. Xian had nothing to worry about when it came to secondary occupations. After all, his secondary occupations were very comprehensive. And even if he didn't know much about them, he had the system. Xian stood on the first platform. On it was an elixir, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Xian had 2 chances to refine the elixir. What would happen if he failed? Xian did not even consider it. Xian knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Xian's heart, this was no different from gifting treasures. This was because no matter what Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one try. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't they belong to Xian? There were no rules here, saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Heavenly blue pill? Trash elixir. Xian casually glanced at the elixir and waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully passed. On the second platform, he had to refine a divine weapon. Xian was still too lazy to look at it because it was too easy. One platform after another was broken by Xian. But the further he went, the higher the requirements became. However, this was all within Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platforms had the same level of test. Until the last platform. At this moment, Xian stood on the last platform and could not help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was nothing on the last platform. There was only an altar. The meaning was obvious. He had to take out the materials he had accumulated from the previous platforms and refine the highest level item. If he passed, he would pass. If he did not, he would stay. Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. If there really was a genius that passed through all these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials at all, then what kind of expression would he have when he reached the last platform? The person who had designed this second test was really good at scheming. Of course, all of this was impossible for Xian. With a thought, Xian directly made the system choose the plan to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman, an ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason for choosing this divine talisman was very simple. Its quality was already good enough, and it required the least amount of materials. Xian spent 4 hours and finally refined this divine talisman with the help of the system. Then, he placed it on the altar. The only thing left was to wait. He could only wait to see if he could pass the test. Of course, Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no one left to preside over this place. This way, no matter what kind of powerful thing Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Xian's doubts. This ray of light kept twisting and turning in the sky, making it impossible to tell where it came from. However, Xian felt that this ray of light was an array formation. The ray of light shone on the divine talisman that Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a token suddenly appeared in front of Xian. However, when Xian saw the words on the token, he was slightly stunned. Low-level trial taker identification. There were only a few words. What Xian cared about was not the sudden appearance of the token, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were very few people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Xian had used this thing to pass the test and only obtained the identity of a low-level trial taker. Then, what was required to pass the test of a high-level trial taker? At this moment, Xian instantly understood the era in which the second secret realm was originally located. Xian had most likely entered an ancient secret realm by accident. This was an ancient secret realm, it was a legendary existence. Not even the divine master of the Kunlun god domain, Mi Yan, had the opportunity to enter an ancient secret realm, let alone Xian. Who would have thought that Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm this time? However, Xian did not have enough evidence to prove his guess. Overlapping coexistence space. Xian was both ecstatic and worried at the same time. The power of the ancient era was simply too strong. That was an era that belonged to legends, and there were countless experts at that time. So, was it a blessing or a curse for Xian to enter this ancient trial? But whether it was a blessing or a curse, it could not be avoided. Now that Xian had come this far, there was no turning back. He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and continue forward. After all, the path he had taken had disappeared. What awaited Xian was only one choice, to move forward. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Xian. Before Xian could react, Xian realized that he was being forcibly transported away. This was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array teleported the user to the destination and then the destination. However, this ray of light was a mysterious force that wrapped around Xian. It seemed to want to take Xian somewhere. Xian did not know where Xian was being taken, but he knew that it was best not to try and defend himself. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a training ground, then why would Xian need to defend against it? Soon, Xian appeared in front of a palace. This was the third trial. Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any building Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built underground, as if a giant hole had been dug out and then built level by level. However, the crux of the matter was that each level had a separate floating space. Once Xian entered a level, he would be in a floating space like a floating island. Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he did not use his divine telekinesis, then Xian would really feel like he was walking down a flight of stairs. However, once Xian released his divine telekinesis, he would see a huge continent. On this continent, there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Furthermore, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Xian wanted to go to a space, he did not need to make any extra movements. All he needed to do was change the way he looked. Looking with his eyes and divine telekinesis were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes or divine telekinesis? Suddenly, Xian thought of this possibility. Hence, he closed his eyes and divine telekinesis, hoping that he could use his own body. Xian's body suddenly froze. Indeed, it was another overlapping coexisting space. Once he didn't use his eyes and spiritual will to look, Xian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed off from all sides. No matter which direction Xian headed in, he could only take 3 steps before hitting a wall. How many layers of overlapping coexisting space are there? Xian was shocked, but at the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Whether it was overlapping space or coexisting space, they were both very young. However, overlapping coexisting space was something that Xian had never seen before. Wait a minute, if time is different, will there be changes? Xian could not help but think. Xian had not comprehended the temporal laws, but that did not mean that the system could not do so. After paying a certain price, Xian had directly given himself the opportunity to use the temporal laws of 1 second. 1 second. Xian had only allowed himself to use the temporal laws to enter the next second. As expected, Xian's expression changed greatly. This was because he realized that once he used the temporal laws, the overlapping coexisting space would change at the same time. In other words, this was a mysterious existence with an unknown number of overlapping and coexisting space structures. Xian had enough reason to believe that such a method had been lost in the God realm for a long time. To be able to use such a method, it could only be from the ancient era. Furthermore, it had to be from the ancient era. What kind of place did Xian enter? What kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Xian did not have the slightest confidence. He was even considering whether to continue forward. However, even if Xian regretted, he had no chance because all his paths of retreat had been sealed. Xian only had one choice, and that was to continue forward. Xian did not know what awaited him in front of him. Xian had no way of knowing. The only thing he was certain of was that if it was an opportunity, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Of course, if it was a danger, it would definitely be a great crisis, because this place was simply too special. Originally, Xian had thought that there would be some kind of test in this 3rd stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that every step he took was a consideration of 3 things. However, Xian never expected that there would be no test in this 3rd stage. Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a corridor in this stage. It was only when Xian reached the lowest level that he realized this. At this moment, Xian stood on the platform of the lowest level, and a helpless expression appeared on Xian's face. It was just a corridor. There was no need to make it so mysterious, causing Xian to be on tenterhooks. At this moment, there were 2 doors in front of Xian. However, what surprised Xian was that these 2 doors were not the usual doors that people usually saw. They were the doors of laws. These doors were completely constructed from laws. If Xian had not already known that this place was special, Xian might have even suspected that this was naturally formed. It could be said that the form of these doors was no different from ordinary doors. However, there was a big difference in their appearance. Above the doors, there would be a glow from time to time. This glow was the light of laws. Xian could clearly see the light of laws, and he could also clearly feel the power of laws within the glow. However, Xian was deep in thought as to how to open this door of laws. The 2 doors of laws contained different power of laws. Furthermore, choosing which door to enter required careful consideration. System, detect what the power of laws of these 2 doors are. Xian said to the system. Before making a choice, he had to first understand what the laws were. Ding. System notification: the left door of laws contains the life, healing, and restoration laws. Ding. System notification: the right door of laws contains the dark night, darkness, and abyss laws. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Each door contained the power of 3 different laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws were connected to each other to a certain extent. Ancient ruined Yi Xian did not hesitate and chose the door on the left. It could be said that choosing the door on the right had the law of darkness, and law of the abyss. That meant that it had extremely powerful concealment abilities and a certain amount of combat power. Choosing the door on the left would mean that it had a powerful ability to sustain combat power. Yi Xian did not know if entering the door of law of darkness meant that he would be able to obtain such law of darkness. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yi Xian would choose it. When he reached the door, Yi Xian was a little worried. He did not know how to open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, push, or pull. So, what should he do? After thinking for a while, he realized that he had no idea. Yi Xian did not think too much about it and reached out his hand. In an instant, Yi Xian could clearly feel the powerful law of darkness. It felt as if the power of the 3 laws were all entwined in his hand. These laws of darkness were not something that Yi Xian could control. At this time, Yi Xian did not use any law of darkness. Instead, he began to use his heart to comprehend. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of life. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding. System notification: congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of restoration. 3 months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Yi Xian remained in that position without moving. However, following the system notification, Yi Xian woke up. At this time, Yi Xian was very excited. After all, it was hard for Yi Xian not to be excited to learn 3 laws of darkness at once. One had to know that in the outside world, even if it was just 1 law of darkness and the opportunity to comprehend it, it would probably lead to a fight, let alone 3 laws of darkness. However, at this time, Yi Xian had comprehended it so easily. There was no danger and he did not even need to spend too much time on it. Could it be that this was the reward? Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. After all, with everything that had happened, Yi Xian had no choice but to do so. After all, this was a huge surprise. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Yi Xian naturally knew how to enter the gate of laws. In truth, the gate of laws was nothing more than a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws would be able to enter directly. Therefore, the current Yi Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Yi Xian, but if it were someone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Yi Xian possessed the eternal bloodline and had unlocked a special innate skill. Yi Xian could comprehend the power of any law. As long as Yi Xian was given the opportunity and time, then no matter what law it was, Yi Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others could not. Generally speaking, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, it was impossible to possess too many law powers at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection, but a complete rejection. If an ordinary person were to comprehend the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of it. But if they wanted to comprehend other laws, it would be extremely difficult. If they encountered a mutually exclusive power, it would be impossible to comprehend it. Only Yi Xian, and only Yi Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability to ignore the rules of the laws and allow one to comprehend any law powers as they wished. When Yi Xian entered the gate of laws, what he saw left him incomparably shocked. 3 great halls. Here, there were only 3 great halls. When Yi Xian entered, there was also a giant stone tablet. It was unknown what material this stone tablet was made of, but one thing was certain: it was not ordinary. This was because in this mystic realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, this stone tablet was still able to maintain an undamaged appearance. This was enough to prove that it was special. Ancient words were recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that in the current God realm, there were very few people who could recognize these words. Of course, Yi Xian didn't recognize them either. System: what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't need to recognize it himself. Ding. System notification, data collection in progress. Ding. System notification, text analysis in progress. Ding. Analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course, the host had to check it. In this mystic realm, there were no living creatures or records. This stone tablet was the only record that Yi Xian could find. Soon, the text was translated. Only after Yi Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless powerhouses. Naturally, there were also countless sections. It was the same for the forces of good and evil. In this mystic realm, it was originally a mystic realm that wasn't too special. But because of a war, it became quite special. The Divine Nature Palace and the Divine Darkness Palace had always been two opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the two palaces weren't too outstanding, but they had their own unique points. Because of the difference in ideology, the two palaces had been fighting for 1,000,000 years before the twilight of the gods' war. On the stone tablet, the last battle was recorded. Unfortunately, it wasn't a battle between the two palaces. Instead, it was a mysterious organization that attacked the two palaces at the same time. They were after the two ancient weapons that the two palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the two opposing forces, who had been fighting for 1,000,000 years, would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even when the two palaces joined forces, they couldn't win. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the two palaces were in danger. But at this moment, the guardians appeared. The stone tablet didn't record what the guardians were. But from the words, Yi Xian could see that the two palaces, and even the super forces, were very afraid of the guardians. The guardians mediated this war, but as a price, they had to take away the two ancient weapons. Of course, the two palaces weren't willing. So after a discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed the mystic realm. It could be said that this was a choice to destroy jade and stone together. In fact, this was the case. Now that Yi Xian had come here, he couldn't see any living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this mystic realm. That was, people who had a physique with full nomological laws could enter, but at the same time, they would be marked. In fact, Yi Xian could already feel the two rays of light, one black and one green, circling around his godhead. There was a compulsory contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered would receive all the treasures of the two palaces, but at the same time, they would bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardians. According to the contract, if Yi Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, his godhead would be devoured by the two rays of light, and he would die. Hi, God damn it! Could it be that the collective mentality of these two so-called temples is abnormal? Yi Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. This was because in Yi Xian's eyes, the way the two sacred halls handled things was a little too bigoted. They had placed all their hopes on the person who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the person who had entered would have the strength to defeat the two great forces? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? A physique of complete laws, even in ancient times, would definitely be a rare genius. Moreover, no one would be able to accept having two shackles on their godhead. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the opportunity to choose. Now, everything had already been decided. From the moment Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws, these two shackles had already quietly formed. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yi Xian had heard of law contracts before. It was said that some powerhouses could use the power of law to set up a contract that was supervised by law contracts. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was stripping away one's law powers. It was even possible that one's godhead would shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only the legendary experts possessed. Yi Xian never thought that he would actually encounter the legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One must know that even Divine Master Meili had never seen such power before. A law contract was no longer as simple as just borrowing the power of the laws. Instead, it could only be done when one could communicate with the laws. It could be said that they were existences in two different realms. Generally speaking, that level was known as the Supreme God. To be precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Monarch, Supreme Divine Lord. If Meili could make a breakthrough, she would be able to reach that level. However, Yi Xian was merely a godly king. Moreover, he was only a first-rank godly king. Yet, he had already come into contact with the over-god level. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. But whether he cried or laughed, the matter had already been decided. So, Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the main hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this mystic realm can only be entered by someone with a physique of complete laws. But in order to confuse people, it created several tests. How is this signing of a contract? It's basically luring people in. Despicable Divine Nature Palace, despicable Dark Shrine, how dare you use such a method to trick me? Yi Xian was extremely dissatisfied. After all, the actions of the two sacred halls were a disgrace to their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was something that happened in ancient times. It was even possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of the situation. However, up until now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other power was other than knowing that there was a guardian. This treasure hunt in the mystic realm left Yi Xian at a loss. Soon, Yi Xian entered the main hall. There was no protection in the main hall. Clearly, everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he find out that there wasn't anything important. Once one entered the main hall, one would discover that the main hall was actually divided into two halves in the middle. The so-called Divine Nature Palace and Dark Shrine had already merged. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still end up here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether Yi Xian truly had a physique of complete laws. Once he entered the main hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the middle of the hall. These two ancient weapons were in the shape of swords, but they seemed to be made of ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two Divine Nature Palaces were actually guarding two stone swords, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it no matter what he said. There was probably something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, these two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so they were obviously not ordinary. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible array protecting them, preventing Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Suddenly, the two divine swords erupted with light at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered through closed with a bang. A ray of light shone in front of Yi Xian. From within the light, an old voice sounded. "You're finally here." These words seemed to be saying that he had been waiting for Yi Xian for a long time. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say this to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma power. Furthermore, it was the kind of Dharma power that didn't have any abilities, and could only be used to transmit certain information. Indeed, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued to sound. "Fated One, since you were able to come here, you must already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you already had no choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used the last of our strength to set up this ultimate test. Fated One, please forgive us for not treating you seriously. After all, you are our only hope. This kind of Divine Nature Palace, this mystic realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated One, from this moment on, if you want to leave, you have to pass our test. Please work hard, for us, and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse. This was because it seemed like he was being forced. Just now, he had been forced to sign a law contract, and now, he was being forced to undergo some 6 Tao test. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a mystic realm set up by ancient elites. Based on Xian's current strength, how could he do anything about it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Xian knew this very well. This was an overlapping space, this was also an overlapping space. At this moment, Xian was still standing in his original spot, and nothing had changed. What had changed was his surroundings. More accurately, he had brought Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 24-23 Chapter 24-23 Sudden Attack. What exactly was the Six Paths Test? Xian had no idea. Perhaps the Six Paths Test referred to 6 different types of tests, or perhaps it referred to a comprehensive test of the power of the 6 laws. Xian did not know. Therefore, Xian could only wait. Fortunately, this wait did not last long. When Dharma Idol was finally done grumbling and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Xian began the first test. At this time, Xian was in an extremely strange space. Xian was surrounded by many huge mountains. Vaguely, one could see that there were luxurious palaces standing on each mountain peak. However, there was only one path in front of Xian, a path that could only be walked. When Xian entered this overlapping space, he realized that he could not fly at all. It was not that there was a restriction or some kind of suppression. Instead, it was as if there was only a flat surface here. Simply put, there was height in the outside world, but there was no height here. The so-called height was only the height that one could see with the naked eye. However, one could only go as high as one could. There was no way to go any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of a type of law power. Two-dimensional law power, it was an extremely rare law power. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only width and not height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Xian to not panic at all. It was impossible for him to face it directly. However, Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing that he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the final test that the 2 sacred halls had created with the last of their power be so simple? If he wanted to rely on Xian's current strength to walk over, it was practically impossible. Fated person, please proceed. Your first test is to walk this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the start of the test. Xian looked at the path in front of him and was slightly shocked. This path was not going to be easy to walk. Sure enough, when Xian took his first step, something strange happened. All of a sudden, countless Dharma idols suddenly condensed on both sides of the so-called path to heaven. These Dharma idols all appeared extremely solemn, and their eyes were practically all locked onto Xian. Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful eyes was not a good feeling. However, Xian had no other choice. This was because when Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already turned into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Xian could only continue forward. The god-slaying sword was already in Xian's hands. No matter what kind of unknown existence lay ahead, Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Their appearance was without warning, but there was no doubt about their strength. Whoosh whoosh! As soon as these mythological beasts appeared, they launched their attacks without pause. From the mouth of each mythological beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Xian was already in danger. Xian had no choice but to dodge the powerful attacks. This was because Xian knew very well that any one of these attacks would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow light zone appeared in front of Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts did not enter the yellow zone. Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into confusion. What was going on? If these divine beasts wanted to attack him, why did they not attack him when he was in the yellow zone? If they were not attacking, then these powerful beams of light were not just for Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Xian did not know how to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding. System notification. Host, please take note that the current conditions are not met. The system is unable to determine. Not met, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian did not provide any useful data to the system, so the system was unable to determine. Now that the system could not be relied on, who could Yi Xian rely on? It seemed that this was a test that only Yi Xian himself could take on. But how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attacks made Yi Xian very clear that he was unable to face them head-on. He could not be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow because he realized something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Furthermore, even though countless divine beasts were attacking, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that this test was to test one's ability to dodge? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if this was really the test, then it was too simple. However, Yi Xian could not find any other reasonable explanation, so Yi Xian could only proceed with his own ideas. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this really a test of one's ability to dodge as easy as Yi Xian thought? This was a test jointly created by the two temples. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely could not be described as simple. After waiting for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to give it a try according to his own ideas. He saw Yi Xian's figure move and quickly rush forward. At the beginning, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge from the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this trial wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back, on the endless path to the heavens. As Yi Xian walked forward, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched one attack after another. At this time, Yi Xian finally saw clearly that these divine beasts were actually Dharma idols. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols made of energy. One powerful divine beast after another appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian reached a suitable position. The new uses of Godhead. Moreover, the initial attack was fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable escape route in the shortest amount of time possible, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, Yi Xian would have suffered a violent attack regardless of whether he had not found a suitable route or if he had been slightly slower. That attack was enough to kill. Yi Xian's figure kept dodging. Fortunately, due to the existence of the two-dimensional law, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to the height. However, dodging left and right wasn't easy. Sometimes, Yi Xian had to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye to avoid one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended on Yi Xian. The appearance of the pressure didn't have the slightest warning. Although the pressure wasn't too strong, because it suddenly erupted, it caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to be unable to help but slightly retreat a little. It was just that little bit of distance, yet Yi Xian almost died. That was because in that small distance, a violent attack would descend. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and steadied himself. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. One could well imagine the consequences of being heavily injured on the heaven-span path. At that moment, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. In just a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was that? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue moving forward. This was because with every step he took, the distance behind him would disappear. It felt as if Yi Xian was just standing in place. It wasn't Yi Xian that was moving, but rather the path to heaven that was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on full alert. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. This was a matter related to Yi Xian's life. There was no room for jokes. He kept moving forward. It could even be said that he was moving forward in despair. After all, he didn't know how far he had to go. The path to heaven seemed to have no end at all. The occasional burst of pressure seemed to remind Yi Xian to be alert and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without warning, but if Yi Xian was the slightest bit of carelessness, what awaited Yi Xian wouldn't be simple. Forward, forward, endless, Yi Xian's mind path to heaven's end. Yi Xian didn't know how long he had been moving forward, or how many attacks he had dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days, but in the end, Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. At Xian could, Xian Yuan could. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Xian's feet once again. This yellow area allowed Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was very lifelike. Of course, Xian didn't care about the sculpture at all. His attention was on the object in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle. He didn't know what it was made of. Inside the bottle, he could clearly see a ball of light. With just one look, Xian could tell what the light represented. A complete godhood. Inside the bottle was a complete godhood. System, what is that? Xian asked the system. Ding. System notification, target specified, first-class godhood. What did that mean, a first-class godhood? Were there different grades of godhood? Wasn't a godhood just a godhood? At most, there would be differences based on the realm. Why would there be a first-class godhood? Xian was very surprised. He couldn't help but ask the system, what is this first-class godhood? What is it used for? Ding. System notification, a godhood represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the godhood, the greater the person's potential. A godhood represents a god's potential? This was the first time Xian had heard of such a thing. Xian had been in the realm of the gods for so long, but he had never heard of godhood having different grades. Therefore, Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system notification didn't end there. Just as Xian was confused, the system notification continued to ring. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. The grades of godhood are similar to the titles of the front crowns. However, the front crowns increase the host's combat power, while the godhood grades increase the host's potential. After hearing the system's answer, Xian had a basic understanding of the uses of godhood. However, this didn't mean that Xian had solved all his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if godhood has such a use, why didn't anyone think of stealing other people's godhood? Ding. System notification, host, please take note. The godhood grades have been passed down since ancient times. Only places like ancient secret realms may have records of them. Stealing other people's godhood to strengthen one's own godhood only exists in the supreme celestial state. The system's answer answered the doubts in Xian's heart. It wasn't that no one knew the level of the divine deity right now. It could be said that the level of the divine deity had always been divided, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. In other words, in the god world, there was no such thing as a godhood ranking system. That was because of the lack of inheritances. Only secret realms like this one would know about the godhood ranking system, such as the second secret realm he was in right now. After all, strictly speaking, the second secret realm was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal to know about the godhood grades in this second secret realm. At this moment, Xian felt a sense of relief. After all, it was thanks to Xian that he knew about this in advance. After all, there was a hierarchy to godhood, and the fact that a godhood like this had appeared as a reward on the heavenspan path indicated that other people's godhood could be used to strengthen their own godhood. If Xian hadn't known about this, he was afraid that one day, someone would covet his godhood and he wouldn't have known. Moreover, even if he obtained a godhood, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Xian was lucky, but also unlucky. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Soul Devourer Sword God. Of course, there were many things that Xian did not know about. There were also many things that were even more terrifying than godhood stripping. It was just that Xian had not come into contact with them yet. System, what is the use of this godhood stripping? Xian asked the system. Since this godhood stripping was a reward for him, it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. Absorbing the unclaimed godhood stripping can strengthen one's own godhood stripping. Ding. System notification, to obtain the unclaimed godhood stripping, One must kill the enemy and forcibly strip the enemy's godhood stripping before it shatters. That way, the godhood stripping will remain intact. Ding. System notification: Divinity Stripping Master was a special profession in ancient times. However, it has been lost to history. Lost to history? Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was referring to the entire God realm or if it was only referring to the God realm continent. If it was referring to the God realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Xian was terrified just thinking about it. Forcibly stripping a person's will, what kind of feeling was that? Xian already knew that breaking a godhood stripping master would result in death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's godhood stripping master was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system was telling Xian that the godhood stripping master could be done without breaking it. Moreover, once it was stripped, it could be used as a means of cultivation. It turned out that there was really nothing that could be done for the sake of cultivation. Who knew how many more methods were waiting for Xian to discover? Of course, it could be even more terrifying. Xian hesitated for a moment before finally absorbing the godhood stripping master. Other things aside, Xian was sure that this godhood stripping master was probably left behind by a powerful person millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once a powerful person, but who would have thought that millions of years later, it would become a reward for Xian? After absorbing the godhead, Xian did not discover anything unusual, and his strength did not increase in the slightest. Potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when it was needed. After that, Xian didn't waste any more time and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many tests were waiting for Xian. Staying in the same place wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, Xian originally thought that there would be some kind of test, but he realized that there was nothing. For a moment, Xian relaxed a little. However, just as Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Boom! The violent power instantly sent Xian flying. Fortunately, the god-slaying armor had been on Xian all this time, so it had neutralized a portion of the attack. But this time, even the system didn't have time to give a warning about the attack, which showed how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared before the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second mystic realm. Thing, yes, it wasn't a human, nor was it a beast. It was actually a mechanical puppet. Xian had seen many mechanical puppets before, but when faced with this mechanical puppet, Xian couldn't help but sigh. It was really a work of art. This puppet was made from the most common divine wood, but it was exceptionally fine. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the one who came to take the test. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you don't have the chance to pass my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. Who would have thought that Xian would be looked down upon by a puppet? What was a puppet? It was a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, it did not have a soul. But Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Xian feel good about it? That was a complete lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Xian was curious as he asked the system directly. Ding. System notification: target has no cultivation base. No cultivation base? Xian was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? Without a cultivation base, how could it repel Xian in one move? Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie. Clearly, the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed to have some special tricks up its sleeves. Xian frowned. He paused for a moment and ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaying sword and charged out. This time, Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and one without a cultivation base, then it wouldn't make sense. Die for me. Xian slashed down with his sword. The powerful force caused a whirlwind to appear on the heavenspan path. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The puppet actually ignored Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god slayer had encountered something it couldn't cut. Xian's fierce slash only left a white mark on the puppet's body. It's so hard. What is this thing made of? Is it really just an ordinary sacred wood? Impossible, how can ordinary sacred wood be so hard? Yixian seemed to be talking to himself. However, at the same time that Yixian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually a little guy who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Master realm. No wonder you're so weak. Little guy, this isn't a place you can come to. You'd better go back. Yixian was being looked down upon again by a puppet. Damn it, Yixian was infuriated. Go back, if only he could go back. Yixian didn't have a choice now. He could either fight and pass all the levels, or be trapped here until he died. Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, attack. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, attack. In an instant, Yixian waved his hand and launched his strongest attack. This was because Yixian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time that Yixian released his sword attendant and Wei Zhentian, he also used other methods. Dharma powers, yes, Yixian had obtained several Dharma powers. Now, Yixian had no choice but to use his Dharma powers to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine prefecture. Only my sword can kill souls. Soul Devourer Sword Divine Dharma Power, come out. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant promotion. At this moment, Yixian directly activated the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yixian's body. At the same time that the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yixian. This time, the Dharma Power was external. This was because Yixian knew very well that the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power was different from other Dharma powers. Even Yixian's own soul would be affected to a certain extent, not to mention the enemy. Why did he choose the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power? Because according to Yixian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and so did other living things. However, puppets didn't have souls. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this mystic realm. Yet, this puppet was carrying out its mission and had made its own judgment. It felt that Yixian wasn't strong enough, so it let Yixian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yixian didn't know how many souls it had. But Yixian didn't care at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, it would be easy to deal with. It could be said that against such a powerful puppet, Yixian's best and only chance was to attack the soul. The Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power restrained souls, so Yixian used the Soul Eater Sword God Dharma Power. Kill. Yixian suddenly struck with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem much different from the previous one. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to not dodge like Yixian had done before. Instead, it dodged far away. What are you doing? Why do I feel so scared? As soon as the puppet moved, it had already jumped away, but it asked Yixian curiously. Little things, you don't have the right to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yixian could answer the question of the puppet, the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant, the Flower God Sword Servant, led the Divine Level Mount and the 100 Flower God to attack first. However, the puppet was not alarmed in the slightest. Instead, it waved its hand, and a violent energy swept away the Divine Tier Mounts, the 100 Flower Goddess, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants, and the Divine Flower Sword Servants. It was completely defenseless. A powerful divine grade mount was completely defenseless in front of this puppet. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize how much of a shock it had brought to Yixian. At this moment, it was actually looking at Yixian with blinking eyes. Obviously, it was waiting for Yixian's reply. What a terrifying puppet, what exactly was this guy made of? How could he be so strong? What now? It seemed like all of Yixian's tricks were useless against this puppet. Yixian didn't even need to move to know that he couldn't defeat this puppet, but if he couldn't defeat this puppet, Yixian wouldn't be able to advance. There was only one outcome, he would be trapped here until he died. What now? Yixian started thinking quickly. As he felt the power of the Soul Eater Sword God's Dharma Power, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. His face even revealed a look of ecstasy. Perhaps this wasn't a test for Yixian, but a reward for Yixian. whether it was the Thousand Beast Sword Servants or the Flower Goddess Sword Servants. In fact, Xian had already realized that they couldn't keep up with Xian's footsteps. At least, before they were strengthened, they couldn't keep up with Xian's current pace. Hence, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Servants. There were many ways to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Servants. But why did he have to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Servants themselves? If he could destroy the puppet's soul, wouldn't he be able to let the Thousand Beast Sword Servants take over the puppet's body? If he succeeded, how much stronger would the Thousand Beast Sword Servants become? It could be said that it had improved by more than 10 million times. How could Xian not be ecstatic? Although he didn't know what the puppet was made of, Xian at least knew that the puppet's body was extremely special and powerful, and the Soul Eater Sword God had a special mystique called the Battle of the Souls. The name of the Battle of the Souls was simple, and so was the meaning. It was used to let the souls of two targets fight against each other. This was a technique that the Soul Eater Sword God used to deal with his enemies. Furthermore, his enemies were usually able to break free of this control. Once the enemy saw through it, they naturally couldn't fight back. However, Xian now had a new way to use it. He wanted to let the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's soul battle with the puppet's soul. He wanted the Thousand Beast Sword Servant to take over the puppet's body. At this moment, Xian no longer felt gloomy. He was overjoyed. Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. I've really picked up a treasure this time. Wasn't that right?" Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the Thousand Beast Sword Servant successfully took over the puppet's body, the effects would be even better than leveling up multiple times. Without hesitation, Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant would never go against him. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant would definitely be very happy. Xian was taking a gamble this time. After all, even if he failed, Xian wouldn't suffer any more losses. After all, if he failed, Xian might be trapped here for who knew how long. "Thousand Beast Sword Servant, are you ready?" Xian asked with a faint smile on his face. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant nodded. He naturally understood what Xian was thinking. Now that everything was ready, Xian didn't stop. Soul of soul, thousands of reincarnations, unbreakable. Xian chanted the incantation and launched his attack. Who knew what era the soul-devouring sword god was from? He had to chant the incantation to activate his mystique. However, Xian didn't care about that. After all, Xian's priority now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Xian activated his Dharma body mystique, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant and the puppet froze at the same time. Clearly, the two were engaged in a battle of souls. Xian couldn't see what this battle was about. Hence, Xian could only wait silently. 2 hours passed, and then another. Day after day, Xian didn't pay attention to how much time had passed. Finally, the outcome was out. The Thousand Beast Sword Servant suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant had failed? Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't notify him that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant had died. Hence, Xian didn't give up. Instead, he stared closely at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved. It charged directly at Xian. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 24-27, Chapter 24-27 Strange Eyes. He did it, he really did it. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet and even found a new body for the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. Ding. System notification, attention, host. Due to a special opportunity, the Thousand Beast Sword Servants have evolved into Divine Wood Sword Servants. All of the Thousand Beast Sword Servants' original abilities have disappeared, and they have gained the exclusive ability of Divine Wood Sword Servants, unlimited defense, unlimited growth, and unlimited resurrection. Unlimited defense. The Divine Wood Sword Servants can expand or shrink all of their defenses according to their will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power weakens. Unlimited growth. The Divine Wood Sword Servant is a divine wood, so it can cultivate by itself, but the speed is extremely slow. Unlimited resurrection. The Divine Wood Sword Servants have the special ability to revive. Even if they are completely dead, as long as there is a little bit of their original body, they can be resurrected instantly. *CK, Xian couldn't help but curse. This divine wood sword servant seemed to be even stronger than the thousand-beast sword servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be ordinary, in reality, Yi Xian was very clear on how abnormal these three skills were. They could control the range of their defenses at will. This was equivalent to giving Yi Xian a map defense. More importantly, even if this defense was broken, it could be restored immediately. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. But how strong was the defensive power of the divine wood sword attendant's true form? Yi Xian had personally experienced it. Even the god-slaying sword could not harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defensive power was not strong enough? Furthermore, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on its own. Although it was a little slow, at least there was some hope. In the future, Yi Xian might be able to obtain an opportunity to increase the speed of the divine wood sword servant's cultivation. Speaking of this, could it be that it still could not prove the power of these divine wood sword attendants? Of course, it was a pity that the thousand-beast sword servant's abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to gaining new abilities and disappearing abilities, Yi Xian didn't really care. In any case, the god-tier mount did not disappear. Instead, it returned to Yi Xian's hands. In fact, the thousand-beast sword servants did not lose much of their abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, Yi Xian could not be trapped here forever. The rest of the journey was completely unobstructed. The puppet was the only thing they had left. Yi Xian's method of clearing the stage may have been considered cheating, but as long as they could clear the stage, it didn't matter what method they used. Yi Xian acquired another first-class godhood, and of course, Yi Xian absorbed it as well. Who knew if he would encounter a complete godhead in the future? The goal of the current battle was to shatter the other party's godhood and kill them. It seemed like there was no such thing as a method to strip godhood from the god world. Therefore, for Yi Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete quintessence. After clearing 2 stages in a row, Yi Xian felt much more relaxed. It seemed like the 2 sacred halls tests were ultimately designed to strengthen Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set by the 2 sacred halls seemed to be too difficult. Perhaps they had not expected that a person with a complete constitution of laws would be a person who had not even broken through to the Divine Master realm. Perhaps they had assumed that only paramount gods would be qualified to enter this place. Of course, regardless of what the 2 sacred halls had thought, Yi Xian had no way of knowing now. The only choice he could make was to keep moving forward. Only by moving forward would Yi Xian have a chance of leaving this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Yi Xian reached the next safe zone, he was shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space as if it was looking down on the world. With just one look, Yi Xian felt as if his soul was being suppressed. A strange eye and a strong power. Could this be the 3rd stage's test? Furthermore, this eye did not actually exist. It was formed by the power of laws. The black eye represented the 3 great nomological powers of the darkness shrine. The white eye was formed by the 3 great nomological powers of the nature shrine. The eye socket was formed by the primal chaos law. It seemed like the primal chaos law was trying to repair the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers. It also seemed like the eye formed by the 6 great nomological powers was trying to break free from the shackles of the primal chaos law. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring straight at Yi Xian. What exactly was the test for this stage? Yi Xian was puzzled. At the moment, he was not being attacked, nor did he feel anything different. Yi Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Yi Xian understand that he was undergoing a test. However, this test was not something that Yi Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was an eye that occupied the entire sky. Continue moving forward. Yi Xian could do nothing but move forward. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there was no power suppressing Yi Xian did feel his body relax. It was the power of the 2-dimensional law. The power of the 2-dimensional law had disappeared. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian moved, he flew into the sky. However, even though the power of the 2-dimensional law had disappeared, the huge eye in the sky was still there. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to fly too high. This was because every inch Yi Xian flew higher in the sky, he felt the pressure increase by a fraction. Xia ran, those huge eyes of his were not just for looking. What exactly was the test for this stage? At this moment, Yi Xian could not help but wonder. However, since it had not happened yet, Yi Xian would never know. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that enveloped Yi Xian. There was no system notification to let Yi Xian know that this ray of light was not harmful to Yi Xian. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian was not puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Boom! 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 6 loud sounds were accompanied by 6 rays of light that descended from the sky. They were also coming from the eye. 6 people, this time around, they were not puppets. Instead, they were 6 real human figures. Origin Mystic Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation was beyond his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what was going to happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Then, the 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, they did not move. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. "Are you the chosen one?" one of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful energy erupted from his body. Yi Xian knew that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I am the chosen one." Although Yi Xian did not know who these people were, Yi Xian did not dare to hide anything. Hearing Yi Xian's answer, the 6 of them focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average talent. Weak strength. Average bloodline. Useless artifacts. Decent control of laws. 6 people, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point of being completely useless. Yi Xian could not get a word in, because the 6 of them did not care about Yi Xian at all. "Forget it. We don't have much time left. We have no choice. Let's send him there together," one of the 6 said calmly. Send him there, where to? Yi Xian could not help but wonder. However, it seemed that he did not have the right to speak. Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, it will be very difficult for him to get out of there. So, what do you think? At this time, do we still have a choice? Our 2 divine halls only have 1 quota to go there, and in millions of years, only one little guy who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 divine halls has appeared. Do we still have time to climb to the 1 million-year mark? That's right, we don't have a choice. However, why don't we let him go to the lowest level area first? I remember that we all have 1 teleportation opportunity in our hands. Why don't we give him all 6 chances? How far he can go will depend on his luck. What do you guys think? Yes, I think it's a good idea. I'm afraid this is the only choice now. Yi Xian wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were sending him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be a waste of time. Suddenly, a dragon-patterned universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger. It appeared without warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's body uncontrollably flew towards the eye in the sky. "What do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less and loudly said to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The 6 of them continued talking to themselves and ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. You are lucky to be able to enter that place. It is also the only chance for our 2 sacred halls. Whether you fall or become strong, go and seize it. Following this voice, Yi Xian entered the eye. Then, the powerful power of the laws was activated. In an instant, Yi Xian's body disappeared. When Yi Xian regained consciousness, he already knew where he was. The bounded domain was a special place. It existed, but as long as one's strength was not high enough and one's luck was not good enough, it would be difficult to even know about it, let alone enter. The bounded domain was a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the realm of the gods. This place could be considered a mystic realm, but it could not be considered a mystic realm. Legend had it that the bounded domain was the birthplace of the laws. Those who could enter this place were the strongest geniuses of the realm of the gods and the strongest forces. No one knew where the bounded domain was located. However, those who knew would yearn for it wholeheartedly. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities. However, the place that Xian pointed to was the lowest level of existence in the bounded domain. The bounded domain was like a tall tower. However, each level was a boundless continent. Each level was even bigger than the realm of the gods. This was because the bounded domain had its own unique law, which was unlimited reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, it was impossible for anyone to reach the end of the bounded domain. This was because with every step forward, the unlimited reproduction law would expand the continent. This was not something that could be created by human strength. It was the natural birth of the mysterious law. Of course, the bounded domain could be called another name to let the people of the realm of the gods know what kind of place it was. Origin Mystic Realm. There were many other names for the bounded domain. Origin Mystic Realm, Ancestral Land, Primordial Chaos, Starting Point, there were many different names. Different races and different inheritances would have different names. However, the Origin Mystic Realm was the most widely used name. To be precise, the bounded domain was the ultimate inheritance land of the realm of the gods. It had been like this since the Primordial Era, then the Middle Era, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. This special Origin Mystic Realm had always existed in every era. Perhaps other mystic realms would disappear, but the Origin Mystic Realm would never disappear. Of course, the Origin Mystic Realm was extremely vast. It was as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin Mystic Realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation door that would only appear once every few years and be teleported to an unknown place. The second was to leave using the special methods that each faction had. For example, the 2 sacred halls had given Xian 6 chances to leave. The third way was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace on every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation door that led to the exit of the Origin Mystic Realm. Therefore, if one became the master of the Origin Palace, they would have the opportunity to enter and leave the Origin Mystic Realm freely. Of course, the so-called master of the Origin Palace was to become the strongest existence on that level. When Xian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an extremely powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with super existences at the Divine Emperor realm. As for a little fellow at the Divine King realm like Xian, he could be considered an exception. Hey, why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Xian asked Xian strangely. Xian turned around. He couldn't see through the person's cultivation level. System, detect this person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification, host's cultivation level is insufficient. Unable to check. Unable to check. Didn't that mean that this person's cultivation level was much higher than Xian's? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why? Why were there so many powerful existences who could become divine masters everywhere in the outside world? Demon God's divine realm. Xian had no way of knowing about such a terrifying place before. Xian felt powerless. He wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that he was really only a divine king. Unfortunately, Xian didn't dare to say that. After all, a divine king was an anomaly in this place. Oh, isn't it just cultivation? What's there to be concerned about? Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said calmly to that person. Unexpectedly, that person smiled and said, "That's true. Those on the first level have just entered the Origin Secret Realm, so there's no need to be so particular. I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the Paramount Celestial Realm." "Oh right, brother, I'm Lu Zhang. What about the Chain Secret Realm? What secret realm are you in?" Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer casually. However, could it be that these people all came from a secret realm? Could it be that they didn't come from the Divine Realm continent? Chain Secret Realm? Where is this? Why don't I know? Xian changed the topic and asked back. Haha, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Our Chain's Mystic Realm is just a very weak faction in the ancient Lost Clan Mystic Realm Alliance. This time, our entire Mystic Realm only obtained 3 spots to enter the Origin Mystic Realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the Divine Realm continent, we can only come to the Origin Secret Realm if we want to break through. What did that mean? Xian didn't know how to react. Ancient Era Secret Realm Alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that they lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people didn't come from the Divine Realm continent? However, Xian thought about it and understood. It would be strange if they came from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Miming was only a god emperor, but she was the divine master of the Kunlun Divine Realm. If these people were outside, they would be on par with Miming, or even surpassing her. It couldn't be that they were all divine masters of a divine realm. If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm was, it would not be enough to share. A single Kunlun god realm was the size of 3 million cultivation realms. Even a single cultivation realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm was, it couldn't possibly have several 100,000 divine masters. Furthermore, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, other than shock, there was also some fear in Xian's heart. This was because Xian suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the slightest ability to defend himself. Even though Xian's methods were impressive, in the land of origin, Xian realized that his strength was simply not worth mentioning. Is he really just a divine king? That's impossible. One has to be at least a divine emperor to enter the origin secret realm. How did a mere first-grade divine king like him get in? Something's wrong. Yes, something must be wrong. There must be something special about this guy. Could it be that he came from the legendary Divine Realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Xian when they saw him. However, some of them could see through Xian's true strength at first glance. In an instant, Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade divine king to appear in the origin secret realm. And that sentence about Xian coming from the legendary Divine Realm continent attracted everyone's attention. Xian was helpless. He wanted to say that this place and these people should be described as legendary. Who would have thought that he would become a legendary existence? However, in the face of so many powerful existences, just the aura that these people exuded was already unbearable for Xian. This was not the aura of one or two experts, but the pressure of countless experts. Fortunately, although these people were gossiping, no one actually attacked Xian. Otherwise, Xian would not be able to resist at all. Xian knew that he could not stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter this place at will, it was probably the wisest choice to leave now and raise his strength outside before coming in. The mysterious origin secret realm was not a place that Xian was qualified to stay in with his current strength. Xian carefully left the crowd and found a place where no one was around. He immediately activated the teleportation array. These 6 teleportations did not use any teleportation talismans or other items. They were teleportations that were directly bound to Xian. Therefore, Xian could activate the teleportation array with just a thought. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it would take a long time to advance from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. It might even take a lifetime for them to reach the Divine Emperor realm. However, Xian was different. With the system, Xian improved his cultivation much faster than others. Therefore, Xian dared to leave. Of course, he had to leave. Only when his strength reached the Divine Emperor realm would Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Xian was only thinking about the power of the origin secret realm. That was why he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that the 6 experts would not know where Xian came from. They would not be able to teleport Xian to the second secret realm. Therefore, when Xian was teleported away, he was shocked to find that he had once again arrived at a foreign place. Everything else aside, Xian knew that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Xian was currently in ruins. Xian could see that these ruins might have been a prosperous place countless years ago. However, now, there was only wild grass and withered trees, as well as dilapidated walls. Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he wanted to know where this was, it was more important to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place. Therefore, Xian maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Xian flew straight ahead. mountains flew past Yixian's feet. However, Yixian realized that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yixian saw a building. Without hesitation, he landed. This was because Yixian wanted to find the others and ask them where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yixian landed, he was shocked to find that this was a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Yixian landed, a strange divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. It could speak human language. Clearly, this divine beast was not weak. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Annihilation. Who are you people? Yixian asked coldly. He was not afraid at all even though there were so many of them. How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be so rude to our lord? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. That divine beast had transformed into a human and pointed at Yixian's nose as he scolded him. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet. Then, he was suspected by the experts in the Origin secret realm. Now, even a small divine beast dared to point at Yixian's nose and speak like that. Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me. Yixian frowned and gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and charged at the divine beast. Pfft. The sword pierced through. Without a doubt, the sword pierced through. That was because although the divine beast could transform, its strength was not very strong. Damn you, how dare you kill? No, he is a human. He is a spy from the Kunlun sacred domain. One of the divine beasts recognized Yixian's identity and roared loudly. When the divine beasts heard this, they immediately rushed over. Yixian was slightly stunned. Since they said that he was a spy from the Kunlun sacred domain, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun sacred domain. Furthermore, this was a sacred domain that was at odds with the Kunlun sacred domain, and now, the enemy of the Kunlun sacred domain was the demon god sacred domain. Could it be that he had been teleported to the demon god sacred domain? In an instant, Yixian was extremely confused. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two sacred halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god sacred domain was not impossible. Damn it, take down the spy. One of the divine beasts roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced on Yixian. Yixian would not hold back. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yixian. Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, kill. Divine Woodsword Attendant, it's time for you to take action. Kill them all. This was the demon god's domain. If Yixian didn't kill them, they would definitely spread the news. When that happened, Yixian would be hunted down by the entire demon god's domain. The demon god domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun god domain. Once the entire demon god domain hunted him down, the consequences were obvious. If that really happened, Yixian would definitely not be able to escape. The two god-slaying swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The divine Woodsword servants also attacked without mercy. The divine Woodsword servants' defense was incomparably strong, and their attack power was not weak either. The divine Woodsword servants continuously waved their hands, and every time they waved their hands, a mythological beast would turn into a bloody mist. No matter if it was a transformed mythological beast or a true mythological beast, there was no mythological beast that could withstand a single strike from the divine Woodsword servants. Yixian stood where he was and looked at the hellish scene around him. He didn't feel any pity in his heart. After all, these were mythological beasts, and mythological beasts from the demon god's domain. If Yixian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yixian. Furthermore, Yixian had also heard that in the demon god's domain, the human race could be said to be slaves. In fact, they weren't even considered slaves. The human race was a delicious snack for these mythological beasts, therefore, Yixian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these mythological beasts. In just a short while, all the mythological beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yixian. However, the only thing that made Yixian a little depressed was that the news had still been leaked. Yixian's actions could be said to be fast, but there were tens of thousands of mythological beasts gathered here. Therefore, Yixian couldn't kill them all in time. In the end, there were still mythological beasts who spread the news. Once this news spread, Yixian knew very well what he would face next. A battle between one person and the demon god's domain. If Xian wanted to live, then he had to walk out of the demon god's domain. However, Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that. This was because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's domain. Xian wouldn't give up on searching for Luo Luo. Since he was already in the demon god's domain, then Xian wouldn't mind making a scene. Devour. Xian waved his hand casually, and the tens of thousands of mythological beasts' corpses were immediately devoured by Xian. Although these mythological beasts were average in strength and couldn't help Xian level up, using the devouring method to clean up the traces of battle wasn't a bad idea either. Come out, I know where you are hiding. After doing all this, Xian casually said to a big tree. This was because Xian had already sensed that there was a person hiding in that big tree. To be precise, it was a mythological beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise that I won't say anything. I beg you, don't kill me. Indeed, when Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man half-beast with a pig's head walked out. The moment he came out, he immediately knelt in front of Xian. You want to live? Xian asked the half-man half-pig mythological beast indifferently. I want to live, I want to live. I beg you, don't kill me. That mythological beast knelt in front of Xian in a panic and kept kowtowing. Alright, if you want to live, then be honest and answer whatever I ask you. If you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Xian looked at the mythological beast. When the mythological beast nodded, Xian continued to ask, where is this? My lord, this is the territory of Dragon King Tian. Dragon King Tian? Who is Dragon King Tian? Tell me the details. Yes, yes. Replying to my lord, this heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under Lord Divine Master, one of the lords under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including this realm, as well as the surrounding 100 realms, is his territory. Overlord? Xian was slightly stunned. However, when he remembered that this was the demon god territory and not the Kunlun god territory, he did not think too much about it. After all, every god territory had its own system and rules. And in the demon god territory, what was implemented was a feudal system. A mere overlord of 100 territories, this guy was probably just a small character. After that, Xian asked a few more questions. However, it was a pity that this mythological beast did not know much. He was of no help to Xian at all, therefore, Xian didn't hesitate to kill him with a single sword strike. Dragon King Tian, perhaps this Dragon King Tian would know more. Without hesitation, Xian walked towards the cave where Dragon King Tian was. A portion of the elites in the demon god territory liked to imitate the Kunlun god territory and built huge cities to live in. However, there was also a portion who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wild. This celestial Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Lord Tianlong King after all, this was the place where Lord Tianlong lived. Therefore, there were many divine beasts here. However, Xian didn't care so much. The strength of these divine beasts was generally very ordinary. Even the heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Xian, only a superior divine king. Therefore, Xian was not afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Tianlong's cave residence? A divine beast in human form saw Xian coming over and blocked Xian's way. Xian took a casual look and saw that this guy was just a low-grade 3rd-grade divine lord. Of course, a low-ranked divine lord realm was likely also considered a powerhouse under this Dragon King. Unfortunately, he met Xian. Therefore, he was destined to die. Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. The god-slaying sword flew out and killed the divine beast in one stroke. After Xian killed the divine beast, a hubbub of voices came from the mountain and a large group of divine beasts came out. After a while, Lord Tianlong rushed out. Who dares to create trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? Lord Tianlong roared the moment he came out. His loud voice reverberated in the valley. Unfortunately, Xian did not care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification, target, high-grade 4th grade Divine King. High-grade 4th grade Divine King, perhaps he could be the overlord in this area. However, he could only blame his bad luck for meeting Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Lord Tianlong and said indifferently, I will give you two choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then, I will consider sparing your life. Second, if you are not convinced, I will take your head. Lord Tianlong looked at Yi Xian and blinked his eyes. After all, he was the overlord of this area. Now, someone dared to talk to him like this. Especially when Lord Tianlong saw through Yi Xian's identity and strength, he laughed loudly. Human race, it's actually a human. Moreover, you're a human clan's high-grade Divine King. Are you the Divine Lord of the human clan's rebel army? Haha, this is hilarious. A bunch of ants trying to defend against me? Moreover, you arrogantly call yourself the Divine Master. Human brat, don't tell me you're here to be my snack? Disdain. This was the disdain of a prickly fruit. Even though Dragon King Tian had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care in the slightest. In Dragon King Tian's eyes, there was only infinite disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god Divine Domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior first-grade Divine King, but after all, Dragon King Tian had the cultivation of a superior fourth-grade Divine King, so he was qualified to be proud. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was not facing Yi Xian. Yi Xian smirked. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately attacked Dragon King Tian. Because when dealing with this guy, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Insolent human race ant, you are courting death. The one who shouted this was not Dragon King Tian, but an expert beside Dragon King Tian. This guy was also a 6th grade mid-divine king. However, in the demon divine domain, the human race had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, cultivation techniques and divine abilities were out of the question. It could be said that apart from a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people didn't have any decent abilities or treasures. They didn't even need to think about it. This guy was competent enough to kill Yi Xian. Because in his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a human that was not worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He was not like those human race who had been bullied for countless years in the demon divine domain. Die. Yi Xian just casually pointed his finger. In an instant, a mysterious force was activated. Yi Xian had used the 6 runes mantra. The divine beast who was extremely arrogant a moment ago was killed on the spot in the next moment. What? What is going on? In an instant, the demon divine beasts were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They did not even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the middle-grade Divine King Divine Beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, the human race was the lowest race. They were just food to them. How could food kill its master? They did not have such thoughts. Therefore, the divine beasts did not know what was going on when the middle-grade Divine King Divine Beast suddenly died. However, they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time they found out. 6 runes mantra, destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand. The mysterious force was activated again. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra, annihilation of an entire race. This time, Yi Xian used the annihilation mantra on the divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. They fell to the ground without any warning. They did not even know how they died. This time, thousands of divine beasts fell to the ground. They could not be any more dead. You, who are you? This time, even a fool could see that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they also understood that the middle-grade Divine King Divine Beast's death was caused by Yi Xian. Although they did not know how Yi Xian did it, this did not prevent them from concluding that Yi Xian was the culprit. Damn it, human brat, you are courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian did not turn around, Dragon King Tian ordered countless divine beasts to pounce on Yi Xian. These divine beasts were not afraid of Yi Xian, even if they were weaker than Yi Xian. This was because in their eyes, Xian was just food. Would Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's domain. Xian could be said to be facing an entire god's domain alone. If he showed mercy, he would not even know how he died. Besides, these divine beasts of the demon god's domain did not see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and could be killed at will. In that case, why should Xian care about them? Xian only needed to see them as resources to be devoured. Wei Zhentian, in your magic treasure form, leave no one alive. As the divine beasts rushed over, Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Godslayer and immediately controlled the two swords to rush out. Of course, Xian also moved. Eternal Night Domain. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios capturing the Dragon King Absolute Zero. As soon as Xian attacked, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero specifically smashed towards those slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them was Wei Zhentian's merciless slaughter. 1. 2. 3. The divine beasts of the demon god domain finally understood what terror and despair were. In front of Xian, they were defenseless and could only wait to be slaughtered. At this moment, some of the divine beasts could not help but recall that they had hunted down the humans in the past. It was the same as now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoyed the feast. Today, they were hunted down and slaughtered at will. Perhaps they were better off, at least they did not have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent it was, the more terrifying it was. Other than the occasional desperate cry of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. Only the screams echoed in the mountain. Stop. Stop right there. Dragon King Tian could not help but shout as he watched his people being slaughtered by Xian. Unfortunately, Xian did not seem to care about him at all. Dragon King Tian was furious and attacked Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. Xian did not even need to attack. Just the divine wood sword servants were enough to put Dragon King Tian in danger. If it was not for Xian's order not to kill him, Dragon King Tian would have died many times over. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. Please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices echoed in the mountain. However, Xian would not show mercy to them, regardless of the evil they had done in the past. Xian would not let the divine beasts leave this place alive for himself. At this moment, Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaying swords to fly around the periphery. Any divine beasts that tried to escape would be killed mercilessly by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Xian released his god-tier mount, the divine flower sword servants, and continued to slaughter. Because of the Evernight domain, these divine beasts could no longer see anything and could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voices meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was also an exception, and that was Dragon King Tian, who was struggling to resist the divine wood sword servants. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had any fighting spirit left in him. It could be said that the only thing on his mind right now was to escape from this terrifying human race. But he couldn't do it. In front of Xian, he had no chance of escaping. Finally, Xian came to Dragon King Tian's side. At this moment, Dragon King Tian no longer had half of his previous arrogance. When he saw Xian walking over, he quickly knelt down in front of Xian. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life. He obviously had the cultivation of a superior fourth-grade divine king, but at this moment, Dragon King Tian only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow while begging for mercy. Xian had left a deep impression on Dragon King Tian, so deep that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. That invincible posture of casually slaughtering thousands of divine beasts, how could Dragon King Tian have any intention of resisting? I will give you one more chance. Choose, obediently listen to me or let me kill you. Anyway, after killing you, the other divine beasts will surely cherish this chance to live. No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I am willing to do anything. Dragon King Tian said loudly. At this moment, he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Xian nodded. Instantly, the divine wood sword servants returned to Xian's side from Dragon King Tian's side. However, Dragon King Tian did not dare to have the slightest thought. Escape? He did not even dare to think about it. Because Dragon King Tian was very clear that Xian's strength was not something that he could compare to. Don't think that Xian was weaker than him just because Xian's cultivation realm was lower than him. In fact, just one divine wood sword servant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. Alright, if you want to live, obediently listen to me. Xian did not care about this guy. If it was not for the fact that Dragon King Tian was still useful, Xian would not mind killing him. Devour. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the divine beasts that were scattered all over the mountain instantly disappeared. Ding. System notification, host has broken through. Current cultivation realm, upper second grade divine king realm. Xian did not show any expression. After all, Xian knew that if he did not reach the divine emperor realm, he would not even have the qualifications to enter the origin secret realm. Xian naturally would not let these divine beasts go to waste. The current Xian would grab any opportunity to increase his strength. Bringing Dragon King Tian along, Xian walked out directly. In Xian's eyes, this demon divine domain was considered a good place. For Xian to be able to kill so many divine beasts, there was no doubt that it would provide Xian with a lot of cultivation realm. Quickly increasing his cultivation realm and searching for Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Xian now. As for the rest, Xian was too lazy to think too much about it. Not long after Xian left with Dragon King Tian, a group of divine beasts came. However, when they saw that there were bloodstains all over the mountain, they did not see any corpses at all and there was no one alive. These people retreated in fear. Within the small area of the demon divine domain, a piece of news had spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had infiltrated the demon divine domain and killed all the divine beasts on sight, leaving no one alive. Even an overlord's territory had been wiped out. Of course, there was another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as deserts by the divine beasts, had actually produced a powerful expert who went around killing divine beasts. However, no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon divine domain. No one was willing to face Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Xian was. There were even many divine beasts who were filled with righteous indignation who had formed teams and were prepared to kill Xian. Of course, there were also overlords who had issued orders to arrest Xian. However, the next few days were abnormal. No one knew what Xian was going to do. In fact, what Xian was going to do now was very simple. That was, to head to a genius training camp in the demon divine domain. Like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon divine domain naturally had something similar to a school. However, in the demon divine domain, it was called a cave dwelling. This was not a cave dwelling like what the human race had said. It was a real cave. Xian was going to a place called the Watermoon Cave Dwelling. There were many geniuses in the demon divine domain gathered in this place. Originally, Xian hoped that Dragon King Tian could provide Xian with information about Luo's whereabouts, or a way to leave the demon divine domain. Unfortunately, Dragon King Tian was just a small character in the demon divine domain. Therefore, he could not count on Dragon King Tian at all. He knew too little. It was useless to Xian. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Eating humans. After all, the Watermoon Cave abode was where the geniuses of the demon god domain gathered. Hence, all the creatures here were mythical beasts in human form. When Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he had entered human territory. After all, the entire city was filled with all sorts of mythical beasts in human form. However, Xian was very clear that this was not human territory. After all, the customs and habits were completely different. At this moment, Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like in the Kunlun god domain, many divine beasts were still used to eating whatever tasty food they came across, even though they would not be affected in any way even if they did not eat. Xian was preparing to taste the specialties of the demon god domain. "Waiter, what specialties do you have in your restaurant?" Xian asked the waiter. The strength of this waiter was not bad. He already had the cultivation of the lower divine king realm. At this moment, the waiter was looking at Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich person. "Oh, dear customer, you're in luck. We have a few new snacks today. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "Oh, tell me. What's good?" Yi Xian's interest was piqued as well as he asked the waiter. "Okay, please take a look. This is a snack of the human clan caught from the distant snow domain. It's very delicious. Our chef specially chose the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, the 1,000-year-old ice soul, the 9,000-year-old divine water spirit returning grass, and other divine herbs and divine herbs. Put the fresh human twins into the sacrificial altar and refine them for 49 days to remove all the impurities. Then, refine them with living fire for 81 days. This way, not only is the taste incomparably delicious, when you eat, the two babies are still alive. Oh, dear customer, look at this." With a wave of his hand, another image appeared in front of Yi Xian. This time, it was not a baby, but a peerless beauty. "Sir, look, this is a special ingredient made of top-grade human girls. It's the main dish of the fairy banquet. Look at how smooth their skin is and how tender their meat is. Whether they're eaten raw or cooked, they're both delicious." "That's right," Zhang Tai said with a smile. Yi Xian frowned. Both dishes were made from humans. Yi Xian clenched his fists, unable to contain his anger. However, Yi Xian knew that he was in the demon god domain. Therefore, no matter how angry Yi Xian was, he could only Yi Xian's translation. "Yi Xian translation, since I bumped into you, it can be considered fate. I only have this much power, so I'll save as many as I can." Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had come to the Watermoon Cave abode with a purpose, so he could not make a scene. This human girl is not bad. And those two babies, don't eat them yet. Bring them to me, Yi Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three people. The waiter was slightly surprised at Yi Xian's words, but he did not think much of it. He only said awkwardly, This customer's request is not normal. These are just two main dishes. Why would you make such a request?" In the waiter's eyes, Yi Xian's request was indeed very strange. After all, who in their right mind would take a look at the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment, then understood. "Dear customer, are you afraid that the dishes are not fresh enough? Don't worry, our dishes are all freshly caught. I guarantee that they are as fresh as can be." "Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you?" Yi Xian's face showed displeasure. This was not a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already very angry. Sir, you're making it difficult for this humble one. These two babies are indeed the babies of a human that we caught in our store. However, I'm sure that they're fresh," Zhang Tai said as he shook his head. "That's enough. I said I want to see them, so I want to see them." With a bang, Yi Xian slapped the table. A square table made of high-quality black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw that Yi Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. He immediately said, "Dear customer, please don't be angry. I will immediately inform the kitchen." The waiter did not dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came to eat here were either rich or noble. This was a city attached to the Watermoon Cave abode. No matter what the realm of the young people here was, young Master Zhai had an extremely deep background. He was not in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this time, when he saw that Yi Xian was angry, he did not dare to delay. Soon, the waiter brought two people in. The two of them were each dragging a cage. In one of the cages was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two infants. Ding! System notice, special bloodline detected, goddess bloodline. Unexpectedly, the system notice sounded as soon as the young girl came in. This young girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, humans were just the lowest class of food in the demon god's domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He directly asked the waiter, "What is the price of these two dishes?" Seeing that Yi Xian asked for the price, the waiter immediately smiled and said, "Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones. It is a very cheap price." If you like, we can give you a 20% discount. It only costs 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones, a special bloodline, 3 lives, only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian frowned, but there was no other way. He waved his hand and a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. Okay, you count carefully. There is a total of 50,000 spirit stones. I don't want any discount. These 2 dishes, I want them. Open the cages, I want to take them away now. Dear customer, although eating raw is a good choice, after all, humans are not clean. I am afraid that eating raw will cause unnecessary problems. Why don't you give them to my restaurant and let me handle it for you? Okay, I don't need you to care what I do. Scram! Yi Xian roared and broke the 2 cages violently. Yi Xian had already paid the money. Naturally, no one said anything when he broke the cages. Come with me, Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he had already put the 2 babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he did not have a choice. Even if he knew very well that he was being treated as food, he could only accept his fate helplessly. This was the helplessness of the humans in the demon god's domain. Sometimes, even if you knew what the outcome would be, you could not resist. Main dish. Very soon, Yi Xian led the girl out of the Watermoon Cave Abode's subsidiary city. In fact, Yi Xian knew that it was not a good idea to let the girl follow him or leave on her own. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to put her into the devouring space. However, since he had come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to save as many humans as possible. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to let the girl stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. The 2 babies were different. After all, the 2 babies would be taken good care of in the devouring space. They would not be of much use outside. However, the girl was Yi Xian's only guide now. Yi Xian released his consciousness and carefully checked the surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the girl, "All right, it's safe now." However, the girl continued to look at Yi Xian in panic. Obviously, she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm her. Xianxia knew very well that if a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast of the demon god's domain, she would suffer a fate worse than death. In fact, she would be treated worse than becoming a dish. Back then, Xianxia had walked out of the village because of her mischievous nature. She did not expect to be caught as soon as she came out. Along the way, he had seen many of the misfortunes of the human race. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people who were imprisoned with her, but now, he was the only one left. As for the 2 babies, it could be said that Xianxia had watched their birth. In fact, the 2 babies could be considered half-human, half-beast. Unfortunately, half-human half-beast had never been truly recognized in the demon god's domain. There were even people in the demon god's domain who specially kept a group of human girls in captivity. Usually, they would become playthings for the people in the demon god's domain. The babies they gave birth to would be immediately sent to restaurants. Xianxia had been lucky along the way, but also unlucky. She was lucky that no one in the demon god's domain paid attention to her because she was small and thin. She was unlucky because she had seen too many tragic experiences. What do you want to do to me? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian in horror and asked. Yi Xian only needed to look at Xianxia's expression to know that Xianxia had misunderstood. Therefore, Yi Xian tried his best to lower his realm. At the same time, he smiled and said to Xianxia, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian. I'm also a human from the Kunlun god domain." Kunlun god domain? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian in confusion. That's right, the Kunlun god domain. In the previous god domain war, the Kunlun god domain of the human race had won the battle. However, because of a special mission, I infiltrated this place. So, you don't have to be afraid. I'm just like you, we're both humans. Yi Xian said calmly. However, the moment he finished speaking, Xianxia threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, "You're a human. You're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently stroked Xianxia's back. However, his heart was filled with emotions. He knew why Xianxia was so afraid. In reality, Xianxia had been living in fear all this time. Which human in the demon god domain didn't worry about their future every single day? I know about the Kunlun god domain. Grandma said that it's the sacred land of the human race. In that place, the human race is the ruler. Yes, the Kunlun god domain is the territory of the human race. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you out of there. Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. Previously, he had only heard of the demon god's divine domain, but Yi Xian didn't know what the demon god's divine domain was like. But now, Yi Xian knew that the demon god's divine domain was simply a purgatory for humans. It was no wonder that the Kunlun god domain and the demon god domain were mortal enemies. There was no room for reconciliation. Unfortunately, the demon god domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human race in the demon god domain, she couldn't do it. After comforting Xianxia for a while, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian learned about the situation of the human race in the demon god domain from Xianxia. Because the human race in the demon god domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources. Even the space they could move around was very small. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would often hunt down the human race. In the demon god domain, there was almost no place for the human race to hide. Take the village that Xianxia came from for example. In fact, there was always a constant migration. In order to avoid the divine beasts, Xianxia's village constantly traversed dangerous places. Snowy mountains, deserts, abysses, any place that wasn't easy to be discovered was the sacred land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only constantly run away. It wasn't that the human race didn't have any powerhouses. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't achieve much. Even if Ouyang Shui was a genius in their village, at such a young age, she was still able to cultivate to this nondescript low-level divine lord realm by just relying on a single lucky chance without any cultivation resources. This was also considered rare. Xianxia's divine sovereign realm was nondescript because Xianxia's body was only at the body refinement realm. She had almost no combat strength and couldn't even fly. In the demon god domain, the human race vigorously developed a secondary occupation called construction. This secondary occupation was different from weapon refinement. It was simple processing of visible materials to create things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human race in the demon god domain lived in constant fear. If it were Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping the human race. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so. With his mere high-level divine king cultivation, he didn't have the qualifications to make a ruckus in the demon god domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts in the demon god domain liked to take human form. The human race in the demon god domain was very weak and didn't dare to enter the divine beasts' cave abodes. Therefore, no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, it was impossible for the human race in the demon god domain to reach the high-level divine king realm. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts in the demon god domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form. They wouldn't link Yi Xian to the human race. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans in the demon god domain as he could. As for the demon god domain, when Yi Xian's strength was enough, he would definitely eradicate this place. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Continuous Breakthrough Yi Xian said to Xianxia. At the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Xianxia. Yi Xian could only do so much. Yi Xian could not do anything more. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he had almost never used before. Eternal Bestowal. Eternal Bestowal was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally of little value, but now, Yi Xian found that it was time for this skill to show its usefulness. System, can I use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt, host can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points. Good, since I can use Faith Finger to exchange for eternal points, it's fine. System, use Faith Finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. I want to use the Eternal Bestowal skill. Ding. System prompt: host has used 1 million faith finger to exchange for 1 eternal point. Along with the system prompt, Xian obtained 1 eternal point. 1 million faith finger to exchange for 1 eternal point did not seem to be a good deal, but Xian could not care less. After all, eternal points were difficult to obtain, but faith finger could increase at any time. Xian naturally would not be calculative. In fact, Xian did not even bother to check how many faith finger he had. Use the skill, Eternal Bestowal. Use the ancient resources in the ancient zither space as the reward. Xian said directly. Along with Xian's words, a powerful light directly enveloped Xian. The light contained extremely powerful power. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using the ancient resources. The energy constantly condensed and purified Xianxia's body. Waves of pure divine power were directly instilled into Xianxia's body. Even the magic treasures that Xian had given to Xian before had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Xianxia's eyes were closed at this time. Obviously, she was undergoing a test. Xian did not know what Xianxia was going through, but the power of the light could clearly transform Xianxia. Time passed. After a total of 72 hours, Xianxia finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation erupted from Xianxia's body. Not good. Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up Xianxia and ran away. Xian didn't put Xianxia down until they were thousands of miles away. At this time, Xianxia was still not fully awake. However, the system notification had already rung out. Ding. System notification: attention host, you have selected a target. The special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Xianxia bloodline has been upgraded to the Heaven Battling Divine Mother bloodline. Ding. System notification: attention host, Xianxia's cultivation level has increased. She is now at the peak of 9th grade Upper Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor, moreover, he was at the peak of the 9th grade Superior Divine Emperor realm. Xian was slightly shocked. He had not expected Xianxia to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal bestowment. One had to know that Xian was only a high-rank 1 Divine King. Who would have thought that the eternal bestowment would create a high-rank 9 Divine Emperor? That was an entire realm of cultivation. Moreover, she was only one step away from a breakthrough. It was impossible for Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Xian now needed better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, this did not mean that this was a problem for Xian. After all, the ancient zither space's output had been kept by Xian for such a long time and had not been used. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour. Xian said directly. The countless resources in the interspatial ring were quickly sorted. The valuable ones were kept, while the rest were turned into experience points for Xian to level up and transferred into Xian's body. Breakthrough, 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 continuous breakthrough. Ding. System notification: host has broken through. You are now at the lower rank 9 Divine Emperor realm. Xian was very satisfied with leveling up so many realms in one go. Although he was still a little weaker than Xianxia, Xian knew very well that if they really fought, Xianxia's combat strength would not necessarily be much stronger than his. After all, Xian had leveled up Xianxia's realm. Coupled with the eruption of Xianxia's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Xianxia did not have much combat experience and did not have any suitable abilities. Of course, Xian would slowly solve all of this in the future. Let's go. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave abode. Xian said to Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked at first, then asked, Brother Yi, why are we going to the Aquamoon Cave abode? There are many divine beast experts there. It's very dangerous. Xian looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly, saying, to kill people. Yes, Xian was going to kill people, because in Xian's heart, the Fey God Dominion was not the Kunlun God Dominion. Therefore, Xian did not need to hold back. Since these divine beasts did not treat humans as living beings, then why should Xian care about them? Let them be the stepping stones for Xian to increase his strength quickly. The two of them walked together and quickly walked towards the Aquamoon Cave Abode's affiliated city. This time, Xian did not have any scruples. Even if he did not provoke Xian would still find trouble with him, let alone provoking Xian. The two of them came to the affiliated city again. At first, they did not encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Xian waited for what he wanted. At this time, Xian was walking on the streets, looking at the strange resources on sale in the Fey God Dominion. After all, some of the resources in the Fey God Dominion were not available in the Kunlun God Dominion. For example, this thing called the 3-star Divine Stone was not heard of in the Kunlun God Dominion. However, this 3-star Divine Stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of precepts. Gather enough 3-star Divine Stones and then extract the 3-star Divine Power from them to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of precepts. Just as Xian was about to buy some, he heard the sound of people shouting and horses neighing in the distance. Out of the way, all of you! The young master of the Yicaran clan is here. The Yicaran clan? Xian frowned slightly, but Xian had already said to him, Brother Xian, you may not know, but the Yicaran clan is a very powerful clan. This Yicaran clan has an ultimate god expert and is considered a tyrant in this area. Moreover, the affiliated city of the Aquamoon Cave Abode is considered the property of the Yicaran clan. It sounded like he was strong, but Xian did not care about his background. The young master of the Yicaran clan brat, do you want to die? Get lost. Do you know who's here? A lackey ran to Xian's side. Although his strength was only at the 6th grade Divine King realm, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear when he saw Xian and Ouyang Shui, two Divine Emperor experts. After all, he represented the young master of the Yicaran clan. Who would dare to disobey him, but today, he just had to meet such a person. Xian didn't even bother to deal with this guy. Since this guy was looking for trouble, Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Seeing that Xian didn't move, the lackey was infuriated. He picked up a whip and lashed it at Xian. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Of course, the whip didn't hit Xian. Instead, it killed the guy who ran the shop. However, it was obvious that the Yicaran clan was extremely overbearing. Even though their lackey killed someone on the spot, no one stopped him. Instead, the surrounding people took a few steps back. The lackey saw that he had killed someone, but he didn't show any fear. He even swaggered over and glanced at the person. He said indifferently, You deserve to die. How dare you block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying that, the lackey waved the whip again and swept it at Xian. At the same time, he said, And you, Humph. How dare you block our young master's path? Kill without mercy. The whip was getting closer and closer to Xian. Many people in the surroundings couldn't bear to see it. In fact, there were some experts who could defeat this lackey. However, he was a lackey of the Yicaran clan. Moreover, he was the lackey that the young master doted on the most. So, no one dared to attack him. Therefore, everyone was only thinking in their hearts that another person was going to die under this life-seizing whip. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them happened. Just as the whip was about to hit Xian shouted, Get lost. In an instant, a long sword flew towards the lackey. How could a mere 6th grade Divine King be a match for Xian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and killed the lackey before he could react. Murder. Moreover, the lackey was a lackey of the Yicaran clan. The divine beasts in the surroundings were horrified. Some divine beasts were so scared that they even revealed their true form. Xian. Yicaran clan. Right at this moment, a furious voice resounded, Damn it. They actually dared to kill my ding. Kill them. In an instant, a large group of lackeys rushed towards Xian. Obviously, they wanted to kill Xian. Xian was not afraid at all. His eyes were full of vigor. In fact, Xian already had a plan in mind. The lackeys ran rampant and rushed towards Xian. However, Xian did not fight them head-on. Instead, he kept dodging. Moreover, every time he dodged to places where there were more people. These lackeys of the Yi Karen clan were usually running rampant. They did not care about anything and continued to attack Yi Xian. Boom, 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 powerful attacks continued to erupt. Yi Xian was not affected. However, the passers-by in the surroundings were in big trouble. In just a short moment, more than a dozen people had suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still dodge. However, the divine beasts who lived here or opened shops here could not so easily dodge. A divine beast who opened a weapons shop wailed. Just a moment ago, not only did the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan injure him, but they also destroyed his shop. Yi Xian purposely appeared to be in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. The servants didn't care so much as they chased after Yi Xian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yi Xian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaying sword in his hand flew out and killed a lackey of the Yi Karen clan. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the dark, had already received Yi Xian's instructions and kicked a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people did not understand the process. However, they saw that the divine beast, who was watching the show, was pouncing on a dead lackey of the Yi Karen clan. How dare you kill a member of the Yi Karen clan? When the surrounding lackey saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush toward that person. That person was extremely flustered and said loudly, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, the lackey of the Yi Karen clan did not care so much. He casually whipped that person's head and at the same time, wiped out that person's divine spark. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he did not kill those lackeys. Instead, he only injured them. With Ouyang Shui's cooperation, it did not take long for passers-by to start fighting with the lackeys of the Yi Karen clan in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them for me. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen clan who spoke again. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not wait to praise the young master of the Yi Karen clan. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This cooperation, he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen clan, those lackeys did not care so much and immediately attacked the people around them. One must know that the Yi Karen clan had always been running amok in the affiliated cities. Killing a few people was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, compared to the Kunlun god domain, the demon god domain revered strength more. There were not so many rules. At this moment, when these lackeys attacked, the divine beasts who were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yi Xian, he immediately shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Yi Karen's family isn't giving us a way out. Could it be that you're willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone, let's attack together. For the sake of survival, for our own lives." Yi Xian's voice naturally attracted the response of countless people. After all, the situation now could not be more obvious. The Yi Karen clan was prepared to kill them all. If they did not resist, then there would really be no way out. Alright, everyone, let's attack together. Even if we die, we can't die so cowardly. Everyone, let's resist them together. Someone shouted in response to Yi Xian. And with the first, there would naturally be the second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with voices. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? If he did not attack now, when would he? At this moment, the street was already in chaos. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Back at the Watermoon Cave abode, the servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this affiliated city. But now, these lowly people actually dared to resist them. This was simply intolerable. However, there were some smart people who knew that this wasn't the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to their young lord, they would have to bear the consequences. But how could it be so easy for them to quell the chaos? Yi Xian continued to wander among the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the god slayer and killed people from time to time. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. Passers-by were being killed one by one. In addition to the chaos around them, it was only natural that more people would be drawn into the vortex. In fact, Yi Karen's family knew that they weren't welcome in this affiliated city. Therefore, they would bring hundreds of guards with them whenever they went out. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards weren't enough. These guards were like a drop in the bucket compared to the chaotic crowd. And the impact of the crowd forced these guards to protect their young lord with all their might. The conflict had already arisen. It wasn't easy to resolve it. Moreover, Yi Xian was deliberately looking for trouble. Xianxia was following Yi Xian's orders to incite chaos. But suddenly, she was pulled aside by Yi Xian. "Let's go," Yi Xian said to Xianxia. "Why should we go? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young lord of Yi Karen's family first?" Yi Xian was slightly stunned by Xianxia's words. Yi Xian didn't expect Xianxia to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young lord of Yi Karen's family would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyway, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected. There was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to disrupt the internal affairs of the demon god's domain. Of course, this was just a subsidiary city of the Watermoon Cave abode. This time, Yi Xian was only testing the waters. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in mind. He wanted to cause chaos in the fiend god realm. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to bring up the matter of assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't do anything, the young master won't be able to survive. Yi Xian had a smile on his face because he could already see that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. A portion of people hoped to obtain benefits by helping the Yi Karen family. However, even more people were unable to suppress the fury in their hearts and directly attacked the Yi Karen family. In this way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this affiliated city. The more they killed, the more people would be dragged into it. It would not be that easy to calm the chaos in this affiliated city of the Watermoon Cave abode. Yi Xian quickly left with Xianxia. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants rushed out of the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped and rushed over to help. Once these people joined in, they would not be of much use except to escalate the conflict. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire affiliated city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master was finally killed by an expert. With the death of the young master, the Yi Karen family would not let the matter rest. Therefore, the battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. The outside world had different reactions when they heard the news. Some felt that those lowly people were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family. Some felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again came to this affiliated city. At this time, the affiliated city was obviously much more desolate, and there were much fewer people on the streets. There were even remnants of the battle left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's domain was impossible to mediate. The human race in the demon god's domain naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die in one night. After all, only then would they have space to live. Although this kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it did not hinder Xianxia. Because of the riot in the affiliated city and the fall of so many experts in the demon god's domain, Xianxia was happy from the bottom of her heart. As for Yi Xian, he did not feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian did not care about the death of these divine beasts. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time, it was clear that the entire affiliated city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen clan, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival did not receive the same welcome as before. The people who stayed behind only looked at Yi Xian coldly. Of course, Yi Xian did not care so much. Yi Xian was just passing by this time. This subsidiary city was a necessary path to the Watermoon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Xianxia were very fast. It did not take long for them to pass through the affiliated city. At this time, they were already outside the Watermoon Cave abode. The Watermoon Cave abode was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's domain. As a result, the inspection was very strict. Those who did not have the qualifications to enter would never have the opportunity to enter. Yi Xian and Xianxia had not gone far when they were stopped by two people. Halt! Show me your tokens. Yi Xian looked up and asked the two people, "What tokens?" One of them looked at Yi Xian and said indifferently, "Why are you two here? If you are here to learn, then show your invitation tokens. If you are here to visit, then show your visiting tokens." Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not speak. Xianxia said coldly, "We are here to kill. Do we also need to show our killing tokens?" Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Elder. Blocking the way unexpectedly, the two guards of the Watermoon Cave residents looked at each other and then laughed. "Haha, two little kids, are you deliberately here to make fun of us? Killing in our Watermoon Cave abode? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Was it really a joke? Suddenly, a cold light flashed. That person who was laughing complacently abruptly stopped laughing. There was only fear in his eyes because that cold light had already taken his life. "You, who are you?" The remaining guard was a sensible person. If Yi Xian could instantly kill his companion, then he could naturally instantly kill him as well. Therefore, he didn't escape at all, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to that person at all. Just as he finished speaking, Wei Zhentian had already controlled the god-slaying sword to fly back and directly kill him. "I told you that we're here to kill. You didn't believe me, so don't blame us," Xianxia said calmly. Yi Xian did not care so much. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the two divine beasts and their interspatial rings. After that, Yi Xian and Xianxia continued to move forward. Along the way, it could be said that he killed everyone he saw. Although the Watermoon Cave abode was a gathering place for geniuses in the demon god's domain, ordinary guards were no match for Yi Xian. In a short while, they arrived outside the Watermoon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian finally met an expert, an elder of the Watermoon Cave abode. At this time, Yi Xian killed the two guards as he did before. At this time, a voice sounded. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you kill in my Watermoon Cave abode? Are you tired of living?" Along with this voice, three figures directly descended. A divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was holding a magic weapon that looked like a mace. Behind him were two divine beasts in blue robes. This divine beast with a human body and a cow's head was the law-enforcing elder of the Watermoon Cave abode. They were just passing by and did not expect to see Yi Xian killing the guards. The sudden appearance of the three shocked Xianxia, but she was not afraid at all. Looking at the three of them, Xianxia said, "3 more to die." Along the way, Yi Xian had deliberately trained Xianxia and allowed her to kill a few divine beasts with average strength. Of course, most of the time, Yi Xian was still the most. At this time, Yi Xian seeing the three of them. Yi Xian translation, system detecting the three strength. Ding. System notification, targets are a 1st grade mid-divine Emperor Realm Elder and 2 7th grade high divine King Realm Guards. His strength was average. It could be said that Yi Xian had enough confidence to kill the three of them. But this time, Yi Xian did not move. Instead, he said to Xianxia, "Go, I'll leave them to you." Xianxia was an expert at the peak of the divine Emperor realm. But because she had just gained strength, she did not have enough divine sense, so her strength was not enough. But undoubtedly, the best way to improve one's strength was to fight. That was why Yi Xian asked Xianxia to do it. Yi Xian wanted to train Ouyang Shui already had incomparable trust in Yi Xian. She understood in her heart that since Yi Xian wanted her to make a move, it naturally meant that he had the ability to kill 3 people. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, she directly pulled out her sword and charged forward. This sword was a magic weapon given to her by Yi Xian. Although it was not as good as the god-slaying sword, it was not bad. Kill! Ouyang Shui shouted and slashed with the divine sword in her hand. The elder was not afraid at all. He waved his mace and blocked Ouyang Shui's attack. At the same time, the numerous sharp spikes on the mace suddenly burst into a ball of light, which filled the whole sky in an instant. Those sharp light shadows did not hesitate and directly surrounded Ouyang Shui. Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaying swords to surround Yi Xian, but Yi Xian did not move at all. If Ouyang Shui, with her cultivation at the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, couldn't do anything to a 1st grade Divine Emperor realm elder, then Yi Xian might even consider not nurturing her. At this moment, Ouyang Shui looked serious. The magic weapon in her hand flew up and down. At the same time, a ray of light lit up in her body. This was the power of law that Ouyang Shui had comprehended. However, even Yi Xian found this power of law strange. This power of law was not any of the power of law that Yi Xian had mastered. It was extremely rare. What Ouyang Shui had mastered was the light-speed boundary law, hence the name. The power of law was the boundary law of light. The speed of light was already considered extremely fast. The boundary law of light restricted the power of light within a certain range. It could also be continuously accelerated to 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the speed of light. That speed was faster than teleportation, and even more terrifying than the power of law of space. After all, the power of law of light speed boundary law was different from the power of law of space or other power of law. This was a special power of law that could allow one to maintain their peak speed and continue to fight. As the light of law rose, Ouyang Shui's figure turned into a ray of light. It was a mysterious ray of light that could not be detected by the naked eye or divine consciousness. At the same time, Ouyang Shui's immature boundary law of light was also activated. The terrifying speed turned into the most advantageous means of attack. Even though the elder's divine consciousness was so powerful that it could reach a preliminary prediction. In the blink of an eye, he was struck down to the ground. This was because Ouyang Shui had launched hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. Of course, at the same time that the elder was killed, the other 2 guards were also killed. Ouyang Shui stopped what she was doing and looked at Yi Xian with tears in her eyes. Yi Xian naturally understood what she wanted to say. He nodded slightly and said lightly, "You did well this time." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Ouyang Shui suppressed the excitement in her heart and said excitedly. However, although Ouyang Shui was not slow in killing the elder, she still gave the elder time to send out the signal. At this time, the Water Moon Cave Mansion had already received the signal of invasion. However, because the time was too short, the elder only had time to send out the signal of invasion. He did not say where and who was it, therefore, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion could only be on high alert, but they did not know where the danger came from. Especially when they found that the guards had mysteriously disappeared, the people in the Water Moon Cave Mansion became even more vigilant. Yi Xian waved his hand and the 3 corpses and their interspatial rings were devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification, host has broken through to the rank 1 medium Divine Emperor realm. Who would have thought that this elder, who was a mid-level Divine Emperor realm expert, would only be able to raise Yi Xian's level by 1. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about this. Yi Xian had already decided to kill to his heart's content in the demon god's domain. It would not be difficult for him to raise his level. The Annihilation Organization and the Primogenitor at the same time, groups of divine beast geniuses from the demon god domain were studying as usual. Of course, there were occasional discussions about food. It was as if the experts from the demon god domain were more obsessed with food than the experts from the Kunlun domain. However, the delicacies in their mouths could never be separated from one word, and that was the human race. In the eyes of the divine beasts of the demon god domain, only humans were the most delicious food. These words only made Yi Xian even more certain in his heart that Yi Xian didn't do anything wrong when he killed the experts of the demon god's domain and Tianqing. At this time, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of one of the demon god domain's geniuses. The Godslayer suddenly rested on that person's neck without warning. After all, that genius did not expect that someone would want to kill him in the Watermoon Cave abode. You will answer whatever I say next, but if you hesitate, be careful of your life. Yi Xian said calmly to that person. That person did not hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Let me ask you, what is the deal with the Holy Sun in the demon god domain? Yi Xian knew that Luolua was called the Holy Sun. Of course, there might be other names, but the meaning was more or less the same. And Yi Xian could not find Luolua's whereabouts because of the identity of the Holy Sun. In reply to Senior, the Holy Sun is called by the primogenitor of the demon god domain. Only the genius chosen by the primogenitor can be called the Holy Sun and enjoy endless glory. That person did not know why Yi Xian suddenly asked such a question. After all, the Holy Sun was something that everyone in the demon god domain knew. However, since Yi Xian asked, he did not dare to hide it. Genius chosen by the primogenitor, Yi Xian frowned. In fact, Yi Xian had investigated who the Holy Sun was before, but it seemed that no one knew. Even if they did, there were different versions. Who would have thought that the answer he got in the demon god domain would be related to the primogenitor again? Although Yi Xian didn't know much about the so-called primogenitor, he had heard of him. After all, Yi Xian still had some mysterious blood in his hands. Back when Yi Xian had detonated the blood, he had heard the people of the demon god realm roaring about the return of the primogenitor. In any case, the primogenitor was extremely important and mysterious in the demon god domain. Now that Yi Xian heard the mention of the primogenitor again, it was inevitable that he would have some doubts. What is a primogenitor? Yi Xian couldn't help but raise a question. You don't know about the primogenitor? Who would have thought that the divine beast would dare to question Yi Xian when its life was clearly in Yi Xian's hands? But this guy immediately realized that he had said something wrong, so he immediately said, the primogenitor is the origin of the demon god domain. It is said that every divine beast clan has a powerful primogenitor. The power of the primogenitor is the source of the special abilities of every clan in the demon god domain. All of our racial talents are actually bestowed by the primogenitor. Although the primogenitor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, his power is everywhere. Moreover, every once in a while, someone would receive the blessing of the primogenitor. I heard that some people have tried to get the primogenitor's power back, but no one knows if it's true or not. That person kept talking, but Yi Xian thought of another power. Annihilation. It could be said that Yi Xian had completely eradicated the annihilation from the Kunlun god domain in a thunderous manner. But this didn't mean that the annihilation had completely disappeared. In fact, the annihilation still had remnants in other god domains. But what did the annihilation have to do with the primogenitor's power? On the surface, there seemed to be no connection between the two. However, Yi Xian had fought with the extermination organization countless times, so he knew in his heart that it was definitely not that simple to annihilate the organization. Or in other words, the extermination organization was definitely not as simple as he had imagined, and had nothing to do with the power of the ancestor. After all, the annihilation was also trying to summon some mysterious power, and they also had the primogenitor's return ceremony. Could there be a connection between the two? Yi Xian didn't know. But Yi Xian knew that whether it was the annihilation or the primogenitor, they must not be allowed to appear. After all, they were extremely evil. But if the annihilation was really summoning the primogenitor's power from the demon god domain, Yi Xian couldn't understand. After all, the members of the annihilation were almost all humans. And there was no direct connection between the annihilation and the demon god domain. Two completely unrelated forces were both thinking about the primogenitor's power, so Yi Xian couldn't ignore this. However, Yi Xian didn't know anything about the power of the ancestor. Moreover, very few people knew about it, and even if they could hear some of it, it would only be a legendary existence. No one could be sure whether or not there was any ancestor's power. Yi Xian put away his doubts and continued to ask the person, "Where can I find the chosen saint?" The person immediately stopped talking and said hesitantly, "Senior, may I ask which chosen saint you are looking for?" The total number of chosen saints has always been a secret. Legend has it that as long as there is a clan of divine beasts in the demon god domain, there will be a chosen saint. However, every holy sun did not stay in the same place. Most of the chosen saints are secretly guarded by their clans, while some are controlled by the Divine Master. Some of the chosen saints have undergone a test of strength and are constantly wandering around. Yi Xian was very dissatisfied with this answer, because it was as good as not saying anything. It wouldn't be of any help to Yi Xian at all. Although this fellow was extremely cooperative, it was a pity that the information he knew wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Therefore, with a thought from Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god-slaying sword and killed him without the slightest hesitation. "Let's go, let's continue forward," Yi Xian said to Xianxia. Soon, the two of them left this place. Actually, Yi Xian couldn't bear to see such a massacre, because Yi Xian knew that some divine beasts didn't deserve to die. However, Yi Xian was even more clear in his heart that this was the demon god's divine domain, not the Kunlun divine domain. As a human, he was an anomaly in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't cruel, then he would only be cruelly treated by the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain. He could choose to be humiliated at will, or he could only be cruel and heartless. And most of the divine beasts in the demon god domain weren't innocent. That was why Yi Xian was so merciless. Yi Xian was all alone now. Any mishap could lead to his death. If he wanted to live, he had to be vigilant at all times. There was no room for mercy. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill these divine beasts, even if they were transformed divine beasts. Translator, trans and editor, trans and follow me if you want to live. Yi Xian and Xianxia soon found another target. This time, it was a genius called Tian Ting by the divine beasts of the Watermoon Cave Mansion. This person was a Tian Ting beast. The Heaven Listener beast had a very special divine ability, and that was the Heaven Listener divine ability. It was said that the Heaven Listener divine ability could allow the Heaven Listener beast to hear anything it wanted to hear, regardless of whether it was a voice from millions of years ago or a voice from countless distances away. When the divine ability was cultivated to a high level, it could even hear the voice of the future. The Tian Ting beast's divine ability was very strange and unpredictable, but it also had many restrictions. But no matter what, this Tian Ting beast was undoubtedly a very good choice in Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian believed that this guy might be able to grasp some secrets that others did not know. Then, who else could Yi Xian find but him? However, Tian Ting was different from others. Perhaps he was pretending to be deep or something, but this guy rarely showed himself in front of others. At this time, Yi Xian wanted to find him but did not know how to do so. But Yi Xian did not know that Tian Ting had been taken away by the elders of the Watermoon Cave Mansion. It turned out that after the elders of the Watermoon Cave Mansion learned of the death of a law enforcement elder, they also discovered the deaths of several guards. With so many people dying, it naturally attracted the attention of the elders of the Watermoon Cave Mansion. Therefore, they found Tian Ting and promised him great benefits in the hope that he could use his divine ability to find out who the murderer was. "How was it? What did you get this time?" an elder said to Tian Ting. At this time, Tian Ting was standing in a large formation made of spiritual stones. Each time it was activated, it would require at least 100,000 spiritual stones. To maintain it, it would require no less than 1 million spiritual stones. With such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that Tian Ting's divine ability would not be activated so easily. At this time, the Watermoon Cave Mansion was willing to spend so much because of the continuous deaths of so many people. In fact, Tian Ting had already used up tens of millions of spiritual stones. Unfortunately, he still did not get anything. When Tian Ting heard the elder's question, he shook his head helplessly. This time, he followed the elder's instructions and chose to use his Tian Ting ability. However, he didn't hear anything useful. However, he did remember Yi Xian's voice. Unfortunately, just the voice alone didn't seem to be of much use. Of course, if Yi Xian knew that Tian Ting's mystique was so powerful, he would have to rejoice that he had acted swiftly and did not say anything. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. Hearing Tian Ting's reply, the elders did not give up. With a wave of their hands, another batch of spirit stones was added into the formation. "It doesn't matter. Continue investigating. I don't believe that guy didn't leave behind any clues," an elder said to Tian Ting. Tian Ting naturally wouldn't refuse such an opportunity to train his divine ability. If it were any other time, how could it be so easy to get such an opportunity? Now that there was a cave elder willing to spend spirit stones for him to train his divine ability, he naturally wouldn't mind. At this time, Xian was also searching everywhere for Tianting. After another failure, Tianting had already searched all the locations controlled by the elders of the Watermoon Cave, but unfortunately, he didn't find the slightest clue. They had already spent 20 million spirit stones, which could be said to have reached the limit of what the elders of the Watermoon Cave could bear. Helpless, these elders could only give up and rely on Tianting to find clues. Tianting left the place with incomparable doubts in his heart. What kind of person could make the elders so concerned? After all, these elders didn't tell Tianting what had happened, so Tianting had no way to know. However, he didn't go far before he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Tianting didn't care, thinking that they were just ordinary disciples of the cave. However, when the two people came to Tianting's side, they asked Tianting, "Are you Tianting?" Tianting was slightly taken aback. He was considered a celebrity in the Watermoon Cave, and almost everyone knew him. Now, these two people's inquiry made Tianting a little confused. However, Tianting still nodded subconsciously, "Yes, I am Tianting." Along with this answer, Tianting suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura, and at the same time, two powerful divine swords had already locked onto him. All of this happened so fast that Tianting didn't have time to react. Of course, even if he wanted to react, he was probably not Xian's match. After all, Tianting was only talented, but it didn't mean that he was very strong. In fact, Tianting was just a divine lord, so how could he stand a chance in front of Xian? "If you want to live, then follow me obediently," Xian said indifferently. At this time, Tianting seemed to understand something, but unfortunately, even if he understood, he was simply unable to resist. Facing the powerful Xian, Tianting didn't even have the qualifications to speak. The two Godslayer swords could break his godhead at any time, so how could he resist in the slightest? Tianting was extremely shocked, but he could only follow Xian helplessly. Before long, the three of them arrived at a remote place. Xian waved his hand, and a divine talisman transformed into a simple array that wrapped around the three of them. The divine talisman's function was to conceal itself, and its effect was very simple. However, unless someone deliberately investigated this place, they wouldn't discover its uniqueness. "Now, you will answer whatever I ask you. If your answer satisfies me, I can spare your life, otherwise," Tianting naturally understood what Xian was trying to say. After all, Tianting already knew Xian's identity. This guy was the powerhouse who had killed the guards and even the elders along the way, then infiltrated the Watermoon Cave abode. Tianting had the urge to cry. He never imagined that such a powerhouse would come looking for him. Of course, he also knew why Xian had done so. In fact, it was also because of his divine ability. Xian had also taken a fancy to his special divine ability. For the first time, Tianting regretted that he had this divine ability. At this time, his divine ability, which was originally worth showing off and envied by countless people, had attracted huge trouble for him. "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Holy Sun?" Xian asked indifferently. At the same time, he released a powerful pressure from his body, so Tianting didn't dare to hide anything. Tianting quickly began to answer, but he didn't let Xian get much of what he wanted. However, Xian also knew that Tianting wasn't lying. After all, what Tianting had heard was exactly what Xian knew. There was no mistake. Chapter 2441 Chapter 2441 Rebirth of Dharma form. This question caused Tianting to hesitate slightly. It wasn't that Tianting was trying to hide something, but the answer seemed to be something that everyone knew. Of course, Tianting did not dare to hesitate. He immediately replied, "Entering the Master God battlefield can only be done with the teleportation token bestowed by the Divine Masters and Heavenly Kings. After all, once the Master God battlefield is closed, it will become a forbidden zone. As for the Kunlun Divine Domain, I have heard that it is possible to enter through some secret passageways. However, after the previous war with the Kunlun Divine Domain, these secret passageways have been sealed." "So you're saying there's no other way?" Xian frowned slightly. When he heard that, he thought that Xian was angry. He quickly continued, no, it's not like there's no chance at all. I've heard that each of the 8 great heavenly generals' palaces holds a special secret realm. That secret realm leads to both the Kunlun god domain and the demon god domain. Yi Xian frowned again. What's the use of that? Do you want me to kill those divine generals and steal the two-way secret realm? Heaven Listener was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling flustered as he tried to say something. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Because the information provided by Tian Ting did not seem to be of any real use. Of course, it was good to know that there were 8 two-way secret realms. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Listener beast. The Heavenly Listener beast's innate divine ability was not bad, and it could be used by Yi Xian. It was a pity to kill it just like that. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Listener beast was sucked into the devouring space. After all, once it entered the devouring space, the Heavenly Listener beast would be completely under Yi Xian's control. From then on, it would not be able to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Who said that Yi Xian knew that the Heavenly Listener beast would not be of much use to him in the short term after absorbing it into the devouring space? However, as the Tree of Laws grew, the devouring space would gradually become stronger, and it might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, even the Heavenly Listener beast did not have many clues. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. His gaze quickly gathered on the surrounding mythological beasts. These divine beasts were all geniuses of the demon god domain. Perhaps in the future, they would become the enemies of the Kunlun god domain and Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian hardened his heart and prepared to kill them all. These geniuses of the demon god domain, rather than leaving them alive to become enemies in the future, it was better to kill them all now. That's right. Yi Xian was going to massacre everyone in this place because Yi Xian knew full well that the people here would one day become the enemy of the Kunlun god domain and Yi Xian himself. What's more, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, Xianxia probably wouldn't let these people off. It could be said that none of these geniuses had not eaten humans before. In the eyes of these so-called geniuses of the demon god domain, humans were just food. So what reason did Yi Xian have to give them a chance to live? Wei Zhentian, Dharma treasure form, kill them all. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly activated and controlled the 2 Godslayer swords to rush out. At the same time, Xianxia also rushed out. Since the establishment of the Aquamoon Cave abode, this was the first time it had encountered a bloodbath. The other meaning of geniuses was that they were not strong enough. The reason why they were called geniuses was because they had high potential, but it didn't mean that they were strong enough. Perhaps in the future, they could all become strong, but at least for now, they weren't that strong. And Yi Xian wouldn't give them the time to grow. The Godslayer swords danced in the air, and the geniuses fell one after another. The entire Aquamoon Cave abode was filled with whales. One by one, the divine beasts and geniuses transformed into their original forms and tried to resist or escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian and Xianxia were like 2 killing gods, killing everything in their path. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to remember how many divine beasts and geniuses he had killed. Because there was no need to. As long as an enemy appeared in his sight, none of them would escape. However, the havoc didn't last long. During this time, the elders in the Aquamoon Cave abode had never stopped looking for Yi Xian and Xianxia. Now that the 2 of them had appeared, they naturally attracted the elders' attention. Boy, how dare you act so presumptuously in the Aquamoon Cave abode? You're courting death. An elder quickly rushed towards Yi Xian, his body constantly emitting strong light. While rushing towards Yi Xian, he had already activated his gifted superpower. This was an expert who had cultivated from a giant porcupine. It could be said that he was the pride of the porcupine clan. After all, porcupines were generally less talented. It was rare for them to cultivate to the Divine Emperor realm. And this Divine Beast expert was a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor. Unfortunately, a lower rank 7 Divine Emperor was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even bother to recall the Godslayer. He just casually threw a punch and a strong force instantly erupted. Boom! 1 punch. With just 1 punch, Yi Xian sent Elder Porcupine flying. However, the punch didn't take Elder Porcupine's life. Elder Porcupine was terrified after being sent flying by Yixian's punch. He stood in the distance, coughing up blood. He didn't dare to move forward. However, at this time, the other two elders had arrived. They first glanced at Elder Porcupine, then looked at each other and rushed towards Yixian. Ding! System notification: the target is a middle rank 4 Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. 3 levels higher than Yixian, indeed, he was very strong. However, Yixian's title of eternal supremacy was not just for show. It was only 3 levels higher, so Yixian didn't put him in his eyes. The two elders transformed into their true forms because they were the kind of divine beasts that could only display their greatest combat strength in their true forms. These two elders were actually a tiger and a lion. Roar! 2 angry roars sounded. The two powerful divine beasts had already launched their attacks. They started with a tiger's roar and lion's roar. Violent sound waves erupted, forming a huge whirlwind that rushed towards Yixian. However, Yixian didn't care about this kind of attack. Yixian waved his hand, and a strong force was launched, scattering the whirlwind. The two divine beasts' elders attacked again. After transforming into their true forms, they didn't use any magic weapons. This was because their true forms had long been trained to surpass most magic weapons. Even if they waved their hands, there would be a huge flash of light that wasn't any weaker than the light of a magic weapon. Yixian narrowed his eyes, put his hands together, and immediately activated a Dharma idol. The Dharma idol of the Glorious Empress. The Glorious Empress was once a strong person in the realm of the gods. She was skilled in several magical powers that could be said to be unbeatable. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Empress of Splendor. The second mystique was called Glorious Glory. This was a mystique that could use the power of the law of light to condense a giant singularity and cause explosive damage. This mystique could cause great damage within a certain range for a short period of time. When combined with the first mystique, it could naturally cause great damage to the enemy. In addition to these two mystiques, the third mystique was undoubtedly even more terrifying. This third mystique was called Glorious Destruction. Once this mystique was activated, the target that was locked on would be continuously injured by a giant pillar of light that descended from the sky as long as they were under the light. The body of 10,000 sovereign was difficult to obtain and had a long cooldown time. However, there was no doubt that the explosive damage was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yixian summoned the Glorious Empress of Splendor Dharma. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying pressure descended. The two elders, one tiger and one lion, were slightly stunned, but they did not give up on attacking. Instead, they continued to charge towards Yixian. As the two elders charged forward, they actually fused together and activated their combined mystique, the Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon. The Tiger-Lion Frenzy Demon was a combination technique that the two elders had perfected over tens of thousands of years of tacit cooperation. It could be said that once the two of them activated this mystique, it was equivalent to perfectly fusing their powers together. The explosive attack power was not as simple as 1+1. Wherever the two of them ran, the clouds and fog dispersed. Due to their extreme speed, there was even an extremely powerful whirlwind around their bodies to protect them. Unfortunately, even so, it was useless. Dance for me. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up into a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, the brilliant dance divine ability immediately descended. The two elders were stunned to discover that their bodies couldn't help but stop. They were even attracted by some mysterious power of law and danced on the spot. Although this time was very short, it was enough to make them panic. This was because Yixian's new attack had already arrived. Glorious Glory! A huge ball of light directly surrounded the two of them. Then, the ball of light quickly shrank. Yixian looked at the ball of light and said faintly, "Boom." While Yixian was speaking, the ball of light had already condensed to its limit. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and it exploded. Boom! With a deafening boom, the condensing light energy exploded in an instant. The powerful energy directly enveloped the two elders. After the explosion, the two elders were covered in blood and had no choice but to fall to the ground. But as soon as they landed, Yixian had no intention of letting them go. Glorious Destruction! A beam of light descended from the sky. Before this, those two elders were standing together because they used their fusion innate techniques. But now, they became the reason for their deaths. In an instant, even the elders felt as if their bodies were melting. As a matter of fact, their bodies were indeed melting. The power of the law of light, no matter how tough one's body was, as long as it hadn't reached the point where the light couldn't be broken, it could be refined. This glorious annihilation used the law of light to destroy the enemy through the means of refining weapons. In other words, glorious destruction was refining the enemies within the light as materials. Of course, there would never be a result because the final result would be melting. What a terrifying scene this was. Two powerful elders of the Watermoon Cavern actually melted in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the surrounding elders didn't dare to make a move. They all looked at Xian in horror. One of them asked Xian loudly, "Who are you, sir? What grudge do you have with the Watermoon Cavern?" The Watermoon Cavern is a public cavern built in response to the orders of the Divine Master. Any prodigy can enter to cultivate and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you looking for trouble with the Watermoon Cavern? Xian shook his head silently. Perhaps the Watermoon Cavern was aloof from worldly affairs in the demon god domain. Unfortunately, the divine beast prodigies you nurtured would one day appear in the Master God battlefield and become enemies with the Kunlun god domain. Then, Xian would never let them go. Xian ignored the elders. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the interspatial rings left behind by the two elders, one tiger and one lion. Xian's calmness made the surrounding elders even more uncertain. After all, no one knew what Xian's trump card was. Xianxia, on the other hand, relied on her profound realm. Although she didn't have such powerful means like Xian, she still killed several elders of the demon god domain. Under their hands, who knew how many divine beast prodigies they had killed? What do you want, sir? Why are you making an enemy out of the Watermoon Cavern? If the Watermoon Cavern is wrong, we are willing to compensate you for your loss. Please stop immediately. Another elder spoke up. This elder's true form was a dark unicorn. Therefore, there was a black aura lingering around him. Xian looked at these people indifferently. However, he didn't really intend to let go. Of course, Xian knew that once these elders all attacked, even Xian wouldn't be able to withstand them. What's more, the Watermoon Cavern Master and several experts had yet to appear. Once they did, Xian wouldn't be a match for them. Xian understood the principle of quitting while he was ahead. However, it would be a waste if he didn't ruthlessly extort the Watermoon Cavern Master. Fine, I can stop. However, your Watermoon Cavern Master's disciples have eaten my clansmen. How are you going to settle this? Xian's words weren't fake at all. Weren't humans treated as food by these divine beasts? However, Xian didn't say that he was a human. After all, if he said that he was a human, it would only cause those elders to madly attack him. Hearing Xian's words, the elders seemed to understand something. However, it was obvious that they had misunderstood. In the demon god's domain, it was very normal for many powerful races to eat the weaker races as food. However, this precondition was strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would be eaten by others instead. Then, they deserved to be unlucky. At this time, the elders obviously misunderstood Xian's meaning. They thought that Xian's clansmen had been killed and eaten by the Watermoon Cavern Master's disciples, so they came to seek revenge. So that's how it is. However, you're being a little unreasonable. Which clan of Watermoon Cavern Master's disciples did this? You can find trouble with his clan. Why are you targeting the entire Watermoon Cavern Master? Oh, is that so? Then those disciples said that they were from Watermoon Cavern Master and no one dared to hurt them. How do you explain this matter? Anyway, it was nonsense. Xian didn't care so much. What? Is that so? Hearing Xian's answer, the elders were obviously angry. At this time, a red figure descended from the sky. Greetings, Great Elder. It turned out that the Great Elder of Watermoon Cavern Master had arrived. Ding. System prompt, target is a 7th stage Divine Emperor. The host is advised to dodge immediately. Deterrence. There was no way Xian could resist the Grand Elder. Xian was on high alert. He had already decided that if the Grand Elder made a move, he would run away immediately. However, the Grand Elder's next words made Xian stop in his tracks. Since it was the fault of my Watermoon Abode's disciples, then we must compensate them. Kid, take the resources in this interspatial ring as your compensation. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Elder actually gave Xian an interspatial ring. Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? No, things weren't that simple. Sure enough, the Grand Elder spoke again. Kid, your 10-tailed divine fox clan lives in seclusion in the unworldly secret realm. When did you enter the mainland? 10-tailed divine fox clan. Suddenly, Xian thought of Empress Splendor's true form. Empress Splendor's true form was actually a 10-tailed divine fox clan. The Grand Elder clearly misunderstood and thought that he was a member of the 10-tailed divine fox clan. After all, the 3 Empress Splendor's abilities that Xian used were the innate abilities of the 10-tailed divine fox clan. Xian understood the Grand Elder's point and smirked. Who cares about the 10-tailed divine fox clan? Xian couldn't care less. As long as he got the benefits, it was enough. Let's go. Xian waved his hand and led Xianxia away, ignoring the Grand Elder. Clearly, the Grand Elder was extremely wary of the 10-tailed divine fox clan. Seeing Xian and Xianxia leave, some of the ordinary elders didn't understand the Grand Elder's actions and asked, Grand Elder, are we just going to let them go like this? They killed so many of our disciples. What should we do when the clansmen of our disciples investigate? The Grand Elder looked back at the other elders and said calmly, tell them, if they have any objections, they can go find the 10-tailed divine fox clan and ask for punishment. That is, as long as they have the guts. Grand Elder, what's so special about the 10-tailed divine fox clan? Why are you so afraid? Lord Divine Master's true form is really the 10-tailed divine fox. What do you think will happen if the Divine Master finds out that one of his clansmen was eaten by a disciple of our Aquamoon Heavenly Cave? Don't think I don't know that your clansmen were also killed by this person, but I'll tell you the truth. You better pray that this person won't find trouble with you. Otherwise, the day of your clan's annihilation won't be far away. What? Almost all of the Watermoon Sect's elders were aghast. Very few people knew what the true form of the Demon God Realm's Divine Lord was, but they didn't expect the Great Elder to know. If that was the case, they would be willing to hand over the entire clan's resources, not to mention exchanging resources for safety. Almost immediately, all the elders found their own juniors and began to teach them a lesson without any hesitation. Because they knew very well in their hearts that if this matter was not handled properly, it would lead to the destruction of their entire clan. To challenge the Divine Master's original race, wasn't that just courting death? Of course, Xian didn't know that he had accidentally impersonated a member of the same clan as the Demon God's God Realm's God Master. At this moment, Xian had already opened the interspatial ring given to him by the Great Elder. However, when he saw the resources in the interspatial ring, Xian was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he had only left because the Great Elder had given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, he had never expected that the Great Elder would really give him compensation. Furthermore, it was such a generous compensation. It could be said that the resources in the interspatial ring given by the Great Elder were dozens of times more than all of the resources on Xian's body combined. Of course, this was half of the Watermoon Cave Abode's inventory, so it was naturally a lot. System, classify the resources. Keep the resources that are useful to me, and devour the rest. Following Xian's command, the system immediately sorted the resources. Soon, the results were out. Among the thousands of resources, only a dozen were determined by the system to be useful to Xian. The rest were devoured by Xian directly. Ding! System notification, host has broken through to rank 3 medium divine emperor realm. 2 realms in a row. Xian was very satisfied with this result. As expected, robbing was the only way to get more resources and benefits. After Xian left the Watermoon Cave abode, he led Xian forward. After all, although Xian was fearless in the Watermoon Cave abode, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the difference in strength. In the Watermoon Cave abode, even the Great Elder was not a match for Xian, let alone the Cave Master. Therefore, Xian was prepared to rob other places. This time, Xian's goal was to find the saints. The demon god's god realm had described the saints to be so powerful. Yi Xian wanted to see how different these saints were. Yi Xian's first target was Mount Wuwang, which was the closest to the Water Moon Cave abode. The divine crocodile clan lived in Mount Wuwang, and there was a saint in the divine crocodile clan. Yi Xian's intention was very simple. He wanted to meet the saint of the divine crocodile clan. According to Tian, the saint of the divine crocodile clan was also a medium divine emperor realm elite. His strength was comparable to Yi Xian's. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to see how powerful this saint was. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, all the passages were sealed. It seemed that the only thing he could rely on was the two-way secret realm controlled by the 8 great divine generals. However, the 8 great divine generals were not easy to deal with. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to return to the Kunlun god realm, but he didn't have the strength. Besides, in the monster god realm, Yi Xian's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. After all, Yi Xian could kill all the divine beasts in the monster god realm without any fear and increase his strength quickly. After all, Yi Xian remembered clearly that the law contract with the 2 sacred halls was 10,000 years old. Yi Xian also remembered clearly how powerful that mysterious secret realm was. Therefore, the only way was to increase his level quickly. There were 3 things to do. First, find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Second, return to the Kunlun god realm. Third, find a way to increase his cultivation speed quickly and then go to the mysterious secret realm to train. These were the 3 most important things to Yi Xian now. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to find the other saints. After all, looking for the other saints would allow him to accomplish these 3 things at the same time. Looking for the saints would allow him to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts through the other saints. Even if one of them couldn't do it, there would be 10, or even 100. There was bound to be one who knew about Luo Luo's existence. Killing the saints would undoubtedly allow him to increase his cultivation level quickly and strengthen himself. Then, he would be able to enter the mysterious secret realm to train faster. At the same time, every saint had a lot of resources in their hands. Perhaps they could find a way to enter the Kunlun god realm. Therefore, the saints were Yi Xian's best choice now. Poor humans. Wuwang Mountain was once a ruin left behind after the excavation of a spirit stone mine. However, after millions of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, it also triggered some changes, turning these ruins into a flourishing holy land. The divine crocodile clan was not originally the divine beasts of this place, but when they discovered the natural spiritual pond, they did not leave. They forcibly drove away the surrounding divine beasts and occupied this Wuwang Mountain. The crocodile god clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spirit pool. Only a portion of the guards were left behind to guard the area. After all, in the past, when they occupied the Endless Mountain, they had also committed quite a number of massacres. Thus, they had no choice but to be on guard at all times. Even now, the divine crocodile tribe did not dare to let down their guard. At this time, Yi Xian and Xianxia were walking along Wuwang Mountain. Unexpectedly, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Wuwang, there is a human village. I came here when I was young. Their village is one of the few human villages that can settle down in one place. Human village. Ever since he had come to the demon god domain, Yi Xian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality, he had not seen many humans. Since there was such an opportunity, Yi Xian naturally did not want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Yi Xian nodded in agreement, Xianxia quickly led the way for the 2 of them. This place was originally just a wasteland, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. This was because spirit stone veins were special substances produced by the world, so they were naturally protected by the laws. Even though all the spirit stones in the veins had been dug up, the laws still protected them. Almost every spirit stone vein digger knew a legend. That was, even if the spirit stone vein ruins were completely excavated, it wouldn't take long for a new mother lode to form, thus giving birth to a new spirit stone vein. What is a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people yearned for. It would be of great use to anyone who obtained it. There were two main characteristics of the mother organ. The first was that it automatically gathered the divine power between heaven and earth to produce all kinds of minerals. Actually, everyone knew this without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic, which was known to very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain special blessings when cultivating laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even in a mineral vein, there was no guarantee that a mother or would be born. That thing was simply an existence that could only be found by chance. Now that Xian had arrived at the mineral vein ruins, he naturally had some expectations. System, activate all detection and try to find the mother lode. Xian instructed the system, and the two of them proceeded forward. Unfortunately, the legend was true. It was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Along the way, Xian did not receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he did not find the mother lode. However, just as Xian was about to give up, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Attention, host. Traces of the mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It was a pleasant surprise. What's ahead? Xian asked Ouyang. Ouyang glanced at Xian in surprise before saying, "The village is right in front of us." Ouyang was surprised because she thought that Xian had discovered the uniqueness of this place. However, she did not know that Xian had only detected the presence of the mother lode. Xian heard Ouyang's answer and did not say much. He just continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them found a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The most peculiar thing was that outside the cave, there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to form a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with their eyes, they would not be able to discover it with their divine senses. In fact, for the strong, most of the time, they would trust their divine senses more than their eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast powerhouse passed by, if they did not find anything unusual with their divine senses, they would not investigate. The cave was very well hidden, so even if someone came down to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything special. It was no wonder that the human village could hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this time, Xian had some understanding. He was afraid that this gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother lode. Perhaps it was very likely that the mother lode was actually the one guarding this village. The two of them carefully walked into the cave. According to Ouyang, the people of the village had arranged countless mechanisms and traps in this cave. Although these mechanisms and traps would not threaten Xian, the people of the village had worked hard to arrange these traps. Xian did not want to destroy them. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent the intrusion of divine beasts. Fortunately, Ouyang was familiar with this place. In addition, Xian's divine sense was powerful, so they were not in any danger. Soon, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Vaguely, Xian could see the light of a fire clearly. Who are you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Then, several humans rushed out, holding simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magical weapons, but were woven from some kind of vines. One could imagine how powerful they were. But these were their only weapons. We are humans. Everyone, don't worry. Ouyang hurriedly said. Sure enough, when these people heard that they were humans, they were less afraid. However, they did not relax their vigilance. When they saw Xian and Ouyang walk out, these people finally recognized that they were humans. You are little Shui? An older man looked at Ouyang and asked in surprise. Yes, I am Ouyang. Hello Uncle Lin. Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. Humans lived a life of fear and trepidation in the demon divine realm. For example, in this village, there were many people who had never left in their entire lives. And those who did leave, most never returned. Xian and Ouyang were given a grand reception. It could be said that this village had taken out the best things to entertain Xian. Mine mother lode by mistake. The first type was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite food of the people here because it was very common. The second type was a white worm that grew in the cave. It tasted very bad and was very disgusting, but it was a delicacy for the people in the cave because it was the only meat they could eat. The third type was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food. It could be said that the living conditions here were extremely bad. At this moment, Xian felt very bitter. After all, these people were Xian's people. They were all humans, but they didn't expect to live like this. In the cave, there was a hole that wasn't very big, but that hole went through more than 10 twists and turns. After a few twists and turns, the people in the cave used a mirror made of crystal stones to project sunlight to the bottom of the cave. This was the only place where the people in the cave were exposed to sunlight. Fortunately, this was the realm of the gods. The 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here was quite abundant. Unfortunately, there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil at all, so there was no way to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Xian looked at all of this in silence. In front of him, there was a house made of stones. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house, but a stone was enshrined. It was the Mother Lode. The Mother Lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Xian had long given up on the idea of obtaining the Mother Lode. At the same time, he wanted to move the people here. Therefore, when these people were happily asking Xianxia about the situation outside, Xian proposed his idea. "I want to take you away from here. Are you willing?" Xian didn't hesitate and asked these people directly. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an expression of ecstasy. During this period of interaction, Xianxia was the one who knew the most about Xian's strength. Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he had an extremely strong foundation. Now that Xian had taken the initiative to move the people in the village, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. Therefore, before those people could answer, Xianxia excitedly persuaded them first. Xian waited silently. He could suggest ideas, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Xian wouldn't force them. Soon, the people in the village came to a decision. In the demon god domain, the human clan was unusually united, because everyone was very clear about what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the jaws of those powerful demon beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human clan. Therefore, when they heard Xianxia's persuasion, none of them had any doubts at all. After all, they had long heard of how powerful the Kunlun god domain was. In their hearts, the Kunlun god domain was a sacred ground. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to take the risk. However, they had misunderstood Xian. Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Xian's devouring space. This time, Xian had even specially modified this area so that he could accept more people from the demon god domain in the future. In this place, Xian had built palaces after palaces, circled out all kinds of delicious food, and hoarded large amounts of cultivation resources, all to provide these people with the most perfect living and cultivation environment possible. In fact, Xian had also noticed the uniqueness of this place, and that was that everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those without talent had already been eliminated long ago. Of those who were left, 9 out of 10 could be considered geniuses in the Kunlun god domain. Of course, this didn't mean that Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, Xian had allowed these people to cultivate and become stronger, so that he could use them for his own purposes. In the devouring space, due to the constant modification of the 12 abyssal trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Xian believed that these people would like it there. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than a holy land. After settling the problem of the village, Xian started to think about how to deal with the alligator god clan. From these people, Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the alligator god clan's spiritual pool. The alligator god clan's natural department might have allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spiritual pool, which could be considered as protecting this place indirectly. After all, the power in the spiritual pool came from the mysterious Mother Lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Xian wanted to take away the mother lode, which would naturally affect the interests of the Alligator God clan. In fact, it would affect the core interests of the Alligator God clan. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Xian wanted to take away the source of power of the Alligator God clan's spiritual pool. Therefore, when Xian put these people into the devouring space, he didn't dare to act rashly. Xian wasn't afraid of going against an entire clan by himself, but he also knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Xian didn't know what kind of experts the Alligator God clan had. At this time, Xianxia stood quietly beside Xian. Xianxia didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Xianxia asked Xian. In Xianxia's heart, Xian's strength was unquestionable. Therefore, Xianxia didn't know why Xian was standing there in a daze. Xian was deep in thought at this time, so he didn't think too much about it. He replied casually, "I'm thinking, how can I take the mother lode?" As he spoke, Xian pointed at the mother lode. Xianxia didn't know how powerful the mother lode was. When she saw Xian pointing at the mother lode, she flew over and took it down. "Big brother Yi, do you want this thing?" Xianxia blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Xian. As for Xian, he was incomparably shocked. Why did you take it down?" At this time, Xian could feel that the energy that was constantly pouring into the mother lode had disappeared. Xian couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that the Alligator God clan definitely knew the secret of the spiritual pool. The reason why they didn't take the mother lode was that they were worried that taking the mother lode would affect the spiritual pool. Now that the energy of the spiritual pool had disappeared, even the Alligator God clan would know that something had happened under the spiritual pool. Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He grabbed Xianxia and wanted to leave. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The god-slaying sword was evolving. Boom. 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 A series of explosions rang out as the experts of the Alligator clan landed at the bottom of the lake. These experts were obviously more interested in the mother lode than Xian had imagined. They had surrounded Xian as soon as they appeared. In other words, Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the Alligator clan. The reason why they had not done anything was because they did not care about the human village at the bottom of the spiritual pool. They did not care about Xian at all. Now that Xian had taken the mother lode, the Alligator clan had no choice but to take action. "Damn it! How dare you take the holy stone? You're courting death!" One of the experts of the Alligator clan shouted at Xian. They knew about the mother lode. However, this mother lode was special. Otherwise, they would not have called it the holy stone. A total of 9 powerful experts from the divine Alligator clan completely surrounded Xian and Xianxia. Through the system, Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th level Divine Emperor realm expert. Xian could not resist at all. This was the biggest crisis that Xian had ever encountered. What should I do? Xian thought quickly. 9 experts of the Alligator clan had surrounded Xian. If he attacked now, he would be courting death. Even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. In that instant, Xian quickly thought about his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. Xian did not have any trump card to fight against the 9 experts of the Alligator clan. Once he attacked, he would definitely die. After all, in addition to the level 6 Divine Emperor, there were 2 other level 6 Divine Emperors. The honorable rank title allowed Xian to be invincible among those of the same level. He could even challenge those of a higher level in a one-on-one battle. However, that didn't mean that Xian could fight against 3 high-level Divine Emperors. If they fought, they would definitely lose. Run. There was no escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to release the sword attendant, but don't forget, this was the territory of the Divine Alligator clan. As for these 9 people, Xian didn't believe that they were all the experts of the Divine Alligator clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a team of guards for the Alligator God clan. Xianxia, don't resist. I will send you away. You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. At this moment, Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Xian didn't intend to absorb Xianxia into his devouring space. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, Yi Xian casually took Ouyang Shui into his devouring space. Just as Yi Xian had said, without Ouyang Shui around, Yi Xian had less to worry about. At the same time, the mother lode was in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system notification rang out. Ding! System notification, detected special resource, Sacred Heart Mother Lode. At this moment, Yi Xian hadn't noticed. He was quickly thinking of a countermeasure to deal with the system notification. However, the Godslayer reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered ever since he had obtained the Godslayer. One had to know that the Godslayer now had Wei Zhentian as its weapon spirit. However, Wei Zhentian couldn't control the Godslayer. It was obvious that things weren't that simple. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a strange change had begun. From the sky, 9 brilliant pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even more strange was that once the 9 pillars of light reached the Godslayer, they rapidly condensed. It was absorbing. The Godslayer was actually absorbing the power of the 9 pillars of light at a rapid speed. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power the 9 pillars of light represented, Yi Xian knew that this wasn't a simple matter. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. An extremely powerful elite from the divine crocodile tribe descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him quickly. We can't let him take away the power of the mystic light. The elite shouted as soon as he appeared. The 9 elites from the divine crocodile tribe didn't hesitate at all. They all rushed toward Yi Xian at the same time. Yi Xian was shocked. Even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, Yi Xian would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone 9 of them. Furthermore, there was a super elite among them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the engulfing space to temporarily escape. However, what happened next made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Although the 9 of them rushed toward Yi Xian, they were stopped by a strange energy before they could even get close to Yi Xian. It was formless and colorless. Neither the naked eye nor the divine consciousness could detect it at all. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside and couldn't enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their angry roars. Yi Xian could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks and themselves couldn't enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the super elite from the divine crocodile tribe looked regretful. This was because only he knew that the mother ore wasn't an ordinary mother organ. He also knew that this mother ore was special. There were countless rare treasures in this world. There were naturally many rare treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen Dharma treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the surface, but they were extremely powerful. However, some treasures were hidden among the myriad of treasures. Those who didn't know the value of these treasures would never discover them. This mother ore was such a special mother organ. The most important thing about this mother ore wasn't the material itself, but its special properties. This mother ore could be used as a guide to guide the power of the mysterious light to refine Dharma treasures. Just like what was being done to the God-slaying sword now. Dharma treasures refined by the mysterious light were definitely not ordinary treasures. A Dharma treasure refined in this way would be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a rare treasure could be said to be a good item that could only be found by chance. At this moment, the super elite was extremely regretful. If he had been as blind as a bat and hadn't failed to recognize this mother ore, he wouldn't have missed this opportunity. It should be known that such a rare treasure's special ability could only be used once. Therefore, after Yi Xian used this mother ore, this originally incomparably magical mother ore was now useless. Thinking back, although the divine crocodile tribe had discovered that this mother ore could allow the spirit pool to gather mysterious energy, they hadn't thought much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special. However, who would have thought that this would be the result when the mystery was revealed? Not only had they not obtained such a rare treasure, but the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile tribe accept this? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It had become a treasure. Since they couldn't get the mother lode, the divine crocodile tribe elites decided to take the Godslayer instead. The mysterious power continued to pour into the Godslayer, causing it to rapidly undergo huge changes. Outside, more and more elites from the divine crocodile tribe rushed in and surrounded Yixian. Inside, Yixian could only look at the Godslayer silently and wait. Of course, Yixian was also thinking of a countermeasure. The current situation was obvious. The divine crocodile tribe was determined to get the mother lode and the Godslayer. Once the light disappeared, the evolution would end and the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Yixian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defense. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defense would be able to bring Yixian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Yixian wouldn't let go of any means. As long as it could help Yixian would do it. Time passed quickly. At first, they thought that the evolution wouldn't last long. However, that wasn't the case. 7 days had passed, but the light still hadn't disappeared. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, there was nothing he could do. So, finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would think that a rare treasure had appeared. Naturally, those who saw the light wouldn't let go of the chance to seize the rare treasure. Haha, I want to see what kind of treasure has appeared and caused such a big commotion. At that moment, another elite arrived. His voice was like thunder from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Some people whispered. It was obvious that the old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. After a while, Yixian saw an old man with the face of an old man, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took shook the ground like an earthquake. As he walked, the elites of the divine crocodile tribe opened up a path for him. Obviously, even the elites of the divine crocodile tribe didn't dare to block the old man of the Divine Valley's path. What is that thing? Why is it so powerful? It's mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite sedan chair carried by 4 beautiful women of the 9th level Divine Emperor realm flew over. Time, the divine crocodile tribes. A rare treasure has appeared. It seems like there will be another bloody storm. How lamentable. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sadness, but no one knew why he was sad. The divine crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to settle down in a corner because the divine crocodile clan was very clear that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together and looked around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Someone arrogantly looked around as if he wanted to start a fight. There were also some people who just quietly searched for a spot, not bothering to ask. More and more experts joined in. On the other hand, Yixian did not know whether to laugh or cry because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Yixian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. However, it was a novel experience to become a treasure and a target for others to fight over. Of course, as the number of powerhouses increased, Yixian felt a little more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as one was seizing a treasure, then a bloody battle was unavoidable. Moreover, if one of the seizing parties did not decide the victor, then no one could even think of seizing the treasure. Now, countless experts had gathered, and every one of them was eyeing Yixian covetously. Naturally, Yixian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Yixian, there was no doubt that they would immediately be surrounded by others. Therefore, Yixian had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Of course, this did not mean that Yixian was safe. In the current situation, Yixian had just obtained an opportunity. Whether he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for a total of 13 days. During these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Yixian and the Godslayer, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. And 13 days was enough time for countless experts to arrive. At this time, there were hundreds of experts gathered outside Yixian, and of course, there were tens of thousands of others. The outer periphery was now divided into 3 layers. The first layer was where the hundreds of experts each occupied a spot. No one made a move. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and formed groups. Then, there were clans like the divine crocodile tribe. Because they were clans, they had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost layer, there were divine beasts who came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they were not qualified to participate in the treasure hunt, but they were unwilling to leave so easily. Therefore, they gathered around and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that they were also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the Godslayer's evolution did not end immediately. The Godslayer hung high above Xianxia's head, and waves of powerful energy were continuously released. The outer layer of the barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. Some divine beasts saw that the light had retreated and thought that they had a chance. They rushed forward, but they did not expect that not only would they not be able to break through the barrier, but they would also be rebounded by the barrier. As a result, they were severely injured and had to flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Xian thought that the evolution of the Godslayer had nothing to do with his soldiers. But this time, he was wrong. Wei Zhentian still could not enter the Godslayer, but the Godslayer hung high above Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy were continuously channeled into Xian's body. This energy was extremely destructive, and Xian could not resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff were shocked, and their faces were filled with envy. Sword body purification referred to the strange phenomenon of a spiritual divine sword feeding back to its master. When a spiritual divine sword gathered enough power and developed strong feelings for its master, it would use its own power to purify its master's body. This kind of purification was extremely rare. Not only did it have high requirements for the divine sword's quality, but it also required an extremely strong power to support it. In addition, the divine sword itself had to have strong feelings for its master. The last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the weapon spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to reach this stage, it meant that the divine sword already had a preliminary spiritual intelligence. The treasure snatching begins as the saying goes: 10,000 spiritual swords will be enlightened, 10,000 will be enlightened, 10,000 will be enlightened, 10,000 years will be enlightened. This sentence showed how rare it was for a divine sword to be enlightened. Of course, it was also because of this that trying to disrupt the divine sword at this time was tantamount to courting death. Legend had it that there was once a super strong martial artist who tried to stop the divine sword from being enlightened. In the end, he succeeded because he was very powerful and surpassed that person by a few realms. Unfortunately, he was also killed by the divine sword. When the sword body was being purified, it was usually because the divine sword had been greatly strengthened and was able to unleash an extremely powerful force. No one knew how powerful the divine sword was during the sword body purification process. After all, those who tried to find out would only end up dead. Now, they could actually see the first cleansing of the divine sword. It was impossible for them not to be surprised. Of course, it was also because of this that the divine beasts were even more certain that they had to seize the god-slaying sword. After all, the cleansing of the divine sword would end sooner or later. Once it ended, the divine sword would return to its original state. At that time, the divine beasts would naturally be able to seize it. Although they had never heard of a divine sword being able to undergo a second cleansing, the fact that it was able to do so proved that the divine sword contained an extremely powerful foundation. Furthermore, everyone naturally saw that the 9 rays of mysterious light were injected into the god-slaying sword. Hence, they naturally knew that the god-slaying sword was tempering itself at the same time as the sword was being cleansed. At this time, Xian could clearly feel the changes in his body. It could be said that every cell in his body was undergoing an extremely intense change. Rays of sword essence continuously flowed into Xian's body, and these sword essences actually directly merged with Xian's body. This power was only 1/10 of the original power. Of the remaining 90% of the power, 60% flowed into Xian's divine pavilion, while the remaining 30% flowed into the depths of Xian's soul and consciousness. Mysterious transformations were constantly taking place. The most direct and intense change was Xian's divinity. The divinity did not have a fixed shape. Everyone's divinity was different. Furthermore, most divinities were a mass of mysterious power that could change at any time. However, Yi Xian's divinity actually condensed and transformed into the shape of a sword-shaped divinity. Although Yi Xian did not know the use of this change, he knew that it was definitely beneficial for him. The most obvious change was in the Godhead, but the most intense change was in the divine will. At this moment, Yi Xian's spiritual will had actually given birth to a new divine ability, the divine will sword. This sort of divine will was no longer just a sword light condensed from divine will to kill the enemy. It was a true divine ability. Sword of divine will has a certain chance of killing the enemy in one hit. Has a large chance of punishing the enemy with a 10,000 times critical hit. Of the divine sword of the divinity. Divine sword of the divine sword of the divine sword. Divine sword of the divine sword, divine sword of the divine sword of the sword. The sword of divine will's variant ability, the sword of divine will confuse with the power of the 6 runes mantra to strengthen the attack. There was such an ability, Yi Xian was slightly delighted. The 6 true words could be combined with his divine sense. Adding the special ability of the divine sense sword to permanently lock onto his attacks, it was a very good combination. Normally, Yi Xian would be overjoyed. But now, Yi Xian was not happy. After all, Yi Xian did not even know if he could leave. The sword baptism continued for a while. But what was to come would come. At this time, the sword baptism was over. Naturally, the battle began. Boom! There was a loud sound. The first to attack was Old Man Kamatani. At this time, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light and charged towards Yi Xian. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. The divine wood sword servants did not need Yi Xian's orders. They hurriedly stood guard beside Yi Xian, waiting for Old Man Kamatani to attack. However, it was clear that Old Man Kamatani would not be so simple to attack Yi Xian. Old Man Kamatani, are you trying to monopolize the treasure? With a shout, another powerhouse attacked. However, this time, he did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked Old Man Kamatani. Bam! The two of them quickly exchanged a blow in the air. Then, they separated. Blazing Sky God Rock, what are you trying to do? Humph? What am I trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? That's right, Kamatani. You're being a bit unkind. Why do you want to monopolize the treasure? Actually, everyone knew that this chaotic battle was unavoidable. They just didn't want to be the first to attack. Old Man Kamatani's sudden attack was against everyone's interests. It was only natural that others would try to stop him. However, Old Man Kamatani did not say anything. He directly charged towards Blazing Sky God Rock. The two of them quickly engaged in battle. At this moment, there were already people fighting, but the others weren't idle at all. Don't think that they'll just sit there and watch the show. Yi Xian's strength was weak. It could be said that in the eyes of these experts, anyone could kill him. And such a precious treasure was something that everyone wanted. Thus, it was inevitable that some people would take the risk. However, no matter who made a move, they were immediately stopped by others. Yi Xian had been watching coldly from the sidelines, so he could see the situation clearly. The Old Man of the Divine Valley and the Blazing Sky Divine Rock were simply putting on a show. Although the two of them were fighting, they didn't intend to kill anyone. In other words, the two of them had been preparing to mess up this situation from the very beginning. At this time, battles were breaking out everywhere. The powerhouses were all looking for their opponents. However, there were several people who were not actually attacking. Yi Xian could not understand the current situation. After all, if Yi Xian was searching for the treasure by himself, or if he was in human territory, such a chaotic situation would not occur. However, this was the demon god's realm. Thus, it was normal that some things were not within Yi Xian's expectations. Of course, Yi Xian did not have it easy either. There was no chance for him to escape. The god-slaying sword had already returned to Yi Xian's side. Under Wei Zhentian's control, it circled around Yi Xian. The divine wood sword servants also guarded Yi Xian vigilantly. However, this did not give Yi Xian a sense of security. After all, other than the powerhouses, there were also many people who wanted to seize the treasure. In the hearts of these people, once they obtained the god-slaying sword and successfully left, their strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Even if they did not use it themselves, they could still obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources once they traded it away. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. A way to survive. Although Yi Xian was on high alert, he did not pay too much attention to it. Subconsciously, he did not think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint and almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. Fortunately, Yi Xian's divine consciousness had been strengthened once again. In addition, the location of the explosion happened not far from Yi Xian, so he was able to react in time. However, even so, Yi Xian was only able to slightly shift the position he was standing in. Boom, there was a loud noise. At that moment, Yi Xian realized that what had attacked him was a ray of red light. It was as thin as a gossamer thread, but its power was unparalleled. The divine wood sword servants immediately stood in front of Yi Xian and blocked most of the damage for Yi Xian. However, even so, Yi Xian was still sent flying by the powerful force. The violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Yi Xian in the sky. It was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, he was a divine beast. However, Yi Xian did not know what race he was from. When Yi Xian was sent flying high into the sky, the person released a large net from his hands in an attempt to trap Yi Xian. The power of the engulfing precept. Yi Xian was shocked. He already knew the purpose of this person. This person was probably the one who had released the red light. Sending Yi Xian flying high into the sky was also part of his plan. His purpose was to capture Yi Xian as quickly as possible. Ding. Target set, Superior Level 6 Divine Emperor. Another Superior Level Divine Emperor, although at this moment, in this area, a rank 6 Superior Divine Emperor was actually not that strong. For Yi Xian, he was still a great enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Yi Xian's troops would not have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy was using the power of the law of Devour, so he couldn't blame Yi Xian for breaking through his web of laws, not to mention a mere high-grade celestial emperor like him. Even a hierarch or a celestial arch wouldn't necessarily be able to outplay Yi Xian with the law of Devouring. After all, Yi Xian's greatest trump card was the power of Devouring. At this time, that person bowed solemnly, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face as he waited for Yi Xian to fall into his net of laws. However, Yi Xian did fall into the trap, but it was not the result that the person had imagined. The glowing net of laws had already surrounded Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it did not heed that person's summons and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed the abnormality and frowned slightly. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to do so. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave now, he would attract the attention of others. When that time came, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Yi Xian had already fallen into his net of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. What he didn't know was that although Yi Xian was currently trapped in the net of laws of Devouring, he wasn't affected at all. Instead, the net of laws of Devouring was completely under Yi Xian's control. How dare you? That person only hesitated for a moment, but some experts had already noticed the change here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked at the same time. Another boom rang out. A moment ago, that person had been complacent, thinking that he had successfully trapped Yi Xian and had a chance to escape. The next moment, he was killed by the 5 experts and turned into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. As soon as that person died, Yi Xian controlled the net of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that the net of laws had fallen because it was no longer under the control of its master. However, no one knew that this was all secretly controlled by Yi Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Yi Xian trapped in the net of laws. Unexpectedly, no one made a move to snatch it. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Yi Xian's heart, these divine beasts' actions were simply too stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts hadn't been so stupid, Yi Xian wouldn't have had a chance to survive. At this moment, with Yi Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts were constantly falling. It was as if these divine beasts' goal wasn't to snatch the rare treasure, but purely to fight. The net of laws was slowly losing its power. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Yi Xian silently looked at his surroundings, but he had an idea in his mind. These divine beasts were madly killing each other. For Yi Xian, this was an opportunity to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could increase his strength, then he would have a better chance of escaping. Therefore, under the circumstances that none of the divine beasts noticed, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some of them were whole corpses, while others were only missing an arm or a leg. Of course, the destination of these corpses was obvious. They were naturally devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 4 medium divine emperor. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a level 5 medium divine emperor. As Yi Xian continued to devour the corpses of divine beasts, his realm also continued to increase. In the beginning, Yi Xian's actions were very careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, even if someone discovered Yi Xian's actions, they didn't care at all. Therefore, Yi Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, there was a limit to the number of corpses that Yi Xian could devour. After all, Yi Xian was trapped in one place. It was impossible for him to go around and collect the corpses. Therefore, he could only collect the corpses that were nearby. Fortunately, although the corpses nearby were incomplete, they still belonged to the experts. Therefore, Yi Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short time, Yi Xian was able to break through to the level 1 upper divine emperor realm just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue, because Yi Xian knew in his heart that although these divine beasts were currently in a chaotic battle and no one paid attention to him, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained here would naturally be the strongest. Yi Xian already had an idea. At this time, Yi Xian could only ask the God Blossom Sword servants to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, so did Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian had already hidden himself in the devouring space. However, the God Blossom Sword servants were left behind. To be more precise, the God Blossom Sword servants were the first to escape. Moreover, they were escaping in the direction of one of the experts. Under Yi Xian's instructions, the God Blossom Sword servants carried a divine weapon that looked like the Godslayer. Although they deliberately hid it, they deliberately released a trace of its aura. The God Blossom Sword servants approached the expert and handed the divine weapon to him without hesitation. Why would the expert think so much? He took the divine weapon. After all, this divine weapon looked similar to the Godslayer. This was a high-quality imitation that Yi Xian had spent a large amount of faith points to purchase from the system store. Caught in an ambush, whether it was appearance or aura, it was almost identical to the God-slaying sword. At least, without careful observation, it was hard to tell the difference. After doing all this, the Divine Blossom swordsman committed suicide. The expert did not react at all. At this moment, he did not even know what had happened. He held the fake God-slaying sword in his hand and stared at the Divine Blossom swordsman in shock. Ambitionist. You dare attack? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the change here. When he saw that Yi Xian's figure had disappeared from the web of laws, coupled with the fact that the expert was holding the fake God-slaying sword, he naturally misunderstood. Hence, at this moment, someone charged towards the expert without hesitation. What are you doing? The person asked curiously. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Boom! With a punch, the expert named Ambitionist was sent flying before he could understand what had happened. And the fake God-slaying sword in his hand had already changed hands. Quick, the rare treasure is over there. Following this sentence, the expert who had just obtained the fake God-slaying sword did not even have time to look at the God-slaying sword before he was surrounded and attacked. Chaos erupted. This time, it was even bloodier and more brutal. If the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then this time, they had used 120% of their strength. The slaughter had begun. The bloody and brutal slaughter had dyed the entire sky red in an instant. Yi Xian could see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. More accurately speaking, Yi Xian had not completely entered the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Yi Xian had not completely entered the devouring space. Hence, the position where Yi Xian was standing was actually the intersection between the entrance and exit of the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, but he was also able to maintain the same speed as the outside world. Therefore, this position was an extremely good choice. Yi Xian silently watched the slaughter outside. Although the slaughter was actually caused by him, Yi Xian did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Even if these experts from the demon god's domain were all dead, Yi Xian would not bat an eyelid. These guys deserved to die. The heavens falling and the earth cracking was not enough to describe the current situation. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with the aura of slaughter. Especially around the fake god-slaying sword, it was even scarier. One expert after another died on the spot, the sky was already broken, and the ground, countless experts turned this area into 40,000 pieces of land. Meanwhile, the fake god-slaying sword was being passed around in the hands of one elite after another. However, it was a pity that any super expert who obtained it would be killed in an instant. However, when one person died, another would immediately take over. As long as there was life, the battle would never end. These people had already gone completely mad, they had completely turned into lunatics. Yi Xian watched in horror. Because only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the dark. These divine beasts were initially hiding in the dark and did not participate in the battle. But when the fake god-slaying sword appeared, they appeared. And it seemed that the number of people hiding was not just a few. Clearly, there were experts dying at every moment, but there were still countless experts who continued to advance. At this moment, life seemed to be worthless. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just waiting. Waiting for the center of the battle to leave this place. Every divine beast expert who obtained the fake god-slaying sword left immediately. There was no time to investigate the authenticity of the fake. Even if someone discovered that there was something wrong with the fake god-slaying sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Hence, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day, usually, it would only take an hour to cover the distance. But now, it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be too far, but Yi Xian could not wait any longer. After all, it was inevitable that some experts would become suspicious. Once they turned back to search, Yi Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered earth, anyone could see that an incomparably fierce battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline of this place. It could even be said that there was not a single rock left. Suddenly, in the soil, a small mound suddenly moved, and a figure drilled out. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation, not even the slightest bit of hesitation. This person was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian did not dare to stop at all. He was running at full speed. Furthermore, he was even prepared to be transported into that mysterious training space at any time. That training space required a high level of strength, so Yi Xian knew very well that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to be transported, so Yi Xian did not want to waste them. However, if there were really experts chasing after him, then perhaps Yi Xian would not have a choice. Yi Xian was extremely fast. At the beginning, there was indeed nothing unusual. But when Yi Xian had fled less than 3 million kilometers away, he realized that he had been locked on by several divine consciousnesses at the same time. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that there were some intelligent divine beasts who had suspected the location of the net of laws. That was why there was such a scene. It was obvious that these people were after Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian feel relieved was that since these people only dared to reveal themselves now, it meant that they were not super experts. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what their cultivation levels were. Yi Xian escaped at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemies who had locked onto him were not too strong, he would not have a good ending once he was entangled. Unfortunately, the enemies would not allow Yi Xian to continue escaping like this. Boom. Walala. There was a loud noise, and at the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. To be precise, it was a water ball that completely surrounded Yi Xian. Water rule boundary domain. This was actually a special water rule boundary domain. Furthermore, this was not a boundary domain set up by one person, but a boundary domain set up by many people. System, what is this boundary domain? Yi Xian asked in confusion. This boundary domain did not seem to be too strong, at least on the surface. The light blue sea surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center of the area feel unusually humid. However, the power was very gentle, and no one felt threatened at all. Chapter 2451 Chapter 2451 A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, it probably wasn't that simple. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop and wait for the changes in the domain. Time passed slowly, but there was no change in the domain. However, one after another, half-human, half-fish demonic beasts appeared. These demon beasts were either holding tridents, broadswords, or longbows in their hands. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost nothing to be proud of. At this moment, Yi Xian was frowning slightly. Could it be that the Murlocs were the ones who set up the domain to try and capture him? If that was the case, then wouldn't he be underestimating Yi Xian? Yi Xian did not use the god-slaying sword. Instead, he took out his rule divine bow and shot it without hesitation. A berserk power erupted in the blink of an eye. A single arrow was enough to kill several thousand of these fishmen. Could it be that these fishmen were truly this unbearable, truly this useless? Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that had been blasted to bits by Yi Xian were quickly resurrecting. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies at the center of Yi Xian's attack that had been blasted into bloody mist by Yi Xian were resurrecting as well. Moreover, the strength of these resurrected fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Yi Xian had never seen such a strange thing before. Yi Xian frowned and launched another attack at the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again landed on the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen were killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, the fishmen quickly revived. This time, Yi Xian saw it very clearly. These fishmen really did get a boost in strength after reviving. When had Yi Xian ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after dying. Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe that. I want to see if you can revive indefinitely. With a thought from Yi Xian, the law divine technique was activated once again, and another attack was launched. Yi Xian attacked and the fishmen revived. Yi Xian attacked again, and the Murlocs revived again. After repeating this several dozen times, Yi Xian finally gave up. These fishmen were actually able to revive indefinitely. Moreover, their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase. They could only reach the highest level of low-level first-grade Divine Lord. A mere low-level first-rank Divine Lord realm did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Xian at all. But who knew whether or not these fishmen still had any other special means? In other words, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Yi Xian did not dare delay any longer. This time, he directly released Might Shocker. The 200 god-slaying swords opened up a path. Yi Xian directly cut a bloody path to the edge of the domain. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water, but a type of heavy water, mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Yi Xian used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be very difficult to break through. At this point, how could Yi Xian not understand that to break through this domain, one could not break through it with brute force? One could only find the person who created this domain and kill them, or find the array's foundation. Unfortunately, this was an array set up by several people working together. It was already very difficult to find one person, let alone all of them. Yi Xian had been trapped here for so long, but he had not discovered anything. Therefore, Yi Xian only had one choice, and that was to find the array's core. However, it would not be that easy to find it. System, do you have any ideas? Yi Xian knew that even the system could not do anything about it. As expected, the system's notification sounded. Ding. System notification, host, please take note. The host does not have enough resources to break through this domain directly. Yi Xian did not have a single eternal point, and he had consumed a lot of faith points. As for resources, he did not have much left. Therefore, it was normal for the system to give such a notification. It seemed that this time, Xian could only exchange for some useful items in the system, and then think of a way to break through this domain himself. Who's playing tricks? Do you dare to step forward? Xian shouted loudly. Xian knew very well that the person in the dark would not answer at all. As expected, other than the screams of the murlocs, the entire domain was silent. Xian quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine telekinesis, but he could not find anything strange. At this time, Xian was frowning. Today, Xian had encountered an unprecedented crisis. He did not expect that after escaping from the encirclement of those experts, he would fall into such a crisis again. The most fundamental reason was that Xian was not strong enough. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xian's cultivation level of superior first-grade divine emperor was already terrifying, but for Xian, it was still not enough. In front of those super experts, Xian did not even have the ability to resist a mere superior first-grade divine emperor. Of course, the people besieging Xian might not be as strong as Xian. After all, if they were strong enough, they would not have dared to show themselves. However, this also showed that Xian was not strong enough. If Xian was a bit stronger, then he might not have been trapped by this domain. Xian looked at the murlocs in front of him, one after another, but did not kill any of them. In any case, these murlocs could not threaten Xian at all. Xian wanted to see what other tricks the enemy in the dark had up his sleeve. Xian did not believe that these people were really counting on these murlocs to kill him. Sure enough, when Xian stopped killing the murlocs, the domain changed. Once again, there was a strange change in the domain. Groups of murlocs kept gathering and devouring each other. Moreover, the strangest thing was that these murlocs actually increased their cultivation level after devouring each other. Groups of murlocs gathered together but quietly lined up, waiting for the murlocs at the front to devour them. As the murlocs continued to devour, the murlocs' cultivation level also increased. At first, it was just an inferior first-grade divine emperor, but after devouring, it increased to a superior first-grade divine emperor. The strangest thing was that all the murlocs stopped devouring each other once they reached the superior first-grade divine emperor realm. Even so, there were still 1,000 superior first-grade divine emperor murlocs in front of Xian. Most importantly, Xian could not kill them yet. Strange murlocs. Even though they were all rank 1 divine emperors, these murlocs could already cause damage to Xian. Even if Xian released his divine wood sword servants, what use would they be if they could only defend and not attack? If this continued, Xian was destined to fall. Unless Xian chose to teleport into that special training space, or hide in the devouring space, pure defensive divine talismans were constantly being created by Xian, transforming into multiple energy shields. Unfortunately, even so, these divine talismans would eventually be broken through. Hence, it was completely useless to wear them down like this, in the sky, on the ground, and even underground, with Xian as the center. Rays of protective light constantly flashed. Outside the light were the frenzied murlocs that were constantly attacking. To these murlocs, death was probably the last thing they feared, because once they died, not only could they be revived, but their strength would also increase. Hence, their attacks could be said to be endless and incomparably ferocious. In an instant, Xian was trapped in place. However, Xian was completely unmoved. Apart from occasionally replenishing his defensive divine talismans, Xian did not even spare a glance at the murlocs outside. Instead, he was wholeheartedly searching for a loophole in this domain. Xian was also an array master. Combined with his experience in creating divine talismans, refining artifacts, and other professions, it could be said that Xian's understanding of array formations was not bad. Unfortunately, this time, the enemy had used array formations to set up this domain. Hence, it contained the profound mysteries of array formations, as well as the mysterious power of the domain. Hence, it was not that easy for Xian to break through it. At this moment, Xian was fully focused, releasing his divine telekinesis and continuously searching. Even the smallest corner was not missed by Xian. Over and over again, Xian's divine telekinesis quickly searched the entire domain. This domain was exquisite, but the person who set it up had underestimated Xian, because Xian's mastery of array formations was extraordinary. The array domain had its own advantages. However, in front of Xian, there were also disadvantages. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and looked at the center of the entire domain. Over there, waves of powerful energy constantly fluctuated. That was where the energy of the entire domain was the most concentrated. That was also where the defensive power of the entire domain was the strongest. However, it was there that Yi Xian discovered the weakness of the domain. It could be said that this entire domain was very complete. Through the senses of his divine consciousness, Yi Xian could even detect that even underground, it was still completely enveloped by the power of this domain. The entire domain was circular, and the heavy water constantly flowed, forming the entire domain. It was like a hollow water ball, and Yi Xian was trapped in the center of the water ball. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the top of the water ball was where the heavy water flowed. For Yi Xian, that was his only chance to leave. The power of the heavy water was extremely strong, and coupled with the rapid flow of the water, it was impossible for Yi Xian to force his way out. Only at the joint, due to the collision of the various water forces, would a very small gap occasionally appear. That was Yi Xian's chance. In Yi Xian's heart, he was once again certain that the person who set up this array domain was not a strong person. After all, how strong was this array domain? How could there be a gap? Since there was a gap, there was only one explanation. The person who controlled this array domain was not strong enough to make this array domain appear perfectly. Of course. No matter what the reason was, at least one thing was certain, and that was that Yi Xian's chance had come. With a sudden leap, Yi Xian did not hesitate and flew directly towards the center. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to revolve around Yi Xian, while the divine wood swordsman followed closely behind Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center. However, since Yi Xian could discover the gap in the center, how could the enemy not know? Therefore, at this moment, countless water tentacles extended from the water walls. The moment those tentacles appeared, they whipped towards Yi Xian. Some even turned into water swords that filled the sky and rushed towards Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely surrounded by these heavy water weapons. It could be said that they were so densely packed that there was not a single gap. However, there was still a gap between the attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis had already been activated to the maximum. His entire body was dodging rapidly. Of course, while he was dodging, he was also flying upwards. The power of unlimited teleportation was displayed to the extreme in this small area of dodging. It was as if the entire sky was filled with Yi Xian's figures. And as Yi Xian flew upwards, the density of the attacks became tighter. Clearly, the enemy was getting a little anxious. But even so, there was nothing they could do to Yi Xian. Dodge, advance, dodge again, advance again. Yi Xian advanced courageously. No matter what was in front of him, Yi Xian would not stop. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to its maximum speed. The extreme speed allowed the god-slaying sword to have the power to pierce through the heavy water. At the same time, it was able to help Yi Xian block some of the water pillars that he could not dodge in time. Break for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar as his entire body charged towards the center. Without a sound, Yi Xian directly charged out of the water ball. When Yi Xian hovered outside the water ball, he saw the people who had set up this formation in an attempt to trap him. 9 strange murlocs. Compared to the murlocs in the formation, these 9 murlocs were even uglier and stranger. Apart from a pair of legs, the rest of their bodies were fish, or did they not transform? Clearly, that was not the case. Since they were able to work together to set up such a formation, they clearly had the power to transform. Therefore, the only explanation was that they looked down on the human form. Almost all divine beasts that cultivated were clear on one thing. That was, the human form would greatly enhance one's comprehension and usage of the laws. Perhaps the divine beast's original form would be enhanced in various aspects such as physique and strength, but if they wanted to quickly comprehend the laws and maximize the power of the laws, they would still need to transform into human form. It was impossible that these 9 murlocs did not know this. But why did they not choose to transform into human form? Even if no one told Yi Xian knew very well that if these 9 murlocs transformed into human form and set up this formation, it would not be easy for Yi Xian to escape. Therefore, Yi Xian suddenly became interested in the strange 9-headed fish. System, detect these 9 monsters for me. I want to see what is so special about them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Continue escaping following Yi Xian's command, the system prompt quickly sounded. Ding. System prompt, the detection of Yi Xian requires 150,000 faith points. Does the host accept? 150,000 faith points? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, not because of the amount of faith points, but because of the system prompt. It seemed that every time Yi Xian wanted to detect something, he would need faith points. Yi Xian did not notice when it started, but now that he suddenly noticed, he realized that every time he used the system to detect something, it would more or less consume some faith points. Faith points could be said to be the easiest thing for Yi Xian to obtain. Compared to eternal points, devour points, and so on, faith points would only increase at any time, and by a significant amount. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, after controlling a new territory, the rate of faith points increasing would be even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian had never paid much attention to faith points. He even thought that the faith points system was specially set up to be used to exchange for other points, such as eternal points and devour points. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. It seemed that faith points had many uses, and the consumption was also very high. With doubts, Yi Xian agreed to the detection this time. Ding. System prompt, the target is the resentful Divine Fish clan, one of the subordinate clans of the ancient Divine Fish clan. They have a strong grudge against the human race. Once they encounter a human, they will definitely fight to the death. Ding. The resentful Divine Fish clan is a special rare clan. Optional random mission detected, collector of rare clans. Random mission, collector of rare clans. Mission requirements, find a suitable space, collect various rare clans scattered in the celestial realm, and tame them. Mission is optional. There is no punishment for failure. Collect a certain number of rare clans to open a special treasure chest. Collecting mission? And there was no punishment. Yi Xian would definitely do it. After all, for others, this special space was not easy to find, but Yi Xian had a devour space with him. It was not a problem at all for him to divide the space into different areas. Of course, since this quest was a race-gathering quest, a rare race would require Yi Xian to collect at least 2 divine beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately accepted the mission. These 9 strange fish were actually not that strong. Once Yi Xian broke through their array formation domain, it could be said that they were no longer a threat. In addition, Yi Xian had heard the system notification and knew that this strange fish would attack as soon as it saw a human, so he was not too worried about being hunted down by the treasure hunting team. Therefore, Yi Xian asked the system again, "System, why do I need to consume faith points when I use detect now?" This was a problem that Yi Xian had to figure out. Otherwise, no matter how many conviction points he had, Yi Xian would not be able to afford to squander them like this. Ding. System notification, please take note, host. As the host's cultivation level increases, the detection target's strength will increase accordingly. Therefore, the system needs conviction points to strengthen the detection. So that was the case. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian understood the system's explanation in his heart. It seemed that no matter how many conviction points he had, if Yi Xian did not use them sparingly, they would not be enough. When he retracted his gaze back to the strange fish, he realized that the 9 strange fish had actually started to flee quickly. However, it wanted to escape immediately after ambushing Yi Xian. How could it be that easy? Wei Zhentian, go. At Yi Xian's command, the 2 Godslayer swords immediately flew out. Of course, this time, the Godslayer sword's goal was not to kill these strange fish, but to trap them. Wei Zhentian controlled the Godslayer swords and moved extremely quickly. After a while, they arrived beside the strange fish. The 2 Godslayer swords each emitted a sword light and easily trapped the strange fish. The strange fish were extremely terrified and kept screaming. Obviously, they were scared of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to be afraid now. When they had first tried to kill Yi Xian, they should have expected such an outcome. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian had once again opened up a special area. Yi Xian had set up layers of restrictions and even seals here. After that, Yi Xian did not even ask for the strange fish's opinion and directly absorbed the 9 strange fish into the devouring space. The pitiful 9 strange fish had failed to ambush Yi Xian and had instead become Yi Xian's prisoners. What awaited them after that was endless domestication. After all, Yi Xian would only be considered to have completed his mission after he had completely tamed them. Yi Xian did not care too much about the rewards of collecting rare species. Just the joy of collecting them was enough for Yi Xian to do this. When the strange fish disappeared, the array domain and the murlocs within it disappeared as well. Obviously, they had all been summoned by the 9 strange fish. Yi Xian did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, no one knew whether or not an enemy would come to kill him. After all, Yi Xian would not think that every divine beast elite was that retarded. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. Unfortunately, his doubts finally came to an end. First, a divine consciousness suddenly swept past Yi Xian. Yi Xian had just reacted when that divine consciousness had already locked onto him. Damn it! I've been discovered. Yi Xian was shocked. Since the divine consciousness had already discovered him, it would not be long before that divine beast elite caught up with him. Yi Xian used his greatest speed to escape. Unfortunately, that divine consciousness was still locked onto Yi Xian. System, refine restrictions and divine talismans to stop that person behind me. Yi Xian could not care less. After all, Yi Xian's divine consciousness was not undetectable. However, he did not discover anything. This already showed that the person who had locked onto him with divine consciousness was definitely much stronger than Yi Xian. Therefore, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to escape. Running away when he saw the enemy, this was an extremely shameful thing to do. However, if he knew that the enemy was extremely strong and that he had no chance of winning, he would be a fool to try and fight. Therefore, Yi Xian could not care less about his reputation at this moment. Furthermore, the fake god-slaying sword would be exposed sooner or later. Once it was exposed, those enraged divine beast elites would naturally understand that Yi Xian had tricked them. If they chased after him, Yi Xian would not stand a chance. Divine Wood Swordsman, come out. Go, block the pursuers for me. Within the array domain, regardless of whether it was the murlocs or the heavy water attacks, they could not hurt the Divine Wood Swordsman in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian could only send the Divine Wood Swordsman out again. Swordsman of 10,000 search, follow the Divine Wood Swordsman to investigate. Once there is news, report back immediately. Yi Xian released the Swordsman of 10,000 search once again. Although this little guy was extremely weak, it was still useful for detection. Divine talismans fell one after another, turning into restrictions that delayed the enemy. Yi Xian did not dare to stop at all and kept escaping forward. While escaping, Yi Xian could feel that the divine consciousness that had locked onto him fluctuated several times. Yi Xian could guess that perhaps the Divine Wood Swordsman had already fought with him. Substantial illusion, it was unknown how far they had gone, but the divine sense that had locked onto Yi Xian had disappeared. Not long after, the sword servant hand-leading sword had returned with a divine beast corpse in her hand. This time, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he had underestimated his own strength. He had underestimated the strength of the Divine Wood Sword servants. For a long time, the 1,000 Beast Sword attendants had only been used as support and rarely fought alone. But in reality, the current Divine Wood Sword attendants already had the strength to fight alone. They were even stronger than Yi Xian. For example, this time, Yi Xian only wanted the Divine Wood Sword servants to stop the enemy. It could be said that he never expected the Divine Wood Sword servants to kill the enemy. However, the Divine Wood Sword servants did it. Not only did they complete the mission Yi Xian gave them, they even killed the enemy. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast corpses in the hands of the Divine Wood Swordsman and felt rather helpless. Just as he was about to devour the corpse, he didn't expect that this time, Yi Xian would actually find a universe ring on the divine beast's body. It was not that divine beasts did not know how to use Qian Kuan rings, but compared to the Kunlun God domain and the Demon God domain, the ratio of divine beasts with Qian Kuan rings was much lower. Yi Xian kept the interspatial ring doubtfully. Because the divine beast was already dead, the spiritual force seal on it was not very strong, even though it might have been much stronger than Yi Xian when it was alive. But now, Yi Xian could still easily undo it. There was a pile of miscellaneous materials mixed with some spirit stones. It seemed that this divine beast was not rich. However, just as Xian was about to devour it, he unexpectedly discovered a special item. Ding! System notification, detected special material, Realm Guardian Illusion Orb. Realm Guardian Illusion Bead, what was this? Xian clicked on the introduction and took a closer look. The Realm Guardian Orb was a teleportation orb used to enter a specific secret realm. Through this orb, one could be teleported to a specific illusory realm, wait, an illusion. Secret realm, Xian was puzzled and immediately clicked on the fantasy realm data. An illusory realm was a type of secret realm. However, it was not an ordinary secret realm. Instead, it was a realm that was concealed using a special method. It was used to store materials or for other special purposes. Generally speaking, illusions were not very big, but what was inside was arranged according to the wishes of the owner. Speaking of which, they were of a higher level than secret realms. So that was the case, Xian nodded. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a warehouse. However, Xian's devouring space came with him at all times, while the demonic beast's devouring space could only be transported through the illusion pearl. Xian only hesitated for a moment before he made his decision. In any case, he might be hunted down if he stayed outside, so he might as well enter the illusory realm, which would be safer. Thinking of this, Xian no longer hesitated. He swallowed the mythical beast's corpse and crushed the illusion pearl. Similar to using a teleportation talisman, Xian was quickly teleported to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a cave, but it was obviously not as simple as it seemed. As expected, when Xian walked in, he realized that he was walking downhill. However, looking at the cave with the naked eye, even if he used his divine perception, he could only see a flat path. When Xian turned around to look at his feet, he realized that there was a faint glow around his body. Substantial illusory realm, this cave was actually a place sealed by the substantial illusory realm. The explanation for the substantial illusory realm was actually very simple. It meant that the illusion had already materialized, and without a method to unlock it like an illusion bead, the person who entered could only walk the normal path of the cave. They would not discover anything special about this place and would only treat it as a cave. However, with the illusion pearl, the person who entered would be guided by the power of the illusion pearl and break open a new path, then walk underground. Xian no longer had any doubts and continued to walk forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xian's eyes finally lit up. At the same time, he heard the dripping sound of water. Even further away, he could hear the noise of some monkeys. Could it be that this was a monkey cave? However, Xian remembered that the divine beast that was killed by the divine wood swordsman was not a monkey. What was going on? Or could it be that the divine beast had only obtained this illusion pearl and this secret realm did not belong to him? Was it equivalent to an invitation card that allowed him to enter? Of course, the divine beast was already dead, so Xian could not confirm anything at all. This secret realm couldn't be considered very big, and the apes within weren't very strong either. Xian's divine sense had only swept through the entire secret realm once, and he'd already seen the entire secret realm. Other than a set of armor in the center and a large sword, there was only one tombstone that attracted Xian's attention. Great wisdom, great strength, the tomb of the divine monkey. This secret realm was actually a tomb. After all this time, Xian had come to the tomb of the monkey ancestor. Ji, who are you? Suddenly, a little monkey jumped in front of Xian and blinked at Xian. The little monkey's eyes were extremely clear and didn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards Xian. Therefore, Xian naturally wouldn't kill him for no reason. Instead, he casually replied, "I'm Xian." Xian, Ji, I have never heard of you. Ji, what are you doing here? Are you here for the ancestor's blessing? Ancestor again, in the demon god realm, the most mysterious thing was probably the power of the ancestor. And the most common one was the ancestor's power. It could be said that the ancestor's power was everywhere. Who would have thought that the ancestor's blessing would be mentioned here? Xian frowned slightly but did not refute. Instead, he asked, "How did you know?" Ji, since you are here, why else would you be here if not for the ancestor's blessing? Let's go, I will take you to see grandfather ancestor. Grandfather ancestor? He just didn't know if this so-called grandfather ancestor was talking about his grief or his name. Of course, no matter what it was, Xian did not care. After all, there was nothing in this cave that could threaten Xian. Therefore, Xian followed without hesitation. After a while, Xian was brought to an old monkey by the little monkey. This old monkey was very old and had no cultivation base. "Grandfather ancestor, a human is here to seek the ancestor's blessing." "A human? You mean a human?" Grandfather ancestor looked up at Xian in confusion. After confirming Xian's identity as a human, he asked in confusion, "It's been 1,000,000 years since a human has come here. Little guy, come and tell grandfather ancestor, what's wrong with your human race? Why hasn't anyone come here for 1,000,000 years? Could it be that your human race is going to be exterminated? Wiped out? Arrest warrant. Why do you say that our human race is about to be exterminated?" Xian asked his grandfather with a puzzled expression. "Isn't that the case? As long as you meet the requirements, you can enter the ancestral spirit cave and obtain the blessing of my monkey god race's ancestor. It's been over 1,000,000 years since I started managing the cave, but not a single one of you humans has come. Isn't it because your strength is too weak that you were eliminated by the other races? The power of the primogenitor was also open to humans? It was open at least 1,000,000 years ago." These words instantly caused doubt to reappear in Xian's heart. However, from the mouth of the ancestor of the monkey clan, Xian also heard that their clan had always been guarding the secret realm and had never had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they probably wouldn't know what Xian was going to say. Naturally, there was no need for Xian to seek trouble for himself. Of course not. Our human race is developing very well now. It's just that we haven't obtained the illusion bead yet. Xian's reply made the old monkey look at Xian doubtfully. Then it waved its hand and a screen of light appeared in front of the old monkey. There was clearly some information recorded on it, but unfortunately, Xian could not understand it. That shouldn't be the case. According to the rules set by the ancestor, every year the human clan will be given an illusion pearl. Moreover, the human clan's patriarch has also received one. Why do you say that the human clan has never received an illusion pearl? Xian naturally knew the reason. Simply put, these illusion beads had already fallen into the hands of the other races. This mysterious place had no connection to the outside world, so naturally, whatever the other races said, they would believe. Even if they had doubts, they would not be able to verify them. The current Kunlun god domain no longer had a place for the human tribe. Therefore, it was not surprising that the excess illusory pearls had been stolen by the juniors of the other powerful tribes. Xian felt that this ancestral land of the monkey clan was a place that already existed before the battle of the Twilight of the Gods. Just like how Xian needed to rebuild his faith, this monkey tribe was also a place of faith. However, their will was for all races to coexist, so they didn't interfere. Every once in a while, they would give out illusions so that the geniuses of the various races could enter and receive blessings from their progenitor. Could it be that in ancient times, in the demon god's domain, the various races actually coexisted in harmony? Then why did it become like this now? Why would the human race become the target of oppression by the other races? Furthermore, it was a suppression that left no way out. For a moment, Xian's heart was filled with doubts. But of course, this wasn't the time to solve it. Therefore, Xian could only keep his doubts in his heart and follow the monkeys forward. The land rented by the monkey tribe was naturally blessed by their progenitor. However, he didn't know what kind of blessing would be given to Xian. Xian was led to stand on a platform. After everything was ready, a few monkeys chanted and directed a ray of light directly onto Xian's body. Xian had already experienced the progenitor's blessing once, so he wasn't afraid at all. This time, the progenitor's blessing didn't last for a long time. Xian only received some agility enhancement. All in all, the progenitor's blessing for the monkey tribe's rented land was very ordinary. Of course, to Xian, the most important thing wasn't what he received from the progenitor's blessing. It was that he saw a possibility in this rented land, a possibility that was almost inevitable in ancient times, the possibility that the human tribe and the other races could coexist peacefully in the demon god's domain and compete on an equal footing. Unfortunately, after countless years, everything had changed. Then, when did it start to change? What was the reason for the change? Xian's strength was limited, and his time was even more limited. If he wanted to save the entire human tribe in the demon god's domain, it would be extremely difficult. If he could find the source of the problem and deal with the conflict between the human tribe and the other races, perhaps that would be the best solution. Of course, this matter could only be done step by step. After all, Xian had no clue. After retreating from the monkey tribe's ancestral land, Xian realized that he couldn't find any trace of that place. At this time, Xian was still standing in the cave. However, he couldn't find anything in the monkey tribe's ancestral land. Even if Xian dug into the ground, he wouldn't find anything. Only through the illusion bead could he reach the monkey tribe's ancestral land. At this time, once Xian retreated, there was no other way. Of course, after retreating from the monkey tribe's ancestral land, Xian was temporarily safe. Because he didn't know where this place was, why was it temporarily safe? Those super experts fought and killed countless people. Finally, an extremely powerful super expert obtained the god-slaying sword and realized that the god-slaying sword was a fake. In addition, a mythical beast had sensed the battle between Xian and the strange fish. In an instant, he realized that they had been deceived. Xian's appearance was not hidden from the start, so every expert knew what Xian looked like. Therefore, a large number of arrest warrants were issued, and they were all warrants with great rewards. Xian walked forward. He didn't have a goal. Originally, he wanted to find the various holy sons and find out where Luo was after defeating them. However, Xian knew that once those super experts found out about the fake god-slaying sword, they wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he didn't dare to cause trouble easily. Even if he wanted to find the holy sons and ask them, he couldn't do it at this time. During this period, it was best for Xian to keep a low profile. Of course, this was also because Xian didn't know that the arrest warrant had been issued. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have to hide like this. After 2 days, Xian finally found a city. Mythical beasts rarely built cities. Even if they did, it was definitely not as big as the cities built by humans in the Kunlun god domain. And it could be said that every city had its own uniqueness. For example, the city that Xian was looking at now. This city was built by a tribe called the Great Ant Tribe. The Great Ant Tribe was rather special. They had a clear division of labor like ants, and their internal structure was very strict. However, they were huge and couldn't be called ants at all. It could only be said that they were a special tribe that had learned the structure of ants. Legend had it that the Great Ant Tribe wasn't a tribe from the realm of the gods, but came from a mysterious place. It was just that there was no way to prove this legend. Even the Great Ant Tribe didn't know anything about it. Therefore, this legend could only be said to end here. When Xian walked into this city, he felt a sense of oppression. The Great Ant Tribe looked like humans. They had 2 legs and 4 arms. Their faces were also very similar to humans. However, they didn't have hair on their heads. Instead, they had 2 strange feelers. Of course, their feelers had many uses. As for their bodies, they were divided into 3 parts and covered in scales. In terms of appearance, they looked like ants. This was probably the origin of the Great Ant Tribe's name. 7 Bloody Nights. The reason why Xian felt pressured was precisely because this city was too strict. It could be said that in this place, other than outsiders, as long as they were members of the Great Ant clan, every single one of them had a clear division of labor and their own missions. At this time, Xian was walking towards the city gates. There was a row of Great Ant Tribe guards at the gates. These guards were lined up neatly, so much so that every movement was exactly the same. From the sky to the ground, there was a total of 6 rows, with 12 guards on each row. However, these guards didn't even have the slightest deviation from the angle of the swords in their hands. The moment Xian walked through the city gates, the restriction on flying was immediately activated, forcing everyone to land on the ground. And the place where they landed was just right in the middle of the barbican. Within the barbican, a row of guards was checking the identity of every person who entered the city. As for what they were checking, Xian didn't know at all. When Xian walked into the city, he saw an even stranger scene. Every single member of the Great Ant Tribe was walking in a neat row, oppressive, incomparably oppressive. This city was full of oppressive feeling. There wasn't a single trace of disorder in the entire city. This was the realm of the gods. In the realm of the gods where the strong were respected, strength represented everything. However, this universal rule didn't seem to apply in this place. In this place, all rules didn't apply. Yi Xian had seen it with his own eyes, and it wasn't the first time he'd seen a powerful expert in the Divine King realm line up with some small fry that he could even blow to death with a single breath. Of course, this was the tradition of the Great Ant tribe after all. It had nothing to do with Yi Xian. In this city, there was a special area for receiving outsiders, and Yi Xian could only go there. Because apart from this area, anyone who accidentally trespassed anywhere else would be politely asked to leave. When Yi Xian walked into this special area, he felt slightly better. Yi Xian didn't have a purpose in coming here. He just happened to be passing by. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian casually found a restaurant and walked in. "Sir, please come upstairs." Yi Xian nodded and headed upstairs. The people who opened shops in this area were not from the Great Ant clan. If they were from the Great Ant clan, they would not be shouting like this. After finding a random spot, Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand and examined it closely. After all, Yi Xian had not had the time to take a good look at the Godslayer after it had been strengthened. The appearance of the Godslayer had changed a lot, but Yi Xian could still see the original appearance of the Godslayer. At this moment, the Godslayer was flowing with brilliant light and vibrant colors. It could be said that even a blind person could tell that the Godslayer was extraordinary. And it was inevitable that there would be people who would be disloyal. At this moment, a group of people were secretly communicating with each other through voice transmission. However, they were obviously very wary, not only because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because this was the territory of the Great Ant clan. Yi Xian casually ordered some food and prepared to rest here. After all, he was on tenterhooks during the escape and Yi Xian was still a little tired. Therefore, Yi Xian could not help but let his guard down and did not notice those people's movements in time. At this moment, Yi Xian was still sitting in his seat, completely unaware of the approaching danger. A guest in the restaurant hurriedly ran out. Not long after, a voice transmission talisman flew out. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian headed outside. In the city of the Great Ant clan, Yi Xian did not know of any special places to go, so he just strolled around casually. At this moment, a young man ran up to Yi Xian. "Senior, is this your first time in Great Ant City?" Yi Xian glanced at the young man. His strength was very ordinary, so he did not pay much attention to him and only nodded. "Senior, what do you think of this? Where do you want to go? I will take you there. When the time comes, you can just reward me. What do you think?" So that was what this young man meant. There were guides in almost every city, so it was not considered special. Therefore, Yi Xian did not think too much about it and asked directly, "Tell me, is there any place worth visiting here?" "Senior, you have asked the right person. Great Ant City is the territory of the Great Ant clan, and the Great Ant clan is famous for being strict. Therefore, the treasures they make can be said to be the most exquisite. The Jibao Pavilion is the biggest auction venue in Great Ant City. Of course, other than that, the Bloody Seven Nights is also a good place to go. The Bloody Seven Nights is an entertainment venue. As long as you have enough spiritual stones, you can enjoy all the services you want there." The young man began to introduce Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was here to relax, so he took a fancy to the Bloody Seven Nights at first glance. "Bloody Seven Nights, this name is a little interesting. Tell me, what is so special about it?" Yi Xian interrupted the young man and asked casually. "Senior, you may not know, but the name Bloody Seven Nights has a great history. It is said that when the Bloody Seven Nights was first established, the Fierce White Giant clan and the Sharp-Mouthed Silver Hook clan fought for the management rights of the Bloody Seven Nights. The battle lasted for 7 days outside Great Ant City. During these 7 days, the blood of the two clans flowed like a river. The Fierce White Giant clan who won in the end was famous for being simple-minded. Therefore, they did not even bother to think of a name and directly used the Bloody Seven Nights as the name. Fierce White Giant clan? Yi Xian murmured softly. The guide immediately said, "Senior, you shouldn't provoke the members of the White Fierce Giant clan. They are very simple-minded. You can even say that they are very stupid. However, they are very stubborn. Moreover, they have a very good relationship with the Great Ant clan. Moreover, one of their servant clans is the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog clan. They are very cunning. It can be said that they are very difficult to provoke. Therefore, if Senior goes to the Bloody Seven Knights, you must remember not to incur enmity with the fierce white giant clan. Even if these fellows won't find trouble with you temporarily in the Bloody Seven Knights, once you leave the city, you will definitely be hunted down by the fierce white giant clan and the Great Ant clan. These fellows are stubborn fellows. Once they recognize you as an enemy, they will not stop until they kill you. Therefore, you must not provoke them. Moreover, these two clans have numerous experts. Yi Xian nodded. For Yi Xian, of course, he would not provoke trouble for no reason. He came here to relax, not to look for trouble. Why would he provoke the fierce white giant clan for no reason? After making up his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly let the young man lead the way. Soon, Yi Xian was led to a rather remote pavilion by the young man. This pavilion was very dilapidated, but it was definitely not simple. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The puppet Mei Yi Xian nodded and tossed a pile of spiritual stones to the servant before walking in. There were no rules to enter the Bloody Seven Knights. Anyone could enter if they wanted to. However, it was not that easy to enter the real Bloody Seven Knights. There was almost no one in the outer ring of the Bloody Seven Knights. After all, those who could enter the Bloody Seven Knights were here because of the uniqueness of the Bloody Seven Knights. Not long after Yi Xian entered, a servant approached Yi Xian. "Hello, sir. Is this your first time in the Bloody Seven Knights?" The servant looked very strange. He had the head of a wolf, but the body of a bullfrog. His eyes were compound. This should be the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog tribe, a subsidiary tribe of the fierce white giant tribe. Yi Xian thought to himself, the name of the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog tribe is very fitting. Compound eyes are like 1,000 eyes. Wolf head and frog body are exactly the same as a wolf frog. Of course, Yi Xian's gaze didn't linger on the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog servant for too long. Instead, he said, "This is my first time here." "I see. Then, please follow me to get your identity talisman." "Identity talisman? What's that?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Oh, sir, you might not know, but my Bloody Seven Knights is divided into 7 entertainment areas. Each area has a corresponding identification rune. As for how to handle it, it is very simple. You just need to show your wealth. Sir, you can rest assured that my Bloody Seven Knights' reputation is perfect. As long as you are our guest, we will definitely protect your privacy and safety." Although the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog clan attendant wasn't strong, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It was obvious that he would often encounter some experts here. As for Yi Xian's high-level Divine Emperor realm cultivation, he could only be considered to be above average in this Bloody Seven Knights. Since he was here to relax, Yi Xian naturally did not want to cause trouble. He followed the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog to the other side. Soon, Yi Xian's identity talisman was processed. Yi Xian only showed 1 million spiritual stones and was granted access to the first and second zones. After all, Yi Xian was just here to relax. He did not intend to entertain for too long. After the identity talisman was processed, Yi Xian was led to a transportation formation. This was the entrance to the Bloody Seven Knights' secret realm. However, when Yi Xian entered the first zone, he realized how extravagant the Bloody Seven Knights was. Yi Xian was Yi Xian was. Xian was Yi Xian. And there were countless pavilions. Pavilions. And pavilions, there were thousands of servants. Pavilions, there were House Xian translation, 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 Wang translation, 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 translation of translation, 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 translation. Of course, the monthly fee of 100,000 spirit stones was not something an ordinary person could easily accept. Of course, if someone was willing to add on 1 million spiritual stones, the lives of these 1,000 servants could be handed over to the master. These servants were specially nurtured by the Bloody Seven Knights. They were considered one of the subordinate races of the Bloody Seven Knights. Moreover, each of them had taken the face-retaining pill refined by the Bloody Seven Knights. This face-preserving pill didn't just make the servants look more handsome, it was also a method of control. It could be said that the servants of the Bloody Seven Knights had no way of leaving this mystic realm. Once they did, the only thing that awaited them would be their bodies exploding. Of course, as long as one was willing to pay the appropriate price, the Bloody Seven Knights could get any servants of any race. Xian did not care about these servants. After accepting his own palace, Xian headed outside. In the Bloody Seven Knights, all the servants wore the same uniform. Of course, in their own palace, the master could let the servants wear their favorite clothes according to their preferences. Outside, they could only wear the same uniform. The reason for this was to make it easier to distinguish between different identities. In other words, as long as they were not wearing servant clothes, they were definitely guests. Gambling, without a doubt, gambling was necessary in every entertainment venue. It was the same in the Bloody Seven Knights. Furthermore, in this place, you can also set up bets according to your own wishes. At this moment, Xian walked into a casino called the Treasure Trove Pavilion. The Treasure Trove Pavilion was extremely large, and there were a lot of tricks to play. Other than the usual dice, pai jiu, and so on, there were also many people who came up with new ways to play. In any case, as long as you were willing, you could gamble however you wanted. At this time, Xian was standing at a gambling table. The gambling table set up by the dealer here was quite interesting to Xian. This guy had actually created several mini mazes. This maze had several small puppets. The gambling table's requirements were very simple. Whoever could control their own small puppet to reach the end first would be considered the winner. Then, all the bets would belong to that person. The dealer would not personally participate in the gambling. After all, the maze was created by him. Even if he wanted to participate, no one would be willing to play with him. Controlling the small puppet could only be done with divine telekinesis. Therefore, the fine control of divine telekinesis was extremely high. The maze was also constantly changing. According to the dealer, his maze had a total of 9,999 types of random changes. Furthermore, it was constantly changing. Therefore, this also tested the gambler's mastery of array formations. It could be said that in order to win, not only must one have a certain foundation in array formations, one must also have an extremely strong divine telekinesis. Xian saw that most of the people gathered here were array formation masters. This was because only array formation masters would dare to challenge this gambling table. If it were anyone else, even if their divine telekinesis was extremely strong, they would still be trapped in it if they did not understand array formations. Come. Place your bets. 10,000 spiritual stones for 1 round. There are 9 spots. Who else wants to sign up? Another round of gambling began. Xian watched one round and had the idea of giving it a try. At this time, he casually threw down 10,000 spiritual stones and stood beside a small puppet. Oh, there's a newcomer. I haven't seen you before. A transformed divine beast beside Xian looked at Xian with a smile. Xian also smiled and said lightly, "You've just arrived today." Haha, newcomer, you have to be careful. This puppet maze is not as simple as you think it is. Whether it is simple or not, we will only know after we try. Xian said lightly. In fact, Xian was quite confident in himself. After all, Xian was an array formation master, a divine talisman master, and a restriction master. He was much stronger than these simple array formation masters. Therefore, Xian was confident that he could defeat them. The 9 of them quickly gathered enough. The 90,000 spiritual stones were all kept by the dealer. The dealer did not stand on ceremony and directly took 5,000 spiritual stones. He had created this puppet maze to reap the benefits. Otherwise, why would he open a gambling house? Extracting the star sand, the dealer had already explained the basic operation method. Even if he didn't explain it, one could understand it just by looking at it once. Hence, at the start of the maze, everyone used their divine telekinesis to control their puppets and start moving forward. Xian used his divine telekinesis to cover the entire maze. He carefully observed the changes within in order to find the path that the puppets would take. At the same time, he had to think of a way to prevent the other 8 from interfering with their divine telekinesis. In fact, this puppet maze was already considered a very mild gambling ground. the divine telekinesis of the 9 people wouldn't attack each other. However, with 9 divine telekinesis gathered in this small maze, it was inevitable that they would interfere with each other. Hence, everyone had to control the power of their divine telekinesis at all times to prevent their divine telekinesis from being interfered with. After all, once one's divine telekinesis was interfered with, it would be even more difficult to control. For example, at this moment, the person with Xian didn't have enough control over his divine telekinesis and was being interfered with by the other 8 people. He couldn't even control his puppet. Xian's divine telekinesis completely enveloped the small puppet and used it to form a complete defense around the puppet. Only 4 of the 9 people were able to do this. However, there were others who took a different approach. At this moment, one person turned his divine telekinesis into a tentacle that circled around his puppet. The tentacle had the ability to detect. Once it sensed interference from other divine telekinesis, it would immediately transform into a divine telekinesis shield to defend itself. The advantage of doing this was that the utilization of one's divine telekinesis was maximized and there was no need to waste much divine telekinesis. However, not everyone could do this. It could be said that this person's manipulation method required an extremely high level of divine telekinesis manipulation. The 9 people each used their best abilities to solve the maze while controlling the puppet to move forward. At this moment, no one around them interfered. After all, since they were here to play, they knew very well that the puppet maze required an extremely high level of concentration. Xian's entire focus was on the puppet maze. His mind was rapidly deciphering the maze's spirit arrays and searching for a way out. The small puppet also stumbled forward. Xian took a full hour to walk out of this tiny puppet labyrinth. Even so, he was the first to leave, and his speed was much faster than the second place. With 95,000 spirit stones in hand, Xian didn't care too much about the spirit stones. Instead, he was more interested in the puppet maze. This was because he had only played it once, and he could clearly feel that his divine telekinesis micromanipulation had improved a little. It could be said that as long as Xian played this puppet maze once a day, he would be able to rapidly improve his divine telekinesis micromanipulation. It was a pity that Xian did not know how to create this puppet maze. Even if he could find a way to buy one from the dealer, there would not be a group of people competing with him with their telepathic thoughts like now, so it would not be of any use to him at all. Therefore, Xian gave up on the idea of buying this puppet maze to train his divine telekinesis micromanipulation. After playing a round of the puppet maze, Xian continued to walk forward. Not long after, he came across a strange gambling table. This dealer had actually obtained a large amount of a special mineral called the star sand from who knows where. This star sand was used to refine treasures and the like, but in reality, it did not have much use. However, the star sand had an extremely special attribute, and that was that it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the weapon refiners of the realm of the gods would use the star sand as a material for their level assessment. Of course, the star sand was also divided into different levels, and the star sand on this gambling table was actually the highest level of existence. The rules of the gambling table were extremely simple. The star sand would be divided into several equal portions, and whoever could refine the star sand faster would win. Of course, if there was not much time left, the winner would be determined by the purity of the star sand extracted. Refining the star sand was a basic skill that every weapon refiner knew. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to try and challenge it. Even if they clearly knew that since this person dared to set up a gambling table, it showed that he had extremely strong confidence in refining the star sand. Come, who wants to give it a try? Refining the star sand is a basic skill for every weapon refiner. 2 portions of star sand, whoever finishes refining first will win. The minimum bet is 100,000 spirit stones, who wants to give it a try? If you win, I'll pay you double. After winning once again, the banker happily put away the spirit stones he had won into his interspatial ring, and then began to shout loudly again. Xian had been paying attention to this dealer's movements all along. What was strange was that this guy did not cheat, but his refining technique was very special. It was not a conventional refining technique at all, but a very strange one. Including Xian, except for the dealer, most likely everyone else would feel extremely uncomfortable just by looking at it. His every move seemed to deliberately violate the rules of refining. Every move seemed to be so bold. It felt like this guy was not refining the material at all, but courting death. Leaf fire, mystic fire, extinguishing fire, serene fire, and calamity fire, 5 completely different refining flames, but this guy insisted on forcefully merging them into one. Not to mention the others, even Xian wouldn't be able to do this with the help of the system. The fusion of 5 types of flames was definitely not a simple matter. This was because these 5 types of flames were not simple flames. Following that, this guy was extremely bold and risky when refining. Almost every time he refined, he would only stop when he reached a critical point of strength. Xian was ashamed of his control. If this guy was just a little slower, the entire refining process was destined to be ruined. But he had grasped that delicate moment well. Genius. Xian gave his evaluation with a thought. At the same time, he suddenly realized something. If this person could be called a genius in the demon god's domain, wasn't this person very likely to be a holy son? Xian's gaze focused on that person, but he could not be sure. After all, this person did not show anything special. He silently remembered this person, and then left a very secretive spiritual will mark on this person. After that, Xian left the gambling table. If this guy was a holy son, then Xian would like to see if he could get any useful information from him. Of course, everything was still unknown. Whether he was a holy son or not, Xian would only know after testing him. Although this was only the level 1 district, there were all kinds of strange gambling fights, and the bets were all different. In this place, as long as you dared to make a bet, someone would dare to accept it. Xian saw with his own eyes a guy who had gambled until his eyes were red. He actually put his life on the line. In the end, he lost, and then was marked with a slave mark. The gambling platform occupied a large area and was surrounded by a ring of pavilions. Blood Hunt. It could be said that this was a very popular gambling platform in the level 1 area. It was called a gambling platform because one could also gamble here. However, more than that, it was not gambling. The blood hunt was extremely brutal. In this circled area, it was deliberately divided into several large areas. Every time it opened, it might be a battle between 2 areas, 3, 4, or even more areas. There were many ways to play it. One could enter the battlefield and kill as one pleased. One could also choose an area and arrange one's troops according to one's wishes to attack other areas. Unfortunately, the moment Xian saw this place, he almost went berserk. Humans. All of them were humans. In that place, no matter which area it was, there were imprisoned humans. It was very likely that those humans had been kept captive by this gambling platform for generations. At the end of a battle, at least tens of thousands of people would lose their lives. However, they would be replaced very quickly. When Xian went over, one of the divine beasts had transformed into his true form and was killing to his heart's content. One after another, humans were torn apart by him. As if he was eating fruit, he grabbed a human in his hand and crushed them to death. The bright red blood was like a delicious drink that he casually swallowed. The unrestrained laughter of the other divine beasts could be heard from the surroundings. Perhaps in the eyes of those humans, these pavilions were so unreachable and so terrifying. This was because every time someone came down from these pavilions, there would be a storm of blood. Xian actually did not want to cause trouble. His main purpose here was to relax and rest for a few days. However, who knew that even though he did not want to cause trouble, trouble would come to him. Step by step, Xian walked directly to the banker's position. Halala! A large pile of spirit stones was poured out, like a small mountain. On the other side, there was a pile of various resources. The banker was overjoyed. He immediately ran over and asked Xian, "Honorable guest, how do you want to play?" That person did not realize the anger in Xian's heart. He thought that Xian was here to have some fun, so he was very enthusiastic. Xian's expression was cold as he asked, "You can play however you want here, right?" "Of course, honorable guest. As long as you want to play, we can provide you with it." "Very good." After Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand and a total of 10 ancient resources were thrown into the pile of spirit stones. "I will use these as wagers." Whoever wants these spirit stones and resources will fight me. Regardless of life or death. Defeat me and these resources will all be yours. Xian said this sentence was directed to everyone here. Because in Xian's heart, he had already decided that these people deserved to die. The divine beast in the field also heard this sentence. At this time, he had already returned to his human form. He looked at the pile of spirit stones and resources in surprise. There were probably millions of spirit stones. The most important thing was the 10 ancient resources. It could be said that everyone was jealous of them. I'll do it, kid. Is this a life or death wager? Grandpa will play with you. The divine beast in the middle of the field shouted arrogantly like a great god. In fact, he had already seen that Xian's strength had reached the superior divine emperor realm. However, he was a rank 5 superior divine emperor realm expert, so he was not afraid. Xian was waiting for this sentence. As long as he dared to accept the challenge, Xian would not let him go. This was the Sanguine 7 Knights. Xian naturally did not dare to cause trouble openly. However, since it was a wager, then it was legal to kill. Xian suddenly jumped into the field and unsheathed his god-slaying sword. He did not give the divine beast a chance to speak and directly attacked. God-slaying slash. One sword, just one sword, and it had already cut the divine beast in half. Even after cutting it in half, Xian was not satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the divine beast's body was cut into thousands of pieces. Xian raised his hand and pointed. He directly asked the divine beasts in the pavilion, "Who's next?" Although Xian had killed a divine beast, it did not frighten the other divine beasts. After all, in the demon god's domain, killing was more common than in the Kunlun domain. At this time, Xian had taken out so many resources. How could the divine beasts be willing to leave? Let me. Suddenly, a divine beast landed in the field. As soon as it landed, it immediately transformed into its original form. It was a strange big bird. The moment this guy landed on the ground, he flapped his wings and a violent force swept towards Xian. Unfortunately, Xian was not moved at all. Below the Divine Emperor realm, even if it was a 9th grade Divine Emperor realm peak, Xian was not completely powerless. One by one, no matter how many came, Xian would kill them all today. Weren't these people greedy for his treasures? Then, let's see if they had the strength. This was a gamble. At the beginning, Xian had already said that they were gambling with their lives. Therefore, those who coveted Xian's treasures would have to be prepared to lose their lives. Moreover, this was a grade 1 area. If there were a few divine emperors, they would be considered strong. Naturally, there would not be any enemies of a higher realm. 1, 2, 3. Xian's pile of spiritual stones and resources made the divine beasts jump into the field as if they did not care about their lives. In their hearts, Xian's resources were worth their lives. And Xian's experience in battle made them feel that an opportunity was right in front of them. Every time Xian killed a divine beast, he would take its corpse away. This way, only some bloodstains could be seen in the field. This way, the divine beasts would not feel too much pressure. Therefore, these divine beasts continued to send themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the one who was most worried was the banker. At this moment, the banker was sweating profusely. After all, he was the one who agreed to this bet. At first, when he saw that Xian was only a 1st grade divine emperor, he thought that he would have a chance to take away those resources. He even arranged for 2 of his capable subordinates to challenge him. But when Xian exploded with a powerful battle strength, he regretted it. It could be said that the banker's greatest wish was for Xian to stop killing. Although the bet was voluntary, if too many people died at his gambling table, he could forget about continuing to do business in the future. Moreover, every gambling table had a death limit. If the death limit was exceeded, the white giants would question them. Their questioning methods would not be gentle. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. At this moment, the banker looked at Xian, who was wantonly killing in the field. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore and knelt in front of Xian. "Senior, please don't kill them. This humble one is willing to compensate you for your losses. As long as you ask, this humble one will do his best to satisfy you." Incomparably stifling translator, Sparrow Translations editor, Sparrow translations. Upon hearing the banker's pleas, Xian was no longer as angry as before. He said to the banker, "You want me to stop the bet? Sure. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your human slaves to me. Otherwise, I'll kill every single one of them on sight." What an arrogant and domineering tone. If this were any other place or person, they would definitely be treated as a fool if they dared to speak so arrogantly. However, in this place, no one doubted Xian's words. Because Xian had the strength to back it up, Xian had already used the lives of nearly 100 divine beasts to prove his strength. He was a strength that the banker and no one else here dared to defy. The banker's expression changed enormously. In truth, he was keeping human slaves in captivity. Furthermore, there were millions of them. However, those human slaves were his cash cows. Without them, how would he be able to attract customers? "Senior, how about I give you some spirit stones? I'm willing to give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward for your hard work." 10 million? Xian glanced at him disdainfully. The banker thought that Xian thought it was too little and immediately raised the price. 20 million, 20 million. "Senior, I'll give you 20 million, but would you please stop the bet? I'll say it one more time. Call out all your human slaves. Otherwise, don't interfere with my bet." The banker wanted to wash his hands of this matter, but he didn't dare to do so. After all, the white giants were simple-minded and wouldn't care so much. In their eyes, since they saw Xian fighting in the banker's territory, they would only cause trouble for the banker. The white giants were simple-minded to begin with. Combined with the strict style of the Great Ant tribe, rules were rules in the Bloody Seven Nights. They were unbreakable. The banker wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Why did he have to be so greedy? If not, he wouldn't have provoked a murderous god like Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to accept or not. The consequences of not accepting would be to face questioning from the white giants. Compared to that, losing a few human slaves was acceptable. "Alright, I accept your conditions. I'll give you all my human slaves." The banker gritted his teeth. The Zhuang family gnashed their teeth as they spoke. In their hearts, they already hated Xian. Xian didn't care. He immediately opened the devouring space and sucked all the 1 million humans into it. Now that there were 12 divine trees of laws in the devouring space was constantly expanding. Therefore, there was no pressure from the devouring space at all. Xian after Xian, he left. Xian was very clear that if he did this, the Zhuang family would definitely hate him, and the Zhuang family would definitely find someone to take care of him. However, Xian had no choice but to do so. These were the lives of 1 million humans. How could Xian just sit by and do nothing? Of course, even if these people wanted to take revenge on Xian, they would have to wait until Xian left the Bloody Seven Nights. Unless they were prepared to declare war against the White Giants and the Great Ant tribe, they wouldn't dare make a move in the Bloody Seven Nights. Xian had originally thought that since he had saved 1 million people, there wouldn't be many humans in the Bloody Seven Nights who would suffer. Unfortunately, Xian had miscalculated. Not long after he left, he encountered a similar gambling platform. This one was even more bloody and cruel. The 9 nether earth fire was a divine flame that would never be extinguished. Furthermore, the temperature of this divine flame was extremely low. Wherever it shone, it would immediately turn that place into a land of ice. And this gambling platform had somehow obtained a 1-star 9 nether earth fire. This guy used the 9 nether earth fire as a guide, and then wrapped it with ordinary mysterious fire, hanging it high above a pavilion. Every once in a while, 100 people of the human clan would be pushed into it. The surrounding people could then bet on how long those people could survive, and who would be the last one to freeze to death. Because the mystic fire could raise the temperature of the 9 nether earth fire, the surrounding people could clearly see how the 100 humans froze to death. There were many heating items in the venue, but there were also many traps set up. If one wanted to survive, they had to work together as a team to obtain the heating items. However, the heating items were limited, so some people were destined to die. The lucky survivors would face all kinds of tests. In order to survive, those who were pushed in would kill each other and step on the corpses of their comrades just to live a little longer. It was such a cruel scene, But these people were watching it with relish. Yi Xian was enraged. Because of the uniqueness of this place, Yi Xian couldn't directly kill everyone, but Yi Xian could make use of the rules here. Ancient resources were extremely rare and special in the realm of the gods. Even one was enough to cause a bloodbath. Yi Xian cleverly made use of the greed of these divine beasts. He still set up an arena, a life gambling arena, and killed these divine beasts one by one. Yi Xian didn't mind that these divine beasts were of a lower realm. They couldn't even surprise him, as long as they were divine beasts. As long as they dared to enter the arena, Yi Xian would kill them, one house after another. As long as they dared to use humans as entertainment, Yi Xian would visit them one by one and slaughter them endlessly. In a short 3 months, the number of divine beasts that died under Yi Xian's hands was probably no less than 10,000, and the number of humans that Yi Xian rescued had already reached 10 million. The madman's fame began to spread in the Bloody Seven Nights first-level region. Many people knew of a person who specialized in life gambling. That person wielded a giant sword in his hand and would occasionally use a divine bow. In every battle, he would leave no survivors. That person actively sought challenges. Every time he challenged, he would use ancient resources as a wager. If he won, he would obtain the 10 ancient resources. If he lost, he would leave his life behind. Actually, ever since he left the ancestral grounds of the monkey clan, Yi Xian already knew that there was a reason why the human race was in such a predicament in the realm of the gods. Perhaps the only way to completely solve this problem was to find the root cause. Now that Yi Xian was killing everywhere, it was an extremely unwise choice. Even with the system helping him hide his identity, it was inevitable that he would be discovered one day. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't understand this logic, but to let his own race suffer and ignore it, Yi Xian couldn't do it. Even if he clearly knew that doing so would only provoke an even stronger enemy, Yi Xian had to do this. After all, if he didn't do this, Yi Xian's conscience wouldn't be able to live with it. Once a shadow was left in his heart, what awaited Yi Xian would be the eruption of his inner demons. Chapter 2461. Chapter 2461. Out of course, Yi Xian wasn't wrong. However, his actions had ultimately offended the interests of some people. Coupled with the arrest warrant, it could be said that Yi Xian never expected that all the dangers would erupt at the same time. In the beginning, it was the villains who found Yi Xian after seeing the appearance of the Godslayer in the restaurant. They wanted to kill Yi Xian and take the Godslayer for themselves. But before they could do anything, they were dealt with by another group of people. However, these people were not here to help Yi Xian. They were here to retrieve what they had lost from Yi Xian. These people were none other than the dealers who had been challenged and ruined by Yi Xian. Don't underestimate these dealers. Since they opened a casino here, they naturally had their own power. It was just that they didn't know about Yi Xian's background, so they didn't make a move, until a wanted order was sent to the Bloody Seven Nights. This was a bounty issued by the joint efforts of several super powerful experts. Naturally, these powerhouses represented several powerful forces. The content of the warrant was very simple. It only had a portrait of Yi Xian and a description of the mission. This time, the major forces had put in a lot of money. The rewards they offered were hard for ordinary people to refuse. Just the spiritual stones alone were worth a total of 1 billion spirit stones. This was a crazy number, not to mention that in addition to the 1 billion spirit stones, there were also countless precious treasures. Just the right to rent land for the blessing was a total of 10 times, a bounty that made countless people go crazy, a bounty that no one could refuse. Fortunately, this time, the few powerhouses had publicly announced the arrest warrant, so Yi Xian had received the news immediately. Standing silently on top of a building, the 2 Godslayer swords circled around Yi Xian. Yi Xian held the law bow in his hands. The Divine Wood Sword Servants and Divine Blossom Sword Servants also silently stood guard beside Yi Xian. In front of them were countless divine beasts. These divine beasts had rushed to Yi Xian immediately after receiving the arrest warrant and surrounded Yi Xian. They might not be strong, and there were only a few of them who had reached the high divine emperor realm. However, Yi Xian was very clear that these people only needed to trap him for half a cup of tea's time. Then, Yi Xian could forget about leaving this place alive. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly exploded with a loud roar and charged towards the thousands of enemies, a bloody storm in the blink of an eye, the entire sky. At this time, Yi Xian. As long as he was trapped here, Xian would definitely fall. Therefore, how could Xian dare to hide his strength? Activating Dharma, Thousand-Hand Child. Another new Dharma idol had been activated. Dharma 2A Dharma was extremely hard. It could be said that Dharma idol was Xian's final trump card, but at this point, Xian could not afford to hesitate. It was said that the Thousand Hands Child prodigy's original form was a boy who cultivated a special divine ability. After a million years of continuous training, he obtained a special divine ability, the Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The Thousand Hands Divine Ability was to use a special method to link the 1,000 arms with the main body, giving the main body the ability to control the 1,000 arms. This was not a simple method of gathering and taking form, but a true hand of divine power and spiritual will. It was said that in the entire divine world, it was hard to find anyone who could fuse their divine will and God force together to surpass the Thousand Hands prodigy. The God-slaying sword had already rushed out. Under Wei Zhentian's control, they were the vanguard. Xian advanced courageously, and any enemy who dared to obstruct Xian would be beheaded by him one by one. A bloody path was formed in an instant because Xian had rushed through it. This time, Xian did not even bother to devour the low-level divine beasts' corpses. He allowed them to form a bloody path. Along the way, Xian did not encounter any obstructions until Xian reached the entrance of the secret territory. At this moment, 7 experts were already blocking the exit. This was the strongest force that the bloody 7 knights could muster in the shortest amount of time possible. Xian also saw the wanted poster at the first moment and didn't hesitate to attack, causing the bloody 7 knights to have no time to react. The only thing they could do was to gather all the divine emperors in the level 1 area. 7 people with different appearances. Clearly, they were from 7 different races. Among them, there was a person who was more than 3 meters tall who was the most respected. He was the supervisor of the level 1 area. You cannot pass. The fierce white giant tribe. From the tone of his voice, it was clear that this person was from the fierce white giant tribe. Kid, listen to us obediently and come with us. Perhaps after you hand over the treasure, we can consider sparing your life. After all, the higher-ups want the treasure, not your life. The 1,000-eyed wolf frog tribe, as expected of the most obedient dog of the fierce white giant tribe. As soon as the supervisor finished speaking, this guy immediately took over the conversation. Xian glanced at the 1,000-eyed wolf frog, but did not look at him for a moment. This guy was not worthy of Xian's attention. A mere 3rd-grade divine emperor ant. Xian really did not know where he got the guts to challenge Xian. Xian's attention was on a young man in white. This white-clothed youth held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed to be very elegant and handsome. However, if one knew what his true form was, they would not think so. Of course, Xian did not care about that. What he cared about was the young man's cultivation base. According to the system's detection, this guy was at the peak of the 9th-grade divine emperor realm. In other words, he was strong enough to pose a threat to Xian. If Xian really fought with this person, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Of course, Xian had many auxiliary methods. He even had the help of the divine wood sword servants. However, this guy also had 6 divine emperors by his side, therefore, this battle was not going to be an easy one. However, it was not going to be an easy battle. Did Xian have any other choice? Wei Zhentian, kill him. Following Xian's roar, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to slash at 2 average enemies. Xian's plan was very simple. He just had to kill these weaker enemies first. Divine wood sword servants, block him. With another command, the divine wood sword servants moved instantly and charged directly at the 7 people. The divine wood sword servants had strong defensive abilities, so naturally, they would be blocked by Xian. After receiving the order, the divine wood sword servants did not hesitate and charged forward. However, Xian's call was not yet over. Divine flower sword servants. Come out, god-tier mounts. Absolute dominance. As soon as the god blossom sword attendants appeared, they summoned the 100-blossom flower god. Together with their god-tier mounts, they charged in all directions. This was because around Xian, there were countless enemies who were not strong enough but wanted to take advantage of the situation. These guys did not seem to have much of an impact on the surface, but Xian knew very well that sometimes, It was these small fries that could change the outcome of a battle. Even if the possibility was very small, as long as they existed, Xian had to eliminate them. Before the God-tier mounts and God Blossom sword attendants evolved, they might not be able to keep up with Xian's strength, but they were more than enough to support him. After doing all this, Xian pulled out his Rule Divine Bow and shot out 7 consecutive arrows. Each arrow contained the power of the engulfing rule. Furthermore, Xian also used the Divine Telekinesis sword that he had just obtained. Similarly, he shot out 7 arrows. It could be said that this was the most powerful attack that Xian could unleash, and all of this happened in just a moment. Especially the last 2 fatal attacks. The enemy did not even have time to react before the attacks arrived. Except for the Divine Emperor at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, the others were immediately flustered by Xian's explosive attacks. 4 of them were directly killed by Xian on the spot. His terrifying strength made everyone in the 7 Knights of Blood cry out in alarm. Perhaps just a moment ago, some of them were ready to attack Xian, but at this moment, almost no one dared to have such thoughts. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. This guy could unleash such a violent attack in such a short time. This was beyond the imagination of these divine beasts. Countless divine beasts retreated. Xian stood there, among the crowd. He did not speak, did not move, and did not attack, but with just one attack, Xian's strength was enough to make all the divine beasts collapse. Too strong, this person was really too strong. He was definitely not someone they could resist. At this moment, the remaining 3 divine emperors looked at Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, they were confident that it would be a piece of cake to take down Xian. After all, Xian was only a superior divine emperor. But a moment later, they didn't have the same idea anymore. Could a cultivator of the first divine emperor layer really show that kind of strength? No one answered. However, no matter who it was, even the guy at the peak of the superior level 9 divine emperor realm, he did not dare to say anything. Give? Or not? Xian looked at the remaining 3 divine emperor realm experts in front of him and said indifferently. His tone was incomparably cold. Now, Xian gave them a chance to choose. 2 options, no third option. Brat, don't be so arrogant. This is the bloody 7 Knights. Don't think you can leave here alive. Schwa, the god-slaying sword, which was suspended in mid-air, did not stop for even a moment. It charged over, and before the person who spoke could react, it had already shattered his godhead. Even after the 2 god-slaying swords destroyed that person's godhead, they did not stop. They even cut the divine beast's body into thousands of pieces at an incomparably fast speed. Silence, silence. There was not a single sound coming from the entrance. Wasn't this too domineering? One had to know that the person Xian had just killed was the only high-level divine emperor. At first, the divine beasts were still hoping that the powerhouse would be able to kill Xian. However, he had already been sliced into pieces by Xian. Of course, these people did not notice that most of the mystical beast's body had already been devoured by Xian. At this moment, it was just for show. In fact, Xian's attack was premeditated. Now that he was surrounded, he could only use his absolute power to intimidate his enemies. It would not be difficult for Xian to kill these divine beasts. However, if he did that, it would cause unnecessary waste of time. Xian did not have that much time to waste. Therefore, in fact, this was already Xian's strongest attack. From the moment he saw these 7 people, Xian had been preparing his strongest attack. Who else? Xian closed his eyes slightly and said indifferently. His voice was full of indifference, but at the same time, it contained an infinite amount of pressure. The first time he attacked, he killed 4 divine emperors and blocked the attack of thousands of soldiers and horses at the same time. The second time he attacked, he killed a peak level 9 divine emperor super expert in an instant. That expert did not even have time to cry out in alarm. Therefore, many people were puzzled. If Xian were to use the third move, what would the result be? The moment Xian's gaze fell on them, the 2 divine beast experts that were blocking the entrance of the secret realm retreated to both sides without the slightest hesitation. They didn't dare to stop him because they didn't have the strength to do so. If they went up now, they would undoubtedly be waiting for death. At this moment, the people around them did not need to be mentioned. Almost everyone hurriedly retreated to the back. as if they would be killed by Yi Xian if they got too close to Yi Xian. Wherever Yi Xian's eyes passed, there was only infinite fear. These divine beasts knew very well that even if the reward on the bounty was very generous, it was not something they could easily touch. Therefore, at this moment, since they had already seen Yi Xian's strength, why should they send themselves to their deaths? Since the path had been opened, Yi Xian naturally did not hesitate and immediately walked out. After walking out of the secret realm, Yi Xian casually threw out the eternal night realm. In an instant, at the entrance of the secret realm, anyone who entered would find it difficult to see anything. Even if they used their divine thoughts, they would not be able to see through it. Yi Xian quickly ran forward. After all, since the bloody 7 knights had received the news, there was no need to mention the outside. There were probably many dangers waiting for Yi Xian outside. This was not a place to stay for long. To escape, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the experts of the bloody 7 knights caught up, he would not be able to escape. Now, Yi Xian did not have any goals at all. In his mind, there was only how to escape from the encirclement and how to survive in the demon god's domain. With a bounty on his head, Yi Xian would not be able to move an inch from now on. It could be said that almost the entire demon god's domain was Yi Xian's enemy. Live to find a way to enter the Kunlun god's domain, and at the same time, try to find Luolua's whereabouts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Holy Sun. Yi Xian moved forward quickly. He walked for thousands of miles. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing in front of a tall mountain. This mountain was rather strange, as if it was a divine beast that was sealed by some sort of power. Its appearance was incomparably strange. However, Yi Xian felt that it was impossible, because on this mountain, the divine trees were gorgeous and the beasts were endless. If this mountain was a living divine beast, then it should not be able to grow divine trees, let alone attract small beasts. However, just as Yi Xian was admiring the mountain, a voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder. At the same time the voice sounded, a big bald head had already rushed over. Haha, so it's the kid on the wanted list. I said that I would encounter something good today. Sure enough. Kid, come here. I heard that your head is very valuable. Give me your head in exchange for some wine money. What a domineering tone. The most important thing was that when this guy said these words, he looked as if it was natural that Yi Xian's head could be exchanged for divine wine. It was Yi Xian's honor. Drunk maniac, slow down. Suddenly, 2 figures chased after him, but from their tone, it was obvious that their status was much lower than drunk maniacs. However, the difference in strength was not big. System, detect this person's strength, and at the same time, check their race. Ding. System notification, this detection will consume 100,000 people's faith points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding. System notification, target is a superior rank 4 divine emperor, with the title of king rank front crown. Race, Heavenly Dragon Drunk Shrimp Tribe. Host, please note that the designated target is the Heavenly Dragon Drunk Shrimp Tribe's Holy Sun. A Holy Sun? Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, but his heart was filled with joy. This was like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. At first, Yi Xian planned to kill these holy suns everywhere to find out Luolua's whereabouts. However, before he had time to take action, he had already reached this situation. He did not expect to meet a holy sun just as he arrived here. Hey, brat, what are you looking at? Lord Saint is talking to you, why aren't you answering? Beside the holy sun, a skinny follower opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with disdain for Yi Xian. However, this guy's eyes kept trying to pry into the interspatial ring on Yi Xian's finger. Yi Xian was nothing. In the hearts of these 3 people, Yi Xian was just an insignificant beauty. However, in the Qiankuan ring in Yi Xian's hand, there was a treasure that even their Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp clan's patriarch wanted to obtain. Therefore, this guy's gaze naturally stopped on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. As for the other lackey, after seeing Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment before he took out his own treasure. Obviously, he also knew who Yi Xian was and was ready to attack. Yi Xian glanced at the 3 people. These 3 people were strong, and most importantly, there was a holy sun among them. He must have mastered many special abilities or treasures. However, even so, Xian did not care at all. With a wave of his hand, the two god-slaying swords flew out. Since he knew that negotiation was not the way to solve the problem, why would Xian waste time to negotiate? It was better to just kill him directly. Boom, boom, the two god-slaying swords attacked two different places. The sudden attack, coupled with the power of the god-slaying swords, directly sent the two followers flying. However, it was impossible to kill them so easily. The two people were only pushed back a few steps and were already fighting with the god-slaying swords. Brat, you dare to attack me? Looks like you are tired of living. The Holy Sun did not expect Xian to attack first. At this moment, he was furious. However, he did not expect that he would give Xian a way out. The moment he appeared, he immediately asked Xian to hand over his head. Wasn't this equivalent to asking Xian to commit suicide? This Holy Sun had probably been spoiled for too long. It was so long that he had forgotten what it meant to be afraid. It was so long that he could not distinguish between good and bad. Xian would not care about such people. There was no need to try to reason with them. These people were so spoiled by their race that they could not distinguish between good and bad. Their thoughts were different from others. Therefore, the best way to talk to them was to use strength to speak. Xian held the rule divine bow in his hand, but Xian launched a divine will attack first. A divine will sword suddenly appeared and charged directly towards the Holy Sun's sea of consciousness. The sudden divine will attack made the Holy Sun panic. However, as Xian had expected, this guy was a divine beast and had many different kinds of magic treasures. A divine wood pendant suddenly burst into a bright light and blocked the divine will attack for the Holy Sun. With a bow sound, the divine wood pendant shattered. The Holy Sun looked at the divine wood pendant in front of his chest in surprise. After a moment, his face was filled with anger. Brat, how dare you destroy my pendant? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Go to hell. Boom. An extremely violent force was unleashed in an instant. That violent force broke through several mountains and left a huge ravine behind Xian. Xian also clearly saw this guy's attack method. He had actually achieved a perfect fusion of the Dharma power and his own body. One had to know that at the moment this guy launched his attack, Xian clearly saw a huge lobster Dharma power. This Holy Sun was the Holy Sun of the celestial dragon-drunk shrimp tribe. As for him, his Dharma power was in the shape of a lobster, so it was not worth mentioning. Xian was not surprised by this. Xian found it strange that when he attacked, the Dharma power actually followed his movements and attacked at the same time, a high degree of fusion between the Dharma power and the body. Without a doubt, this was a good thing. The power of the Dharma power was very strong, especially the power of some special Dharma powers. Ordinary people would at most borrow the power of the Dharma power and use the special mystique of the Dharma power as a means of attack. For example, Xian had used the 1,000 Venerables bloodline Dharma power several times. In fact, he was borrowing the mystique of the Dharma power. However, the use of the Dharma power was not limited to just borrowing power. The Dharma power could also be fused with the body, once it was successful, not to mention a 100% fusion rate. Even if there was a 70% fusion rate, the combat power that could be unleashed would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that even the title of a Venerables was nothing in the face of fusion. However, fusing with the Dharma power was of course not a simple matter. Finding a suitable Dharma power was already very difficult. One also had to have a suitable compatibility rate with the Dharma power before they could fuse. All of this had already been decided. Fusing with the Dharma power was not something that ordinary people could do. Only the core disciples of the major factions could do it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A new use for the Gravity God Arrow. However, Xian had not expected to meet such a Dharma fusion user. Xian smirked. He had already made up his mind. The Sky Dragon Drunk Prawn's Dharma power was not that strong. Besides, even if he gave it to Xian would just store it as one of the Dharma powers collected from the bloodline of Wanzun. However, if he subdued this saint as well, the effect of this was very great. Xian was confident that he could fuse this guy's Dharma power to its fullest potential. When the time came, he would have an extra fighter. Puppet technique, this was Xian's plan. Of course, although it was a good idea, it was very difficult to realize. However, Xian had a backup plan. At most, he would beat this guy half to death and then throw him into the devouring space to slowly train him. Yi Xian lowered his head as he pondered over his own matters. The Holy Sun didn't know what Yi Xian was scheming at all. At this moment, he, who was furious from embarrassment, had already pounced towards Yi Xian. "Kid, how dare you destroy my pendant? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." He punched out, and a huge lobster claw appeared in the sky. It looked like it was carved from jade. It looked so exquisite, but it was also so violent. Yi Xian immediately activated his infinite teleportation and dodged in an instant. In an instant, a huge crater 100 meters wide appeared where Yi Xian had been standing. After missing a single move, the Holy Sun's voice moved as he quickly charged towards Yi Xian. His hands continuously waved, turning this entire area into a terrifying purgatory. However, such a seemingly crazy attack couldn't injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian really wanted to ask this guy if he was really stupid. He only knew how to fight in close quarters. Did he not have any mystiques? What about his nomological law attacks? What about his domain? Was this guy so stupid that he did not know how to use them? However, just because he did not use them did not mean that Yi Xian did not use them. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian immediately activated his special mystique, preparing to trap this guy in place. However, a strange scene occurred. Absolute Zero's strength was actually broken by this guy's punch, using his fists to break a divine ability. If it was in the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even dare to think about it. How powerful was the divine ability? How could someone break it with their fists? Unfortunately, someone had done it now. Yi Xian could clearly see that when the power of Absolute Zero pounced on the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun had also punched out. Then, the Holy Sun's fist paused for a moment, and he felt a mysterious power dissipate. Without a doubt, that was the sign of Absolute Zero being defeated. Someone had actually used their fists to break the divine ability. Yi Xian refused to believe this. With a thought, he launched another attack. Eternal Night Domain. This time, Yi Xian had activated the power of his domain. He wanted to see if this guy could break through his domain. Boom. There was a loud noise. Yi Xian opened his mouth slightly, as he was too shocked. This Holy Sun had really done it. He had actually used his fists to break through the domain. This guy is weird. Yi Xian thought to himself. This Holy Sun could use his fists to break a divine ability, and he could also use his fists to break a domain. In the past, Yi Xian could be said to have never heard of such a strange situation. At this moment, Yi Xian's idea of taking down this Holy Sun was even more confirmed. Subdue him, and then investigate his strange abilities. This was not just the effect of the fusion of Dharma powers. Yi Xian did not even need to ask the system to know this. Therefore, this Holy Sun was hiding a huge secret. If Yi Xian obtained it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Yi Xian suddenly activated his nomological mystique technique. Don't you like to break divine abilities? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see if this guy would tire. Gravity Law Enhancement. This time, Yi Xian had completely used the divine sword of the law of gravity. The power of this law was practically useless, unless you could cultivate it to the limit and borrow the boundless gravity to have a certain effect. Otherwise, the power of the gravity law was not enough to hurt anyone. However, this was different from the past. At this moment, the power of the gravity law was undoubtedly the most suitable power. Simply put, Yi Xian was making use of the gravity law divine arrow to create the illusion of a fist attack. If it were any other time, the law of gravity divine arrow would be able to smash two unlucky fools to death, to put it bluntly. However, at this moment, because of the huge gravity, it was a good way to fight the Holy Sun. The three arrows were like three huge fists smashing towards the Holy Sun. In the end, just like Yi Xian had imagined, the Holy Sun swung his fists without hesitation and smashed them towards the gravity law divine arrow. Boom! A berserk power erupted in an instant. The Chosen had never imagined that this attack would actually be such a method. With a loud boom, the Holy Sun was pushed back several steps by the violent force. It's effective. Yi Xian smiled slightly. At the same time, he drew the gravity law divine bow in his hand again. This time, 7 arrows were shot consecutively. 7 consecutive gravity law divine arrows smashed towards the Holy Sun. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the Holy Sun was like a fool. He did not dodge at all and actually used his fists to clash with the gravity law divine arrows. Xian shook his head helplessly. This guy probably had many powerful techniques, but unfortunately, he did not know how to use them. His clan was probably a very large clan. As for him, as the holy son of the clan, he had probably never really fought with anyone since he was young. Even if he did fight a few times, it was only to bully the weak. Perhaps he had fought with opponents of the same level before. However, with his identity as the holy son, who would dare to disobey him? The method of battle would probably be carried out safely according to his wishes. Xian curled his lips in disdain. This kind of guy was no threat to Xian at all. Xian attacked left and right. While attacking the holy son, he could still find time to attack the two followers. The followers were not weak, and there were no flaws in their use of mystiques. It was a pity that they had encountered Xian. 2 god-slaying swords were not enough? Xian could still send out the divine wood sword servants. In just a short while, Xian had already disposed of the 2 followers. Then, he began to ravage the holy son with great interest. For such a person, as long as he was beaten into fear and submission, he would not dare to resist. This was because Xian had encountered such a person before. Gravity divine arrows. Just by using the most ordinary gravity divine arrows, Xian had suppressed the holy son of the celestial dragon-drunk shrimp tribe into submission. This guy was so silly that he was adorable. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios taking in a holy son as a little brother after being sent flying by the gravity god arrow time and time again, the holy son finally couldn't take it anymore. One had to know that Xian's control over his strength was extremely good. Even if he wanted to make this guy feel pain, he wouldn't really take this guy's life. The continuous attacks left the holy son bruised and battered. His body was covered in wounds. However, these were just superficial wounds. Xian did not even use too much force to inflict internal injuries. Xian did not stop attacking when he heard the holy son beg for mercy. Instead, he released another gravity god arrow and said calmly, "You want me to let you go? Why should I? My father is one of the 8 divine generals under the divine master, Sky Dragon Divine General. As long as you let me go, I will give you whatever you want." Sky Dragon Divine General, one of the 8 divine generals, Xian was stunned. He had not expected that the holy son he had stumbled upon would be the son of one of the 8 divine generals. No wonder this guy was so arrogant and had so many precious treasures. The identity of the 8 great divine generals was already at the top of the pyramid in the demon god's divine domain. Other than the divine lord of the demon god's divine domain, these 8 great divine generals were probably the noblest. They were even larger than the remaining territory that Xian had managed in Kunlun. In that case, it was not too strange for him to have some special resources. "Alright, I can spare your life. Hand over your quintessence fragment and become my little brother. Then I will let you go." Handing over the divine deity fragment was actually equivalent to becoming a slave. However, Xian knew that if he were to say that, then this fellow would rather die than obey. But in other words, it would be easier for this guy to accept becoming a little brother. After all, someone like him probably had a lot of underlings in the past. As expected, the holy son frowned slightly when he heard Xian's words. However, he did not reject immediately. "No, my father is Sky Dragon Divine General. I will not become someone's little brother." "Is that so? Then there is no room for negotiation?" Xian smirked as he activated his Law Divine technique once more. 7 Law of Gravity Divine arrows shot out without hesitation. Xian didn't have a complete grasp of this kind of person's thoughts, but he had a general idea. "You want to save face?" Unfortunately, Xian had an expression as if he wanted his life. Boom, 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 divine arrows of the law of gravity kept knocking this guy away. "Stop, stop, I promise you." He finally gave in and handed over his quintessence fragment without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Xian collected the quintessence fragment. From this moment on, the fate of the chosen saint was completely in the hands of Xian. Of course, if he wanted to truly display his battle prowess, he would need to be properly trained. However, with the protection of the son of Sky Dragon Divine General, Xian would be much safer in the demon god domain. Furthermore, he might even be able to obtain more benefits. In order to prevent the battle here from attracting new enemies, Xian quickly left with the chosen saint. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Tianhu. You, boss, what's your name? The Sky Dragon Holy Sun seemed to have not fully adapted to his new identity. Fortunately, Xian was in a good mood and did not hold it against him. My name is Xian. After giving a casual reply, Xian turned to Tianhu and said, let's go, bring me to a place to rest. I need a good rest. Tianhu nodded and led the way. There was a reason why Xian did not train this guy yet. At this time, Xian was still in the demon god domain. Tianhu could undoubtedly provide protection for Xian. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not arouse suspicion. Hence, only by keeping this guy in his original appearance would the people in the demon god domain be convinced. Xian casually exchanged for a mask from the system store. Once this mask was worn, it could conceal Xian's appearance and cultivation. Of course, anyone with a higher cultivation than Xian would be able to see through it. However, Xian was not worried at all. Now that he was walking with Tianhu, there would be very few people in the demon god domain who would dare to use their divine sense to probe him. After all, using divine sense to probe others could easily cause misunderstandings. When the time came and you were killed, you deserved it. Since Xian was able to receive such respect from Tianhu, it would naturally cause others to misunderstand that Xian had a special identity, or even a super strong expert. As long as he had this worry, Xian believed that no one would dare to rashly investigate his identity. Under Tianhu's lead, the two of them quickly arrived at a city. It turned out that Tianhu had come here to buy wine from the start. In this city lived a branch of the monkey tribe. The divine wine that they brewed was extremely delicious, and Tianhu had always liked it very much. Scram, scram. Don't block my way. Tianhu walked in front arrogantly. It could be said that wherever he went, there would be chaos. This guy was completely unreasonable. Even if there was no one standing in his way, he would still run over to cause trouble, let alone someone standing in his way. However, this was not the first time that the people in the city had met Tianhu. Hence, no one came out to stop him. Instead, they respectfully welcomed him into the city. Welcome, first young master. An old man quickly came to Tianhu's side. First, he glanced at Xian, but as expected, he did not dare to probe Xian with his divine sense. Instead, he stood respectfully beside Tianhu. The wine is here, my wine is here. I sent someone to say that I would be here to get the wine today. Rest assured, first young master. Your wine is ready. Haha, good job. I will reward you handsomely when we return. When Tianhu heard that the wine was ready, he excitedly prepared to run out. However, after taking 2 steps, he thought of Xian. Along the way, although Xian had not taught Tianhu much, he had still punished him a few times. The intense pain that came from the depths of his soul and divine spark was still fresh in Tianhu's mind. When he suddenly thought of Xian, he realized that he had been too complacent. If Xian was unhappy, he would have to suffer again. Therefore, at this moment, Tianhu obediently ran to Xian and said, "Big brother, after you." Following this sentence, it could be said that countless people, both in the open and in the dark, were completely shocked. What kind of status did Xian have to make Tianlong's saint child call him big brother? In an instant, those who were prepared to probe Xian with their divine sense were secretly relieved. Fortunately, they did not use their divine sense, otherwise, they would not even know how they died. As for the others, they silently remembered Xian's appearance and made a decision to never offend Xian. After all, Tianlong's saint child was already someone they could not go against, let alone Xian's big brother. Even if they were lent 100 times more courage, they would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Xian. Xian did not hold back. At this time, he wanted to use Tianlong's saint child to create momentum for himself. Although this would put Xian in the spotlight, it was enough to ensure his safety. Normal people would not dare to provoke him. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Slap Him Jade Universe Wine. It was one of the more famous divine wines in the demon god's domain. The quality of the Jade Universe wine was divided into 5 grades. What ordinary people could buy was only the lower grade Jade Universe wine. But even so, it was still incomparably expensive and very difficult to obtain. Even with Tianhu's status, he could only make a reservation in advance to get a bottle of Jade Universe wine. Of course, the lower grade was also the divine wine that ordinary people could not obtain. Tianhu led Yixian forward. Not long after, they arrived at a pavilion. The design of the pavilion was unique. It was a wine gourd. This was a branch of the Jade Universe wine. The Jade Universe wine was not an ordinary divine wine. Not every city would have a branch store for it. Take this branch for example, it was the only one in the entire region. Otherwise, Tianhu would not have come here personally. Although Tianhu was arrogant and despotic, he did not dare to lose his temper here. Even if this city was the property of Tianlong Divine General, and Tianhu was the young master of this city. However, once they entered the pavilion, Tianhu behaved himself. The person who led the way for Tianhu did not dare to enter the pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was independent of the city. "Hey, isn't this our holy son, Tianhu? Haha, I didn't expect to see you here." Yixian and Tianhu heard a voice the moment they entered the pavilion. Yixian looked up and saw a young man looking at Tianhu with a mocking expression. Tianhu frowned. Not only did he know this person, but he was also unfriendly. Tianhu did not want to bother with that person, so he walked in alone. However, that did not mean that he would not cause trouble for Tianhu. At this moment, that person stepped in front of Tianhu and Yixian and said calmly, "Holy son, why are you not giving me face? Are you afraid of me? Ha ha ha. Holy son, you actually came here alone today. You're getting bolder." A group of people walked out of the pavilion. Clearly, these people were not friendly to Tianhu. Yixian did not understand. Tianhu was the son of Tianlong Divine General. As a holy son, he had always been arrogant and despotic. Why was he afraid of these people? What do you want? Tianhu wasn't exactly afraid. After all, with his status, these people wouldn't dare to hurt him. However, they could still humiliate him. The reason was simple. These people were all holy sons of different races. The holy son in the demon god domain was very good. Holy sons were all registered with the divine master. Holy sons were Holy sons domain. Where all holy sons were registered with the domain's divine general divine lord. Holy sons were god lord of the demon god domain. Divine general lord. Of course, Yixian. Of course, studio of course. If not for his status as Tianlong Divine General's son, Tianhu's life would be much worse than it was now. The reason was not hard to guess. Tianhu had always been arrogant. He would not respect anyone. Even if the other party was a holy son, Tianhu would not let them go. After offending so many people, Tianhu was isolated. Following that, the situation was reversed. Tianhu could only hide from these holy sons. One had to know that no servants were allowed to interfere in the battle between the saints. Once they did, no matter what the reason was, they would definitely be killed without mercy. Therefore, the battle between holy sons depended on their own strength. Tianhu was only in the illusionary state. He did not have any real strength. Once he fought, the result was obvious. After experiencing it twice, Tianhu learned his lesson. This time, when Tianhu came to get the wine, he did not expect these people to appear here. After all, they were not wine lovers. However, they had come. Perhaps, these people were here to cause trouble for Tianhu. "Haha, holy son, why are you not speaking? I'm waiting for your orders." One of them stepped forward and spoke to Tianhu with a look of concern on his face. Then, another person stepped forward. "That's right. Why is our holy son so obedient today? Don't tell me he's drunk again. Drunk as mud, drunk as mud. Haha, their heavenly dragon drunk prawn clan is addicted to wine, and can get drunk as mud at any time. Looks like we really came at the wrong time today. Our Lord Holy Son is drunk again." Drunk? There were a few times when Tianhu pretended to be drunk to avoid these people. The heavenly tiger seemed to be awe-inspiring, but in reality, the heavenly tiger also had his moments of suffering. At this moment, Tianhu looked at these people silently. He did not dare to say a single word. This was because he knew that if he answered, what awaited him would be the revenge of these people. Yi Xian looked on silently. He could not help but shake his head. Yi Xian did not need a cowardly follower. Therefore, Yi Xian could not allow this guy to continue acting so wretchedly. Tian who are they? Yi Xian asked calmly. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone, including Tian Hu, turned to look at Yi Xian. Even the onlookers were surprised. These were all holy sons. They could not afford to offend any one of them. However, they did not expect that an outsider would dare to interfere. This was simply courting death. Kid, who are you? We are talking about business. What are you blabbering on about? Get lost. We are in a good mood today. We can't be bothered to argue with you. One of the guys looked at Yi Xian with disdain. Both his eyes and his tone were full of disdain. Yi Xian turned his head and smiled at that guy. However, he said indifferently, Tian Hu, slap him. Tian Hu trembled. Yi Xian ordered him to attack these people. Tian Hu did not dare to do so. However, Tian Hu did not dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. After spending some time together, Tian Hu understood Yi Xian's temper. If he dared to disobey, he would definitely be punished. Therefore, Tian Hu turned around hesitantly. He looked at Yi Xian and asked cautiously, "B-boss, do you really want me to slap him?" Perhaps it was because of fear, but Tian Hu's voice was trembling. "Do you want me to say it a second time?" Yi Xian's eyes turned cold. Tian Hu was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. One had to know that the pain that came from the depths of one's soul was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Slap, it was a resounding slap. Not to mention the onlookers, even the group of holy sons were dumbfounded. Tian Hu actually dared to hit them. Moreover, it was all because of one sentence from this person. Casually giving away ancient resources, the saints were inexplicably shocked. They had dared to provoke Tian Hu for two reasons. Firstly, it was because of the rules of the saints, and secondly, it was because Tian Hu was weak in front of them. Now, because of this mysterious man's words, Tian Hu was so scared that he didn't fear them at all. Then, who is this mysterious person? You, who are you? Do you know who we are? Another saint pointed at Yi Xian and asked loudly. However, anyone could tell that he lacked confidence in his tone. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at that person, but just waved his hand casually. This time, Yi Xian didn't say anything, but Tian Hu understood Yi Xian's meaning. Slap, it was another resounding slap to the face. These two slaps made Tian Hu feel a little excited. It wasn't the first time these guys had tried to find trouble with him. Every time, Tian Hu would be the one to suffer losses and run away. But this time, Tian Hu had actually slapped them twice. These two slaps had made Tian Hu walk out of the shadow of the past. Subconsciously, Tian Hu had always felt that Yi Xian was incomparably powerful. Now, with Yi Xian backing him, it seemed that Tian Hu's confidence had returned after these two slaps. Tian Hu, do you want to die? Seeing that Tian Hu had slapped them twice in a row, these people didn't dare to do anything. Instead, they looked at Tian Hu in shock and fear. After all, Tian Hu's identity as the son of Divine General Tianlong wasn't just for show. These people dared to bully Tian Hu and even cause trouble for him. Deep down, they were probably afraid. They were afraid of Tian Hu. They were afraid that one day, Tian Hu wouldn't be afraid of them. Then, they would only be bullied. Therefore, when this person threatened Tian Hu, it was actually a sign of fear. What did you say? Tian Hu looked at that person. This time, without Yi Xian's instructions, Tian Hu had already walked towards that person. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, this guy still had some guts. At least he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't support a wall. With some training, this heavenly tiger could still become a good follower. Tian Hu walked step by step towards that person. That person didn't expect Tian Hu to walk towards him. Subconsciously, he took 3 steps back. Perhaps, if he did not take these 3 steps back, Heavenly Tiger would subconsciously feel a trace of fear. However, this guy's 3 steps back had allowed Tian Hu to see their true colors. They were just people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Scram to the side. I didn't argue with you guys in the past because I gave you guys face. Today, you guys actually dared to cause trouble for me in front of my big brother. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. It's fine if I lose face, but if you lose face for my boss, can you afford to pay with your lives? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This Tianhu was quite tactful. He made it sound as if he was afraid of embarrassing Yi Xian by hitting him. Of course, regardless of what Yi Xian was thinking, the others were extremely shocked. Tianhu actually hurt this mysterious person because he was afraid of embarrassing him. If this was spread, no one in the entire demon god realm would believe it. However, it had already happened. Tianhu's performance was not bad. Yi Xian knew very well that by controlling Tianhu's divine spark fragment, he had full control over Tianhu's life and death. Tianhu definitely wouldn't be able to resist him. In order to gain an obedient follower, it was necessary to use both the carrot and the stick. As a result, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and saw the three treasures hover in midair. Alright, tell these guys to scram. Take these 3 ordinary materials and go exchange them for wine. I'm still waiting for wine. Ordinary materials, the group of people stared blankly, even Tianhu didn't collect them immediately. After all, he had obtained 3 ancient resources. The appearance of any single ancient resource would probably cause a bloodbath. Who would have thought that Tianhu's boss would just casually give Tianhu 3 ancient resources? Who would believe such a thing? Even Tianhu's father, Tianlong Xinjiang, wouldn't be so generous. However, the 3 ancient resources were still hovering in midair. There was no room for doubt. What's wrong? Not enough? Yi Xian saw that Tianhu was in a daze and interrupted him. Tianhu finally reacted and quickly said, "It's enough, it's enough. Boss, this is too much." Some people thought that Tianhu was an idiot. He actually thought that 3 ancient resources were too much. If he thought it was too much, there would be plenty of people here who wanted them. However, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Just take what I'm giving you. I'll definitely give you more benefits in the future." Yi Xian was speaking the truth. After all, Yi Xian was going to groom Tianhu as his follower. Naturally, he had to groom Tianhu. In order to groom Tianhu, a lot of resources had to be spent. Tianhu excitedly glanced at Yi Xian. He didn't hold back and casually stored the 3 ancient resources into his universe ring before swaggering forward. At this moment, the group of saints who had come to find trouble with Tianhu didn't dare to stop him. Most of them were even envious. After all, Tianhu had a boss who could casually give away ancient resources. It was obvious that he would have a good life in the future. Some people even wanted to run to Yi Xian and beg Yi Xian to accept them as his follower. After all, compared to strength, face and whatnot weren't that important. Unfortunately, looking at Yi Xian's cold expression, everyone knew that even if they begged Yi Xian to accept them as his follower, they wouldn't stand a chance. Because Yi Xian didn't care about them at all. If Yi Xian knew what these people were thinking, he would probably be very depressed. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't look down on these saints. Even if all of them became Yi Xian's follower, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. Of course, Tianhu wouldn't really exchange 3 ancient resources for wine. One had to know that ancient resources were extremely rare and contained boundless divine power and the power of laws. Whether it was forging weapons, refining pills, or other uses, they would be very useful. For example, one of the 3 ancient resources that Yi Xian gave was a material for forging weapons. Although it was only a small piece, if used sparingly, it would definitely be enough to forge 6 to 8 peerless weapons. If Tianhu was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't be qualified to become a saint. After obtaining the Jade Universe wine that he had reserved, Yi Xian and Tianhu walked out of the pavilion. They didn't even look at the group of saints. Only when Yi Xian and Tianhu were far away did they dare to speculate about Yi Xian's identity. Some people said that Yi Xian was a super expert who had accepted Tianlong Xinjiang's request to teach Tianhu. Another ancient mystique soon after, some people speculated that Yi Xian might be a core member of a super force. However, Tianhu was already the son of Divine General Tianlong, so who could be more noble than Tianhu? In an instant, there were all kinds of speculations. Some people even speculated that he might be the illegitimate son of the demon god domain's divine lord. After all, the demon god domain's divine lord had never had an heir, so it was not impossible for him to have an illegitimate son. Unfortunately, no matter how they speculated, they could only speculate. No one would give them the real answer. Even Tian, who did not know Xian's true identity. Boss, didn't you just say that you would stay in that city temporarily? Why are you leaving now? Along the way, Tianhu asked Xian with some doubt. This time, the word boss came from the bottom of his heart. I don't like the environment there. Xian replied indifferently. Xian could not tell Tianhu that because he had caused a ruckus at the Jade Universe wine. Not only did he attract attention, but he also attracted prying eyes. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he left. Xian would only tell Tianhu that he wanted to find a better environment. An excuse that was not an excuse. Unfortunately, Tianhu would never suspect him. When Xian finally heard the answer, Tianhu immediately began to think. After a while, Tianhu said to Xian, Boss, I know a place that you might like. Oh, tell me about it. Since Xian did not have a destination, he might as well listen to Tianhu's arrangements. Boss, it's like this. Our tribe has a manor outside of Starfall Valley. That place is filled with divine energy, and we can sense some star energy from time to time. Moreover, that is our tribe's internal cultivation ground. Outsiders rarely come in. Why don't we go there? Starfall Valley? Star energy? Xian nodded slightly. Although he did not know where that place was, it was the secret cultivation ground of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimps tribe, so it must be extraordinary. Alright, let's go there. Xian nodded in agreement. In fact, Xian knew that Tianhu was returning the favor. After all, Xian had given Tianhu 3 ancient resources. Not to mention Tianhu himself, even the entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe would owe Xian a favor. Therefore, Tianhu understood that no one would stop him from bringing Xian over. The two of them hurried along the way, but it did not take them too long to reach the Falling Star Valley. The origin of the name Falling Star Valley was because a star had once fallen here. A falling star was not considered rare in the divine realm. The key was that this star contained a trace of star energy. The power of stars was different from the power of laws. It was hard to say which was stronger. However, in the God realm, which was illuminated by 10 suns, it was very difficult to see the light of the stars, let alone cultivate the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of stars was considered rare. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't people in the divine realm who cultivated the power of stars, but the majority of them gave up after cultivating for a short while. Even for the Heaven Dragon Drunk Prawn clan, who possessed such a precious land, there were very few clansmen who actually came to cultivate the power of stars. Moreover, the majority of them came with a curious and fun attitude. Of course, even if it was such a useless secret land, with the tyrannical Sky Dragon Divine General, he would not allow others to enter. Therefore, the Falling Star Valley was naturally deserted. At this time, Xian was brought into the Falling Star Valley by Tianhu. Although he saw many pavilions and halls, other than a few servants, he did not see any cultivators. Boss, this is the place. You can choose whichever hall you want to stay in. Anyway, at this time only the two of us will be here. At this time? What do you mean? Oh, boss, you don't know. In 2 months' time it will be the clan's 10 years competition. No one will come here to waste time. I have already informed the servants here. Anyway, you can just treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just let me know. Tianhu said casually with a smile on his face. He was very happy to have found a place that Xian liked to stay. Are you going back to participate in the competition too? Xian suddenly asked Tianhu. When Tianhu heard this, he showed an awkward expression. Boss, I am the young clan leader. Of course, I don't need to participate in the competition. Xian's lips curled up slightly. From Tianhu's tone, Xian understood that Tianhu did not need to participate in the competition. Because even if he did, Tianhu would only be at the bottom of his peers. Tianhu was known as the son of Saint and had the mysterious ability of Dharma fusion. Unfortunately, Tianhu only knew how to use Dharma fusion. Anyone who knew his background could easily defeat him. Xian was never stingy to his own people. Even if Tianhu was the divine beast of the demon god's realm, since he was now his underling, Xian would not treat him badly. System: search for a suitable divine ability for Tianhu and give him suitable elixirs and treasures. Yi Xian ordered the system. Although Yi Xian knew that he would have to pay a huge price this time, Yi Xian did not care. Ding. System notification, found a suitable divine ability, 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Ding. System notification, host does not have enough faith points to exchange. 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens? From the name, this divine ability seemed to be a combination of skills. However, since Yi Xian had decided to give Tianhu a divine ability, Yi Xian would do as he said. System, use resources to exchange for the insufficient faith points. I want to exchange for this divine ability. Ding. System notification, resource exchange successful. Divine ability exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Would the host like to cultivate it immediately? No need. Give me a physical body. A moment later, a golden scroll appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This was the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Although the exchange this time did not bankrupt Yi Xian, it was not far off. His faith points had been emptied and more than half of his stored resources had been used up. One had to know that these resources included the resources that Yi Xian had accumulated from killing enemies during this period. One could imagine how much Yi Xian had invested in this exchange. Tianhu, come here. Yi Xian shouted to Tianhu. Tianhu did not hesitate and walked to Yi Xian's side. In fact, when Yi Xian took out the scroll, Tianhu saw it but did not think much of it. Boss, what's the matter? Tianhu asked Yi Xian. Cultivating the power of the star Sky Tiger was slightly taken aback. At first, he did not pay much attention to the scroll that Yi Xian gave him. After all, in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp's tribe, there were naturally many good techniques. However, it was rare to see techniques stored in scrolls. Subconsciously, Sky Tiger did not feel that the scroll was precious, so he opened it subconsciously. However, the moment he opened the scroll, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This was an ancient divine ability. This was a scroll of an ancient divine ability, Sky Tiger screamed in his heart, but because of the shock, he did not say a word. Sky Tiger was the young clan leader of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp's tribe, and at the same time, he was a saint. Ancient divine abilities were much stronger than current divine abilities, but they had a very special characteristic. That was, every divine ability could only be cultivated by a specific group of people or people with special physiques. Therefore, the introduction of the ancient divine ability first introduced the requirements to be able to cultivate the divine ability. As for current divine abilities, as long as one was willing, anyone could cultivate them. Of course, this was excluding innate divine abilities. At this moment, Yi Xian did not give him any innate divine ability, so it must be an ancient divine ability. Boss, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Sky Tiger hurriedly passed the scroll to Yi Xian. After all, ancient divine abilities were things that only existed in legends. Even if Sky Tiger was bold, he would not dare to accept it so easily. What I gave you is yours. Alright, just take it. Follow me in the future and there will be many benefits. Don't be so anxious all the time. Yi Xian said casually. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall. Because at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding. System notification, congratulations to the host for activating the mandatory hidden mission, Power of the Stars. Mission requirement, within 3 months, the host must cultivate the power of the stars. If the mission is failed, the host will lose half of his realm. If the mission is successful, the host will receive a special reward. 3 months, this mission not only had a time limit, but also a punishment. Obviously, it was not that simple, therefore, Yi Xian was in a hurry. Tianhu, go back and prepare for the grand competition. Cultivate well, I hope to hear good news from you. As for me, I will also try to cultivate the power of the stars. When he heard that Yi Xian was going to cultivate the power of the stars, Tianhu naturally thought that Yi Xian was using this as an excuse to send Tianhu away so that he could focus on his cultivation. After all, the power of stars, in the entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, was recognized as a useless power. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, Tianhu fell to his knees. Yi Xian had given him so much that Tianhu didn't know how to express his gratitude. Yi Xian did not stop Tianhu. After all, Yi Xian wanted an obedient follower. Yi Xian waved his hand again, and Tianhu silently retreated. After Sky Tiger left, Yi Xian immediately went to the outskirts of Falling Star Valley. There was a stargazing platform here. If one wanted to cultivate, they would usually comprehend here. In the distance, there was a valley. Obviously, it was formed by a strong collision. The valley was rather huge, but because of the changes in time, the periphery was covered with giant trees. Only the center had circles of light bursting out from time to time. Yi Xian knew that it was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was very strange. If it was the power of the laws, then one would have to go in and observe it to discover its uniqueness. Only then could one comprehend it. However, the power of the stars was not like that. To comprehend the power of the stars, one could only find a suitable location. If one was too close or too far, it would be difficult to comprehend it. The strangest thing was that although Yi Xian was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the eruption of the power of the stars, it seemed as if the power of the stars was right beside Yi Xian. It was so clear, this strange power of the stars was not the power of the laws. Therefore, whether it was comprehending or using it, it was not carried out according to the normal power of the laws. Of course, for Yi Xian, this was not a problem at all. System, analyze the comprehension plan and provide the most reasonable method of comprehension. Yi Xian had the system, so whether it was the power of the stars or the power of the laws, there was not much difference for Yi Xian. To Yi Xian, he could find the most reasonable and fastest method of comprehension. Yi Xian silently sat in the pavilion. However, when Yi Xian closed his eyes and started to comprehend, a strange scene happened. At the core of the power of the stars, a projection of Yi Xian appeared. It was as if Yi Xian had been projected into the core of the power of the stars. However, Yi Xian was completely unaware of this. At this moment, Yi Xian had entered an extremely mysterious state. It was as if he had turned into a ray of light that constantly shuttled between the stars. Green stars, blue stars, red stars, purple stars, round stars, flat stars, irregular stars, all kinds of stars shuttled back and forth in Yi Xian's consciousness. Yi Xian had already forgotten himself and everything else as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in the light of the stars. Slowly, a faint halo appeared around Yi Xian. This halo came from the core of the stars. It was the power of the stars. The power of the stars slowly gathered around Yi Xian before shuttling in and out of Yi Xian's body. Every time it entered and exited, it would cause a small change in Yi Xian's body. This change was very small, and it could even be said that it did not have any effect on Yi Xian's body. However, this change was very important. It was because of this change that Yi Xian's body started to gradually accept the power of the stars. The power of the stars was different from the power of the laws. Therefore, it needed to open up a new place to accommodate it. Gradually, more and more power of the stars gathered around Yi Xian, and it became denser and denser. Perhaps Yi Xian would be able to comprehend the power of the stars in the next moment. At the same time, Sky Tiger had already returned to the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. However, when Sky Tiger returned, he was immediately taken away by a few elders and his father. This was because before Sky Tiger returned, a piece of news was first sent to the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. This news was naturally related to the 3 ancient resources. Not to mention 3, even if it was just one ancient resource, it was already enough to cause a huge commotion. Unexpectedly, Sky Tiger actually knew someone and casually gave out 3 ancient resources. This news naturally caused a huge reaction in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. The moment Sky Tiger returned, he was immediately taken away. This was considered normal. Sky Tiger, I heard that when you went out this time, someone gave you 3 ancient resources. Is this true? The person who spoke was an elder of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe. He was in charge of law enforcement in the tribe, so he had always been feared. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Tian Smugness. That's right, disciplinary elder. This time I have obtained 3 ancient resources. However, what does this have to do with you? Tianhu said without hesitation. In an instant, the disciplinary elder's expression darkened. Don't be rude, Tiger Air. Tianlong Deity General reprimanded Tianhu, but his tone was not harsh. Tianlong deity general knew why the disciplinary elder would ask such a question. In the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, Tianlong deity general's cultivation was the highest. However, the other elders were not much weaker than him. In fact, the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe's Holy Sun position had always been opposed to giving it to Tianhu. After all, the benefits of the position of Holy Sun were simply innumerable. Although Tianhu was considered a genius because he had fused his law form with his body, in the eyes of the other elders, Tianhu's actual combat strength was just so. Furthermore, they also had children. Why couldn't the position of Holy Sun be given to their children? If not for Tianlong deity general's position in the demon god domain, the position of Holy Sun would have been contested. Even so, there were still quite a few people who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder could not wait to monitor Tianhu at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the Holy Sun position. This time, since Tianhu had obtained the ancient resources, these people would naturally have evil intentions. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they were able to obtain them, not to mention their descendants, even their own strength would be strengthened by a few points. This time, the main purpose of summoning Tianhu was to snatch the 3 ancient resources from Tianhu. However, Tianhu was not so easy to bully now. On the way back, Tianhu had successfully mastered the first form of the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. Yi Xian's words were like an imperial edict to Tianhu. Although Yi Xian did not say that he would let Tianhu win first place in the tribe's grand competition. Perhaps he had said that he would wait for Tianhu's good news. Hence, Tianhu hoped that he could win first place. Not only were there ancient resources, but there was also an ancient ability. Yi Xian had given Tianhu so many precious treasures. How could Tianhu not be confident? Of course, with confidence came hard work. Therefore, Tianhu did not waste a single moment on the way back. Speaking of which, this guy's talent was not bad. He actually comprehended the first style of the 13 styles of the proud dragon dominating the heavens. Of course, the further one mystique, the harder it was more difficult. Tianhu was only at this moment. Tianhu in the past, he had listened to his father, but this time, he refuted. Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? Why should they do that? My Tianhu's things were not stolen or snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then I'll tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, he also gave me an ancient godly technique. Why? Do you want it too? Ancient mystique. Everyone, including Tianlong deity general, was shocked to the core. In the entire demon god's domain, there were only a few ancient mystiques. Now, Tianhu was telling them that someone had given Tianhu an ancient mystique. How could they accept this? Who are you telling the truth? Tianlong deity general could not help but ask Tianhu. Father, could it be that you still don't trust your son? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It is called the 13 forms of the dragon dominating the heavens. This is impossible. Even in my entire Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe, we don't have a single ancient divine ability. We only have a remnant scroll. You said that someone gave you an ancient divine ability. Do you think we will believe it? If the boss you speak of can give away the ancient mystiques and resources as he pleases, then why doesn't he dare to meet us? The punishment elder said sternly. He knew very well that if Tianhu was telling the truth, then Tianhu's status in the tribe would be greatly improved and no one would be able to shake him. This guy loved his grandson very much. It could be said that if Tianhu had something good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very capable. It could be said that his fighting strength was stronger than Tianhu. Therefore, few people in the tribe would say otherwise. Haha, asking my boss to meet you? Punishment elder, you think too highly of yourself. What kind of person is my boss? Even if you want to meet him, I'm afraid he may not necessarily meet you. Humph. My boss said that I can teach this ancient divine ability to others. However, the number of people I can teach is limited to 3. Father, don't worry. I'll show it to you now. However, you must remember that you can't teach this divine ability to others. Otherwise, if my boss blames you, you'll be in trouble. As he spoke, Tianhu had already passed the scroll to Tianlong Deity General. Tianlong Deity General naturally did not refuse. He took the scroll and set a restriction with his divine thought before carefully opening it. The punishment elder was so excited that he could not wait to rush over and take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. One should know that Tianlong Deity General was not only powerful, but also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he was afraid that he would suffer. Tianlong Deity General looked at the scroll for more than 2 hours before returning it to Tianhu. Father, do you understand? Sigh, what a pity, Huer. This is an ancient mystique. It is a pity that I can't practice it. It can even be said that except for you, no one can practice it. I don't know if your boss deliberately changed it, or this ancient mystique was originally like this. If you want to practice this ancient mystique, the first requirement is to integrate with the body. So, we can't practice it at all. Ah. How could this be? Tianhu was inexplicably shocked. In fact, Xian did not say that he was allowed to teach, but he also did not say that he was not allowed to teach. That was why Tianhu made such a decision. But now, Tianhu realized that Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient mystique was tailor-made for him. It would be extremely difficult for others to practice it. But don't worry, Huer. Although I can't practice the ancient mystique, I can still learn from it. It's not a waste of time. Tianlong Deity General smiled. At this time, the punishment elder's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Tianlong Deity General would not lie, so what Tianlong Deity General said must be true. At this moment, he could not wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he did not dare to. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Misunderstanding. Because at this time, everyone knew that the situation in the clan had changed. The grandson of the punishment elder could no longer steal Tianhu's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before. No one would be able to shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he shut himself in and cultivated in silence. Outside, hundreds of guards stood guard beside Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe did not understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The competition soon began. What surprised all the young disciples was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, Sky Tiger had been dominating all the way. Sky Tiger's strange attack was not from the tribe. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how dissatisfied the tribe members were, they did not care at all. Until the news spread that Sky Tiger had obtained the ancient mystique, in an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, Sky Tiger had only learned the first 3 moves, however, those 3 moves were enough to defeat all the enemies. Without any pressure, he crushed all the way. The mysterious leader of Sky Tiger had attracted the attention of countless people at the same time. Unfortunately, no one could find out. Sky Tiger had never revealed where Xian was, so it was impossible for people to find out. At this time, Xian had been cultivating with his eyes closed for more than 2 months. In 2 months, Xian did not open his eyes, nor did he move his body. On this day, under Sky Tiger's lead, the Sky Dragon Deity General and several important members of the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe had arrived. However, all of them waited silently outside. No one dared to take a step forward. Sky Tiger had proved the authenticity of the ancient mystique with his strength. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that Sky Tiger's leader, no one in the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe dared to show any disrespect to this mysterious person. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Xian to come out. Fortunately, these people did not go in to disturb Xian. After all, Xian was currently at a critical juncture. Whether he could succeed or not would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Xian as more and more power of the stars gathered around Xian, turning him into a man of light. If someone were to see Xian now, they would be extremely shocked. This was because Xian no longer had its original appearance. It was completely transparent, all of Xian's internal organs were clearly visible, but even so, they had completely transformed into rays of light at this moment. A mysterious and profound energy swirled around Xian. If anyone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Xian's reaction was 1,000 times better than theirs. Stellar body tempering. This phenomenon could only be called stellar body tempering. Unfortunately, no one knew what stellar body tempering was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Xian had completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Xian was immersed in the countless stars shuttling back and forth. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside. At this moment, Xian was also experiencing a great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Xian did not complete the mission within the time limit, he would lose half of his cultivation base. This was enough to make Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Xian did not know how much time was passing. He did not know that he did not have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Tianhu habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, Tianhu would have already rushed in to look for Xian. At this moment, Tianhu once again looked forward. He couldn't hold it in any longer and directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tianhu silently looked ahead. All of a sudden, an incomparably ancient yet extremely gentle aura descended upon them. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst out from the top of everyone's head and spread out. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, rays of light fluctuated rapidly in the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it was very gentle. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? Tianlong deity raised his head to look at the circles of light in the sky and asked subconsciously. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had seen such a strange phenomenon before. At the same time, Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Xian opened his eyes, the system notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the stellar body tempering mission. You have obtained a special reward, a deluxe gift pack. You have obtained a special material, 9-star Pearls Wonder Stone. You have obtained experience points as a reward and leveled up by 1 level. Ding! Host has broken through to upper rank 4 Divine Emperor Realm. Deluxe gift pack, 9-star Pearls Wonder Stone. The sudden reward caused Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be generous beyond Xian's expectations. At this moment, Xian still had to thank the Heavenly Tiger. One had to know that as soon as Xian's mind returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Tiger's call, Xian would have fallen this time. Most importantly, it was not that Xian did not comprehend the stellar body tempering mission. On the contrary, he had comprehended too much. Xian had gained a lot from comprehending the stellar body tempering mission this time. However, Xian helplessly discovered that the stellar body tempering mission could only be used occasionally. This was because there was no way to replenish it. The realm of the gods was surrounded by 10 suns. The stellar body tempering mission had long been blocked out. Xian did not open the gift bag. Instead, he stood up silently and walked outside. At this time, the stellar body tempering mission had not completely disappeared from Xian's body. Therefore, Xian's every movement was accompanied by countless illusions. These were not illusions left behind by fast movements, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. They were illusions formed naturally by the stellar body tempering mission. Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of illusions. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. Tianlong Deity General and the others did not know that Xian's current situation was due to the stellar body tempering mission. Therefore, they could not explain Xian's current situation. Most importantly, Tianlong Deity General's cultivation was profound. Even without using his divine consciousness, he could see many things just by relying on his eyes. Physical doppelganger. Tianlong Deity General muttered in a very low voice. However, who was around? Who could not hear him? When they heard the words physical doppelganger, everyone was shocked. Physical doppelganger represented a divine ability. At the same time, it represented a kind of identity. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Luolua's new Cluid was a physical clone. Everyone, including Tianlong Divine General, was speechless at this moment. Of course, with their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that this was just the beginning of the cultivation. However, the ability to create a physical clone was something that only the demon god's domain's divine lord possessed. Therefore, they were certain that this person in front of them had a close relationship with the divine lord. In this way, many things became clear. Why was this person able to give Tianhu 3 pieces of ancient resources and an ancient divine lord's ability? Perhaps only the divine lord could have such a background. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Xian have any relationship with the demon god's domain's divine lord? In fact, he had never even met the divine lord. If there was any relationship, it would be that Xian was preparing to find Luoluo from the demon god's domain's divine lord. Boss, you're finally out? Tianhu said in surprise. Xian's lips curled up slightly, but he was still slightly afraid. After all, which one of the people standing in front of him didn't emit a powerful aura? Xian was very clear that any one of these people would be able to instantly take him down. However, since these people did not use their divine sense to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they had no ill intentions towards him. Who are these people? Xian asked Tianhu. When Tianhu heard Xian's question, he immediately began to introduce them to Xian. It turned out that Tianlong Divine General and the others wanted to meet Tianhu because of the Divine Lord's ancient Divine Lord. Hence, this trip. After Tianhu's introduction, Xian was even more shocked. He did not expect that he would meet a divine general of the demon god's domain so soon. Of course, Xian did not show any expression at this moment. He was very calm and collected. After chatting with Tianlong Divine General for a while, Tianlong Divine General and the others left. With a huge misunderstanding in front of them, the people of the Heaven Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribe only had fear and no doubt towards Xian. As for Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, let alone befriend them. Therefore, this meeting was rather indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunk Shrimp tribespeople left, Tianhu excitedly said to Xian, "Boss, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's grand competition." Tianhu had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was a mission given to him by Xian, so he naturally had to do a good job. However, Xian did not take it too seriously. Therefore, Xian nodded and said to Tianhu, "Let's go. Let's leave this place." Since Tianlong Xinjiang and the others knew that Xian was here, this place was no longer safe. Thus, Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are we going? Didn't you say that you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why do you want to leave?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to continue staying here. As for where to go, it doesn't matter. I will go wherever I go." Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for where to go, he did not have a destination. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the 8 great Divine Generals' residences. Only there would be a passageway. Other things aside, if Xian mentioned that he wanted to go to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, Xian could not compete with the 8 great Divine Generals. Thus, it would be unwise to provoke any of the 8 great Divine Generals. It might be possible to find Luoluo's whereabouts, but he had Tianhu by his side. Thus, Tianhu might be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Xian asked Tianhu, "Tianhu, do you know that there is a saint whose true form is the 9-tailed skyloaf fox?" Tianhu looked at Xian in confusion. "Boss, you know about the Saint of 9 Paths? Saint of 9 Paths?" Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luoluo's identity in the demon god domain was not simple. "Yes, it's the saint son of the 9 Dao. Every saint son has his own name. For example, the other saints call me the saint son of the heavenly dragon. However, the saint son of the 9 Dao is very special. It's said that he's not from the demon god domain. The 9-tailed heavenly loaf fox is extremely noble, even the divine lord has to give him some face. Moreover, the saint son of the 9 Dao is highly valued by the divine lord." Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Xian was currently powerless to save Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine lord of the demon god's domain to allow Luo to go into seclusion out of respect. It was probably because Luo also wanted to leave the demon god's domain to look for Xian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god domain could only trap Luo. When Xian came to the god domain, he was separated from Luo. Therefore, Luo would not know that Xian was in the Kunlun god domain. She would also not know about the conflict between Xian and the demon god domain. Perhaps, Luo would not be mistreated in the demon god domain. On the contrary, she would be valued because of her noble identity. After some analysis, Xian knew that Luo would not be mistreated. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to find Luo. However, Xian did not know that ever since he came to the demon god domain, Luo had been anxious. Xian and Luo had a special connection. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god domain, Xian's ability to sense was suppressed after he came to the demon god domain. As a result, Xian could not accurately pinpoint Luo's location. However, because Xian came to the demon god domain, Luo's ability to sense was strengthened. It could be said that every time Xian moved, Luo could clearly sense it. Luo knew very well that Xian came here for her. Luo knew what happened to the human race in the demon god domain. Therefore, Luo was very worried about Xian. Unfortunately, she could not do anything. Ever since she came to the god domain, she was brought here by a mysterious power. It could even be said that this power was so strong that even the divine master of the demon god domain had to bow down to it. This was a super powerful power. At the same time, it was also a peerless elite. Luo did not know who this person was. However, her every move, every word, and every action were all under this person's surveillance. Even if she was the holy son of the demon god domain, it was just that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo could feel that person's goodwill. The Yellow Sand Zone. Xian and Tianhu had traversed thousands of realms just to reach a dangerous place. Tianhu stood behind Xian and asked Xian hesitantly, "Boss, are we really going in?" "We're already here. Do you think we should go in?" Xian looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him and said calmly. Xian had deliberately chosen this place because this time, Xian wanted to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Xian realized that everything he wanted to do was because he was not strong enough. Not strong enough, therefore, this time, Xian wanted to increase his strength crazily. First, it was the trial in the mysterious place. Xian did not even qualify to participate because he was not strong enough, so he could only be teleported out. After that, it was Luolua's matter, and then he had to leave the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he was not strong enough. If he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, Xian did not have many choices. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength was perhaps his only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand zone that Xian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was huge, but even divine beasts did not dare to enter. This was because the Drought Sea not only had an extremely violent natural climate, but it was also inhabited by the ancient beasts. It was said that the Drought Sea was formed because of a huge explosion. In ancient times, the Drought Sea was a very famous battlefield in the Great War between the gods. Thousands of powerful ancient supremes fought here. They tore through the void and trampled over mountains and rivers. However, for some reason, they broke through a mystic realm. It was a completely isolated mystery world, a mystery world that belonged to the ancient beasts. The remaining strong cultivators were crazily hunted down by the ancient beasts and died one by one. After the mystery world exploded, everything inside the mystery world was scattered here. The yellow sand area was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Tianhu, even the Divine Master had come here personally. However, he had left in less than 10 days with a fearful expression. This was because there was an extremely powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the demon god's god domain's Divine Master couldn't deal with. Fortunately, the Drought Sea hadn't moved in the slightest for millions of years. It was as if this was an independent place that wasn't affected by anything in the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams and enter to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea. Moreover, those ancient beasts were also extremely valuable. Ancient beasts didn't have transfiguration divine abilities, nor did they have high intelligence. Furthermore, all of them focused on cultivating their physical bodies. Tianhu had said that the reason why he was able to fuse his Dharma power was because his father, Tianlong Xinjiang, had come here when he was young and had a fortuitous encounter. Then, he combined it with his own understanding and created the cultivation method of Dharma power fusion. That was why Yi Xian had chosen this location. He had chosen the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beasts were so mysterious, Yi Xian would surely be able to obtain an opportunity to improve his strength quickly. Fear, perhaps others would be afraid, but not Yi Xian. To Yi Xian, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Drought Sea was home to powerful ancient beasts. To Yi Xian, this was the best place to cultivate. After all, Yi Xian needed to devour ancient beasts to improve quickly. Yi Xian didn't want to wait any longer. He had waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things for Yi Xian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god's god domain. If you don't want to go in, then wait for me outside. I'll find you when I come out. Yi Xian indifferently said to Tianhu. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Tianhu and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing that Yi Xian didn't bring Tianhu with him. After all, if Tianhu went in with him, some of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Tianhu didn't have the right to know Yi Xian's secrets. Tianhu hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Yi Xian had already disappeared. Therefore, he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Yi Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special in the beginning. Here, there was only an isolation zone that stretched as far as the eye could see. Regardless of whether it was the stone god beast or ancient beast, they would rarely come here. However, it was also because of this that there were humans here. Yi Xian kept his divine will extended outwards. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe built around an oasis. There were only a few hundred people here, but it was very peaceful. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and walked over. The people here had very low cultivation levels. They made some simple Dharma treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, they suddenly saw Yi Xian in the yellow sand, which immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Father, father, there's someone in the desert!" A youth shouted loudly. After a moment, a burly man rushed over. He was holding a large knife made of an unknown material in his hand. There were a few people behind him. "Go in, everyone go in quickly. There's an array in the house. Activate the array immediately if something's wrong." The burly man shouted loudly. Soon, all the people around the oasis hid in the only big stone house in the oasis. Yi Xian knew what these people were worried about. Therefore, he didn't mind and continued walking over. "Stop right there. Who are you?" "I'm Yi Xian. I'm just passing by and would like to rest here for a while." After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain. Yi Xian wouldn't find trouble with these people. You're a human?" The burly man hesitated for a moment. After recognizing Yi Xian, he asked hesitantly. "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian didn't hide anything and answered directly. "You're a human? Haha, quick, invite him in." When they heard that he was a fellow human, the people didn't stop Yi Xian. Instead, they quickly invited Yi Xian in. "Haha, brother, don't blame them. You know that people like us who live in this desert will be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day if we don't keep our guard up. May I ask which tribe you're from, brother?" "I'm not from here. I'm from outside. This time, I'm here to investigate." "What? You want to go in?" "Brother, you're too bold. Although the lives of humans are as cheap as grass here, you don't have to humiliate yourself like this." You're just going to die if you go in. God-slaying said. Seeing that Xian was silent, the burly man hesitated for a moment before handing a green card to Xian. Brother, take this. Perhaps it will be of use to you. Xian picked up the card. It was also made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word being sealed on it. What is this? Xian asked curiously. We don't know what this is either. We accidentally obtained this from an ancient beast during a hunt. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your divine sense to activate it, it will create the phantom of an ancient beast that will protect you. Card, Phantom of an Ancient Beast. Xian was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the drought sea held its own secrets. I don't need this. After all, this thing will be of great use to you. The burly man hesitated for a moment. This thing was of great use to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to hunt ancient beasts several times. It was also because of this thing that they had been able to fend off the attacks of divine beasts several times. The burly man frowned. The humans who lived in the drought sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow tribesman in need, they would help them with all their might. After all, it was already very difficult to survive in this place. If they did not help each other, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. Seeing that Xian had rejected him, the burly man felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a round plate. Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated this thing once when we obtained it. That time, we summoned a dozen powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it again. So, although this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way. Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the drought sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. Xian would not be stingy if these people could help him without holding back in their first meeting. Alright, I'll take this. These pills are for you. Share them with your tribesmen. They will be good for your tribesmen. The burly man did not know that the pills that Xian was giving him were cultivation pills that were hard to come by outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After leaving the tribe, Xian took out the strange round plate as he walked. What is this thing? Xian was confused. The round plate's design was simple. If the burly man's introduction, Xian would have thought it was just a dish. To be sure, it was not as simple as it was. System, detect this thing. Xian. Unable to detect. Insufficient resources? Could it be that the system was talking about faith points? System, let's exchange resources for faith points detection. Ding. System notification. Insufficient resources. Unable to exchange for sufficient faith. Xian stopped in his tracks. What does this mean? Even with all of his resources combined, it was still not enough to detect such a thing. What is this thing? Is it so strange? Xian did not believe that he could not do anything to this thing. System, open that gift pack for me. Xian had completed the star power mission and received a gift pack and a 9-star pearl stone. But he had not used it yet. At this moment, Xian wanted to use a gift pack for a plate. Ding. System notification. The special gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack of points, a gift pack of magic treasures, and an unknown gift pack. What's going on? He opened a gift pack and then opened 3 gift packs. After Xian was stunned, he was pleasantly surprised. Xian didn't need to wash his hair to know about the gift pack. He would either give him Devour points, Eternal points, or Faith points. But no matter what was given, one thing was certain, they were all good things. System, open the gift pack of points first. Xian wanted to see what he could get. It would be best if he could get Eternal points. Although it had been a long time since he obtained Devour points, Eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million Faith points, 100 Eternal points, and 10 Devour points. Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness came too suddenly. 1 million Faith points was not much, but the key was Eternal points. A full 100 eternal points, this was simply something Xian did not dare to imagine. What did 100 faith points mean? Even if he used eternal domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just opening the gift pack once gave Xian such a great prize. How could Xian not be excited? 10 devour points. It was unknown whether it was because of the increase in realm or because Xian had been unlucky during this period, but Xian had not encountered a devourer for a long time, let alone obtain devour points. But at this moment, he obtained 10 devour points in one go. Combined with suitable resources, wouldn't Xian be able to have a big change this time? Even Xian could not stay calm at this moment. The reward of this gift pack was too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xian continued to say to the system, "System, open the gift pack of magic treasures." The gift pack of magic treasures could obviously be opened. Then, if the gift pack of points gave Xian such a big surprise, what kind of surprise would the gift pack of magic treasures give Xian? Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special scroll, Set Perfection Scroll. The Set Perfection Scroll can choose suitable resources according to the host's wishes, and directly perfect a set of 2 or more parts that the host owns. Shock, ecstasy. Xian did not know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Although this was only a scroll, its value was immeasurable. Xian now had the Godslayer sword and the Godslayer armor. Didn't this mean that Xian could use this Set Perfection Scroll to complete the Godslayer set in one go? Although the resources were provided by Xian himself, one had to know that compared to resources, it was much more difficult to create a set of magic treasures like the Godslayer set. In an instant, Xian's hands, which were holding the scroll, trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Xian saw the materials used to create the Godslayer set, his expression turned ugly. The system was so shocked that it upgraded. Where was Xian supposed to find such a thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? That was referring to Ming, a God Master realm expert. The system actually wanted Xian to find a God Master's godhead, and 5 of them at that. Xian had been in the God realm for so long, but he had only met 2 God Masters. One was the God Master of the Kunlun God domain, Ming, and the other was the God Master of the Yao God domain, but creating a God-slaying set required 5 God Masters' godheads, and complete ones at that. At this moment, Xian put away the scroll without hesitation. Because he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't gather all the materials. Of course, it was not possible now, but it did not mean that it would not be possible in the future. There was only one last gift bag left. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. What kind of surprise could it bring to Xian? System, open the unknown gift bag. Xian said calmly, but his mind was completely focused. Ding, system notification, ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward. The system is undergoing an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, the host, please take note, the system will be forcibly shut down for 3 months. Xian had a dumbstruck expression on his face. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? And it was an emergency upgrade. Xian subconsciously shouted at the system several times, but there was no response. In other words, the system had really been upgraded. But Xian didn't even know what he had done. Didn't he just open an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great, this plate can't be used to find out what it's for. Forget it, I'll just leave it for now. Xian smiled bitterly. This situation was completely out of his expectations. It was also something that Xian had never encountered before. During these 3 months, Xian did not intend to stir up any trouble. After all, without the system, Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a mythical beast, he would not gain any experience points. In that case, killing them would be a waste of time. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Xian was not prepared to look for trouble, but that did not mean that trouble would not look for Xian. On this day, Xian walked through the yellow sand as usual. Even though the yellow sand region was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, it was still very dangerous. However, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Tianhu, the Drought Sea occupied 1/5 of the entire demon god domain. Such a large area, even if it was only his outer region, was not a place that could be traversed quickly. After all, they didn't even have a map here. Moreover, they would get lost from time to time. Whether it was divine telekinesis or eyes, they were useless in the yellow sand. The yellow sand had a strange restriction that was enough to cause anyone who entered to lose their sense of direction immediately. It was said that someone had been trapped in the yellow sand for 10,000 years. Furthermore, that person was lucky enough to not encounter any disasters in the yellow sand and thus survived. However, this time, Xian didn't have such good luck. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand area. A law storm. Due to the special geographical location of the yellow sand, there were relatively few law powers in the yellow sand. However, there were a few law powers that were excessively abundant. Among them was the law of the wind. It could be said that the yellow sand was constantly windy at all times. However, it was not affected at all during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power was enough to counteract these violent winds. However, it would be a tragedy if they encountered a law storm. A law storm was a natural phenomenon that occurred when the law of the wind was too concentrated in a certain area. Through the form of a storm, the law of the wind was eliminated. Even the law powers could be eliminated. One could only imagine how terrifying the power was. The formation of a law storm did not have the slightest sign. At this moment, Xian was walking as usual. However, the moment he took a step forward, there was a sudden change in heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura overturned heaven and earth in an instant. Xian did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly lifted into the air. When he stabilized himself and looked over, it was already indistinguishable from heaven and earth. At this moment, Xian seemed to have been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, below his feet, around his body, it was as if it was the sky and the earth. It was extremely strange. Boom, a divine dragon condensed from the law directly crashed toward Xian. This was a pure law life form, and it was formed in an instant. However, before Xian could react, the law divine dragon disintegrated in an instant. A law storm was not a real storm. The reason it was called a storm was because it had one thing in common with storms. They both had the eye of the storm. Fortunately, Xian was now in the eye of the storm. Unfortunately, Xian could not move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. Law life forms quickly appeared one after another. Law divine dragons, law divine tigers, and even law Kuan-Pungs appeared. However, these law life forms did not last long from their appearance to their disappearance. This was because they were all wind law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of a law storm was because there were too many wind laws to repair. At this moment, Xian was witnessing a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle that no one else would ever see in their lifetime. In the blink of an eye, the birth and death of a law life form was completed in an instant. And their appearance was not known to anyone other than Xian. Perhaps Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because Xian, they had existed. At this moment, Xian could not release his divine sense. Xian tried, but just as he released a trace of his divine sense, it was immediately swept away by the law storm. Therefore, Xian's eyes were the only witness. Witnessing all of this, these law life forms did not seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives were only meant to bloom for a moment. The law storm condensed the excess wind laws into wind law life forms, and then quickly destroyed them. Through this method, the excess nomological power was eliminated. However, this process was extremely natural. After all, this was the result of a natural balance, and it was in accordance with the laws of the Great Tao. Only Xian, a witness, felt sorry for these law life forms. Xian was a witness. He could see with his own eyes how these strange law life forms were born and how they died. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios relics of the ancient god planet could be said that if they were not in this nomological storm and were in the outside world instead, they would be invincible. However, the crux of the matter was that they only obtained this power in an instant. Of course, their lives were only in an instant. Perhaps in their world, the power of time law was also involved and sped up their time immensely. Xian watched all this in silence. He could do nothing about it. Other than being a witness, Xian could not do anything else. It could be said that if Xian had not happened to be standing in the eye of the storm, he would have disappeared long ago. The nomological storm did not last long. When no nomological life forms appeared in the storm, the world finally started to return to normal. At the same time, the storm seemed to turn into an ordinary storm and then disappeared. Perhaps what they saw outside the nomological storm was just a very ordinary storm. For some reason, Yi Xian thought of this sentence in his heart: a flower, a blade of grass, a world, a year, a life. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to realize many things. It could be said that he had witnessed everything in a single world. The life forms in the nomological storm might only think that this was their entire world. As for Yi Xian, who had been standing there silently watching them, what was he in the eyes of these nomological life forms? God. As for their own strength, which one of them didn't surpass Yi Xian? Stronger than most ordinary gods, strength reigned supreme. However, in the nomological storm, that did not seem to be the case. Just because Yi Xian was not on the same plane as these nomological life forms, there was a huge difference. Yes, it was a plane. The power of the plane's nomological laws. Unknowingly, Yi Xian stood in place in a daze. The yellow sand was at a loss. Layer by layer, Yi Xian was completely covered in yellow sand in a few days. Another few days later, this place was completely flat. As for Yi Xian, he was nowhere to be seen because he had been buried by the yellow sand. At this moment, Yi Xian had already fallen into deep thought. He pondered the power of the plane and the power of the planar laws. A faint shadow appeared above Yi Xian's godhead. It could be said to be a single shadow, but it could also be said to be countless shadows. It was the power of the planar laws. Yi Xian was enlightened, he had successfully comprehended the power of the planar laws. Furthermore, it was the true essence of the planar laws. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was too weak, and his understanding was too shallow. Therefore, he could not activate the power of the planar laws. No one had ever comprehended the planar laws. At the very least, no one in the current God realm had ever done so. But this time, Yi Xian had used the power of the law storm to comprehend a sliver of the planar laws. Even if it was only a trace, it was still a seed. As long as it was a seed, it could sprout. In the future, whether or not Yi Xian could cultivate the planar laws would depend on himself. One had to know that the enlightenment this time was completely separate from the system. In other words, the power of the planar laws was completely the power of Yi Xian himself. It was a power that was not controlled by the system, nor was it supervised by the system. Of course, at the same time, he would not receive any help from the system. 3 months later. A sound rang out. Ding. System upgrade successful. With this notification, Yi Xian finally woke up. The system had finally recovered. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly asked the system, "System, why did you suddenly upgrade this time?" Yi Xian had to get to the bottom of this question. After all, this had never happened before. Ding. System notification, attention, host. The host has unlocked the Divinity Stripper subprofession reward in advance. The system has been fully updated. The system actually did not answer Yi Xian's question, it only told Yi Xian about the reward. Forget it. The system often does this anyway. It's probably because I'm not strong enough. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. He was too lazy to ask. Divinity Stripper, when he heard this reward, Yi Xian was practically beside himself with joy. Back then, Yi Xian had obtained a complete divinity. At that time, Yi Xian knew that the Divinity Stripper had completely lost its inheritance. Perhaps Yi Xian was the only Divinity Stripper left in the world. He just did not know if there were 1 or 2 Divinity Strippers in those special secret realms. The Divinity Stripper had the special ability to strip divinity. Against enemies who did not have a high mastery of the laws, the Divinity Stripper could be forcibly stripped without harming their lives. Against enemies of similar strength, the Divinity Stripper could be extracted after defeating them. There was a chance to strip a complete Divinity Stripper, or obtain a divinity fragment. Against disciples who were stronger than the Divinity Stripper, the Divinity Stripper could be used to attack the opponent's Divinity Stripper. It could be said that the Divinity Stripper was a very powerful profession. Not only was its combat strength strong, but its attacking methods were also very strange. It was hard to defend against. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to learn it. This time, Yi Xian did not bother to ask what the system had upgraded this time. What Yi Xian wanted to know the most now was what the disc was. System, can I use eternal points to detect this disc? Ding. System notification, the host is using eternal points to detect. This time, it will cost 10 eternal points. Does the host confirm? So expensive. Confirm. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the special item, Ancient God Race's Divine Card Roulette. Ancient God Race, Yi Xian had heard of this race before. It was said that it was a powerful race in ancient times. However, it had gone extinct long ago. As for what legends they left behind, he did not know. Could it be that this ancient beast was related to the ancient god race? Otherwise, why would he find something of the ancient god race here? Well, now he knew what this thing was. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not use this thing because Yi Xian did not know what this thing was for. Divine Card Roulette, Yi Xian did not even know what a divine card was, let alone a divine card roulette. It could be said that Yi Xian had already completely fallen into a daze. Each and every one of them had just entered the Drought Sea, yet they'd already encountered a few strange things. He really did not know what else he would encounter along the way. Of course, if there were more rewards like the divinity stripper subprofession, Yi Xian would not mind at all. At this time, Yi Xian put away his feelings and walked forward again. Yi Xian did not know what was waiting for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was sure that this time, it would be extraordinary, the mysterious Drought Sea, the mysterious ancient beast. What kind of experience would Yi Xian bring? Step by step, Yi Xian kept moving forward. After the system upgrade, Yi Xian would no longer be trapped in the yellow sand area. Therefore, it did not take long for Yi Xian to walk out of the yellow sand area. However, what appeared in front of Yi Xian was a black area of withered rocks, black, a boundless black. All of them were stones of all kinds of strange shapes. Limerick woo woo woo. The wind carried the sound of weeping. This was the sound of the wind, but it also sounded like sobbing. There were old people, children, men, and women crying. It was clearly just the sound of the wind, but there were all kinds of sounds. This showed that this was not an ordinary place. Yi Xian ignored all of this and continued to walk forward. Before long, Yi Xian saw a tea house in front of him. A divine beast with spikes all over its body and an incomplete form was holding a teapot and serving tea to a customer. The tea was fragrant, but it also carried the smell of blood. It was already extraordinary that such a tea house would appear in such a strange place. However, Yi Xian still walked towards the tea house. Sir, what would you like to drink? The divine beast carried the teapot to Yi Xian's side and asked Yi Xian. If it weren't for the special environment here, his words and actions would be no different from a waiter in an ordinary tea house. But if it was a trap, such an obvious trap was a little illogical, so at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with countless doubts, but he did not ask. A pot of tea. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast and said casually. The divine beast did not say anything else, but turned and left. Before long, it returned with a pot of tea. Sir, this is your return tea. After drinking this pot of return tea, you can turn around and go back. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. This divine beast was actually asking him to leave? What if I still want to go in? How you choose is your own decision. I am powerless to stop you. But if you really must go, then drink all the tea, not leaving a single drop behind. Leave a soul, leave a soul, leave a trace of the soul is not destroyed, the spirit remains, the cycle of thousands of years. The road ahead is difficult, the road ahead cannot be held back, cannot be held back. The divine beast was actually reciting a limerick. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not understand what it meant. It was only when Yi Xian saw the customers around him that he understood. System, detect this waiter. Ding. System notification, the target is a trace of the soul, not a living thing. So this was a soul retention tea house. The meaning of leaving a soul was very simple. It was to keep the soul. Some forces had special abilities. Through special abilities and special magic treasures, when a person wanted to do something they were not confident in, they would use special means to leave behind a strand of their soul. The advantage of this was that if he really did die, then as long as there was a trace of his soul, there would be a chance for him to be revived. This sort of method could not be considered as a commonly used method. After all, on the path of cultivation, it could be said that one could die at any moment. However, some important figures of the factions were used to leave a soul retention tea house. At the most crucial moment, through this soul, it was equivalent to having a second life. Here, there was a soul retention tea house. He didn't know who opened it, and why it was opened here. Looking at the customers who were silently drinking tea, it was likely that they had repeated this action countless times. This was because they were only a strand of remnant soul. Without the help of external forces, it was impossible for them to rely on a strand of remnant soul to be revived. Who was it that built such a place? What was the purpose of her building this place? This was the Drought Sea, the habitat of the ancient beasts. Could it be that all the divine beast masters of the demon god domain had built this place because they wanted to exterminate the ancient beasts in the Drought Sea? Maybe it was possible, but what about the yellow sand zone, and what about the waiter? Why couldn't he stay? Listening to his tone, it seemed like he wanted to keep something. Was it to keep someone like Xian, who was trying to enter the Drought Sea? Xian did not know. He had no place to find out. At this moment, Xian had thousands of questions, but he could only keep them to himself. No one could answer for him. This teapot was a treasure because the tea inside could condense on its own. However, Xian did not take it away. Leaving it here might be the right place for this teapot. Xian did not drink the soul retention tea house. He continued on his way. After leaving the soul retention tea house, Xian knew that he had set foot on the path of the ancients. Perhaps someone had walked this path before and hunted ancient beasts through this place. He walked for a full 7 days. Xian had thought of flying through the air to increase his speed. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The sky was a path that could not be taken. Perhaps it was because this place was close to the yellow sand zone, or because there was a serious overabundance of laws here, but in any case, there would be no nomological beings floating through the sky from time to time. They were extremely fast, disappearing in a flash. If it were anyone else, they might think that these nomological beings were just passing by. However, Xian, who had experienced the nomological storm, knew that this was the entire course of their lives. There was a strange energy in the sky. It was a nomological power that Xian had never seen before, nor could he sense. The sky was extremely empty. Just from this, Xian could tell that the sky was more dangerous than the ground. That was why Xian did not choose to fly through the sky. At this moment, Xian was no longer in a monotonous black. Instead, he could see buildings. Seeing buildings meant that danger was approaching. Because this was undoubtedly equivalent to entering the Drought Sea. And these buildings were undoubtedly built by ancient beasts. The architectural style of ancient beasts was different from that of the divine tribe of the Kunlun divine domain and the beast tribe of the demon god divine domain. These buildings were filled with a sense of ancientness. Each building was not only huge, but also very rough. At this moment, in front of Xian did not know what these buildings were used for because they did not have any signs. These buildings seemed to be made from the skin and bones of some giant beast. Ancient beasts did not have much intelligence. To be able to achieve such a level was already commendable. Moreover, these buildings did not have the slightest aura of an array. In other words, these buildings were unguarded. Xian observed the buildings from afar. Logically speaking, if there were people in the buildings, they should have discovered Xian long ago. However, Xian had not been discovered until now. There was only one possibility: this was an abandoned building. Xian slowly walked forward, towards the buildings. Not long after, he arrived at the door. Indeed, it was wild enough. Perhaps only ancient beasts would have this kind of architectural style. The walls were made of animal skin, but the ancient beasts had drawn strange patterns on them. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Against the ancient beast. Xian walked through the hall, feeling the ancient aura. There was no divine power here, no power of laws. There was only the purest and most primitive aura. Xian looked like he was admiring a work of art. Sometimes, however, danger would strike when you least expect it. At this moment, Xian wasn't on guard, and this attack was abnormally sudden. Boom, suddenly, a huge force came crashing down on him. It was a pure and primitive power, but because it was so strong, it triggered the cooperation of some of the laws. The ancient beast clan. Yi Xian retreated quickly. A huge crater had been left where he had been standing. A figure appeared. Of course, it was not a person, but a strange ancient beast. Who are you? The person's voice was very stiff. It was obvious that he did not speak often. Moreover, his words were toneless. Didn't they say that ancient beasts did not have any intelligence? Didn't they say that the ancient beast clan was a barbaric existence? Why could this ancient beast speak human language? Yi Xian was puzzled. He immediately said to the system, detect this guy. I want to see if he is an ancient beast. Ding. System notification, detection successful. Target specified, ancient beast clan member. Special ability, physical enhancement. Ancient beast transformation. So this was not his original form. It seemed that this ancient beast had made some progress after interacting with the divine beasts of the demon god domain for so many years. Moreover, it was obvious that the divine beasts of the demon god domain had given up on managing this place, but the ancient beasts had sent their clansmen out to secretly learn. Who said that the ancient beasts were barbaric and ignorant? In Yi Xian's opinion, the ancient beast clan was not as barbaric as he had thought. They even had the transfiguration divine power, although they had only learned a little. He did not know whether the entire ancient beast clan was like this, or whether Yi Xian had encountered a special case. Before Yi Xian could reply, he heard the ancient beast say, "Those who enter will die." After saying that, the ancient beast suddenly ran towards Yi Xian. He clearly wasn't using any divine power or law power, but when this guy ran, he wasn't much slower than Yi Xian. Die. Boom, the ancient beast abruptly threw a punch, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas was instantly unleashed. With his attack as the epicenter, everything within a radius of 10,000 kilometers was instantly reduced to nothingness. At this moment, even Yi Xian had to admit that this ancient beast had its own special abilities when it came to body refinement. One had to know that even Yi Xian, with the support of the system, would not be able to cause such a huge amount of damage even if he unleashed his full strength. This ancient beast's strength was so great that it actually resonated with the laws. Generally speaking, after people comprehended the laws, they would take the initiative to guide the power of the laws for their own use, turning it into a means of attack. However, the ancient beasts were not like that. Their attacks were actually based on the strength of their physical bodies. They directly drove the laws and made the laws cooperate with their actions. It could be said that in terms of the utilization of the laws, this ancient beast's actions were very wasteful. However, to drive the laws with one's physical body was already considered a miracle. At this moment, Yi Xian was still in the mood to observe the ancient beast's battle style. However, when the ancient beast attacked again, Yi Xian was no longer in the mood to observe. Get out, outsider. At this moment, the ancient beast was speaking in human language while transforming into its true form. When the ancient beast's true form was revealed, Yi Xian finally realized how huge it was. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was filled with firm muscles. The ancient beast casually pulled out a bone from the side and used it as a weapon. Boom, boom, 2 consecutive frenzied attacks forced Yi Xian to continuously retreat. The entire ground was destroyed by the ancient beast's frenzied attacks, as if a violent earthquake had occurred. Every time he attacked, a ray of light would naturally condense on the beast bone. It was the power of the laws that had been restrained. It was extremely fast and powerful. Wei Zhentian, kill it for me. Finally, Yi Xian had seen enough of the ancient beast's performance and finally made his move. 2 Godslayer swords appeared in an instant and attacked the ancient beast directly. However, what happened next left Yi Xian in disbelief. The 2 god-slaying swords hit the ancient beast without any resistance. However, the invincible god-slaying swords did not kill the ancient beast. Instead, with a bang, the 2 god-slaying swords were sent flying away. How was this possible? This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a situation. It was simply too shocking for Yi Xian. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Wei Zhentian, continue attacking. Yi Xian suddenly took out his Rule Divine Bow. As he ordered Wei Zhentian to continue controlling the 2 Godslayer swords to attack, he also pulled on the Rule Divine Bow. Augmentive gravity law. Yi Xian used the gravity law once. Wasn't the ancient beast's physical body strong? Then, let's see if it could withstand the gravity law's attack. Boom, the first gravity law divine arrow hit the ancient beast directly. Unfortunately, it only made the ancient beast take a few steps back. The second gravity divine arrow was even worse. It was sent flying by the ancient beast's bone club. Such strength, Yi Xian was convinced. The ancient beast's strength was simply shocking. Even a divine arrow supported by the law of gravity could be sent flying. Just how strong was this guy, however? Would Yi Xian give up just like that? Obviously, it was impossible. Augmentive devouring law. This time, Yi Xian shot 3 divine arrows at the same time. All 3 divine arrows were augmented with the power of the devouring law. Trying to use physical strength to resist the power of the laws? How could it be that simple? Boom, the ancient beast used the bone club in its hand to smash one of the divine arrows. It thought that it would be sent flying like the previous time. Unfortunately, this time, the divine arrow was smashed into a huge vortex. The violent devouring law was instantly activated. The ancient beast lost its grip on the bone club in its hand and was sucked away by the vortex. It was directly devoured. However, the ancient beast's body did not suffer too much damage. It could not even pull him away. Fortunately, at this time, the other 2 rule divine arrows had flown over. In an instant, 2 more vortexes appeared beside the ancient beast. If it were anyone else facing the attack of 3 rule vortexes, they would have either fled or been killed. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would not have it any easier than the ancient beast. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Map Fragment. Did this guy have to be so strong? Yi Xian frowned. With a wave of his hand, he released a divine ability. Absolute Zero. In an instant, the ancient beast was frozen to the spot. Kill him for me. With Yi Xian's order, he released the divine wood sword attendants. The divine wood sword servants attacked the ancient beast with the 2 god-slaying swords. Unfortunately, the more Yi Xian watched, the tighter his frown became. Because no matter whether it was the divine wood sword servants or the attacks of the 2 god-slaying swords, to that guy, they simply could not cause any decent damage. It was as if the god-slaying swords had become a blunt, worn knife in front of the ancient beast. Yi Xian's frown deepened, but he was thinking quickly. Suddenly, he thought of a feasible plan. The ancient beast's body was so strong that even the god-slaying swords could not do anything to it. What about their divine consciousness? Yi Xian wanted to try. Yi Xian did not believe that the ancient beast was not afraid of divine consciousness attacks. A solid divine consciousness sword suddenly formed. Following Yi Xian's thought, the divine consciousness sword attacked the ancient beast. Silent and undetectable. Spiritual force attacks were silent in the first place. As for the ancient beast, it also stopped moving at this moment. This guy with such a strong body did not cultivate divine consciousness at all, therefore, Yi Xian killed him with just 1 divine consciousness attack. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a border soldier of the Ancient Beast clan. You have obtained a map fragment of the Drought Sea. A map, this was a good thing. No matter where one went, a map was undoubtedly the most useful thing. However, the ancient beast that Yi Xian had killed with great difficulty was just a border soldier. At this moment, Yi Xian did not hold much hope for this trip to the Drought Sea. A border soldier had almost rendered Yi Xian helpless. If he encountered a general or something like that, wouldn't Yi Xian be invincible? With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the ancient beast's corpse. This time, Yi Xian's main purpose in entering the Drought Sea was to increase his cultivation level. Naturally, he would not be the same as before. Occasionally, he would hoard resources and wait for the right time to devour them. This time, Yi Xian would devour all of the enemies he killed on the spot. The map fragment could not show the entire Drought Sea. Furthermore, it could not show Yi Xian's location. Hence, Yi Xian could only keep the map for now. After killing the ancient beast's corpse, Yi Xian. As they entered Corpse CC, the ancient beast clan. Unlike what Yi Xian thought, this place was not only inhabited by ancient beasts. In fact, there were many other clans living here. These clans were exceptionally strong. Perhaps they were influenced by the ancient beasts, or perhaps it was because of the environment here, but in any case, the other clans here mainly cultivated their physical bodies. Ding. System notification, attention host, a special plant has been detected, the ancient seven-feather tree. It is recommended that the host collect it immediately. The ancient seven-feather tree was named after its feather-like fruits. Each time it bore 7 fruits, there would only be 7 of them. The ancient seven-feather tree's fruits had a very special ability. After eating them, the person who consumed them would lose weight rapidly. Even if one lost weight, it wouldn't affect one's strength. That was why the ancient seven-feathered tree had become a treasure of the ancient beasts. Almost every member of the ancient beasts would consume one on their coming-of-age ceremony. After all, without consuming the ancient seven-feathered tree's magical fruits, the ancient beasts would not be able to move so quickly with their physique. After receiving the system notification, Xian immediately focused his attention in that direction. Sure enough, there was an ancient tree growing in front of him. The 7 feather-like things on the tree were the fruits. However, at this moment, there were 4 ancient beast soldiers guarding the tree. In addition, there was a strange mythical beast. Xian only knew that this mythical beast was raised in captivity by the ancient beasts, but he had no idea what its abilities were. If he wanted to obtain the 7-feather tree, he would have to defeat these 5 guys. Xian released his divine telekinesis and observed carefully. He found that the 4 ancient beasts were guarding one side of the tree. They did not leave at all. It seemed that he had to force his way in. Kill! Xian roared and rushed forward. At the same time, the 5 ancient beasts attacked with their divine telekinesis. Ao woo! The sudden attack caused the 4 ancient beasts to panic. However, this time, Xian's divine telekinesis attack did not kill the ancient beasts. Just as Xian was puzzled, he found that the mythical beast that was patrolling the area was emitting a strange energy that protected the 4 ancient beasts. The divine telekinesis attack was blocked. What kind of power was this? Xian had seen many methods that could shield his spiritual sense, but the method that the ancient beast used to shield his spiritual sense was something that Xian had never seen before. It seemed to be an ancient beast's divine telekinesis, but it did not seem to be. System, detect that guy's method. Right now, Xian's detection consumed faith points, so Xian didn't have a lot of faith points left. However, he still had to use what he needed. Ding! System notification, the target is using pulsating demon ability. Pulsating demon ability? Xian frowned. This was a new ability that he had never heard of before. Pulsating demon ability used one's meridians as storage points and one's body as the foundation to create a special array. This kind of energy was unique to ancient beasts and was even more advanced than divine telekinesis attacks. This was because divine telekinesis could only be stored in one's mind, so there was a limit to how much it could be stored. No matter how much one cultivated, it could only be considered as continuously purifying the strength of one's divine telekinesis. However, it could not increase the total amount of divine telekinesis. However, pulsating demon ability was different. Pulsating demon ability could use all of one's meridians and meridians as storage points. Naturally, it could store more energy. Unfortunately, Xian did not know how to use this method. Xian was a little tempted. If he could master this method, wouldn't he be able to store his divine telekinesis separately in his meridians? If that was the case, then the total amount of Xian's divine telekinesis would skyrocket. If that was the case, Xian could only imagine the benefits. Divine Wood Sword Servants, go stop that guy for me. Xian waved his hand and summoned the Divine Wood Sword Servants. Then, he ordered them to stop that special mythical beast. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Big Tree. The Ancient Beast Clan's realm division was different from ordinary realms. Because they cultivated their bodies, even Xian wasn't able to obtain an accurate division of their strength. He could only estimate their strength based on their status. Fortunately, the ancient beast's strength lay in their physical bodies. No matter how strong they were, they could not truly contend with Xian. Xian held the Godslayer in his hand. This time, he did not let Wei Zhentian control the Godslayer. Xian knew full well that the Godslayer alone would not be able to break through the ancient beast's defenses. Rather than that, he might as well use his own attacks. After all, the critical strike rate of his attacks would greatly increase, and he would also have a chance to trigger a one-hit kill. Ever since Wei Zhentian had become the weapon spirit of the Godslayer and gained the form of the Godslayer, Yi Xian had not personally controlled the Godslayer in battle for a long time. Deicide slash. He suddenly slashed with the sword. A boom was heard, and one of the ancient beasts was sent flying by the sword. Yi Xian did not stop there. With the Godslayer in hand, he immediately chased after the ancient beasts. The ancient beasts' attack and defense were not weak. They were also very agile. However, they only relied on their physical strength and did not use any special abilities. As a result, they were not much of a threat to Yi Xian. It could be said that the most important thing for Yi Xian to deal with the ancient beasts was patience. He had to find a way to wear his opponent down. He did not need to use too much explosive power. Unlike any of the enemies Yi Xian had encountered before, if he wanted to kill the ancient beast clan, it was impossible for him to expect to be able to do so in a single burst of power. 6-syllable mantra, die. Yi Xian activated the 6-syllable mantra, hoping to use the mysterious power of the 6-syllable mantra to kill his enemy. However, this time, Yi Xian failed. This damned ancient beasts actually ignored the power of the 6-syllable mantra. Deicide slash. Helpless, Yi Xian swung his sword again, forcing the ancient beast clan member to retreat. Then, he gathered all of his divine sense and released a divine sense sword. The ancient beast that had been suppressed by Yi Xian finally showed a pained expression. It was obvious that the full power of Yi Xian's spiritual force attack had broken through his defense. Ao, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the mythical beast was also crying out in pain. The mythical beast's mana pulse could actually help the ancient beasts withstand damage. Seeing the pained expression on the divine beast's face, Yi Xian's mind moved in an instant. He immediately gave up on attacking the ancient beast in front of him and joined hands with the divine wood sword attendant to directly launch a powerful attack on the divine beast. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to kill the divine beast. After that, it was easy for him to kill the 4 ancient beasts. After clearing out the guards, Yi Xian finally came to the 7-feathered tree as he wished. With a casual wave of his hand, the 7-feathered tree was uprooted by Yi Xian without any ability to resist and directly absorbed into the devouring space. This was because Yi Xian wanted to see if he could grow such a magical plant in the devouring space. Yi Xian originally thought that it would take some effort to grow the 7-feathered tree. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the 7-feathered tree's vitality was unusually strong. It was not affected by the environment at all. Even after transplanting it into the devouring space, it adapted quickly. With a wave of his hand, the 5 ancient beast corpses on the ground were devoured by Yi Xian and turned into experience points for leveling up. Ding! System notification, host has broken through to superior rank 5 Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian could see that in the Drought Sea, one's cultivation level was not so important. This was because the ancient beast's fighting style was completely different. The difference in cultivation level would greatly reduce the suppression of the ancient beasts. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more advantage one would have. With the Godslayer in hand, Yi Xian walked forward. The Drought Sea was enormous. There was still a long way to go before Yi Xian could reach it. Originally, Yi Xian only wanted to kill ancient beasts here to increase his cultivation level. However, it seemed that there were some things in the Drought Sea that could be kept in the devouring space. This was because there were many things in the Drought Sea that did not exist in the outside world. There were even some rare races among them. These rare races had their own unique characteristics. It just so happened that Yi Xian could take them all. It was almost impossible to find such a dense collection of rare races in the outside world. However, there were many rare races in the Drought Sea. After all, the Drought Sea was already considered a rare place. There was probably no other Drought Sea in the entire realm of the gods. Moreover, if Yi Xian continued killing, it would not be long before the ancient beasts became a rare race as well. It was a tree, an incomparably huge and strangely shaped tree. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the tree in the sky. For a moment, he was stunned. Not long ago, Yi Xian noticed something in the sky and rushed over. When he arrived, he saw this strange tree. Actually, just by looking at the tree's appearance, it looked like an ordinary banyan tree in the realm of the gods. It was not surprising that it had not cultivated any intelligence. However, if one looked at the nutrients it was absorbing, one would not think so. Almost all of the tree was floating in the air. Its thick roots were scattered all over the sky. These roots had several different forms. The most common one was translucent. These roots were densely packed in the air. They were constantly refining the wandering divine power in the surroundings into nourishment. Next were the roots that were as white as jade. It was hard to imagine that these roots were actually refining the power of laws to become nutrients for the tree. It could even devour the power of laws. If one were to say that this tree was simple, they would be stupid. The tree was enormous. Standing on the ground, Xian felt like he was not looking at a tree, but a mountain. Moreover, it was an enormous mountain, Xian was already thinking. Although Xian had not figured out what this tree was for, it would not stop Xian from wanting to absorb it into the devouring space. With divine power and the power of laws as nutrients, this tree must have some mysterious power. Devour. Xian did not think too much about it. He treated this tree like the plants he had encountered before and tried to absorb it directly. However, this time, he failed. It was not a complete failure. This was because after Xian activated his devouring ability, one of the roots was absorbed into the devouring space. Xian was slightly stunned. He could sense from the devouring space that the roots were constantly absorbing the power of the devouring space to feed the tree. Xian raised an eyebrow. Strange, again and again devour. This time, Xian increased his devouring power in an attempt to grab the tree. However, Xian failed once. Apart from letting more roots enter the devouring space and continuously absorbing energy to feed the tree, Xian gained nothing. Damn it, if Xian did not solve this problem, Xian's devouring space would become the tree's source of energy. And it would be an endless source of energy. In that case, how exactly would he be able to take this tree away? Even the laws were just nourishment for the tree. Xian could not think of any other methods. Suddenly, Xian's eyes lit up. He thought of a type of energy that Xian had just obtained. Because just a moment ago, Xian discovered that at this moment, the strange tree had a faint star energy surrounding it. Moreover, while the tree was extremely afraid of astral energy, it would also think of ways to extract it. Since that was the case, why didn't Xian use the astral energy as bait? Xian's hands continuously condensed strands of astral energy, which were all stored in Xian's devouring space. Xian's idea was very simple. He wanted to use the astral energy as bait to lure the tree and then subdue it. This ancient tree was obviously not as brainless as imagined. It should have some basic consciousness. Since it had some basic consciousness, it was a good thing for Xian. This way, using the astral energy as bait would increase his chances of success. Xian did not have much astral energy, so it was only a fist-sized piece in the devouring space. The fist-sized piece of astral energy constantly emitted a resplendent glow. It was very dazzling. Xian activated his devouring power again in an attempt to subdue the ancient tree. Devour. This was his third attempt. If it did not succeed, Xian would have no choice but to give up. A strong suction force was activated, but the tree remained unmoved. Could it be that Xian had failed again? Suddenly, a tentacle appeared around the ball of astral energy in the devouring space. Then, more and more tentacles began to gather around the ball of light. There was movement. As long as there was movement, it was a good thing. Xian waited silently. Indeed, after a while, the tree's tentacles outside dwindled and all of them gathered around the ball of astral energy. A moment later, the large tree disappeared. As for Xian's devouring space, there was an additional large tree. Actually, it was not a good feeling because Xian did not take the tree away, but Xian, the tree had entered the devouring space itself. In other words, from beginning to end, Xian was unable to do anything to this tree. But no matter what, as long as the tree was absorbed into the devouring space, it was undoubtedly a good thing. After the tree entered the devouring space, Xian could clearly feel the benefits of the tree. Xian did not know how many tentacles the tree had. This was because just like when Xian had forcefully subdued him in the beginning, only a few roots had entered the devouring space. The roots of this big tree were actually spread throughout many places. In various parts of the Divine Realm continent, in some secret realms, there might be roots of that big tree. However, as long as the tree's main body was in the devouring space, then the benefits would naturally flow to the devouring space. The tree used divine power and the power of laws as nutrients, but what it emitted was the power of life. This power of life was extremely strong and dispersed directly into the air. In other words, the entire devouring space would benefit. However, there was only one tree, so the benefits would be much less. Xian seemed to understand why the ancient beasts in the drought sea had such strong vitality. Because of the existence of these ancient trees, they constantly converted divine power and the power of laws into vitality. Therefore, it was many times more difficult to cultivate in the drought sea than in the outside world. However, the vitality here was unusually strong, so much so that the ancient beasts did not even need to cultivate. Just by breathing, they would naturally be strengthened by the boundless vitality. If possible, Xian naturally wanted to collect more of these trees. There were many mysteries in the drought sea, but this was only the beginning. Xian was like a fish in water in the drought sea. On one hand, he could kill the ancient beasts to increase his strength, and on the other, he could collect all kinds of strange items. It was quite interesting. System, what is this? After subduing the tree, Xian did not have time to leave before he saw a strange divine beast running towards him. This divine beast was not considered ugly. The reason why he was called strange was because there was a flower growing out of this fellow's head. There were many bright and beautiful flowers. A divine beast with a flower growing on its head, then, was it a beast? Or a plant? Xian watched curiously as the divine beast ran. It seemed to be looking for something. Ding. System notification, rare species detected, divine flower beast. It is recommended that the host capture it immediately. There is no rush. System, what is up with this divine flower beast? Why is it half animal and half plant? Ding. System notification, the divine flower beast has a special ability, plant psychic. This ability allows the divine flower beast to transform into any flower and live on a plant. Xian was stunned. An animal living on a plant? This was unheard of. Could it be that this guy was like a plant and could use sunlight as nourishment to cultivate? Ding. System notification, the divine flower beast has a special ability, form imitation. Once activated, it can perfectly merge itself with the plant and allow the plant to share its energy with it. Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Meeting such a strange creature, Xian was speechless. This guy really did rely on plants to feed itself. However, this method of survival was quite unique. Xian could guess what this guy was looking for. He was probably looking for that big tree from before. Perhaps this guy had been living on that big tree all this time. Since this was a rare species, Xian took it into his devouring space. He placed it around the tree. Sure enough, just as Xian had expected, when the flower god beast saw the tree, it revealed an excited expression. It leaped up and jumped high onto the tree. In the blink of an eye, the divine flower beast had completely disappeared. It had completely merged with the tree. No one would be able to detect any abnormality at all. The more Xian looked at it, the more he found it interesting. This divine flower beast was quite special. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Cage of Precepts. The reason why Xian hadn't encountered too much danger along the way was because it was still considered an outer area, so the ancient beast clan wasn't on guard against it. As Xian ventured deeper, the ancient beast's defenses became tighter and tighter. More and more creatures belonging to the drought sea began to appear. What kind of divine beast is this? Xian looked at the scene in front of him strangely. He could not understand what was going on. The divine beast's body shone with a metallic light, and its back was full of long thorns like swords. Suddenly, the divine beast fixed its gaze on Xian. Obviously, it had noticed Xian and was hostile to Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Several beams of cold light suddenly flew out from the divine beast's back. In the blink of an eye, they were already attacking Xian. Wei Zhentian flew out without hesitation and rushed toward the cold light. The light flashed, and after a while, several broken swords fell to the ground. However, this was just the beginning. Just as the broken swords fell, thousands of cold lights appeared again and rushed toward Xian. The two god-slaying swords blocked Yi Xian's front, preventing the cold lights from getting close to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was very confused. What was this divine beast? Ding. System notification, target set, sword-forging beast. The sword-forging beast was formed from the divine sword-forging furnace left behind by the ancient sword-forging master. Its original form was only a sword-forging furnace, but it was formed by chance. The sword-forging beast's special ability was to forge swords to attack. The sword-forging beast could quickly forge all kinds of divine swords within its body to attack. The quality of the divine swords was randomly determined. At the same time, if the attack failed, the divine swords would automatically be retrieved. At the same time that he heard the system notification, Yi Xian clearly saw the scene of the divine sword being retracted. He saw the broken swords on the ground turn into streams of light and fly back to the divine beast's side. What a sword-forging beast! With its special ability, it could be said that it could do whatever it wanted in the Drought Sea. Unfortunately, its opponent was Yi Xian. Although the sword-forging beast's body structure compared to the beast's, it could not make Yi Xian helpless. Yi Xian saw Yi Xian quickly took out the divine bow of law, then pulled the bowstring without hesitation. The puppet's power, Yi Xian was Yi Xian's. Was he Yi Xian, the sword-forging beast's translation of the translation. Fong's translation as on translation as translation. Although the sword-casting beast had a certain chance of failure when refining the divine sword, even a weapon refiner had a chance of failure when refining a magic treasure. Yi Xian might not need it himself, but if he brought the sword-forging beast back to the Jiufeng 60,000 mirror of the Kunlun god domain, he might be able to get a good result. Of course, it would be difficult to tame the sword-forging beast just by using the puppet's power. 7 divine arrows of law descended beside the sword-forging beast at the same time. Not all of the divine arrows of law were divine runes, but 4 of them contained the power of divine runes. These 4 divine runes formed an inescapable net, trapping the sword-forging beast in a cage of law in an instant. As for the other 3 laws, they formed a chain that spanned across the sky and reinforced the cage once again. Bang, 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 crisp sounds came from the cage. The divine beast of law was struggling, trying to escape. Clang, 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 the law cage trembled in midair from the impact, and a crack actually appeared on it. Yi Xian immediately drew his bow, and several divine arrows of law flew out, strengthening the cage again. Bastard, if you submit to me today, I can spare your life. If you don't submit, don't blame me for tearing you to pieces. Yi Xian roared. The sword-forging beast was a divine beast that had gained sentience, so Yi Xian believed that the sword-forging beast could understand him. Roar, the sword-forging beast roared in response to Yi Xian with its anger. Huge power kept crashing into the cage of law. After the crazy sword-forging beast knew Yi Xian's intention, it became even crazier and struggled even harder. You don't submit, right? Today, I'll beat you until you submit. The sword-forging beast did not have any divine runes, so Yi Xian was not worried that it could break out of the cage of law. Yi Xian drew his divine bow of law again, and all kinds of violent divine runes flew out from the divine arrows of law. Ferocious attacks filled the inside of the law cage with all kinds of terrifying power. Roar, the sword-forging beast let out a tragic cry, but Yi Xian was unmoved. He did not put away the divine bow of law in his hand. Instead, he casually threw Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero could not trap the sword-forging beast for too long, but even if it was just a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yi Xian to do a lot of things and launch countless powerful attacks. Do you submit? Yi Xian asked loudly. But the sword-forging beast did not show any other reaction besides roaring. If you don't submit, then continue to endure. 6 syllables of truth, cripple. With Yi Xian's roar, a mysterious power was immediately activated. The sword-forging beast paused for a moment, but because of its strong physical body, it was not really crippled. Still, it was slightly injured. The sword-forging beast finally showed fear in its eyes. After all, Yi Xian had injured it with just 1 sentence and no other action. How could it not be shocked? The sword-forging beast was not stupid, but it was transformed from a sword-forging cauldron, so it would not be too resistant to submit to an expert. But after all, the sword-forging beast had long been used to being at ease after thousands of years. If someone suddenly wanted to subdue it, it would naturally resist. At this moment, the sword-forging beast was in a daze, but its anger had decreased by a lot. Xian did not know this. Seeing that the sword-forging beast still had no intention of submitting, Xian launched another attack, divine telekinesis suppression. This time, Xian directly used the power of his divine telekinesis. No matter how powerful the sword-forging beast was, it had only cultivated for a short time and could not possibly possess a strong divine telekinesis. After all, the sword-forging beast lived in the Drought Sea. Where could it find a cultivation method? The strong divine telekinesis suppression descended on the sword-forging beast. At the same time, Xian's voice sounded. "Do you submit?" Roar. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios subduing the sword-forged beast. Xian's divine telekinesis increased in intensity. Are you still not convinced? This time, the divine telekinesis pressure was almost tangible. Furthermore, Xian had even added in his killing intent. Xian's patience was running out. He was on the verge of dying. I'll give you one last chance. Submit, or die. Boom, the sword-forged beast finally gave in under the divine telekinesis pressure. It knelt on the ground. At the same time, a divine telekinesis sword hovered above the sword-forged beast's head. At the same time, the nomological mystical arrows in Xian's hands flashed. The two god-slaying swords were ready to strike at any time. It was obvious that Xian was ready to kill. If the sword-forged beast did not submit, he would have no choice. Xian did not speak. He waited silently. Xian could not make the sword-forged beast's decision. However, Xian had given it a chance. If it was stubborn, Xian would not mind devouring it. However, the sword-forged beast was not stupid. After realizing that it had no choice, the sword-forged beast no longer hesitated. It sent its quintessence shard out of the cage. The quintessence shard glowed faintly and slowly floated toward Xian. Xian smirked. With a wave of his hand, he collected the quintessence shard. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at the sword-forged beast disappeared. Master! Master! A voice entered the sword-forged beast's mind. However, this voice sounded somewhat immature. It turned out that although the sword-forged beast had lived for tens of millions of years, it had only cultivated for the last 100,000 years. It had only developed sentience recently. After all, it was only a sword-forged cauldron. It was not that easy for it to develop sentience. Since you're a sword-forged cauldron, I'll call you Lil Cauldron. Lil Cauldron, you grew up here. Is there anything special about this place? Xian asked the sword-forging beast. This was because Xian felt that since it was said that this was a place left behind by an ancient expert to forge swords, there might be something else. Master, this place has long since been abandoned. Most of the things have disappeared. However, the original master left behind a sealed place. Perhaps there are some special existences there. The original owner was that ancient almighty being. Since that was the case, there might really be a fortuitous encounter inside. Alright, take me there immediately. Xian said to the sword-forging beast without hesitation. The sword-forging beast led Xian towards a large mountain. On the surface, there was nothing special about this mountain. However, as the sword-forging beast led the way, Xian discovered that there was actually a hidden restriction here. Xian had never seen this kind of restriction before. Clearly, it was a technique from the distant past. The sword-forging beast led Xian according to a certain walking pattern. It would either advance or retreat, left or right. Sometimes, it would even walk on the spot. However, the strange thing was that the scenery in front of Xian was changing. Master, this is my home. There is a strange restriction here. It's a little like overlapping space. If you walk according to the specific walking pattern, you will be able to walk home. However, if you make a single mistake, you will be immediately pushed out. Xian nodded. Although Xian had never seen this kind of technique before, Xian had seen something similar. That was overlapping space. Perhaps this place was like that too. Yi Xian followed the sword-forging beast's footsteps. It could be said that every step was very careful. There was not the slightest mistake. Finally, after walking for a full hour, the scenery in front of Yi Xian suddenly changed. The top of a mountain, this was the top of a huge mountain. Moreover, the top of this mountain had clearly been shaved off by someone. However, the top was not really non-existent. Instead, it was suspended not far away, forming a floating island. Yi Xian carefully observed for a moment, only to discover that the mountain beneath his feet, along with the floating island, wasn't it the mountain he saw before. If not for the sword-forging beast leading the way, even if Yi Xian climbed to the top of the mountain, he would not be able to see the difference at all. What a strange restriction. What a strange place. At this moment, the place where Yi Xian was already deserted. In front of Yi Xian was a mound of earth. Yi Xian could vaguely make out the shape of a sword furnace. Logically speaking, a sword furnace built by an ancient almighty should not have been destroyed even after thousands of years. However, the sword furnace had already cultivated into a beast. Naturally, it could not exist for long. Instead, the broken swords and broken materials that were casually thrown around were rather well preserved. This time, Yi Xian did not need the system to tell him that these things were good stuff. The materials that the ancient almighty used to forge divine swords, even if they were just scraps or leftovers, were definitely ancient resources now. Therefore, Yi Xian would not let them go. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, 7 night corners. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, Fengqi undying wood. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an ancient material, 8 desolate 6 directions longevity holy water. One system notification after another sounded out. Yi Xian had a smile on his face. This time, he'd made a huge profit. Not to mention using these ancient resources, even if Yi Xian used them to devour them, Yi Xian would still be able to reach several levels. However, Yi Xian would not devour them, because these materials were all good stuff. They could definitely be used to forge divine weapons. Even if they were not used to forge divine weapons, the god-slaying sword could still evolve after devouring them. Therefore, these materials were kept by Yi Xian in the devouring space. However, although these things were good stuff in Yi Xian's eyes, they were trash in the eyes of the swordsmithing beast. Master, this trash is everywhere. What do you need it for? Trash? Yi Xian glared at the swordsmithing beast. This kind of trash, no matter how much there was, Yi Xian, would accept it all. You mean to say that there are such things here? Yes, master. There is a warehouse in front. It is where these trash and broken swords are stored. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and walked towards the so-called warehouse. A warehouse. It was indeed a warehouse. In a huge stone cave, there were countless materials. Perhaps this place had been well organized before, but now, there was no one to take care of it. Naturally, it was in ruins. Ancient God Emperor Engan. It is said that the ancient God Emperor Tree of Grace no longer exists. Who would have thought that I would be able to find the ancient God Emperor Engan here? Although the ancient God Emperor Engan is not a material for forging weapons, it can be used to carve Dharma images. It is very beneficial for collecting faith points. Sword forging legacy. Could this black bead be the eyeball of the evil Sky King, one of the 12 heavenly dragons? Why would it be here? The evil Sky Dragon fought against several human experts alone. It is said that the human race suffered heavy losses in order to attack the heavenly dragon tribe, which gave the other divine beast tribes a chance. Heavenly Demon Feather. Is this the Heavenly Demon Feather? The Heavenly Demon tribe is an extinct mystical tribe. I didn't expect to find a feather left behind by them here. Yi Xian looked at everything in front of him in astonishment. All these things made Yi Xian feel as if he had entered a huge treasure trove. Materials were constantly being absorbed into Yi Xian's devouring space. These things, whether or not they were useful in the eyes of the ancient almighty, even if they were trash, were absolutely good things now. For Yi Xian, this was a great opportunity that could only be found by chance. Yi Xian would not give up this opportunity no matter what. Yi Xian would definitely take all these things away. Resources were constantly being categorized. Those that Yi Xian recognized would be taken away. Those that he didn't recognize would be appraised by the system. Those that he couldn't appraise would be kept. However, not everything was useful. Many materials were useless because of the lack of other supplementary materials. Sigh, what a pity. This is the main material for refining the Heavenly Saint Divine Seal, but the other essential special material for refining the Heavenly Saint Divine Seal has long been extinct. Even if I get this thing now, I can't use it at all. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it. Since I can't find a suitable use for it, I can't waste it. I'll just devour it. Yi Xian waved his hand and the material that had been deemed useless was directly devoured by Yi Xian. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. The host is now a superior level 6 divine emperor. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the system's notification because Yi Xian knew very well that there would be more levels later. Resources were quickly categorized. Yi Xian had picked up a huge bargain this time. It could be said that the harvest this time was extremely rich. If compared to the harvest in the ancient Zither space, not to mention the fact that there were not many resources in the ancient Zither space, even if there were in quantity, it was impossible to obtain so much. The harvest this time was probably enough for the ancient Zither space to produce for 1,000 years. At the same time, the resources that Yi Xian deemed to be useless were also devoured by Yi Xian. One had to know that many of the resources that Yi Xian had devoured were already considered unique existences in the God realm. They were already extinct. However, Yi Xian didn't hesitate to devour them all. The value of these things could not be measured with spirit stones. Many experts had some special hobbies. Among them, collecting extinct resources was something most experts liked to do. However, Yi Xian didn't care. Ding. Host has broken through. The host is now a superior level 7 divine emperor. Along with the system's notification, it was unknown how many resources Yi Xian had devoured. This item was the material of a divine beast. This divine beast was called the Moon Devourer Spirit. It was a mysterious ancient divine beast. In the realm of the gods, not to mention the moon, even starlight was hard to find. However, the Moon Devourer Spirit had a special ability. It could use a strange ability to gather all the scattered energy of the divine moon. In the ancient era, the Moon Devourer Spirit was already an extremely rare existence, let alone now. The realm of the gods naturally didn't have such a divine beast anymore. As for their spirit moon pearl, the one that Yi Xian had just devoured was probably the last one in the realm of the gods. The spirit moon pearl didn't have many uses. It could only emit a strange kind of moonlight. This moonlight was very beautiful and very gentle. It had a special effect on retaining a woman's beauty. It was said that if one used the spirit moon pearl to build an underground palace, not to mention living in it all year round, just going there once in a while would have the same effect as taking a face-retaining pill. Unfortunately, this item would no longer exist in the realm of the gods in the future. The sword-forging beast looked at its master in confusion. In the sword-forging beast's heart, it couldn't understand Yi Xian's joy at all. It even wondered what was wrong with Yi Xian. One had to know that in the sword-forging beast's heart, these things were just trash. They were all worthless things. However, Yi Xian liked them so much. This was what the sword-forging beast couldn't understand. Yi Xian practically dug 3 feet into the ground to identify everything that he could see. He kept the useful ones and devoured the useless ones. He didn't waste anything that wasn't even worth devouring. In the future, he would leave it for auction. It would definitely be a fortune for the customer. When Yi Xian was finally done, the sword-forging beast said to Yi Xian, "Master, please follow me. The only place in the house that is still intact is here. The original owner set up a restriction here. I can't enter at all. However, I can be sure that the inside hasn't been destroyed." Did that mean that these places outside had already been looted by someone? Yi Xian's expression turned ugly. This meant that there were many other good things here. Of course, Yi Xian recovered after a short while. After all, even if someone had ransacked this place, it would have been many years ago. Moreover, it was very likely that it wasn't done by humans. One had to know that these things were all good things even in the ancient times. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many things left here, regardless of whether it was a human or a divine beast expert who came here. There were only 2 reasons to explain why there were so many good things here. One was that the person who looted this place was definitely more powerful than the ancient times. The other possibility was that the thing that destroyed this place was something without intelligence. Xian didn't dwell on this question. He followed the sword-forging beast directly to the restricted area. There was an ancient restriction set up here. For a moment, Xian couldn't do anything about it. However, Xian wouldn't give up. Since there was a restriction here, it meant that there might be something completely sealed inside. Xian's understanding of restrictions was quite good. After all, he was a restriction master. At the same time, he was also a divine talisman master, array master, and so on. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for him to study this array. At least, it was easier for him compared to others. It could be said that if Xian couldn't break this restriction, there wouldn't be many people in the entire realm of the gods who could. Xian sat cross-legged and began to think. He sat there for a whole year. For a year, Xian didn't move at all. It was as if he had turned into a stone. The sword-forging beast also stayed by Xian's side, silently waiting for Xian. On this day, as usual, Xian sat cross-legged. The sword-forging beast silently glanced at Xian. When it saw that Xian still didn't move, it prepared to go out for a stroll. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Divine Heavenly Sword Request. So that's how it is. A faint voice, just 4 short words, but these 4 words had been waiting for a full year. After a year, Xian finally understood them. Xian did not care about the situation around him. The sword-forging beast consciously guarded Xian while Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to move around Xian. Xian silently stood up and walked to the side of the barrier that was like a light screen. Then, he directly pressed his hand onto it. A bright light burst forth and pierced through the clouds. It could be said that from the outside, the entire mountain peak was emitting a bright light. Unfortunately, no one knew where this light was coming from. Moreover, this was the Drought Sea. The ancient beasts would not do such a thing. The light continued, but Xian's body slowly faded. It was the power of the stars. Wasn't Xian's current state the translucent state he was in when he understood the power of the stars? It turned out that the power of the stars had been incorporated into this barrier. How many people in the realm of the gods had the power of the stars? To have the power of the stars, to have a good understanding of barriers, and to have sufficient strength. In the current realm of the gods, it would be difficult to find anyone other than Xian. It was as if this place was specially built for Xian. Of course, this was something that was impossible. The only explanation was that in this era of great sword-forging masters, the power of the stars was a very common thing. The light in Xian's hand continued to shine, and the barrier quickly reversed. The method to open the barrier was very simple. It only needed to reverse the direction of the barrier. Perhaps this place was not a restriction at all. It was merely a door. However, this door was made using a special method and the power of the stars had been incorporated into it. That was why it was so mysterious and unbreakable. The root of all this was the power of the stars. It could be said that if it weren't for Tianhu, even Xian wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Xian pushed the door open and entered. However, when he entered, he found that the interior was not filled with treasures as he had imagined. Instead, there was only an altar and a box. Xian silently walked over, but in his heart, he was incomparably puzzled. Could it be that this ancient supreme being only had this kind of box as his collection? Then, what was in the box? Xian used his divine telekinesis to probe the box. After confirming that there was no danger, he took the box. Opening the box, an illusory figure appeared. It was an old man wearing a 5-colored battle suit. He had grizzled hair and a smile on his face. Finally, someone has obtained my inheritance. The 10 million years of waiting have not been in vain. Xian was shocked. Just what kind of cultivation level did one need to be in order for a strand of soul to not be destroyed for thousands of years? One had to know that since the sword-forging grandmaster was no longer around, his godhead had probably been shattered. Yet, a strand of his soul had actually survived for tens of thousands of years. Greetings, Senior. Xian respectfully bowed to the strand of soul. After all, this was an expert from thousands of years ago. Xian still had to show some respect. Dispense with the formalities. Fated person, the fact that you are able to come here means that we are fated. I don't have much time, so I won't say too much nonsense. This box contains my sword forging inheritance. I only hope that you can promise me one thing. You must definitely master the divine heavenly sword. Divine heavenly sword, Xian was a little surprised. He didn't know how powerful this divine sword that had been separated by the ancient Almighty for tens of thousands of years was. Senior, may I know what's so special about this divine heavenly sword? There's nothing special about the divine heavenly sword. It's just a wish of mine. This divine heavenly sword was nurtured with the power of faith. We spent millions of years to gather the power of faith of countless believers. This divine heavenly sword represents a belief that the world is harmonious. Kid, your current cultivation level is still too low, so it's impossible for you to come into contact with something of that level. However, I have to tell you, kid, don't underestimate the power of faith. Only the power of faith is the purest form of energy. The power of faith was a cultivation energy. Xian was even more confused. After all, Xian had been using the power of faith all this time, but he didn't see that it could be used for cultivation. However, Xian also knew that this old man wouldn't lie to him. Then, was it because the inheritance of the thing the old man was talking about had been lost, or was it because his strength wasn't enough to understand that level of existence? Xian didn't know that much. Of course, Xian couldn't care so much. Since this divine heavenly sword was the wish of this almighty swordsmith, and Xian had obtained his inheritance, then helping him forge a divine heavenly sword wasn't a big deal. Alright, senior, look, I promise you. As long as I have the ability, I'll definitely forge this divine heavenly sword. Good, good, good. The almighty swordsmith repeated the word good 3 times before continuing, then, I'm relieved. This remnant soul of mine has been sealed by me using a special method. I don't know anything else. In fact, you can treat me as a letter. Now that you've obtained the inheritance, my mission can be considered complete. After saying that, the remnant soul turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Xian bowed to the remnant soul again before receiving the wooden box. Obviously, the wooden box wasn't made of ordinary wood. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained intact for thousands of years. Unfortunately, Xian didn't know what the box was made of. Inside the box was a bamboo scroll. The forging method recorded on the bamboo scroll was no longer in use. However, there was something special about these bamboo slips. That was, they were capable of recording a lot of things. Perhaps it was because in that era, the bamboo scroll was the best at recording things. Xian quickly accepted the knowledge regarding the forging of divine swords. This almighty swordsmith was special. He could only forge all kinds of divine swords. It could be said that he could forge divine swords of all kinds of quality. Moreover, many of the quality were already beyond the current era. Xian called them immemorial mystical armaments. This method of forging immemorial mystical armaments was probably the only one in the entire God realm. Xian silently left. In this world that had been sealed for thousands of years, Xian didn't want to destroy it. Let's go, little cauldron. Let's leave this place. Xian directly led the swordsmith beast out of this special area. When they left, they even concealed the aura of this place. It could be said that other than Xian and the swordsmith beast, it was impossible for anyone to enter this place. Strengthening the god-slaying sword, Xian's trip to the Drought Sea was not in vain. Even if Xian did not gain anything later on, Xian had already made a huge profit. The method of forging immemorial mystical armaments recorded in the sword forging legacy had long been lost. Of course, the materials required were also very special. It could be said that even the lowest grade required ancient resources. Fortunately, Xian's devouring space could provide these resources, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After Xian left, he did not continue exploring the Drought Sea. Instead, he found a remote place and set up restrictions and arrays. He built a furnace and prepared to forge a sword. Of course, he was not forging a sword, but strengthening the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword was already considered extremely powerful, but according to the records of the sword forging legacy, Xian discovered that the god-slaying sword still had many shortcomings. This time, Xian's goal was to integrate the arrays into the god-slaying sword. Of course, the integrated array was not ordinary. It was a special array called 1 becomes 10,000. The effect of this array was that once it was activated, it could turn one god-slaying sword into 10,000. Once it succeeded, the benefits would naturally be indescribable. Little Cauldron, Divine Wood Sword Attendant, Wei Zhentian, watch for me. No one is allowed to disturb me. Yi Xian instructed the sword-forging beast and the rest. Then, he sealed the cave and locked himself in. Practicing in the cave would not affect him at all, and it would also prevent some troublesome things such as light and sound. Fire, rise. With a wave of his hand, a 7-colored flame immediately rose from the sword furnace. This was the lowest grade of flame. The mysterious 7-colored flame was just the flame that Yi Xian used to nurture the furnace. This time, Yi Xian needed to use a total of 12 different flames. Each of these flames could be said to be extremely rare. Fortunately, Yi Xian had learned them all from the sword forging legacy. This sword forging legacy included the inheritance of flames, materials, arrays, runes, and other aspects. It was definitely not just the sword forging legacy that he had imagined. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't even be able to comprehend these things without hundreds or thousands of years. The flame slowly began to change, and Yi Xian did not hesitate to throw a pile of special resources into the sword furnace. The God-Slayer silently floated there, quietly waiting. This training lasted for a total of 49 days. 49 days was not a long time, but unfortunately, it was enough to attract a lot of things. 3 days ago, Yi Xian had already sensed strange movements from the outside world. To be more precise, someone was attacking the mountain gate. But at that time, Yi Xian was at the most critical juncture of his sword training, so he could not afford to slack off in the slightest. He could only turn a blind eye. At this moment, there were more than a dozen experts gathered outside Yi Xian's cave. Although the ancient beasts cultivated their bodies, they were also very interested in divine weapons. To them, a good divine weapon was even more attractive than countless supreme cultivation techniques. Just 3 days ago, a burst of sword intent had erupted from the cave. That was because Yi Xian had not been able to conceal it in time while he was practicing his sword. That sword intent was incomparably sharp. It was just sword intent, but it seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth. Therefore, the ancient beasts had charged over without hesitation. However, when they arrived, they discovered that there were 3 irksome fellows blocking their path. A sword, a divine beast, and a person. The sword was naturally transformed from Wei Zhentian, the divine beast was the sword-forging beast, and the person was the divine wood sword attendant. Master is practicing his sword. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The sword-forging beast spoke in human language and stepped out. But why would those experts care so much? In the eyes of the ancient beasts, divine swords were innate. There was no such thing as practicing the sword. Because there were many ancient divine weapons left in the Drought Sea, the ancient beasts had always thought that the divine weapons they found were bestowed by the heavens. Now that they heard that someone was practicing the sword and were not allowed to enter, how could they agree? They thought that the sword-forging beast was just making up an excuse. Practicing the sword? Why haven't we heard of practicing the sword? Do you think we are stupid? Brothers, let's charge over. They must have hidden divine weapons. The ancient beasts said that they were not stupid, they were probably the only ones who would believe those words. However, these fellows were lacking in the head to begin with. Thus, without any explanation, they directly attacked. The divine wood sword attendant had strong defensive abilities. At this moment, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against the ancient beasts. Wei Zhentian transformed into the god-slaying sword and moved around to provide support. The sword-forging beast supported from a distance. The 3 of them worked together and barely blocked the attacks. Unfortunately, it was just barely. As the battle progressed, it was obvious that the 3 of them were not strong enough. After 3 days, the sword-forging beast was already dispirited. Even its legs were trembling. Apparently, it was seriously injured. As for Wei Zhentian, he had changed the shape of his Dharma treasure many times. Only the divine wood sword attendant was slightly better. Unfortunately, it was only slightly better. At this moment, it was covered in wounds. Rumble. There was the sound of thunder. It was the power of divine thunder. The the power of the divine thunder suddenly descended. One strike, just one strike, and the entire mountain was reduced to dust. It turned out that the god-slaying sword had finally taken shape. At this moment, it was guiding the divine thunder to do the final consolidation. Practicing the sword with divine thunder was the most common method of sword forging that Xian had obtained. Moreover, the more powerful the divine thunder was, the better the effect. The destructive power finally made the ancient beasts stop what they were doing. They looked into the cave in confusion. At the same time, a figure was also walking out. Step by step, the figure walked with light steps. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Master. In an instant, the sword-forging beast and the other two immediately returned to Yixian's side. Wei Zhentian even directly removed his Dharma treasure form and hid in Yixian's body. The divine woodsword attendant was still guarding in front of Yixian. However, Yixian said indifferently, "All right, you go and rest. Leave the rest to me." The ancient beasts looked at Yixian in confusion. However, they could see that behind Yixian, there was something special about the god-slaying sword. "Hand over the divine weapon and we will spare your life," a powerhouse from the ancient beast clan said resolutely. Unfortunately, what answered him was a powerful attack. "You all are courting death." Yixian was never a person to be bullied, especially when someone bullied him. Moreover, it was a foreign race. Eternal night field. In an instant, all the ancient beasts lost their vision. No matter how strong his physical body was, without divine will, they were trapped in the eternal night field. They could not see anything. I can't see. Kill. It's dark. Why is it dark? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 1 to 10,000. Unfortunately, Yixian did not continue to attack. Yixian was waiting for the god-slaying sword to complete its last step. Yixian wanted to use these guys as test subjects for the god-slaying sword. The sound of thunder continued. The god-slaying sword was experiencing its own heavenly tribulation. Thunder rumbled. Every bolt of lightning made the god-slaying sword more condensed. As time passed, the heavenly lightning fell, causing ancient patterns to appear on the god-slaying sword. These patterns were the final result of Yixian's forging. Runes, strengthening runes were on the god-slaying sword. They were the main medium for the god-slaying sword to possess the 10,000 sword avatars. These rune techniques had probably long been lost. The divine talisman of the divine talisman race and these runes were two different things. The runes were very simple. Perhaps just a few simple lines had a unique use. The power of the runes was not simple. Unfortunately, the techniques used to create the runes could only be seen a little in the array. The runes now were not simple runes. They were ancient runes. Exquisite lines and simple techniques were the main methods used to create ancient runes. The power of the heavenly lightning that the god-slaying sword was experiencing was constantly refining the runes. Only by making the runes more condensed could the forging of the god-slaying sword be considered a true success. It could be said that the reason why this last process required the power of the divine lightning was because it was impossible for Yixian to rely on his own strength to strengthen the rune. Lightning flashed continuously. If one encountered such heavenly lightning during the heavenly tribulation in the lower realm, not to mention such a chain of heavenly lightning, even the power contained in one of them would be unstoppable. It could be said that even if Yixian personally resisted the power of the heavenly lightning, he would not be able to withstand more than a few bolts. However, the god-slaying sword was experiencing 999 bolts of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning descended at an extremely fast speed. Although it was slow, it was only half an hour. This half hour was extremely dangerous. It could be said that the god-slaying sword could break at any time. However, the god-slaying sword was not an ordinary divine sword. Therefore, the god-slaying sword persevered. The lightning disappeared and the god-slaying sword returned to Yixian's hand. Yixian held the god-slaying sword. It did not seem to be any different, but he knew that the god-slaying sword had already undergone a great change. It's time to test out the new power of the God-Slayer. I want to see what kind of power the God-Slayer has now. God-slaying sword, slash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The God-slaying sword turned into thousands of phantoms in the air. These were not illusions formed from divine power, but real existences. They were replicas constructed from the power of some mysterious law. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, the numerous ancient beast clansmen trapped in the Evernight domain suffered an unimaginable blow. The god-slaying swords turned into streaks of light in the sky, heading straight for the ancient beasts. One after another, the sword lights connected without any gaps. Poochie! No matter how strong the bodies of the ancient beasts were, how could they withstand the sharpness of the god-slaying sword? One had to know that the god-slaying sword had been tempered by the divine thunder, making it even sharper. The ancient beasts were pierced through one by one. Perhaps they did not understand what was going on until they died. In the Evernight domain, they could not see anything. They could only endure in silence. When the last god-slaying sword fell, Xian finally removed the Evernight domain. At this moment, in front of Xian was a broken world. Many ancient beast clansmen were cut into pieces by the god-slaying sword. The terrifying power of the god-slaying sword increased its power by several times with just one forging. The power of the swordsmithing inheritance was even more powerful than Xian had expected. Obtaining this inheritance might be more useful than obtaining several powerful supernatural powers. Devour. With a wave of his hand, Xian devoured the ancient beasts. After all, the corpses of the ancient beasts were still useful. Ding. System notification, host has broken through to superior rank 8 Divine Emperor realm. 2 levels in a row. This time, the devouring allowed Xian to rise 2 levels in a row. It was obvious that these ancient beasts were strong. Unfortunately, they only cultivated their physical bodies. In that case, they would not be able to resist the god-slaying sword at all, Xian lamented in his heart. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was a pity that there were still flaws. If there were the same number of strong cultivators with the power of precepts, perhaps Xian could use the power of the god-slaying sword to kill them, but it would not be so easy. In fact, Xian might even be killed instead. Xian had heard that one should not be too greedy. The best way to cultivate was to be able to choose a suitable path and move forward. However, at this moment, Xian had a different idea. The requirement of the title was to be able to control more power. Whether it was a secondary profession or a number of precepts, the more power one had, the stronger one would be. And now, the result of the ancient beast's physical body was right in front of Xian. Perhaps, in the realm of the gods, the saying that one should not bite off more than one could chew did not make sense. In the realm of the gods, the simplest and most direct way to obtain more power was to cultivate more options. Whether it was a mystique, precepts, or a secondary profession, having more options seemed to be the best way to cultivate in the realm of the gods. Of course, although Xian had this realization, it was not certain whether it would work. After all, no matter how strong a genius was, it was impossible to have too much power at once. If one cultivated too much, no matter how strong a genius was, it would not be enough. Of course, in the realm of the gods' tradition, no one would really cultivate too much. However, Xian's realization was telling Xian that there were benefits to cultivating too much. Let's go, let's leave this place. Xian waved his hand and put away the divine wood sword servants. Then, he led the sword-forging beast outside. Along the way, Xian continued to look for ancient beasts to kill. After all, ancient beasts were so easy to kill, and they gave a lot of experience. If he did not kill them, what else could he kill, until Xian's actions finally attracted the attention of the truly strong ancient beasts. On this day, Xian was killing ancient beasts as usual. Then, he devoured their corpses to increase his cultivation level. However, the sky suddenly darkened. From the sky, an incomparably huge black shadow descended. It was a strange, mechanical structure. It was like a pavilion that could fly. However, what drove it was not divine power or precepts. Instead, it was 3 strange birds. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The strength of the ancient beast general. As soon as the pavilion landed, they saw an ancient beast walk out from it. This ancient beast didn't look much different from the other ancient beasts. The only difference was that it was much larger in size. It was also wearing an armor made of an unknown material. Behind this ancient beast was a troop of ancient beast soldiers. When the soldiers saw Xian, they immediately said, "General, this is the strange fellow who has been killing our people. General, ancient beast general, the classification of ancient beasts' strength was different from that of the realm of gods. Hence, their status was usually used as a symbol of their strength. During this period of time, it could be said that Xian had been killing ancient beast soldiers or ordinary ancient beasts. This was the first time he had encountered a general. During this period of killing, the ancient beasts did not attach much importance to him. In fact, they even underestimated him. In Xian's eyes, ancient beasts were just experience points that were easier to kill. Although this kind of action was somewhat unfair to ancient beasts were ancient beasts after all, not humans. Therefore, Xian naturally didn't feel any burden in his heart. It's like you stepped on an ant to death. Don't tell me you still feel uneasy. Although the strength of an ancient beast was many times stronger than that of an ant, it still felt that way. Who are you? Why are you killing my people? Do you have a death wish? These three questions only reinforced Xian's belief in their ignorance. Xian did not attach too much importance to the ancient beast general. He did not even bother to waste his breath. He chose to attack immediately. Godslayer, attack. The Godslayer's ability to split itself into 10,000 was very effective in the Drought Sea. Hence, Xian did not hesitate and attacked immediately. However, this time, the result was beyond Xian's expectations. The attack was ineffective. The Godslayer turned into 10,000 rays of sword light and rushed towards the ancient beast general. However, the attack was ineffective. All the attacks hit General Ancient Beast, but General Ancient Beast didn't even move. It allowed the God-slaying sword's attacks to hit it, but it didn't leave a single mark on General Ancient Beast. Perhaps the only result of this battle would be to destroy General Gushou's armor. How dare you damage my armor? As he said that, the ancient beast general smashed his fist into Xian. It was so strange that Xian was almost unable to react in time. Luckily, it was only a little bit more. Xian reacted in time, but he only managed to take a few steps back. The advantage of taking a few steps back was that the punch did not directly hit Xian. However, it did not mean that it did not affect him at all. It was just the wind from the punch, but it made Xian feel extremely pressured. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This ancient beast general was really too strong. It was so strong that even the wind from the punch had such power. Xian stopped underestimating him. This time, he realized that such a terrifying existence existed in the Drought Sea. Continue fighting. If Xian knew that he couldn't win, then he would be an idiot if he forced himself to continue fighting. Xian wouldn't continue fighting. After just one blow, Xian already knew how strong General Ancient Beast General was. Xian didn't dare to delay at all as he retreated like a madman. Some things had to be done decisively. Xian already knew how strong the fallen fire was. Why would Xian continue fighting? Was he looking for trouble? Flee in a sorry state. At this moment, Xian no longer had the attitude of casually killing those ancient beasts. The current Xian was already quite fearful of the ancient beast general. His attack had been completely ineffective, while the ancient beast general's attack, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to make Xian feel extremely uncomfortable. This was the gap between them, an extremely huge gap. Therefore, Xian could only flee. Fortunately, after this period of time, Xian had already leveled up. At this moment, Xian was already at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. A superior grade 9 Divine Emperor was only one step away from reaching the Godly Venerate realm. Xian's initial goal was to reach the Godly Venerate realm before leaving this place. However, the appearance of this ancient beast general forced Xian to change his mind. It seemed that there was a reason why the Drought Sea was classified as a forbidden zone in the demon god's domain. Even the Divine Lord had personally led a team into this place and returned in defeat. After all, if a general had such battle strength, there must be other experts above the general. For example, a commander or a king. And it was unknown how strong these experts were. Overall, although the later stages of body refinement were weak, they still had the advantage. At least in the early stages, it wasn't easy to deal with them. Xian left quickly because he was temporarily unable to contend against the ancient beast general. It could be said that if Xian wanted to leave, no matter how many ancient beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to stop him. As for this mere ancient beast general, it would be impossible for him to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian's figure flashed continuously. With just a single infinite teleportation, the ancient beast general couldn't do anything to him. No matter what, the ancient beast general could only move on foot. However, Yi Xian could infinite teleportation. Not only was his movement unpredictable, but his speed was also extremely fast. The ancient beast general couldn't do anything about it and could only eat Yi Xian's dust. Yi Xian moved crazily until he retreated 1,000,000 miles away. Only then was he truly safe. It was unknown whether the ancient beast general didn't really intend to pursue Yi Xian or if it couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's movements. In any case, Yi Xian was already far away from the ancient beast general when he retreated 1,000,000 miles away. Yi Xian didn't choose a direction when he ran. Instead, he moved forward at will. However, he was retreating towards the periphery. Unknowingly, Yi Xian was already very close to the yellow sand zone. Yi Xian could already see the edge of the yellow sand zone through his spirit consciousness. At this point, Yi Xian stopped moving forward. What should he do next? Should he choose a new direction and continue to explore the Drought Sea, or should he leave? If he continued to explore the Drought Sea, he might be able to find other opportunities. Without mentioning anything else, just killing ancient beasts and raising his cultivation level was an extremely good choice. However, since Yi Xian's actions had already alarmed one of the ancient beast general, it was very possible that no matter where Yi Xian went, he might encounter other ancient beast generals. Hence, this choice wasn't very good. Bing didn't hesitate for long before he made his choice. He decided to leave the Drought Sea. The core of the Drought Sea might have many unknowns, but Yi Xian didn't want to continue exploring. The danger was secondary. The main reason was that Yi Xian didn't feel that there was a more mysterious inheritance in the Drought Sea than the sword-forging inheritance. End of chapter 2488. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.